Chapter 1. The beginning with a volume of Luinyu. In Sangnan City, under the cover of night, near an old electronics factory, a young man in his 20s clocked out with a crisp mechanical sound. He kept his head down, extracting a hefty tome to shield his face. "Yuji, may I treat you to a late-night snack? What shall we eat? Spicy hot pot? Not a chance. It's detrimental to your health. Yuji, I feel cold at night. If you're cold, turn on the air conditioner. Yuji, do you enjoy reading? I know many positions. I haven't fully explored the knowledge in this book yet. Next time, I promise. I have matters to attend to. Excuse me, coming through." Yuji, feeling a bit overwhelmed, maneuvered through the throng and entered the changing room, approaching his locker. He opened it, and with a rustle, dozens of colorful envelopes tumbled out. These were love letters from the factory's young women. While there were indeed gaps in the locker to slip letters through, it was unnerving to ponder how these girls managed to sneak into the men's changing room to deposit their affections. Or perhaps there was indeed a bold soul willing to assist their goddess in delivering love notes to the male deity. To refer to these girls was apt, as the number of admirers vying for his attention was truly overwhelming. The reason was simply he was exceptionally handsome. Just moments ago, not even the thickest of books could conceal his extraordinary visage. If he wished, he could easily assume the mantle of a champion in the factory, with every corner serving as his battlefield. It seems being handsome is indeed a burden. With a sigh, Yuji changed his clothes, neatly folded the love letters, and discarded them into the trash before closing his locker. He was not indulging in vanity before his arrival in this realm. He had not possessed such striking looks. How could he fathom this kind of trouble? Indeed, Yuji was a time traveler. It had been a full decade since he had crossed over to this world. After leaving the changing room, he strolled toward the factory's exit, once again retrieving the book. Perhaps it was the change from work attire, but his demeanor had transformed significantly. Clad in a pristine white shirt, with Luinyu in hand, he appeared less like a factory worker and more like a dashing, carefree scholar of refined elegance. "Hey you, not interested?" Upon hearing someone attempt to call his name, Yuji instinctively responded, "You little." Yet, upon closer inspection, the voice belonged to a rare male presence in his auditory range at the factory. "Oh, Chungu, my apologies. Please understand being handsome can be quite troublesome." Yuji realized and expressed his regret. Yes, I understand." The security guard at the entrance sighed, his tone tinged with envy. Though somewhat disgruntled, Old Chun had to concede that the young man was speaking the truth. Daily encounters with a horde of eager admirers could indeed forge a reflex. This lad had reached such a level of popularity that he needed to shield his face while walking, clutching that worn book merely to spare the startled girls from the sight of his striking countenance. There exists a phrase. What was it again? Yes. Lingering fears. Old Chun, having read little, once mistakenly thought this expression was tailor-made for Yuji. The women in the factory, from upper management to the cafeteria ladies, seemed to share this sentiment regarding Yuji. That aside, my boy, with so many girls pursuing you, have you truly given it no thought? Old Chun earnestly advised Yuji. I'm not saying this lightly, but while you're young and handsome, you ought to indulge in romance otherwise. The opportunity will slip away. In my prime, I, Chungu, was quite the dashing figure, yet here I am, reduced to guarding this place. You know me, Chungu, I am not one to be frivolous, Yuji replied solemnly, shaking the copy of Luinyu in his hand. Moreover, I'm not exactly young anymore. I'm 28 this year, merely appearing youthful. Nonsense. You are well aware that you are no longer a child. Shouldn't you contemplate this matter more seriously? It seems to me you either have not found a single one appealing, or there are so many that you cannot decide. Old Chun smirked slightly were it not for his understanding of Yuji's character. He might have truly believed him to be a paragon of virtue. Only Chungu knows me well. So, your standards are rather high? What is it then? The girls in our factory do not meet your expectations. You seek the allure of wealthy women in luxury cars. Is that it? Old Chun teased. What do you mean by that? Yuji asked, puzzled. During my shifts, I have seen you sneaking into that black luxury sedan parked outside after work. Come clean, was there a wealthy woman inside? Wait a moment, so that's it. I must say, you should cherish your youth. While money is indeed important. Stop right there. Chungu, where are you going with this? Yuji, instantly understanding Old Chin's insinuation, replied, his face clouded with annoyance. Wealthy women are not something an ordinary person can handle. I avoid them otherwise. Why do you think a young, handsome, and charming man like me remains here in the factory? He merely took on some physical labor during his free time to earn a little extra money, as he had little to boast about, just an abundance of energy that allowed him to function on a few hours of sleep. But let there be no misunderstanding, it was nothing disreputable. He simply provided security or acted as a personal bodyguard for others. Despite his outwardly refined demeanor, he was quite capable when it came to physical confrontations. All your reasoning does hold some merit, but you don't strike me as an ordinary person, Old Chin pondered, stroking his chin, unable to discern whether Yu was speaking truthfully or not. Indeed, you are not just exceptionally handsome. Yu smiled. Old Chin, feeling helpless, scratched his head, realizing this was the one aspect of Yu he could never quite navigate. Had it been one of his boastful veteran friends, he would have slapped them across the face by now. But Yu was different. It was not that he held a special place in Old Chin's heart. It was simply that every time Yu spoke these words, he seemed like an outsider, a man so strikingly handsome, yet it felt as if his visage bore no relation to his essence. Initially, Old Chin thought Yu was merely being self-deprecating. Yet, after spending time together, he realized that was not the case. After all, if he were a narcissistic man living in a state of self-admiration, how could he lead a life akin to that of a hermit for a decade? Old Chin had to concede that with that enviable face, if Yu so desired, he could undoubtedly lead a life of luxury. Moreover, when he spoke of not being ordinary, it was not merely about his handsome appearance. Enough of this nonsense. Let's smoke. As he spoke, Old Chin retrieved an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to Yu. Struck it rich? Yu caught the pack, momentarily taken aback. Old Chin was notoriously stingy, always treating himself to cigarettes. But today was indeed an anomaly. Indeed, my brother, I am now a negative second generation. Old Chin smiled wryly. Negative second? So, this is celebratory smoke? Yu detected the bitterness in Old Chin's smile and immediately understood the situation. Old Chin was the first person Yu encountered after inexplicably traversing into this unfamiliar realm. He was a man of few words, albeit somewhat miserly. The reason for his frugality was clear. Approaching his 40s and still single, he was saving up for marriage. Looking at the pack of cigarettes in his hand, Yu chuckled. As a negative second generation, with such expenditures, it seemed likely that this matter would indeed come to fruition. Old Chin laughed, a complex smile gracing his face, neither purely joyful nor entirely bitter. You're quite astute indeed. Congratulations, Chinga. Is that just lip service? Well, who are we to each other? Discussing finances could tarnish our friendship. TSK, Old Chin replied, patting Yuji's shoulder in resignation. Never mind. Today, aside from treating you to a smoke, I'm here to bid you farewell. After my marriage, I must return to my hometown. Sangnan is too far from home, and having been a security guard here for several years, it makes sense to return and protect my family. Indeed, once married, family must take precedence. Eugene nodded slightly, lighting a cigarette, feeling a sudden emptiness within. Ha ha, seeing your expression makes it worth telling you before I leave. Old Chin chuckled. Don't be disheartened. Even after I depart, my brothers in the factory will look out for you. Do I even need protection? Eugene managed to smile, having few friends. Hearing that Old Chin was leaving stirred a sense of reluctance within him. However, upon reflection, Old Chin's marriage was indeed a joyous occasion, something to be celebrated. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Eugene waved goodbye to Old Chin. Be careful on your way back. Your home is in the old district, right? I've heard it's not very safe around there lately. Once you're home, stay indoors. Old Chin waved back, offering a cautionary reminder. He could discern that Eugene was no ordinary individual. Although he appeared gentle and somewhat frail at first glance, this was merely a misrepresentation caused by his strikingly handsome features. In reality, even through clothing, Old Chin could perceive that this young man possessed an almost perfect physique. Achieving such muscularity was no simple feat, and he had rarely witnessed Eugene in any form of physical training. What puzzled him most was that this young man clearly exhibited extraordinary physical capabilities, yet his walking gait suggested he had never undergone any training. The emanating aura of spiritual energy was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, lacking even the first realm of Zhan. At least from Old Chin's perspective, he seemed to fall short of even the Zhan realm. Of course, It was possible that Yuji was deliberately concealing his true abilities. However, regardless of the circumstances, Old Shin remained indifferent. He only knew that Yuji was not a bad person. Remember what I told you. When trouble arises, seek out my brothers. Or perhaps it would be best to leave the factory altogether. You've been here for nearly 10 years, haven't you? At your young age, you should venture out more. I understand. I will consider it. Just focus on your duty at your last shift, Yuji replied without looking back, waving his hand dismissively. Casting a glance towards the old city, he quickened his pace. Upon arriving in this world, he immediately sensed its peculiarity. The entire planet seemed shrouded in mist, leaving only one nation visible. It was hardly normal. Yuji mused that Old Shin's advice likely stemmed from an awareness of something amiss. Old Shin was no ordinary security guard. The factory was situated near the tumultuous old city, yet the security remained remarkably intact, thanks to Old Shin and his band of brothers. Yuji was not particularly informed about the specifics and had chosen not to delve deeper, preferring to avoid complications. It was either the authorities assigning Old Shin and his team to maintain order, or perhaps some other reason entirely none of which mattered to Yuji. He was indifferent. He had opted to remain within the confines of this factory, initially merely to survive. With skilled protectors like Old Shin, he could develop in peace. As their relationship deepened over the years, coupled with his own inability to find his footing in this unfamiliar world, he decided to stay even after gaining the ability to fend for himself. And thus, he had lingered for a decade. Of course, there were other unique reasons. Now that Old Shin is departing, with his own guardianship to attend to, where shall I go? Yuji pondered aloud. Never mind. Let's just hope I can return home safely tonight. With that, he vanished down the road leading to the old city. Do not inquire why he chose to tread this perilous path, fully aware of the lurking dangers. It has been said that he was quite capable in combat. Moreover, in this strange and treacherous world, he possessed nothing to lose. He was unafraid. Chapter 2. The Stench. In the residential area of the old city, the full moon hung high, its light intermittently obscured by swirling mist, casting a stark contrast between the dim, flickering lamps and the vibrant neon lights of the distant new city. As Yuji walked, he glanced down at his phone, contemplating what late-night snack to order. After much deliberation, he found himself afflicted by decision paralysis, still unsure of what to choose. To hell with it. Inflated coupons, yes. Daily allowances, yes. Merchant discounts, yes. Store subsidies, yes. Cloud payment, yes. A barrage of discounts. Premium spicy hot pot fried egg grilled sausage beverage freebies. Total, 7.89. Next, all that remained was to leave a positive review upon receiving the delivery for cashback. A feast awaits, a chaotic assortment of images and erratic shots. Add the merchant's WeChat. Merchant, thank you for your patronage. Everything will be perfect. Just as he finalized his order, a sudden twitch of his nose caught his attention, causing him to frown slightly. He detected a faint scent of blood, neither too close nor too far. It appeared that Old Shin's warning was not unfounded. However, regardless of the source of the blood, Yuji had no intention of involving himself. He did not stop instead. He quickened his pace to distance himself from the area. Just as there are individuals like Old Shin guarding the factory area, the same could be said for other parts of the world. The peace that people perceive is borne on the shoulders of those who tread through the darkness for them. Although Yuji has never directly encountered these individuals, including Old Shin, he holds them in high regard. Nonetheless, he considers the preservation of his own safety to be of paramount importance. For instance, Old Shin's decision to return home and safeguard his family does not strike Yuji as selfish. Rather, he deems it a sagacious choice. Ultimately, unless he happens to cross paths with trouble, he prefers to remain uninvolved. Even if he does encounter a situation, it would depend on the circumstances. In this instance, with the scent of blood already permeating the air, rushing towards the scene would likely be too late. Moreover, should he accidentally run into those who specialize in handling such matters, he might invite trouble upon himself. It is best to leave the aftermath to those equipped to deal with it and make a swift exit. Just then, his luck seemed to take a turn for the worse as the sky suddenly opened up and began to rain. Tonight is truly. As the raindrops fell upon his face, Yuji initially intended to voice his grievances, yet for reasons unknown, he held his tongue. Perhaps the rain was not so bad after all. It masked the stench of blood and rendered the air more refreshing. Calmest one. TSK, is that all? No. I mustn't complain. I must remain serene. Huh. As Eugene muttered to himself, he turned into the building and ascended the stairs to his rented accommodation. Click. Upon opening the door, he tread lightly, for he occupied only a single room, with others residing in adjacent spaces. As he pushed open the door to his room, he was greeted by a remarkably sparse bedroom aside from a bed, an old television, and a collection of cherished CDs and books. There were merely crumpled tissues and some everyday items scattered by the bedside. Buzzing just as Eugene was about to sit down and rest, his phone vibrated in his pocket. A smile crept across his face as he realized that the takeout he had ordered on his way home had arrived. Concerned about disturbing his neighbors, he had specifically requested the delivery person not to knock. The timing was perfect for enjoying a warm midnight snack upon returning home. He hurriedly exited his room and opened the security door, where he indeed found the delivery person waiting. "Thanks, man," Eugene said, smiling as he accepted the food. "No need to thank me. Enjoy your meal," the delivery person replied with a smile, waving goodbye. "Take care, brother. The security in this old district isn't great at night. I've heard there's been a serial killer on the loose lately." Recalling the metallic scent he had encountered earlier on his way home, Eugene offered a friendly warning. "Be careful." The delivery person felt a chill run down his spine at Eugene's words, his smile faltering as he quickened his pace. Thinking to himself, "You know it's dangerous, yet you still order takeout?" After the delivery person departed, Eugene returned to his room, rubbed his hands together, and opened the takeout. Then, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. This foul odor was reminiscent of throwing a decaying piece of meat into a cesspool, mingled with a dozen rotten eggs, sending his stomach into turmoil. What in the world is this terrible luck? Is this even edible? Eugene instinctively attributed the foul odor to the takeout he had just unwrapped. What a misfortune. This realization abruptly darkened his previously uplifted mood. The stench of the food conjured up some unpleasant memories. These recollections harkened back to a time before his unexpected journey. Prior to his transmigration, Eugene was an exceptionally intelligent yet ordinary programmer, barely in his late 20s. The day he crossed over coincided with his 28th birthday. That day mirrored the present in many ways. After a long day of toil, he returned home, eager to indulge in a delightful meal as a reward for his efforts. Thus, he ordered his favorite dish, spicy boiled meat slices. However, upon the first bite, he sensed something was amiss. The dish was particularly unpalatable, the meat unrecognizable, certainly not pork or beef, possessing an indescribable, peculiar flavor. As he chewed, nausea washed over him, and he thought to himself how unfortunate it was to encounter such a mishap on his birthday. In that moment, Eugene, much like now, found himself reflecting on his past life. He recalled that he had also been 28 when he traversed to this new realm. He had graduated at 22 and diligently coded until he reached 28. Although his salary had increased, so too had the soaring housing prices. His meager income was insufficient to afford even a square meter of property in the city where he worked, even if he refrained from all expenses for months. In that moment of despair, he pondered what constituted a truly remarkable life. Was it considered remarkable if one could not even enjoy a decent birthday meal? Coincidentally, his mother texted him, inquiring about his birthday celebrations. In response, he scoured the internet for a photo of a celebratory dinner with friends to send to her, declaring, "All is well, enjoying a grand feast," while adhering to the principle of not wasting food as he consumed the oddly flavored takeout. Yet the moment he set down his phone, the meat lodged stubbornly in his throat. As he chewed, Eugene found himself crumbling, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. A profound sense of injustice enveloped him as he buried his face in his arms, sobbing in silence for fear of disturbing his neighbors in the partitioned rental space. He would never forget that 20th birthday. That day, in the confines of his cramped rental room, the darkness enveloped him, accompanied only by the uneaten, spicy boiled meat slices and a man on the brink of 30. Subsequently, he inexplicably found himself in this unfamiliar world, returning to the age of 18. Over the past decade here, he had chosen to forgive himself. Initially, he believed that the passage of time would enable him to forget everything and start anew. Yet at this moment, memories and reality seemed to intertwine. Mom, Dad, Yu Ji's eyes welled with tears. He wondered how they had fared during his prolonged absence. Alas, with a sigh, he covered the takeout, preparing to discard it. The stench had reached a level where the issue transcended mere wastefulness. Consuming it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Why? Even with the lid on, it still reeks? How odd that I didn't notice it when I picked it up. Chapter 3. Rainy night, dark clouds loom over the city, and a curtain of rain obscures the heavens, while the distant new district glimmers vibrantly. In stark contrast, the old city appears to have been swallowed by the last remnants of light. Amidst this shadowy realm of dilapidated residences, a man cloaked in a dark red cape is sprinting through the rain. Clutching a large suitcase and bearing several placards inscribed with the words "No Entry Ahead" across his shoulders. His original mission was merely to set up these signs around the periphery of the old city and then stand guard outside. However, due to unforeseen circumstances that no one anticipated, he resolutely chose to venture into this perilously transformed area for the safety of the residents. The man's name, Zhao Kongsheng, is undeniably striking. Rainwater cascades down his cheeks. Though it is summer rain, it inexplicably imbues him with a chilling sensation. Are you certain the Phantom King is indeed approaching this way? Zhao Kongsheng inquired, his brow furrowed, through the earpiece to those in the command center. Uncertain. However, just 10 minutes ago, our search team discovered traces of the Phantom King's blood in a nearby sewer. Judging by the trajectory of his movements, his destination can only be the residential area of the old city or the city center, responded Wu Xiangnan, who was in charge of the command. So both areas are possible? Zhao Kongqing's brow knitted further as he pressed on. Which location bear the greater likelihood? Theoretically, the city center is more probable, Wu Xiangnan assessed. After all, the city center has a larger populace, and we cannot evacuate the crowd in time. Should a conflict arise, it would lead to mass casualties. Thus, we must prioritize our efforts there. The Phantom King is intelligent. Currently, he is severely injured and requires bloodshed to regain his strength. He would likely choose the city center, where people are abundant and we are constrained in our actions, in order to evade pursuit. You need not worry. Simply focus on your duties, he concluded. This is all theoretical. Zhao Kongsheng retorted with irritation. What if he anticipates our line of thought and deliberately chooses the opposite course? Even if it's just a possibility, if he appears here, the people will be in danger. You just stated it's merely a possibility. Wu Xiangnan's tone lacked conviction. The population in the old residential area is sparse and dispersed, making evacuation easier compared to the city center. Furthermore, even if the Phantom King were to arrive here, it wouldn't cause catastrophic losses, would it? Zhao Kongqing's voice grew louder, tinged with anger. There are people living here. Real, living people. I'm well aware, Lao Zhao. Please calm down. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his breathing, his tone turning serious. He understood Zhao Kongqing's feelings. At this moment, they were confronted with a classic trolley problem, weighing lives against one another. No choice could ever be deemed right. Yet, they bore the weight of responsibility and had to make a decision. It was a harsh reality. We are not abandoning the old residential area. Hong Ying has already rushed over with her team. Your task is to evacuate the residents. Do you understand? Wu Xiangnan emphasized Zhao Kongqing's mission, for he possessed a profound understanding of the man's character. He was capable of making choices, calmly grasping the switch that directed the tram, deciding its course. As he recognized the immutable nature of the rules, his only recourse was to choose. In stark contrast stood old Zhao, whose kindness and integrity rendered him vulnerable. Despite his awareness of the harshness of reality, he might not readily accept it, often leading him to make foolish decisions. I understand. Yet, Zhao Kongsheng sought to argue further, only to be halted by Wu Xiangnan's serious tone. There is no but, even if by some misfortune, the Faceless King were to approach your vicinity. Do not engage in direct conflict. It is beyond your capacity to confront. If necessary, deploy the boundless void to ensnare it, merely to buy time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng tightened his fists, then released them in resignation, ultimately exhaling a sigh of acceptance. Understood. Though perturbed, he acknowledged this was the most prudent course of action. Yet, sometimes, matters are devoid of right or wrong. only results. As he fervently hoped for a favorable outcome, he dashed through the rain, racing against time to evacuate the residents of the old neighborhood. Meanwhile, Yuji had reached the ground floor of his residence, preparing to dispose of his takeout. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, prompting him to glance over in confusion. It was late, and the rain fell incessantly. Who else would be outside at such an hour? As he turned, he saw a man with his mouth agape, seemingly shouting something, his eyes filled with urgency and terror. Suddenly, the stench intensified, and it dawned on him that the foul odor might not be emanating from his takeout. Then, bang, Yuji felt as though his world was being thrust into reverse. Stop! An urgent and furious roar echoed moments later. On the other side, the one sprinting and calling out to Yuji was, of course, Xiao Kongsheng. He was unaware of Yuji's predicament. He only knew he had arrived too late. He beheld a resident of the old neighborhood being violently hurled from the refuse pit at the entrance, a towering and grotesque figure having struck him, crashing through the wall and becoming entombed in the debris of the collapsed refuse pit. Any ordinary person subjected to such an assault would undoubtedly meet their demise. Damn it! Zhao Kongchang cursed vehemently, not sure whether his ire was directed at the monstrous entity before him or at himself for arriving too late. Upon learning of the Faceless King's potential appearance in this area, his first instinct was to prepare the boundless void to conceal any ensuing battle, a necessary protocol within the Night Watchman's operational guidelines. Yet, had he prioritized evacuating the residents instead of concealing the potential conflict, perhaps he could have made a difference. It was then that Zhao Kongsheng realized, when faced with the necessity of choice, he, like others, had opted for the option with the least consequence. The result was the harrowing scene before him. Someone had perished due to his decision. This left Zhao Kongsheng in a state of profound frustration. He understood that this was not a matter of right or wrong. The concealment of mystery and the protection of civilians were the responsibilities of the Night Watchers. His abilities were limited, and it was impossible for him to attend to every detail. No matter how he chose, he would not be blamed. Yet, old Zhao, what has transpired? Remember, remain calm. Your task is to delay time, not to confront it head-on. The reminder from Wu Xiangnan echoed in his earpiece. I have already issued the command. All Night Watchers are rushing to your location. Hong Ying and the others will arrive shortly. No more than 10 minutes. Use the unbounded void to trap it. I understand. As Zhao Kongsheng cursed in anger, he placed down the last, unbounded void sign he possessed. With a fierce resolve, he bit into his fingertip, smearing the blood upon the conspicuous forbidden words on the sign, chanting furiously, "Forbidden ruins, unbounded void." In the next instant, a crimson light screen erupted from the designated sign, forming a prism-shaped cage that sealed off the area before him. If one were to view from above, they would observe that the old city was now enveloped in 2 layers of unbounded void. The outer layer, broader in scope, was meant to conceal the battle, while the newly established inner layer, significantly smaller and therefore more stable, aimed to obstruct the Ghost-Faced King. Chapter 4. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall, I know. I have already made arrangements. I know. Zhao Kongsheng incessantly repeated these words. Indeed, he was aware of everything, his own frailty, his inability to contend with the Ghost-Faced King, and thus he rationally chose to obey orders. This was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. However, damn it, someone had already fallen victim. Moreover, the boundless void was merely a facade for concealing combat, not a means of trapping anyone. It couldn't contain the Ghost-Faced King for even 10 minutes. If it cannot be contained, then retreat. Wu Xiangnan's voice was serious yet tinged with urgency. The Ghost-Faced King had been injured by the captain. The boundless void should buy you enough time to withdraw. In any case, you absolutely must not engage it in direct combat. The old residential area is sparsely populated. It's merely 10 minutes. Even if it takes a few lives, it won't regain much strength. The casualties inflicted by the mysterious entity are increasing by the minute. We are human, not divine. Losses are inevitable. We cannot afford to lose a core team member like you over severely wounded Ghost-Faced King. Do you understand, Zhao? Zhao, can you hear me? I can hear you, of course. Zhao Kongsheng glared ahead, responding in a subdued tone. But do you even hear the words you are uttering? I'm leaving. How many will perish in these 10 minutes? The dim streetlights flickered, casting shadows that enveloped his face, gradually consuming him whole. As they spoke, the ghost-faced king, who had just sent a civilian flying, approached him with a leisurely demeanor. He stood face to face with the ghost-faced king, separated only by a veil of the boundless void. What fueled his fury? It was not solely Wu Xiangnan's words. It was also because the ghost-faced king was laughing. He could distinctly see that terrifying visage looking down upon him, grinning mockingly as if ridiculing his weakness and impotence. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Kongcheng struggled to regain his composure. Bang! He slammed his suitcase onto the ground, opening it. Grasping the straight blade nestled within, he cast a glance back. That was the direction where the boy named Lin Chie resided. The individual who had just fallen victim was not much older than Lin Chie. Was he? He could not allow such a tragedy to recur. What does it mean to say that even if a few lives are taken, it won't restore much strength? He understood the reasoning behind it. But what sort of nonsense was that? He only remembered. Xiangnan, do you still recall the oath we once took? Zhao Kongcheng asked softly. Wu Xiangnan fell silent. He certainly remembered. At that moment, even if Zhao Kongcheng had not voiced it, those words echoed in his ears, ringing loudly and clearly. When the dark night finally descends, I shall stand before millions, blade drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Without waiting for Wu Xiangnan's response, Zhao Kongcheng continued. Now, behind me, there are not millions, but the entire world of that child. Crack! The earpiece was hurled to the ground. Communication was severed. In the control room, Wu Xiangnan clenched his fists, yet he found himself unable to exert any strength. A wave of helplessness surged from his heart. It was as if he could already foresee the conclusion, a man, more reminiscent of a guardian than any night watchman, facing the demon masked king alone with his sword drawn. In that moment, he felt as powerless as all his anxious companions on the channel. The shattered moonlight pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the unsheathed blade. At that instant, the man standing amidst the rain, confronting the monster, seemed to grasp the last ray of hope in this world. 10 minutes. I wonder if I can endure this? Zhao Kongcheng, wielding his sword, smiled faintly. From within the boundless void, he stared intently at the demon-masked king. Should this barrier falter against the creature before him, he would not hesitate to step forward and confront it himself. Yet, the monster appeared in no rush to breach the boundless void, merely looking down at him with a mocking gaze. Zhao Kongcheng recognized that this creature was utterly ridiculing him. In response, he too stood resolute. Creak, crack. Zhao Kongcheng grinned, producing a cigarette to place between his lips, flicking his lighter, arching an eyebrow at the demon-masked king, exuding an air of provocation. He felt that his nonchalant demeanor was undeniably dashing. However, alas, just as the lighter ignited, the rain extinguished the flame, rendering his cigarette unlit. A failure of bravado. With a sigh of resignation, Zhao Kongcheng lamented, "What terrible luck I have tonight." Creak! Indeed, his luck was poor. In the next moment, the barrier before him was torn apart by a sharp claw. Zhao Kongcheng's gaze sharpened as he met the oncoming threat with his sword. Clang, clang, clang in the distance. The sound of metal clashing resonated continuously. How ridiculous! How much are they getting paid? Such fervor. Amidst the ruins, a hand emerged, followed by a head. It was Yu Ji. He had overheard Zhao Kongcheng's words. The fervor was so intense that it nearly ignited the heart that had grown numb from monotonous tasks. And indeed, he was quite incensed. Damn it, it felt like a mosquito had bitten him. Yu Ji's voice was laced with ire as he complained while crawling out from the debris. He first wiped his face, attempting to remove the mixture of takeaway soup, rainwater, refuse, and mud that clung to him. Yet the more he wiped, the more disheveled he appeared. With a slap, he brushed off his clothes, only to find that his once pristine attire was now soiled and tattered. His expression grew increasingly impatient. My brand new clothes? Ruined. Bang, bang. Finally, with a sullen face, Yu Ji cast aside the rubble, unearthing the buried Luinyu, shaking it off. Had anyone noticed his actions, they would likely be astonished, for every stone he casually discarded was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to lift. Yet, What was most astonishing was not merely that. The seemingly ordinary pirated book, Luin Yu, the pages, seemingly crafted from paper, appeared utterly unwrinkled despite the recent events, and the stains that marred them were effortlessly shaken off. This defied all logic. What was this? After picking up the book and casting a glance at it, Yuji was taken aback. The open page revealed the words, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall." It was remarkable to note that during his inexplicable sojourn in this world for several years, the book's peculiar system had never issued any tasks. Could it be that his deepening engagement with the reality of this world had prompted such a revelation? He briefly glanced at the formidable creature in the distance, toying with a middle-aged man, and his expression darkened. Encountering someone in distress, to save them, leads one into an inescapable vortex. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Will you save or not save? Save. Reward, none. Not save. Reward. Cultivation 10,000. After merely scanning the text, Yuji began to curse under his breath. Damn it. You might as well rename that cultivation value to tortoise points. I am no gentleman. Why should I concern myself with whether to save or not? Chapter 5. The true application of Luin Yu he had been enduring, seeking to cultivate himself in exchange for points of refinement. Indeed, as a time traveler, Yuji possessed a proverbial golden finger, embodied in the tome titled Luin Yu. The good news was that his golden finger had long been activated. The bad news, however, was the absence of an instruction manual. Nevertheless, even in the absence of such guidance, Yuji could effortlessly comprehend the more straightforward concepts contained within. This was not a pirated edition. It bore no resemblance to the Luin Yu found in bookstores. Thus, the term Luin could hardly be deemed a typographical error. Of course, if others were to peruse it, they would undoubtedly regard the contents, long discourses of ancient sages, as profound, merely attributing the error to the cover. Yet, in Yuji's eyes, this tome represented a system. Alongside the universally visible teachings of Confucius, there existed a system panel visible solely to him. Name, Yuji. Realm, none. Reference, the following attributes average to 5 among ordinary adults: physique, 55, strength, 41, agility, 5, mentality, 7, charm, refinement, 1387, friendly reminder. This refinement point does not necessarily indicate superior refinement. Yuji cast a vexed glance at the menacing creature engaged in combat with a nearby man. Having resided in this world for a decade, he was no stranger to such monsters. Although his understanding of the world's combat prowess was somewhat superficial, he estimated that his own strength would suffice to handle the creature before him. Despite its formidable appearance, it was no more threatening than the minor foes he had encountered previously. The recent encounter had been nothing more than a mere irritation, akin to a mosquito bite. This was not bravado, it was the truth. The reason, Yuji surmised, lay in the excessive accumulation of his physique attribute. He had long realized that the values displayed on the attribute panel were far from simplistic. For instance, with a strength of 41, while the average for an ordinary adult was 5, his strength surpassed that of merely 8 average individuals combined. In fact, even the combined strength of 800 ordinary adults would pose no threat to him, a fact he had confirmed during his part-time employment. In summary, based on Yuji's current understanding of the system, refinement points were the essence of his golden finger. It seemed that as long as he possessed refinement points and met the conditions for exchange, he could redeem anything from the book. However, a conundrum arose. The text was predominantly filled with Confucian sayings, devoid of anything practically useful. What was to be done? Yuji had experimented and found the solution to be simple. He merely needed to write it down. Such a secret was difficult for Yuji to overlook, considering the tome was as thick as a brick. The content of the Luin Yu itself was limited, lacking annotations, resulting in the majority of the pages being blank. Those blank pages were clearly intended for writing. The values for physique and strength were indeed penned by Yuji himself. As long as he inscribes the desired items, the required number of cultivation points will be displayed if they meet the exchange conditions. Converting one's attributes into tangible values is the simplest and most direct means of self-preservation that Yuji could conceive. However, Each point of attribute value requires a hefty sum of 1,000 cultivation points just for the exchange. The price is indeed steep. Moreover, once inscribed, a considerable number of points must be expended to unlock the exchange privileges. Acquisition of cultivation points relies solely on the mundane, yet system-recognized behaviors deemed conducive to self-cultivation, with each instance yielding only a meager amount. Consequently, after several years in this world, Yuji has managed to augment only his constitution and strength attributes, rendering his panel rather unbalanced. While he yearns to enhance other attributes, he feels that minor increments would be of little consequence. Thus, he has chosen to focus primarily on constitution. The reason is simple: the fear of death. Due to this fear, over the years, he has spent all but the remaining 1,000 cultivation points to increase his attributes. Reality has proven his choice prudent. Had he not enhanced his constitution, he might have perished from that last blow. As for the addition of strength, one cannot merely become a punching bag in a fight, can they? Other attributes hold little significance. The priority is to bolster both offense and defense. As long as he can endure an attack, there will always be a chance for retaliation. Yuji's rationale during the point allocation process has been straightforward. Initially, after comprehending the rules of this analects, Yuji had steadfastly adhered to the principles of self-cultivation, consistently maintaining the demeanor of a courteous gentleman, vowing to embody a pure, noble individual, free from base desires. However, today has been utterly devoid of satisfaction. Complaining quietly, he meandered towards the battlefield, where Zhao Kongshen was locked in combat with the demon-faced king, his usual calm demeanor evaporating. Each time he felt agitated, yet managed to suppress it, his cultivation points would increase, the amount corresponding to the intensity of his restraint. At this moment, it was an opportune moment to earn cultivation points. Yet, Yuji had reached his breaking point. The monotony of screwing bolts was tedious. And how could one work without losing their sanity? It was merely an act of endurance. Throughout the day, he had stifled his mounting irritation countless times. After work, further complications arose. The collapse of an adult can occur in an instant. The final straw that broke the camel's back was the monster before him. Analect's 8 rites. Confucius said to the Ji family, "The 8 rites dance in the courtyard. This is tolerable, but what cannot one endure?" Even the sage had moments of intolerance. He is no sage, and his restraint is solely for the sake of gaining cultivation points. So why endure any longer? Enough is enough. Self-cultivation? That can wait for another day. 10,000 points of cultivation, equivalent to 10 points of attributes, in a decade spent in this world. He has barely accrued a handful of points. The temptation is palpable, but to hell with it. If being a true gentleman means not rescuing others, then it will be better for the world to have more fools. Bang! He slammed the pages of the open book shut. Yuji now wishes to impart the true usage of language to that creature, who has likely never set foot in a classroom. However, unbeknownst to him, as he closes the book, new words gradually emerge after the title of the task. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, and a sage does not hesitate to act in righteousness. Chapter 6. Zhao, Kongshen Fog, and Ghosts. Perhaps the negative emotions accumulated from consistently forcing oneself to remain calm in pursuit of cultivation points had finally erupted, becoming uncontrollable. Yuji rolled up his sleeves, gripping the arm of the eloquent figure before him, revealing a stark contrast between his refined appearance and the muscles, along with the prominent veins beneath the skin. However, just as Yuji prepared to brandish the book in his hand and deliver a lesson on the power of knowledge to the monstrous entity before him, he suddenly felt the world spinning, as if reality itself had been turned upside down. This was the forbidden domain of the Ghost-Face King, designated as Sequence 176, Ghost-Face Land. Within the confines of this realm, it could deceive the perceptions of all beings with lesser realms, inverting the very concept of space. Having had little exposure to the arcane, Yuji was bewildered by the sudden disorientation that enveloped him as he approached the Ghost-Face King, the effects of the forbidden domain taking hold. Fortunately, this was not beyond Yuji's capabilities. He stomped forcefully onto the ground, causing cracks to spread beneath his feet. Regardless of how space was distorted, He could anchor himself by grounding his stance. Once steadied, Yu quickly closed his eyes, attempting to block out the visual chaos and mitigate the dizzying sensations. What on earth is this? Is this the creature's unique ability? He began to understand why the man he had observed earlier had moved so awkwardly in the face of this monster, struggling defensively against its relentless onslaught. In such dire circumstances, merely maintaining one's footing and fending off continuous attacks was a remarkable feat. This deepened his admiration for these individuals, fighting against a creature endowed with such extraordinary powers using only their physical forms. Bang! Just as Yu was striving to regain his balance, Zhao Kongsheng seemed to finally reach his limit, unable to withstand the Ghost-Face King's assault. He was sent flying, appearing grievously wounded. Coughing violently, Zhao Kongsheng cursed under his breath, struggling to rise, acutely aware of several fractured ribs. Had it not been for his blade absorbing much of the impact, he might very well have faced death. Is the Forbidden Domain truly that formidable? If I possessed such a power, I'd have died countless times by now. Forbidden Domain? What is that? A flicker of confusion crossed Yu's mind. He retracted his earlier thoughts, realizing that these individuals did possess unique abilities, albeit the man before him did not seem to have one. Thus, his admiration was now solely directed at this man. But why risk it all without special abilities? Is he seeking a death wish? Oh, right, he mentioned protecting that child, the entire world for that child, setting aside the nature of their relationship. This man is undeniably a true hero. On the other side, Zhao Kongsheng appeared momentarily stunned, as if recalling something. He was just an ordinary man without a forbidden domain, and by all accounts, it was likely he would never awaken such a power in his lifetime. Is there a way for an ordinary person to forcibly awaken the forbidden ruins? Indeed, there is, my brethren. The answer lies within Zhao Kongsheng's grasp. He extended his trembling hand and retrieved a badge from his pocket, inscribed with his name and oath. This emblem represents his faith, a last resort for night watchmen like him, devoid of the power of the forbidden ruins, to confront the enigmatic forces. Gazing at the badge, a grin spread across Zhao Kongsheng's face, a smile that was both radiant and grotesque, stained with blood. Wait, you wretched spirit. Soon you shall comprehend my might. The expression in Zhao Kongsheng's eyes was a complex tapestry of emotions. He had envisioned numerous scenarios of his own demise, pondering whether he would feel fear, resentment, or perhaps a mixture of both. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself enveloped in anticipation. How intriguing, he mused. What form will my forbidden ruins take? Perhaps, from the moment he became a night watchman, he had been yearning for this very instant. Zhao Kongsheng fixed his gaze upon the ghostly-faced king and inquired, "Do you have any inkling of how long I have awaited this day?" The rain fell harder, each drop seemingly dragging his heart deeper into the abyss, as if sinking into a sea of foam. Each drop mirrored fragments of his past memories, fantasies, like a revolving lantern illuminating his life. Men often harbor dreams of supernatural abilities, envisioning themselves awakening to extraordinary powers, becoming heroes. Zhao Kongsheng was no exception. However, his aspirations diverged slightly from mere heroism. He yearned to be a valiant general, a formidable warrior capable of holding back legions. The badge was gently pressed, and a needle sprang forth. The ghostly divine. This needle contained a substance that, true to its name, would awaken one's latent powers, allowing them to rival the divine. The cost, however, was grave. Once the effects wore off, one would truly meet their end. It was, in essence, an exceedingly perilous remedy, one only to be employed in the direst of circumstances when one faced inevitable doom. Zhao Kongsheng had long contemplated that if he confronted an insurmountable foe, he would at least wish to experience what his forbidden ruins entailed before his demise, thus rendering his life worthwhile. And now, it seemed, was exactly such a moment. In the midst of the rain, Zhao Kongsheng inhaled deeply, gripping the badge with unwavering resolve. Fear and resentment had dissipated following a brief mental preparation. Though he lacked the forbidden ruins, he was still a night watchman, fully prepared for his fatal fate. But would the Dragon City's flying general allow the barbarian steeds to cross the Yin Mountains? Immersed in his own thoughts, Zhao Kongcheng chuckled to himself, even envisioning the splendid scene of his awakening powers. His education was limited, and he could hardly recall a few lines of poetry. Yet, he remembered this one line not for its literary merit, but because it resonated with his sense of grandeur. Did it not depict the very essence of his dreams? Before him lay no armies of thousands, but rather mythical beings, which were perhaps even more daunting than legions. He seemed to finally embody the essence of a true general, standing resolutely against all challenges. Alas, how regrettable it is that such a magnificent scene unfolds without an audience. Nevertheless, let it be. Regardless of whether you are a deity or a specter, tonight I shall confront all adversities. With that thought, Zhao Kongcheng steeled himself and prepared to pierce the needle imbued with the essence of spirits into his own hand. Zhao Kongcheng, I know you are inside. Let me in. At that moment, a voice calling from afar made Zhao Kongcheng pause momentarily. It was Lin Chiye's voice. Wasn't this the audience he had been eagerly anticipating? Lin Chiye was attempting to breach the barrier of the boundless void, striving to enter. Unfortunately, access is currently denied. What are you doing out here in such torrential rain, instead of staying comfortably at home? Zhao Kongcheng turned back with a wry smile, his tone tinged with exasperation. However, as he turned, he was struck dumb. What the hell? A ghost. Chapter 7. The one who tightens the screws you are the specter, not me. Yu retorted with a frown, his mood decidedly sour. Indeed, this evening had been devoid of any good fortune. Do you truly wish for me to be struck down in a single blow? I don't know. That was not my intention. Zhao Kongcheng finally realized that this was the individual who had been flung away by the ghost-faced king moments ago. But how could this be possible? Could an ordinary person withstand such an assault and remain unscathed? I care not for your intentions. Step aside, Yu replied impatiently. I am determined to settle the score with that ghostly fiend. Zhao Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback. What? Donotiest? That is a legendary mythical creature, one beyond our capacity to confront. At that moment, Yu appeared quite disheveled, his clothing soiled and tattered, his face smeared with a murky red liquid mixed with rainwater. Although it was merely chili oil from a spilled takeout, Zhao Kongcheng was unaware of this. He could only surmise that Yu was gravely injured. In Zhao Kongcheng's eyes, Yu had been effortlessly tossed aside by the ghost-faced king. Even if he had survived, he could not possibly stand as a rival to such a being. The mere fact that he could still speak after sustaining such injuries was nothing short of miraculous. The utterance of such words suggested a mind perhaps clouded by trauma. Urgently, Zhao Kongcheng urged, we must flee. If possible, take that fellow outside with you. I will handle things here. However, before he could finish, he realized that the issue at hand was not simply one of choice regarding who could leave. The ghost-faced king would not patiently await their deliberation on who would depart and who would remain. A gust, the storm, laden with rain, surged forward, battering the two men. This was the tempest conjured by the swift movements of the ghost-faced king. In an instant, the creature was upon Yu, raising its razor-sharp claws. A sinister grin twisting its lips, eyes gleaming with crimson malice. As for why it chose to circumvent Yu and not directly attack Zhao Kongcheng, who stood with his back turned, the answer was simple. Would one concern themselves with an ant that could be crushed with ease? Zhao Kongcheng's survival, thus far, was largely due to the ghost-faced king toying with him. This being was akin to a mythological entity of unparalleled power. Even when wounded, how could it deign to regard an ordinary person devoid of any supernatural abilities? From the very beginning, the ghost-faced king had never viewed Zhao Kongcheng as a worthy adversary. Yu, however, was different. The sight of Yu, who had withstood its strike and now stood before it once more intact, incited the ire of the ghost-faced king. How could it be that this insignificant creature, which should have been easily crushed, remained standing after such a forceful blow? A strike that was supposed to be fatal had failed to eliminate this human, igniting the king's fury. Furthermore, this human, akin to the plaything before it, had the audacity to utter foolish words just moments prior, seeking to settle accounts with it? Preposterous! Enraged and humiliated, the ghost-faced king, employing the same method as before. Struck down with even greater ferocity, he seeks to demonstrate that even such feeble beings as humans, if he so wishes, require only a mere wave of his hand. A wave. Zhao Kongcheng barely managed to utter a single word before his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Equally astonished was the specter of the ghost-faced king behind Yu Ji, whose expression mirrored the incredulity of Zhao. Yu Ji, while rubbing his temples, turned his head away, his countenance darkening. The influence of the forbidden ruins left him in a dizzy stupor. What? Do you still wish to send me flying like before? He cast an irritable glance at the towering figure behind him, dismissing the enormous claws that loomed over him. Were it not for his first-hand experience of their formidable strength, even Zhao Kongcheng might have believed that the ghost-faced king had merely patted Yu Ji lightly. A hoarse growl emanated from the ghost-faced king, as if it were attempting to articulate human speech. Should anyone have been able to decipher its expression, they would likely have been astonished. For this being, who had never shown a hint of weakness even when pursued by the formidable night watchers led by the might of the Chuan realm, now exhibited a visage of sheer terror. Indeed, it was fear that gripped him, and the reason was simple. A series of sharp cracks echoed from the robust arm of the ghost-faced king. Yu Ji had, after enduring the assault, seized its arm with a vice-like grip. There was no escape. He had never envisioned that one day he would appear so powerless before a mere human. The ghost-faced king could distinctly feel the bones of its arm gradually, slowly, being crushed within the grasp of this seemingly ordinary man. It was akin to the delicate act of crushing an egg, where one must first hold the egg firmly before applying pressure, contrasting sharply with the abrupt force of a sudden squeeze. Self-proclaimed as a noble mythological entity, the ghost-faced king, despite likely having never crushed an egg, comprehended the horror of the man's actions. He was most certainly no ordinary individual. Yet why could he not discern the man's true realm? Was it possible that he was far more formidable than he had imagined? A realm that even he of the Chuan realm could not perceive. That was, you monstrous creature can indeed speak? Before the ghost-faced king could conclude his thoughts, Yu Ji interrupted with a grin. Although the ghost-faced king's words were somewhat indistinct, he could sense that the creature was filled with uncertainty. How intriguing. However, I did not appreciate being questioned from a position of superiority. In the bewildered gaze of Zhao Kongcheng, Yu Ji calmly turned, maintaining his grip on the ghost-faced king's arm. As he did so, the joint of the captured arm was inevitably forced into a painful twist. With a howl, the ghost-faced king, desperate to prevent his entire arm from being wrenched off, collapsed to the ground in a contorted posture, his anguished cries reverberating through the rain. This lad, who on earth is he? Zhao Kongcheng swallowed hard, his mind echoing the same bewilderment as the ghost-faced king. The once seemingly invincible ghost-faced king now found himself utterly defenseless before this man. Then why were you sent flying earlier? Were you merely playing a part for us? Although the Phantom King was gravely injured, could even the captain achieve such a feat? Very well, you may pose your questions now. Gazing down at the kneeling and howling Phantom King, Yu Ji spoke. Roar! The Phantom King cried out in rage. Who is the ultimate being? This time, his words were somewhat clearer than before. Me? Just a handyman. Yu Ji comprehended the meaning and smirked. He then raised the spoken word in his hand. I can strike you down as well. Bang! Chapter 8. Honging me? A beauty trap? When the dark night finally descends, I shall stand before countless souls, sword drawn against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Currently, there may not be countless souls behind me, yet I possess the entire world of that child. The dull thuds echoed in Zhao Kongcheng's ears, his mouth agape like an ostrich egg, until he heard someone vividly mimicking his earlier tone. Regaining his composure, Zhao Kongcheng spotted Lin Qiye, who had intruded into the Wujie void, staring at Yu Ji with a bewildered expression as he recounted Zhao's valiant demeanor. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and he yearned for a crevice to hide within. The sharp pain emanating from his wounds made Zhao Kongcheng draw a sharp breath. It dawned on him that this was not the moment for embarrassment. He must find a way to retain this individual, preferably persuading them to join the night watch. Gazing at the scene before him, which filled him with trepidation. Zhao Kongqing became acutely aware that he could not afford to let this person slip away. At that moment, there were no gruesome images before him, yet he felt that perhaps a more bloody scene would have been easier to digest. Not far from him lay no corpse of the ghost-faced king, gruesomely slain. Instead, a smooth surface remained, upon which a grotesque visage was drawn, the flattened head of the ghost-faced king. As for its body, it had likely been driven into the ground. Indeed, the entire massive form of the ghost-faced king had been forcibly embedded into the earth. And what was most terrifying was that the ground bore the brunt of such horrific violence without a trace of cracking. To describe it, Zhao Kongqing could only liken it to a steel nail driven into wood. Yet the issue was, the body of the ghost-faced king was not nearly as sharp as a nail. Generally speaking, to drive a nail perfectly into a plank without causing it to splinter, both the sharpness of the nail and the force behind the strike are essential. The situation before him seemed as if the ground failed to react in time to crack, and the ghost-faced king was simply smashed into it by this individual. What kind of strength would that require? Zhao Kongqing could guarantee that even their captain would find it impossible to achieve such a feat. What left Zhao Kongqing incredulous was that this person seemed to rely solely on sheer brute force. He had not sensed any fluctuation of spiritual energy when this individual unleashed their might. Typically, a powerful being must perfectly combine formidable spiritual energy with physical strength to unleash such terrifying power. Theoretically, even an ordinary person like Zhao Kongqing should have felt the overwhelming spiritual energy fluctuations during such a colossal eruption. Yet, this individual exhibited no such signs. To crush the ghost-faced king, a foe even the captain found formidable, with pure strength alone, such terrifying and unadulterated power was utterly unheard of to Zhao Kongqing. Of course, there was another possibility. This individual may have attained a level of control over their spiritual energy that was beyond his comprehension, allowing them to unleash such an astonishing force without it leaking out to affect their surroundings. The seemingly innocuous individual before him was evidently a far more perilous creature than Lin Xie, who was suspected to be an agent of the divine. How could such a monster be concealed in Sangnan without any prior whispers of its existence? With this thought in mind, Zhao Kongqing cast aside all other considerations. He understood that his most pressing task was to devise a means to retain this person. Unlike Lin Xie, a mere child who had just awakened his abilities, this individual radiated formidable strength while lurking in Sangnan. What could possibly be his intent? A fearsome entity like this, unrecorded in any annals, must be monitored closely, for the danger posed by an uncontrolled being of such immense power was truly alarming. Old Zhao. At that moment, an anxious female voice echoed from afar. Thank goodness you're unharmed. What on earth is happening here? A graceful figure, armed with a long spear, rushed towards him. Upon seeing the unscathed Lin Xie and Yu Ji, she hastened straight to Zhao Kongqing's side. Clad in a dark red cloak, the woman gasped for breath as she regarded Zhao Kongqing, who was slumped on the ground, momentarily bewildered by the situation. Sure, let's not dwell on that. Hong Ying, quickly, don't worry about me. Just stop that young man. Struggling to rise, Zhao Kongqing refrained from providing an explanation, merely gesturing towards Yu Ji, who was conversing with Lin Xie not far away. Stop him? Wasn't it you who dealt with the Ghost-Face King? Hong Ying glanced at the defeated Ghost-Face King on the ground, momentarily stunned, before the realization dawned upon her. Someone capable of such feats could not possibly be old Zhao. How formidable! When did such a master arrive in Sangnan? Who is he? How would I know? All I can say is, thanks to him, I've managed to keep my life, Zhao Kongqing replied, relief washing over him. He was grateful he hadn't resorted to summoning the ghostly deity, for this stranger's appearance had prevented him from doing so. However, even though he had narrowly escaped death, Zhao Kongqing was far from well. The battle with the Ghost-Face King had left him with numerous lacerations and several broken bones. Now, in a state of relaxation, his injuries had flared up, rendering him unable to even stand. Had he been in better condition, he would have intercepted the threat himself. Are you jesting? How could I possibly detain such a master? Hong Ying shook her head vigorously at Zhao Kongqing's suggestion. Since he saved me, he cannot be a villain. You should go thank him and exchange a few pleasantries. If all else fails, resort to charms. Just find a way to buy some time. Zhao Kongqing encouraged her. I've already informed the captain. He's on his way here with reinforcements. Charm? Me? Hong Ying reacted with a look of incredulity. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in her appearance, but with her temperament, the idea of using her allure in front of man was, well, it was a stretch. Fine, I suppose it could be considered. She conceded after appraising Yuji from a distance. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual has indeed rescued Lao Zhao. Sacrificing a semblance of beauty is not out of the question. Certainly not due to the charm of the other party. Hong Ying, Yuji, not interested. Hong Ying, Yui, loved. Hong Ying, Yuji, irrelevant. However, when confronted by Hong Ying, who approached with the intention to speak, Yuji executed a series of moves even more seamless than silk, preventing her from uttering a single coherent word. For Yuji, this had become an instinctual maneuver. Observing Yui, who disregarded her and prepared to bid farewell to Lin Shi, Hong Ying found herself momentarily at a loss. Wait a moment. Just as Hong Ying was left floundering, Lin Shi called out to Yuji. What is it? Yuji turned back, a hint of confusion on his face, and smiled. He was in good spirits. That recent exchange had clarified his thoughts, allowing him the leisure to jest with Lin Shi about Zhao Kongqing. Thank you, Lin Shi said earnestly. Why are you thanking me? Yuji inquired, increasingly perplexed, as he believed he had saved Zhao Kongqing. Thank you for saving Zhao Kongqing, Lin Shi replied. So, you are thanking me on his behalf? Yuji gestured towards Zhao Kongqing, who remained seated, gasping for breath in pain, and nodded slightly in understanding. No, I am merely expressing my gratitude towards you. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi shook his head slightly and explained earnestly, I am not one to leave debts unpaid. As you mentioned earlier, Zhao Kongqing fought valiantly here to protect my family. Therefore, I owe him a favor. By saving him, you have afforded me the opportunity to repay that favor. Hence, I owe you a debt of gratitude as well. Chapter 9. Unable to extract even a single detail, is it truly this meticulous? Yuji, upon hearing this, rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. You don't have many friends, do you? Lin Shi was at a loss for words. Sigh, never mind. I'm not in a position to criticize you. Yuji chuckled lightly, waved his hand dismissively, and turned away without lingering. Lin Shi, was it? You owe me a favor. I shall remember this. Perhaps I shall seek to collect it when the opportunity arises. I am serious. Lin Shi observed Yuji's nonchalant demeanor and immediately discerned that Yuji was merely speaking for effect and did not take it to heart. However, Yuji paid him no mind, his silhouette growing ever more distant. Lin Shi considered pursuing him. Wait, you, little brother, this matter falls under our jurisdiction. You should remain here and cooperate with our work. Oh, and please take care of old Zhao for me. Hong Ying obstructed Lin Shi, issuing her command without room for argument, and then hastened after Yuji. Lin Shi's hand halted midair, caught in indecision. He glanced at the direction in which the two had departed, then at the incapacitated Zhao Kongqing, ultimately exhaling a sigh and refraining from chasing after Yuji. Perhaps Hong Ying's pace was swifter than the others, being closest to the scene, and as of now, no one else had arrived. If Lin Shi were to leave, Zhao Kongqing would be left unattended. Lin Shi cast one last look at Yuji's departing figure, thinking they would have another chance to meet, before moving to Zhao Kongqing's side. Are you all right, General Zhao? He teased, observing Zhao Kongqing, who was trembling in pain. Hey, you little rascal. Do I look fine to you? Zhao Kongqing's mouth twitched in response. However, soon after, a smile crept onto his lips, revealing an unmistakable pride. You should have seen me earlier. I was simply magnificent. You look quite dashing now as well. Lin Shi, instead of making his usual sarcastic remarks, squatted before Zhao Kongqing, gazing earnestly at him with a sincere smile. This caused Zhao Kongqing's face to flush once more. Ahem. Could you at least offer a rebuttal? You're making this rather awkward for me. He cleared his throat, attempting to divert the conversation. Could you help me up? In such a state, are you certain? Lin Xie hesitated slightly. It's merely a few broken bones. The rest are just superficial injuries. Zhao Kongcheng, suppressing his excruciating pain, insisted, help me over there to take a closer look at that ghastly creature's condition. He pointed to a patch of ground a few paces ahead, nearly level. Although he could see clearly that the evenness of the ground was due to the corpse of the ghost-faced king lying there, he still wished to approach and confirm the situation thoroughly, so he could report back accurately once the captain arrived. He feared that without the captain's presence, that fellow might escape. Merely a few broken bones. You certainly make it sound trivial, Lin Xie remarked, his lips twitching. He could clearly see the state of Zhao Kongcheng's body. In addition to suffering multiple fractures throughout his body, his internal organs were also significantly damaged. Fortunately, this individual, being a special forces soldier, possessed an exceptional physical constitution. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. It is precisely for this reason that he felt he owed Zhao Kongcheng a tremendous debt of gratitude. This man, in his endeavor to safeguard his entire world, had truly come perilously close to death. Consequently, he also found himself indebted to Yuji. Allow me to assist you. My vision should be clearer than yours, Lin Xie remarked, refraining from helping Zhao Kongcheng up, his eyes glinting with a golden light. Zhao Kongcheng noticed the glimmer and paused momentarily before nodding. Very well. I shall trouble you then. Use your seraphic eye and relay to me everything you perceive. Understood. Initially, Lin Xie had not paid much attention to the condition of the ground, but upon closer inspection, he could not help but gasp in shock. 10 minutes later, a man cloaked in black was smoking a cigarette, frowning as he surveyed the scene. Moments later, another man approached him, holding a document. Xiangnan, how is Lao Zhao? The first man inquired, noticing the newcomer. Xiao Nan administered some basic first aid, and he has now been taken to the emergency center. Although he is not in life-threatening danger, it seems he will need some time to recuperate, Wu Xiangnan reported. A period of rest is indeed warranted. After all, he was trying to show off. He dares to take on anything, the man retorted. Though halfway through his complaint, he seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, grateful for his fortunate outcome. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. This man was none other than Chun Mai, the captain of the Night Watch Squad 136, whom Zhao Kongcheng frequently mentioned. Indeed, Wu Xiangnan nodded in agreement. Such an outcome was nothing short of miraculous for them. Had it not been for the mysterious expert Lao Zhao mentioned being fortuitously present, they could scarcely fathom how he would have survived the Ghost Face King of the Chuanjing. What were the losses? Chun Mai extinguished his cigarette, and continued his inquiry. It appears there was some commotion earlier that startled the nearby residents, but it remains within manageable limits. We have already dispatched people to erase their memories, Wu Xiangnan replied, reviewing the report in his hands, noting that the damage to the buildings was also within acceptable parameters. In summary, aside from Zhao Kongcheng, no one else was injured. How fortunate! Only Lao Zhao is injured in this world. Perhaps this will satisfy him, Chun Mai expressed, seemingly still harboring some resentment towards Zhao Kongcheng's impulsive actions. Captain, let us first address the immediate matters before discussing Lao Zhao. Wu Xiangnan silently mourned for Zhao Kongcheng for a brief moment, suspecting that once he recovered, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. Ah yes, that is indeed the crux of the matter. Chun Mai's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the ground. What level of mastery do you think could achieve this? At the very least, it must be above the sea realm, Wu Xiangnan calmly assessed. A powerful individual of such caliber could likely dominate this small locale of Tsangnan. Indeed, while I could, with all my might, drive the severely wounded Ghost-Face King into the ground, it would be utterly impossible to achieve such an outrageous feat. Chun Mai gazed in astonishment at the nearly level terrain, compelled to concede. He stood at the threshold of the river realm, merely a step away from the ocean realm. Yet the disparity between river and sea is not to be underestimated. The Ghost-Face King's entire form lay embedded in the earth like a nail driven into wood. Its head flattened as if capped, and the ghostly visage that adorned its face had crumbled to dust, resembling asphalt spread across the ground. utterly lifeless. According to his assessment, the true essence of this ghost-faced king was encapsulated within that mask. Unless it was thoroughly obliterated, eliminating it would prove exceedingly difficult. It was precisely for this reason that the creature had managed to escape his grasp. However, in the face of the individual who had just been here, it seemed this entity had scarcely been afforded the chance to react before meeting its demise. Furthermore, the subsequent cleanup efforts would likely require considerable exertion from the logistics team. Wu Xiangnan, perusing the report in his hand, added that according to the words of the youth who departed with old Zhao, the corpse of the ghost-faced king beneath the surface would likely be quite troublesome to extract. Indeed, it would undoubtedly be impossible to retrieve. They would have to devise a solution. Wu Xiangnan nodded in deep agreement. Chapter 10. Love at First Sight? It seems foreseeable. Chen Mai nodded with a hint of a headache. Given his current condition, one could easily surmise that his body beneath was not in a much better state, likely reduced to a mere pulp of shattered bones. Extracting it piece by piece would indeed be quite a hassle. Dealing with such a mysterious situation necessitated thoroughness, which was no trivial matter. Perhaps they ought to receive extra overtime compensation, deduct it from my salary. At this thought, a pang of pain shot through Chen Mai's heart. Well, it seems I've nearly wrapped things up here. Where is Hong Ying's current location? The positioning has ceased, it appears. Within a residential area, not more than 200 meters away, Wu Xiangnan replied. It should be the residence of that individual. Since he was willing to come to old Zhao's aid, he likely isn't a villain. Hong Ying should be safe. This is the expedited information I just requested regarding this person. As he spoke, he handed the documents in his possession directly to Chen Mai. Huh, so close? Chen Mai was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Wait, you managed to gather information on him? That doesn't make sense. How could no one have noticed his strength before? Meanwhile, Yuji had returned to the door of his rented apartment. The outer security door was ajar, likely because the other tenants had been frightened off by the earlier commotion. Yuji paid this little mind, casting a curious glance at Hong Ying behind him. I'm home. Are you still following me? Do you intend to come inside? He was puzzled by her intentions. She had maintained a distance of several meters throughout their journey, remaining silent. No. Who wants to enter your house? I'm simply on a mission, patrolling. Yes, patrolling. Hong Ying responded somewhat awkwardly. It wasn't that she didn't wish to speak. She was genuinely flustered by Yuji's earlier rejections, leaving her unsure of how to initiate conversation. What if she faced another merciless rejection? Where would that leave her dignity as a young woman? Wait, why should I fear rejection? With that thought, she shook her head vigorously. Meanwhile, Yuji merely watched her bobbing head in bewilderment. Cute yet lacking sense, just like that Zhao, Conscience. Are all these officials like this? Oh well, take your time patrolling. Bang! With that, Yuji decisively closed the door. As she stared at the security door mere millimeters from her nose, Hong Ying's face flushed, perhaps from anger. She stamped her foot, hugging her long gun and leaning against the door as she turned away. This person was truly beyond her grasp. He was so handsome, yet alas, he had a mouth. Better to wait here for the captain to arrive. Soon, the sound of a shower echoed from within the apartment. Hong Ying perked up her ears, her mind wandering to unknown thoughts, causing her cheeks to redden. However, she felt a sense of relief. At least the sound of the shower indicated that the person inside had no intention of abandoning her and fleeing. However, soon after the sound of the shower ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the room, prompting Hong Ying to become acutely alert. Could it be that the sound of the shower was merely a ruse to lull her into a false sense of security? She strained to listen, but the silence persisted. Panic surged within her as she retrieved a piece of wire from somewhere and pried the door open, dashing towards the source of the previous sound. With a sharp click, the door swung open, revealing Yuji, clad only in his undergarments, looking utterly bewildered at the unexpected intrusion of Hong Ying. Their eyes locked, both taken aback by the sudden encounter. Hong Ying scrutinized the man before her. His physique was nearly flawless, reminiscent of a divine sculpture, rendering her momentarily speechless as she involuntarily swallowed hard. Yet, his current posture was rather unrefined. Sitting bare on the bed, he held an egg in one hand, adopting a contemplative pose akin to a statue lost in thought. Before him lay a small stool, on which rested a stainless steel basin filled to the brim with instant noodles, encircled by an array of whole sausages. Hong Ying pondered whether he was contemplating how to fit the egg into that overflowing bowl. Was this the reason for the prolonged silence? In stark contrast to Hong Ying's meticulous observation, Yuji's reaction was markedly subdued. He merely blinked in surprise at first, exchanged a glance with Hong Ying, then calmly lowered his gaze back to the bowl, studying the egg in his hand, seemingly intent on fitting it in. With a decisive crack, he meticulously peeled the eggshell and nestled the egg into the softened noodles, placing a lid on the pot with a nod of satisfaction. Only then did he lift his gaze to Hong Ying, remarking, "If you keep staring, I shall have to charge you." "Who's watching you?" "I was merely—" Hong Ying stammered, her cheeks flushed as she diverted her gaze, cursing inwardly at the man's impressive physique. Yet, the multitude of scars etched upon his body told a different story. Without those scars, she might have mistaken him for a deity. The term flawless is not one often associated with mortals. Such perfection is typically reserved for the gods of myth, while in reality, it is sculptors' chisels that create such idealized forms. Yet, even the most exquisite sculpture remains merely a work of art. It is the scars that carve out a living, breathing person. "Patrolling?" Yuji interjected, not waiting for Hong Ying to finish her defense. "You're patrolling right into someone's home. You saviors are quite dedicated. I can understand that you must have a task at hand, requiring you to keep an eye on me, correct?" "Indeed." Hong Ying, noting his straightforwardness, nodded. "We need your cooperation for the investigation regarding the earlier incident. Also, we are not saviors. We are night watchmen." "You don't know?" "Must I know?" "Well, if you don't, then so be it. Regardless, I must observe you and comprehend the situation." With these words, Hong Ying turned her head to gaze at Yuji with unabashed candor. "You should wait until I am properly dressed." Yuji retorted with irritation, waving his hand emphatically. "Oh dear." Hong Ying felt as if an eighth-degree gale had swept across her face, compelling her to turn her head away once more. How frustrating. Is this how you all conduct yourselves, so recklessly? Before long, Yuji had finished dressing and adjusted his collar, casting a displeased glance at Hong Ying as he inquired. One who knows they cannot win, yet shouts juvenile lines while confronting monsters, and another who brazenly stares at someone changing clothes? At this moment, Yuji finally took a moment to carefully scrutinize the girl before him. Beneath her raincoat lay a delicate visage. The rain had dampened her long hair and cheeks, revealing that she wore no makeup. Yet, even in such simplicity, her beauty was undeniably striking. Her silence evoked the impression of a lotus emerging from the water, and the pallor of her lips inspired a sense of tenderness. Further down, she wore athletic attire, denim shorts and long white socks. The socks, dampened by the earlier sprint, appeared somewhat translucent, subtly revealing the well-defined muscles of her calves. Truly a work of art, embodying both aesthetic allure and perhaps concealed formidable strength. In summary, this girl was not only beautiful but remarkably strong, the most captivating and powerful individual Yuji had encountered thus far. I apologize. I did not mean to intrude," Hong Ying murmured, her head bowed in a display of unexpected sincerity, if not for her earlier act of forceful entry. Chapter 11. You continue. I am listening. Sigh. Never mind. Seeing that Hong Ying's apology was sincere, Yuji could only helplessly forgive her. Of course, this was primarily because he held a certain admiration for these individuals, understanding that they bore their own responsibilities. "Please take a seat." "What should I do?" "What? What do you mean?" Hong Ying suddenly panicked. "I meant for you to sit down and talk. You look pale. You must have some injuries, right? Standing must be tiring." Yuji covered his face, inwardly lamenting his damned, displaceable charm. He patted the bed beside him, indicating for Hong Ying to sit down. As he picked up the noodles from the small stool and settled onto it, feeling the warmth. "Oh!" Realizing she had misunderstood, Hong Ying obediently sat down. However, it was her first time sitting on a man's bed, and she couldn't help but feel a tad awkward, her face flushing slightly. "Before your colleagues arrive, tell me about the night watchman." Yuji spoke while holding a stainless steel basin in one hand and grabbing the kettle from the table with the other, pouring the remaining water from the noodles into a cup and handing it to Hong Ying. Although his conditions were rather modest, he could not possibly deny a guest even a cup of water. Could he? Thank you. Hong Ying momentarily froze as she looked at the enamel cup presented before her, quickly regaining her composure to accept it. She thought to herself that this person was rather kind, noticing her injuries and offering her a seat, even pouring water for her. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, her face burned with embarrassment, wishing to slap herself. What was wrong with her today? How could a mere cup of water have swayed her so? She vowed that she was not usually like this. For reasons unbeknownst to her, ever since she laid eyes on this man, her heart had been racing as if it were about to burst. Could this be what they call love at first sight? If Yu were to discover her current thoughts, he would undoubtedly mercilessly retort that this was not love at first sight, but rather mere attraction. However, one could not entirely blame Hong Ying. After all, ever since Yu arrived in this realm, nearly every woman who had beheld his visage reacted similarly. At times, he even wondered if his flawed system had secretly endowed him with some strange charm to attract women. The night watchmen are. Once Hong Ying regained her composure, she earnestly began to explain the general information regarding the night watchmen to Yu. After all, to ensure the cooperation of the other party in their investigation, they must first make their identity known. However, Hong Ying found it somewhat perplexing that such a formidable individual was unaware of their existence. While listening to Hong Ying's discourse, Yu savored his noodles and pulled out the peculiar book he had in hand, flipping it open. Observing the strange book in Yu's possession and his inattentive demeanor, Hong Ying's lips twitched and her speech momentarily faltered. What's the matter? Yu glanced up at her. Nothing. Hong Ying waved her hands awkwardly and forced a smile. She refrained from inquiring whether Yu was aware that the book in his hand was a pirated copy. But she couldn't help but sigh internally. With such striking good looks, it is a pity that he seems to be somewhat illiterate. Nonetheless, please continue. I'm all ears. Slurping, Yu took a mouthful of noodles, lowering his head to resume reading. Hong Ying continued her explanation. However, it wasn't long before the ham sausage that Yu had in his mouth was propelled out, nearly splattering Hong Ying's face. A frown appeared on Hong Ying's face. Had it not been for this fellow rescuing old Zhao and his handsome visage, she might have retaliated. What happened? Ahem. My apologies. I ate too quickly. Yu coughed a couple of times, wiped his mouth, and casually handed a few tissues to Hong Ying in front of him. Would you like to clean up as well? Now let us proceed. After wiping her face clean, Hong Ying patiently continued. Meanwhile, Yu's thoughts had long since drifted away from the contents of Hong Ying's words. The reason for his earlier outburst was due to the astonishing information he had encountered on the system. Saint, unreservedly accepted. The book ominously stated that he had completed this task. A saint? One moment he is a gentleman, the next a saint. Please do not label me indiscriminately, Yu thought, feeling utterly perplexed. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What was crucial was that not only had the task changed, but the reward for the task had also been altered. Reward: Causality X1, Virtue X1, 1 Virtue 10, 000 cultivation points. Upon seeing such rewards, Yu felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Is this a joke, you accursed system? He suddenly realized that all his previous efforts in accumulating cultivation points seemed like a farce. Had he merely been living off a form of welfare? If slaying monsters could yield such rewards, why had he endured so much hardship? Yet, upon deeper reflection, something felt amiss. He had previously dealt with numerous similar creatures, albeit weaker than the one today, but had never received such rewards. Were there perhaps special conditions? Furthermore, he could comprehend the purpose of the virtue point system. But what was the function of the causality points, and what were the conditions for acquiring them? Hey, are you even listening to me? While Yu was lost in thought, Hong Ying seemed to notice his daze. I am listening. Indeed, he replied perfunctorily. In any case, the type of monsters I just eliminated is collectively referred to as mysterious, and Unite Watchers are presumably an officially established force tasked with confronting the mysterious, correct? Since you're officials. Even if I were to report you for trespassing, it would likely be of little consequence. Ahem, one cannot put it that way. We are not robbers. Although, it is true that it would ultimately be of little use. Hong Ying sheepishly stuck out her tongue. If Yu were to truly report them, They would merely cooperate with the police to follow the necessary procedures. Well, having eaten and drunk my fill now, Yuji gently nodded, stifling a yawn. He closed the book, rose, and placed the stainless steel basin on a nearby table, lazily glancing towards the door. The door had remained ajar since Hong Ying entered the room. I have more or less gathered the situation from Miss Hong Ying. In summary, there have been some oversights in your work which inadvertently allowed me to intervene in your operations. While the current issue has been resolved, new complications have arisen that necessitate collaboration with you. Ideally, I should directly join your ranks, considering the extent of my involvement. According to the typical narrative logic found in novels or films, failing to integrate with you might lead to. With that, Yuji made a gesture across his throat towards the door. Ahem. As Hong Ying aptly stated, we're not brigands and would not resort to such measures. Rest assured, Chun Mai awkwardly led the group into the room, aware that the man had already sensed their arrival. With so many of you surrounding me, how can I possibly feel at ease? Yuji stared incredulously at the team, following Chun Mai into the room. At this moment, aside from the injured Zhao Kongsheng and the long-range sniper Lung Xian, the remaining members of Team 136 were present. Wu Xiangnan's clothing appeared bulging compared to before, concealing who knows what perilous items beneath. Chapter 12. Sister Hong Ying, what has happened to you? It is no wonder that Chun Mai and the others were so vigilant. After all, the traces at the scene suggested that Yuji's power was unfathomable. More importantly, even at such a close distance, Chun Mai could not decipher Yuji's true capabilities. In fact, to him, the spiritual energy emanating from Yuji seemed to not even reach the level of a lamp's realm. It was precisely for this reason that he had come here, but refrained from entering immediately, opting instead to observe for a moment. Everyone unanimously believed that the man before them, who faced them with such composure, could not possibly be weaker than a lamp's realm. He must have been concealing his strength. I apologize. Please believe that we mean no harm. Chun Mai glanced at Yuji, and after confirming that there was no hostility emanating from him, he gestured to Wu Xiangnan and the others behind him. You all go outside and wait for me. But, Captain, Wu Xiangnan hesitated, conveying with his eyes that it was too dangerous. Only their team of 136 stood a chance against someone of such formidable strength, and if Chun Mai faced him alone. Unless, be at ease. However, Chun Mai's demeanor was resolute. He cast a glance in Hong Ying's direction, and Wu Xiangnan immediately understood the implication. If this person intended to harm them, Hong Ying would have already encountered trouble. Yet, who could explain what the sticky substance on Hong Ying's neck was? We will go out first. Wu Xiangnan signaled to a few others behind him and led the way out of the room. Upon seeing them leave, Hong Ying, who was sitting on the bed, remained frozen in place. Ahem. Hong Ying, you too. Chun Mai coughed lightly into his hand, gesturing towards Hong Ying, his mind echoing Wu Xiangnan's confusion. What kind of spell had this fellow cast? How did Hong Ying end up sitting on the bed? And what about that substance on her neck? Sister Hong Ying, what is that on your neck? The boys were curious but felt too shy to ask, and only after stepping outside did Si Xiaonan quietly inquire. Huh? Hong Ying finally reacted, realizing that she had not cleaned herself properly after wiping earlier. It's nothing. He just got off work without eating, and we were chatting while I had a bite. And you shared your food with him? Yes. Hong Ying nodded instinctively. Then he must be quite nice. Si Xiaonan said innocently. Phew. The boys collectively sighed in relief. It turned out to be merely a late-night snack. Not only was he handsome, but he was also kind. Even I felt my heart racing. Sister Hong Ying, you wouldn't have developed feelings for him, would you? Just then, Si Xiaonan added another comment, sending the boys' hearts racing once more. Inside the room, are you reassured now? After the others had exited, Chun Mai turned to Yuji. Yuji rolled his eyes, candidly stating, reassured? The strongest one is still in my room. How can I be at ease? Do you think those few can match you? Although he was uncertain of the man's precise strength, he was acutely aware of the situation. However, as the leader of this group, he must undoubtedly be the strongest. Why not step outside? If I go out, how shall we converse? Chun Mai felt somewhat awkward. When did I ever agree to talk with you? Yuji tossed this remark aside and turned away in exasperation. Then, astonishingly, he tumbled in a bed right in front of Chun Mai. This, Chun Mai's lips twitched at the sight, suppressing the anger brewing within him. It was the first time he had encountered someone so dismissive of him in all these years. Hong Ying must have informed you earlier, right? We are officials. Chimai attempted to negotiate. Understood. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Yu turned over on the bed, adopting a more comfortable position. If these individuals were not officials, perhaps he would not dare to be so brazen. Given their official status, it was somewhat reassuring. After all, they wouldn't randomly target a law-abiding citizen like him, would they? Chunmai's mind raced with a torrent of thoughts. Comrade, I currently lack the time for jest. Sigh. Seeing Chunmai's relentless demeanor, Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, held his head in his hands as he sat up. Beneath his tousled hair, his face appeared exceptionally fatigued. He reached for his phone on the bedside table, illuminating the screen to check the time, then looked at Chunmai with a rather somber tone. Comrade Captain, I too do not have time for jokes at the moment. I have been working all day, tightening screws. I am quite exhausted. I should have rested long ago, but due to your team's oversight, I was compelled to resolve a significant issue for you. Not only that, I even saved the life of one of your subordinates. I am now even more fatigued. Tomorrow, I must rise early to continue tightening screws. Although assisting you seems to be my obligation, could you perhaps show a modicum of understanding, considering the considerable assistance I have provided? Upon reaching this point, Yu raised his fingers in an innocent gesture, his tone tinged with melancholy. You forced your way in, trespassed on private property, invaded my privacy. I have chosen not to pursue these matters. I respect you, which is why I have refrained from taking action until now. Therefore, may we address this tomorrow? As Yu concluded, a brief silence enveloped the air. Chunmai found himself at a loss for words. He felt that Yu made a compelling argument. Observing Yu's victim-like demeanor, he even felt as though they were the villains in this scenario. Yet, trespassing? Well, that certainly seemed like something Hong Ying would do. Breaking and entering? Without a search warrant, it indeed qualifies as such. But what on earth does invading my privacy entail? What exactly has Hong Ying done? In a fog of confusion, Chunmai sighed. Very well, you are right. We shall return tomorrow. I apologize for the disturbance. Please rest well. Now, that is more like it. Yu sighed in relief upon hearing this and lay back down in bed once more. One ought to respect one another. Wouldn't you agree, Comrade Captain? When you respect me, and I respect you, the issues will be resolved, and the world shall become a more splendid place. We shall meet again tomorrow. Indeed, until tomorrow. Chunmai nodded slightly and exited the room, closing the door behind him. A resounding thud echoed as the security door was shut. Yu closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber. Outside, the others inquired, Captain, have you finished your discussion so soon? Wu Xiangnan and the others, upon seeing Chunmai emerge so quickly, approached with a hint of confusion. There was no discussion. I was ushered out. Chunmai replied with a slight shake of his head. What? The group thought they must have misheard. They could hardly fathom that Chunmai had been so unceremoniously dismissed, yet the reality appeared to affirm this. What transpired? They pressed. He mentioned that matters would be addressed tomorrow. Did you truly acquiesce to that? The group found it hard to believe. When had their captain become so amenable? Chapter 13. Mutual respect and trust among individuals. Sighing in resignation, Chunmai lamented the unfortunate truth of their predicament. They were indeed at fault this time, especially given that he had saved old Zhao's life. What would he possibly do? Turning to Hong Ying, he inquired, by the way, Hong Ying, what exactly transpired between you two in the room? He claims we invaded his privacy. Blushing slightly, Hong Ying scratched her cheek and awkwardly chuckled. No, I didn't do anything. She thought to herself, surprised that this man was so sensitive. After all, it was merely a close encounter. What was there to be embarrassed about for a grown man? The others regarded Hong Ying with skepticism. Her reaction seemed far from innocent. All right, Captain. Should we not assign someone to keep watch? Hong Ying deftly diverted the topic, raising a finger and exclaiming, I saw him devour an entire package of instant noodles and finish off all the hot dogs. Is it possible he intends to make a hasty retreat tonight? Could it merely be a reflection of his normal appetite? Chunmai tapped Hong Ying gently on the head. With such formidable strength, it is hardly surprising to have an extraordinary appetite. Moreover, mutual respect among individuals is paramount. He said he would meet tomorrow, so how could we doubt him? Oh dear, Fine, Hong Ying conceded, covering her head. It seemed that Chunmai had truly absorbed UG's words. In the early hours at the Sangnan City train station, amidst the bustling crowd on the platform, a hooded figure stealthily blended into the throng, making his way toward the slowly arriving train. This individual was none other than UG, intent on making a swift exit, even planning to abscond with the train itself. After all, his survival philosophy had always been to avoid meddling and prioritize his own interests. Everything appeared to be going smoothly as UG followed the flow of passengers to the train. However, just as he was about to step onto the carriage, a hand abruptly blocked his path. Turning to see who it was, he found a middle-aged man dressed in a conductor's uniform, his head bowed. Addressing him with a mournful tone, "Comrade, where's the respect and trust between individuals?" Hearing that familiar voice and watching the man slowly lift his head, UG couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had seen this man just hours earlier, having confidently arranged to meet him the following day. Indeed, it was Chunmai. "Ah, a man," came a teasing voice from the window nearest the door of the carriage. UG looked up to see Hong Ying leaning over the open window, smiling at him, with all the members of Team 136 standing behind her. "Wait, aren't you all supposed to be asleep?" "Thanks to someone. We had to stay up all night." Chunmai gestured for UG not to waste the time of other passengers and to hurry along. UG obediently followed Chunmai to the side of the crowd. Even if he were to board the vehicle now, it would be of no consequence. A group awaited him inside, clearly indicating their intent to follow him wherever he might go. Attempting to jump off midway would prove futile. Observing Iu's compliance, the others gradually disembarked, encircling him. Soon, with the rumbling sound of track friction echoing, the train began to depart, leaving UG to watch helplessly. Now, only they remained on the platform. "Good morning. Now, we can have a proper conversation, can't we?" Chunmai's tone was markedly firmer than before, for the balance of power had shifted. Moreover, it was now effectively the next day. "Good morning," UG responded awkwardly. "Is it absolutely necessary to discuss our differences? Mutual respect and trust among individuals are paramount." Chunmai refrained from elaborating further. "All right, you win." UG raised his hands in surrender. "But how did you know I was planning to slip away? I waited for several hours to ensure none of you were lying in wait before I left." Chunmai replied matter-of-factly. "Hong Ying informed us that you had consumed all the instant noodles and ham at home. We conducted a thorough review of your background. You work at a factory near the old city, typically dining in the cafeteria during lunch. Although your appetite is greater than average, it is not excessive. Furthermore, you are generally frugal, and your room holds little of value to take with you. We speculated that perhaps you truly intended to leave to avoid wasting food." As he spoke, he patted UG's shoulder, offering praise. "Well done, young man. Conserving food is a commendable virtue in Daxia. Are you acting me?" UG recalled overhearing their conversation outside and felt a wave of youthful naivety wash over him. "Cough, cough. We are not acting you." Chunmai cleared his throat and explained with earnestness, "Believe it or not, prior to your appearance before me, I genuinely had faith in you. After all, mutual respect and trust are essential among individuals." UG's lips twitched, leaving him speechless. Such sentiments would not be uttered again. "Wait, why would I trust you if you're blocking me? It is evident that there is no trust. One thing at a time. Our belief in you is one matter, but the standard procedures must still be followed in your case. After all, you have triumphed over the mysterious, unknown expert of Chuanjing." Chunmai clarified that this was merely protocol. Regardless of whether you appear or not, the higher-ups had already set their nets in place. The highways out of the city, old routes, airports, and train stations were all under surveillance before we even visited your home. "So you received intelligence from your informants here and rushed over immediately?" UG regarded him with disdain. "No way. So quickly, and you all arrived." "No, I swear, we merely chose a location to take a chance." Chunmai feigned a look of deep concern. "Do you know how much I wish you wouldn't appear here? After all, I have placed such trust in you." As he uttered these words, Hong Ying and the others could no longer suppress their laughter, covering their mouths in amusement. "You certainly have a way with words." UG realized he had underestimated this seemingly honest and straightforward captain of the night watch, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes. After a deep sigh, he continued to inquire one final question. Why choose the train station to take a chance? Chunmai had previously mentioned that all transportation hubs were under official surveillance. If these individuals had not received prior notice, how could they possibly have guessed that he would inevitably be taking the train? I must commend you further on this, Chunmai remarked as he patted Yuji's shoulder. As I mentioned earlier, we conducted an investigation into your background. You lead a rather frugal lifestyle, seldom indulging in expenses beyond sustenance. Moreover, your earnings from the factory are modest. Adding to this, if you truly are as Hong Ing described, reluctant to waste food, finishing all your provisions before making your escape, I deduce that you would likely be unwilling to spend money on a plane ticket or hiring a vehicle. Chapter 14. 7 nights if you're threatened, just blink. Is it possible that I am merely hungry? Well, I confess that not wanting to waste food is one of the reasons as well. Yuji sighed helplessly. Is it a crime to not wish to squander resources? Observing his demeanor, Chunmai raised an eyebrow slightly. He had merely intended a jest, yet it seemed he had struck a chord. In truth, the choice of the train station was entirely strategic. It was the location where Yuji would be most difficult to track if he departed Kanglan from there. Primarily, Yuji did not own a vehicle, and time constraints rendered car rentals unfeasible. If he were to hire a car to leave Kanglan, locating the driver would reveal Yuji's whereabouts. Taking a flight would be even simpler, unless Yuji were to jump from the plane mid-flight. They would merely need to stake out the destination city. Compared to leaping from an aircraft, the likelihood of Yuji jumping from train was far greater. The nature of train travel allowed him to evade notice with relative ease, should he indeed choose to disembark amid the remote mountains. Finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As this thought crossed his mind, Chunmai couldn't help but chuckle, feeling considerably more at ease. He gestured to those behind him, signaling them to relax their vigilance. If all of this were not merely a facade, then Yuji, despite his cunning, was likely a decent individual. All right, let us return to our office for a discussion. The office? Is that your base? Yuji inquired. Indeed. Chunmai replied with a slight nod, leading the way. Yuji, casting aside any ulterior motives, followed suit promptly. It seemed the prophecies from the tasks in the book had indeed come to fruition. Having saved Zhao Kongsheng, he was now embroiled in this murky affair. Reflecting on the situation, it was evident. With the world reduced to just the Great Xia, and these individuals being representatives of the state, their reach was likely extensive, rendering escape a formidable challenge. He anticipated that even a mere captain of a small watchman squad in Sangnan City would be so difficult to deceive. Clearly, he had underestimated the complexity of the circumstances. Nevertheless, such is life. If resistance is futile, one might as well embrace the experience. By mingling with this group, he might uncover the secrets behind his own unique abilities and the deeper mysteries of this narrative. Sangnan City, Peace Bridge, Peace Office. This unassuming establishment was, in fact, the stronghold of the Watchman Team 136 in Sangnan City. At this moment, within the spacious and well-lit lobby of the office, a youth with black hair, appearing to be around 17 or 18, sat upon a sofa. Had Yuji been present, he would have been quite astonished. For this youth was none other than Lin Chiye, whom he had encountered the previous night, believing he would never see him again. Opposite Lin Chiye sat another individual, the sole ranged asset of Team 136, the sniper, Long Xian. Due to the gathering of the crowd surrounding Yuji taking place in the bustling train station, the sniper deemed it of little significance to follow, reasoning that a confrontation was unlikely to ensue. Instead, he remained behind to attend to Lin Chiye. Just as Long Xian was engaged in conversation with Lin Chiye, the hall doors were abruptly flung open. Yuji entered, flanked by Chunmai and others, his expression one of exasperation. Ah, Lin Chiye? What brings you here? Were you also captured by them? Yuji expressed surprise upon seeing Lin Chiye seated there. However, Lin Chiye displayed no signs of astonishment, having already spotted Yuji before the door was opened. No, I voluntarily joined the Night Watchers, Lin Chiye replied. Yuji looked at him with skepticism. Voluntary? Are you certain? Blink if you're being threatened. It truly is voluntary, Lin Chiye said, a hint of embarrassment evident. He understood Yuji's feelings, as their situations were starkly different. Yuji appeared to have been forcibly brought back by the entire strength of the Night Watchers. It was no wonder that Lao Zhao had no intention of reporting his intelligence previously. Aside from Lao Zhao, it seemed the others employed rather forceful methods. However, I do have conditions for joining them, Lin Xie added. My stipulation is that Zhao Kongsheng must refrain from participating in frontline missions once he recovers, and should only engage in logistical work. That's reasonable, my young brother. Yuji nodded in agreement, taking a seat on the couch where Lin Xie was situated, letting out a sigh. With that brother's personality, if he remains on the front lines, even 10 lives wouldn't suffice for him to squander. Listening to Lin Xie, Yuji understood that Lin Xie's choice to join the Night Watchers was likely for the sake of Zhao Kongsheng. You're quite loyal. I like that. Since we'll be colleagues from now on, just call me Brother G, as I am a few years your senior, he said, patting Lin Xie on the shoulder. All right, Brother G, Lin Xie responded, feeling the weight on his shoulder and gasping slightly, pondering the immense strength of this individual. Not only strength. When Yuji casually sat down, the entire couch seemed to sink, as if on the verge of collapse. Recalling the gruesome demise of the ghost-faced king he had witnessed earlier, he couldn't help but concede that this person was indeed quite the anomaly. Previously, Zhao Kongsheng often boasted about how rare and powerful the divine agents were. Yet in comparison to this individual, he felt akin to a mere amateur. Ah yes, you've reminded me. It seems conditions can be negotiated? Yuji suddenly exclaimed, sitting up straight as if struck by inspiration. If my young brother can make demands, then surely I, being so formidable, cannot join you without conditions, Yuji stated with a mischievous glance at Chunmai, who was seated not far from him. Chunmai cast a resentful glance at Lin Xie. Lin Xie, appearing innocent, maintained that it was not his concern. Chunmai sighed and remarked, "You may express your demands, but I cannot guarantee their fulfillment. After all, I am merely the captain of a small night watch team in Sangnan City, with limited authority. Rest assured, my requirements are quite modest. I simply ask for a 9-to-5 schedule with meals and accommodation provided." Yuji cast Chunmai a knowing glance, as if to say, "Am I not generous?" However, this seemingly simple request appeared to perplex Chunmai. Before he could voice a response, Lin Xie interjected, innocently stating, "Captain Chun, you just told me that temporary team members do not receive meals or housing. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case, but wasn't that his request?" Chunmai observed the two young men before him, his lips twitching in disbelief. Had he not conducted a background check on them and confirmed that they could not have conspired beforehand, he would have found it hard to believe that these two had only met the previous night. Their harmonious interplay seemed far too familiar for mere acquaintances. Chapter 15. Hongying, who is responsible for you? Stop. You can stay. My home is quite spacious. You can reside with me, along with your brother Chie. Fortunately, Hongying stepped in to defuse the situation. Chunmai cast a grateful glance at Hongying, reflecting on how his care for her had not been in vain. Who would have thought you were such a noble lady? Yuji felt that this remark sounded somewhat ostentatious, teasingly glancing at Hongying. However, I can't help but wonder if staying at your place might be a bit perilous. You must assure me that you won't harm me. Who? Who would wish to harm you? Hongying suddenly recalled the moment she barged into Yuji's room. Instantly understanding the implication behind his words, her cheeks flushed crimson. Well, if you are willing to take responsibility for me, then I shall certainly be pleased to stay. You chuckled softly. Who would take responsibility for you? You're dreaming. The others exchanged puzzled glances, silently questioning what had transpired between the two. Ahem. Chunmai cleared his throat to break the awkward atmosphere. Since the matter of accommodation is settled, we still need to address food. How about this? If you and Chia have nowhere to dine, you can eat here at the office. I will personally prepare the meals. But let us be clear, this does not count as a night watcher benefit. It will come from my own pocket. All right, it's settled. Wait, don't try to pull a fast one on me. What about my 9-to-5 job? Yuji quickly reminded Chunmai, who seemed intent on glossing over this issue. Chunmai's mind raced. Little brother, do you even know why you are here? We are night watchers. 9 to 5? Oh, I almost forgot about that detail. Yuji awkwardly chuckled, realizing he had indeed been putting Chunmai in a difficult position. So, shall we work for 8 hours a day? No, Chimai replied seriously, it's not that I refuse. Night watchers are also soldiers. Our working hours are dictated by when the public requires us, not by my whims. Such reasoning. If I were to continue arguing, it would be my fault. Yuji felt his lips twitch at Chun Mai's lofty justification. Fine, I will reserve one condition for now and bring it up later. All right, Chun Mai nodded in agreement, secretly contemplating how to keep Yuji at ease until they were on board. After that, the terms would be dictated by them. These two young men, one confidently claiming he would only stay as a night watcher for 10 years, and the other acting as if joining the night watchers was a favor to them. Do they think they can come and go as they please? You little rascals, just wait and see. If your eagerness to agree makes me uneasy. Yuji regarded Chun Mai with suspicion. Although they had only met the previous night, he had quickly discerned that the thick-browed, big-eyed Chun Mai was not as straightforward as he appeared. Surely, your work as night watchers cannot be overwhelmingly demanding? Not at all, during idle times. We encounter very few mysteries throughout the year. Chun Mai earnestly assured. We established the office solely because we were exceedingly idle. Lin Xie remarked. I had thought the upper office was merely for show. Is it truly that leisurely? Yuji remained somewhat skeptical. Indeed, it is. The other members of Team 136 nodded in unison, their expression sincere. Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you, Yuji said, rising to stretch. So, does this mean I am now a night watchman? Only temporarily, Lin Xie replied. Yes, to officially become a night watchman, one must first undergo basic training. Chun Mai's demeanor shifted to seriousness. As I mentioned, night watchmen are soldiers, and military training is essential before enlistment. All right, call me when the training starts. Yuji nodded slightly and then naturally turned to Hong Ying. Where's our home? I haven't slept well all night. Let me return home for some rest. Who considers you part of our home? If you wish to sleep, do so here. We all must be on duty at the office during the day. Hong Ying's face flushed again after recovering her breath. Alas, my fate is truly arduous, Yuji sighed, plopping back onto the sofa like it was a trampoline. Chun Mai observed this scene with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing the sofa would soon need replacing. All right, you all go ahead. I have matters to discuss with the two newcomers. Understood, Wu Xiangnan nodded slightly, leading the others upstairs to the office. Since both Yuji and Lin Xie had already agreed to join them, there was no longer a need to watch them like prisoners. Soon, only Chun Mai, Lin Xie, and Yuji remained in the hall. Chun Mai regarded Lin Xie, who sat upright and appeared obedient, then glanced at Yuji, sprawled on the sofa with closed eyes. Uncertain if he was genuinely asleep or merely pretending, he felt a sense of helplessness, foreseeing that the days to come would be quite taxing. After taking a deep breath, he addressed the two with renewed seriousness. Now, please provide me with some background about yourselves. Lin Xie looked at Yuji, who still had his eyes closed, seemingly reluctant to speak first, and said, I am Lin Xie, not yet 18, a high school student with a history of mental illness. You might consider me a Seraphim agent? Chun Mai nodded slightly at this, then turned his gaze to Yuji. Lin Xie also looked toward Yuji. A moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. However, both seemed certain that Yuji was still awake. Sigh. Reluctantly, Yuji squinted and spoke. I am Yuji, just turned 28 yesterday, a screw technician. I believe I might be unwell as well. At times, I question whether I am truly alive or if I perished a decade ago. I am posing questions to you, yet you both respond with inquiries? Chun Mai displayed a look of exasperation upon hearing their responses. However, within, he fell into contemplation. Lin Xie appeared relatively unfazed. Although the other members of Team 136 remain oblivious, Chun Mai, as a witness to the miracle that transpired a decade ago, is acutely aware of Lin Xie's circumstances. The response from Yuji evokes a sense of sorrow within him. He surmises that Yuji's doubts regarding his own mortality stem from shared experience as a participant in that extraordinary event 10 years prior. After all, a glance at Yuji's history reveals that he has never ventured beyond Sangnan in his 28 years of existence. As for why Yuji merely harbors doubts, rather than the certainty that Chun Mai possesses, it is likely due to his complete lack of understanding of the true nature of the world, leaving him unaware of the events that unfolded at that time. In his ignorance of reality, Yuji, much like the inhabitants of Sangnan City during that period, may only perceive a momentary pause in the world, followed by a sense of normalcy as if nothing had transpired. Perhaps the stronger one's abilities become, the more one questions that fleeting moment. At 28, still in the bloom of youth, and undeniably a figure of remarkable potential, it is indeed lamentable that he exists merely within the confines of a miracle. Echoing Chun Mai's own predicament, Chun Mai understands that miracles inevitably face their limitations, and he fears that this day may not be far off. Chapter 16. Our misfortune. After casting a deep glance at the two, Chun Mai continued to inquire, "How much do you know about the Night Watchers?" Lin Xie was the first to respond. "Zhao Kongsheng has already provided me with a general overview." Yu Jie, however, merely yawned and replied nonchalantly, "I was utterly ignorant until last night." "How is that possible?" Chun Mai frowned, regarding Yu Jie with skepticism. Lin Xie might be excused. His divine ruins have only recently awakened. But with your prowess, how could you be oblivious to matters here? Divine ruins? What is that? Yu Jie questioned, now sitting up and scratching his head. His previous indifference stemmed from a lack of interest in the earlier discussion. Now, however, Chun Mai was finally addressing the crux of the issue. Only the truth of this world piqued Yu Jie's interest, as it pertained to the questions lingering in his mind. His earlier responses were not mere fabrications. At times, he genuinely questioned whether the past decade had been real. Perhaps the so-called transmigration was merely a grand dream before his demise. And if everything was indeed real, did he have any chance of returning? You don't even know about the Forbidden Ruins? Chun Mai was taken aback. Then how did you acquire your strength? Isn't it natural to possess innate divine strength? Yu Jie rolled his eyes dismissively. Impossible. Chun Mai retrieved a document, stating gravely, "This is your file from Sangnan City over the past 28 years. Since your birth, you have never left Sangnan. Yet 10 years ago, we found no signs of anything extraordinary about you. Why start counting from 10 years ago?" Yu Jie furrowed his brow. "To be precise, you should have discovered no anomalies about me until last night, correct? Perhaps I simply concealed them well. Existence leaves traces," Chun Mai countered. He opened the file and brought forth several accounts of mysterious incidents, all dated within the past decade. "While it's true, we only recognized your abnormalities last night. These occurrences are sufficient evidence that your abilities have developed over these 10 years. Do you dare claim that none of these were your doing?" Yu Jie gazed at the photographs within the document, falling into a momentary silence. He found himself unable to refute the evidence. Indeed, as he had suspected, the Night Watchers were an official organization with considerable reach. The images documented various mysterious deaths that had occurred in Sangnan over the past decade. Though the severity varied, the deceased shared a common trait. None had been dealt with by the Night Watchers, and all had perished from blunt force trauma. Chun Mai looked into Yu Jie's eyes, his voice low and serious. Moreover, as time progressed, the attacks became increasingly decisive, initially requiring multiple blows to deliver a fatal strike, culminating in last night's single, lethal blow. Previously, we were unaware of the identity of the individual quietly engaging in similar activities within this city, as well as the nature of their weaponry. However, considering that this person had not committed any acts harmful to society, we did not delve deeper into the matter. Yet last night, the truth emerged. It was you, and you wielded a book, as old Zhao put it. That very tome must still be with you, I presume. Yu Jie did not respond immediately, while Lin Xie, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. He had witnessed the scene from the previous night. He could believe that someone had met their demise under the relentless push of a bulldozer, but to think it was achieved with a mere book? How could that be possible? Then, as Lin Xie grappled with his skepticism, Yu Jie produced a heavy book from the folds of his trench coat and placed it upon the coffee table before them. "Yes, it is indeed me." Yu Jie conceded with a hint of resignation. "I did receive this power a decade ago. After all, the Yu Jie of 10 years past in this world was not the same as I am now. But what of it? Even if I possess extraordinary abilities, does that mean I must remain oblivious? Frankly, prior to last night, I had no desire to engage with these troublesome matters. So, you are aware of your exceptional powers, yet yearn to be an ordinary person? These mysteries were merely circumstances you stumbled upon, compelling you to intervene?" Chun Mai inquired. "Indeed." Yu Jie nodded slightly. If not for necessity, I would prefer to live as an ordinary individual. You may find it hard to believe, but I currently have a home I cannot return to. I miss my home and my parents dearly. The body and soul I inherited from them. Yet I cannot go back. The only means by which I can repay them is to live a simple and good life, even if they remain unaware that I exist in some distant corner of the world. Thus, if possible, I wish to avoid entanglement in any troubles. Upon hearing such a response, Chenmai could not help but regard Yu with newfound respect. Typically, when an ordinary person suddenly acquires superhuman abilities, they either become intoxicated by their power, believing themselves to be exceptional and unparalleled, ultimately straying from the right path, or they obsess over the notion of being a savior destined to rescue the world. 10 years ago, Yu had just turned 18, the prime age for youthful folly. Yet, he chose to continue as an ordinary individual. Why is that? Have you never considered yourself a savior or something of the sort? Chenmai asked curiously. Please, being a savior is perilous, Yu replied matter-of-factly. Initially, I faced considerable hardships. My body bears the scars from encounters with the mysteries shortly after my arrival. I truly hovered on the brink of life and death at that time. I concur, Lin Xia nodded in agreement. Were it not for a debt to old Zhao, I would refuse to engage in this arduous task. You two youngsters. Chenmai observed this seemingly inexplicable camaraderie between them, his lips twitching. These two may be young in his eyes, yet they perceive matters with an alarming clarity that is quite unsettling. Even old Zhao would feel inadequate in their presence. Zhao Kongcheng, please, no more scolding. So what is the situation now? Why have you changed your minds again? Chenmai earnestly regarded the two individuals before him. This was his final inquiry, as he needed to ascertain whether these two were truly fit to become night watchers. Iobazo kungen a favor, Elena Kiarapalia. And I have not altered my stance. I previously stated that I would depart from the night watchers after 10 years. Chenmai's lips twitched, pondering how this young man could utter such audacious words with such seriousness, and not for the first time. And you? Me? Iui Chekeld, patting the heavy tomes on the coffee table. Though my education is limited, I understand the principle that one who gathers wood for the masses should not perish in the tempest. Old Zhao is a good man. Good men should not meet such an end. Well, I must admit, my impulsiveness at the time led me into this predicament. Captain, if you could show some mercy and let me off the hook. Not a chance, Chenmai laughed lightly. These two young men were indeed amusing. Neither genuinely wished to be night watchers. Yet, their reasons for being thrust into this role were surprisingly consistent. One feared that old Zhao would eventually fall in battle, and thus proposed a compromise to join the ranks, while the other was similarly ensnared due to old Zhao. What remarkable influence did this fellow possess? One might assume he had saved the world in a past life. In any case, both of these young men were fundamentally decent. You two are now night watchers. Once a night watcher, always a night watcher. Rest assured, I believe that once you truly delve into the depths of the night watchers, you shall not regret the choice you made today. Upon hearing this, Yu rolled his eyes, thinking that if not for the pervasive fog enveloping all corners of the earth save for the Daxia, they would hardly be pursued by such an official organization. He exchanged a glance with Lin Xia. This time, both slumped despondently on the sofa, uttering in unison, "Alas, our lives are truly burdensome." Chapter 17. Living and Returning. Very well. If there are no objections, you shall commence your training in this basement starting today. Observing that the two on the sofa seemed resigned to their fate, Chenmai chuckled. No, I must wait until my aunt makes the necessary arrangements before I can feel at ease. Lin Xia immediately rejected the notion upon hearing this. I have already instructed Xiangnan to prepare the documents. I shall knock on your door shortly, Chenmai assured him. You can trust us with this. Yet, Lin Xia remained unconvinced, shaking his head slightly. I will accompany you. Fine, I suppose that's acceptable. Chenmai relented, unable to argue further. He then turned to Yu. What about you? If you're free, I can call Hong Ying down to familiarize you with the training grounds. Let's postpone that. I must return to gather my belongings. Yu waved his hand in refusal. What is there to pack in your room? Chenmai retorted, exasperated. Besides, I didn't see you packing when you slipped away last night. You aren't still clinging to the idea of running off, are you? Yu sighed. Rest assured, I truly won't slip away this time. I just want to take a last look. After all, I have stayed there for 10 years. Very well. I shall send someone to accompany you. Chunmai agreed, though he remained cautious. Had it not been for the necessity of personally visiting Lin Chie's aunt to ensure her peace of mind, he would have accompanied Yuji himself. Whatever. Yuji nodded and stood up. Before long, the three made their way to the office upstairs. Upon their arrival, Hong Ying, who had been lounging on the sofa, bored and playing with her phone, sprang up with a stretch, exuding youthful vibrancy. So are we done chatting? What is the current situation? At that moment, Wu Xiangnan hurriedly returned to the office with a set of documents in hand. Instead of answering Hong Ying's inquiry, Chimai called out to Wen Qima, who was also idly passing time. Qima, come with me. We need to arrange matters with Chie's aunt to prevent her from going to the government, as Lin Chie suggested. That would complicate things. Understood, Wen Qima nodded in agreement, taking the documents from Wu Xiangnan. Additionally, if anyone is available, please accompany Yuji to his rental place to help him gather his belongings. Chenmai instructed before departing the office with Wen Qima and Lin Chie. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Lung Xian glanced at Yuji, then inexplicably at Hong Ying, before returning to polishing the black case of his prized sniper rifle. Si Xiaonan cast a quick look at Hong Ying, then pretended to be busy, ignoring the situation. What are you all staring at me for? Hong Ying asked, pointing at herself, bewildered. If none of you wish to help, I can manage on my own. Yuji was indifferent, preparing to push the door open. No way. What if you decide to run away again? Hong Ying immediately countered, then, as if resigned to her fate, followed him out, casting a glare at Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan as they exited the office. Both merely whistled, pretending not to hear. Soon, Yuji arrived at the entrance of his rental apartment in the old town. It was nearing noon, and the sunlight was just right. The old tree by the roadside has shed all its leaves, fracturing the glaring sunlight into myriad fragments. Hong Ying raised her gaze to observe the venerable building before her. Having arrived in haste during the night, she had paid little heed to her surroundings. The structure, with its red brick facade, cement balcony, and wooden windows adorned with green paint, bore an indeterminate age. Unbeknownst to her, as she scrutinized the old edifice, someone was also observing her. Even Yuji could not deny the truth. Hong Ying was undeniably a beauty. Standing there amidst the dappled sunlight, the red brick and green-tiled building, along with the youthful and vibrant girl, formed an exquisite tableau that required no further embellishment. Aren't you coming up? If not, I shall take my leave, Yuji remarked, slightly shaking his head as he cast aside unnecessary thoughts and ascended the stairs. Hong Ying furrowed her brow slightly, shielding her eyes from the dazzling sunlight, and quickened her pace to follow him as he ascended without waiting. Upon entering the stairwell, it felt as though she had stepped into an entirely different realm. The lighting was poor, and even during the day, one required the dim glow of incandescent bulbs to navigate the stairs. The walls were plastered with small advertisements for plumbing services and property sales. Soon, she found herself trailing Yuji's footsteps into the cramped and modest rental room. It contained a bed, a television, a small stool, a diminutive table, and a kettle. This was the entirety of the furnishings. There was even a lack of a stove for cooking. Hong Ying frowned slightly. Had the captain truly resided here for a whole decade? Was that even plausible? Her skepticism arose from the room's stark simplicity, bordering on the austere. It was almost reminiscent of her own room, though hers boasted at least a beloved doll. This man's space, in contrast, contained nothing. It was as if he had left no trace of his existence in this world. Should he vanish, no one would remember him. Last night, her attention had been solely on Yuji. Today, she began to notice this detail. Curiosity flickered in her gaze as she regarded him, including the myriad scars adorning his body. What stories lay behind this man? By the way, weren't you supposed to be here to gather your belongings? After a moment of silence, Hong Ying inquired of Yuji, who sat on the bed, sipping from an enamel cup, motionless. Shoo, he replied, not answering her but gesturing for her to remain silent. He continued to gaze into the cup, watching the shadows reflected within. The air grew heavy with silence once more. Seeing that Yuji remained still, Hong Ying stamped her foot, feeling a surge of impatience. She had assumed he was merely catching his breath and would soon begin to pack. yet it seemed he was content to simply pause and drink, with no further actions to follow. What are you doing? If you're going to be this impatient, just wait for me outside. Before Hong Ying could finish her words, Yu cast a cold glance in her direction, offering a subtle reminder. As she met Yu's icy gaze, Hong Ying felt a sudden chill in her heart. Ultimately, she chose to say nothing further and quietly exited the room, waiting outside. This kind of gaze was familiar to her after learning of her parents' disappearance. She had worn such a look towards everyone for an extended period. A profound silence enveloped her, as if nothing in the world held any significance. Indeed, for Yu, everything in this world was devoid of importance. Or rather, there was nothing in this realm that mattered to him at all. Having spent a decade in this world, he felt as if he were wandering through a dream, with his sole desires being to survive and to return. Chapter 18. A futureless individual. The truth is, Yu lives without any sense of reality, and there is no returning. In the authentic world, what systems exist? What mysteries prevail? He fears that everything might merely be a fleeting dream, which is why he seldom interacts with the outside world, confining himself within this cramped room. His return here is not to tidy up any belongings, but rather to gather his thoughts. As Chima lamented, there is actually nothing of value to organize in this room. No precious possessions, nor cherished memories. However, when one seeks to abandon the past and confront the future, preparation is always necessary. It is not that Yu is being sentimental. Rather, he must face the stark realities of this world ahead, fraught with danger, possibly even fatal. This stands in stark contrast to his goal of simply surviving. Yet perhaps it does not conflict with his desire to return. For a full decade, aside from the single task issued last night, the system has never assigned any missions. Hence, Yu contemplates that perhaps in order to discover a way back, he must confront the truths of this world. Having spent 10 years evading reality, perhaps it is indeed time to venture out. In the evening, outside the door, what is he doing? Chenmai peered through the ajar door at the motionless Yu, quietly asking Hong Ying. At this moment, Chenmai, Wenqima, and Lin Xie had just arrived after discussing matters concerning Annie. I don't know, Hong Ying replied with a helpless shake of her head. He has been sitting there with his cup for the entire afternoon, doing nothing. My legs are sore. Perhaps he is making a resolution, Lin Xie suggested. When a person faces a significant decision, they often require time to reflect. Among those present, he likely understands Yu's feelings the best. Having just resolved to bid farewell to Annie and Yangjin himself, raise a glass to invite the bright moon, and let our shadows become 3. When Qima suddenly mused as the others looked on in confusion. What are you doing? Hong Ying regarded him with a puzzled expression. Why are you suddenly reciting poetry? Moreover, it is daytime. This isn't quite fitting, is it? Chenmai echoed his bewilderment. When Qima gently shook his head, explaining, I am merely reflecting on the profound depth of our Xia culture. Even to this day, I cannot conceive of any phrases that better encapsulate solitude than this. Rather than pondering what he is doing, do you not think he appears profoundly lonely? I concur with that. Hong Ying averted her gaze. Perhaps he has encountered some misfortune. Lin Xie nodded slightly, understanding what Hong Ying meant. He had stayed at Hong Ying's home last night and knew her room resembled Yu's, while also being aware of her parents' disappearance amidst the fog. Generally speaking, if nothing had occurred, one would not intentionally lead such a bland existence. Alas, Chenmai sighed as he listened to their conversation. In any case, let us all strive to coexist harmoniously in the future. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the tranquil figure of Yu, softening in demeanor. The reflection in the cup, Yu himself, and the sunlight streaming through the window cast elongated shadows upon the walls of the room. He could almost envision the scenes within this space over the past decade of Yu's existence. In this room, shadows were the only companions that had sustained Yu through those 10 years. Though they were teammates, he found it difficult to favor one over the other. However, he had silently resolved to extend more care towards Yu, for he had nearly concluded that Yu, like himself, was devoid of a future. He could comprehend Yu's sentiment of being unable to return, as they might soon vanish from this world without warning. How could they possibly return home under such circumstances? Such a notion would be cruel, both to their families and to themselves. As the atmosphere outside grew heavy among a few individuals, a crisp sound resonated within the room. It was Yuji, rising to place the enamel cup down and closing the wooden window before approaching them. "Have you completed your tasks over there?" Upon stepping outside, Yuji locked the door and inquired of Lin Xie and the others. "Are you ready?" Chimai did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. "A yes," Yuji replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling and nodding. "Then let us depart." As the group exited the aged building, twilight had gracefully descended. No one complained about the time Yuji had spent within, for they were all night watchmen. Before one could truly become a night watchman, everyone required time to prepare, perhaps to bid farewell to family, friends, or the past. If anyone remained unprepared, they were even more compelled to stand at the forefront, awaiting the moment when others were ready, even if the cost was to face the abyss, stained in blood beneath the heavens. The clouds drifted across the sky, and the first beam of moonlight fell upon the group, who were walking together, engaged in light-hearted banter. This moonlight, unchanged through the ages, would soon witness two individuals bidding farewell to their previously mundane lives. Though uncertain whether their path ahead would be fraught with blood and tears or crowned with glory, no one was left in confusion. Perhaps by chance, the gazes of Yuji and Lin Xie met among the crowd, both revealing a hint of resignation. Neither harbored grand ambitions. If it were possible, they simply wished to be ordinary people, safeguarding their homes and leading a life of simplicity. Yet, in this moment, they chose to walk the same path. There is a saying, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Unbeknownst to them, far in the distance, someone observed through a telescope, a smile of satisfaction gracing their lips. With a crisp mechanical sound, the shadows of the group under the moonlight were captured on photographic paper. Lung Xian gazed at the photograph in hand, nodding with satisfaction before carefully placing it into an iron box, sealing it away. It is evident that this iron box contains a plethora of photographs, each one a cherished record of the myriad moments shared by Team 136. Tonight marks a momentous occasion, as two newcomers are officially welcomed into their ranks, a moment undoubtedly worthy of commemoration. Ah, the exuberance of youth is indeed a delightful thing. Perched beneath the eaves, gazing at the captured expressions of those in the photographs, Lung Xian exclaims with a hint of nostalgia, resembling a wise elder. Despite his own youth not being so far removed, yet his smile quickly fades. Alas, how could they indulge in supper without including me? In the distance, he observes Yuji and the others merrily entering a barbecue restaurant, seemingly intent on enjoying a meal together before returning. Hastily, he gathers his camera and belongings, rushing down the stairs. Fortunately, they have not forgotten him. Midway through their journey, his phone rings. Chapter 19. A man remains a youth until death's seven night. Shall we share a drink? Yuji raised the beer in his hand towards Lin Xie at the dining table. Minors are not allowed to drink. Lin Xie responded acardly. Huh? Yuji nearly spat out the grilled skewer he was chewing upon hearing this, almost hitting Hong Ying in the face. Be careful. Hong Ying seemed to have developed a psychological aversion, instinctively preparing to dodge Yuji's reaction while eating. Cough, cough. I forgot you're still underage. Yuji cleared his throat awkwardly, swallowing his food before recalling Lin Xie's self-introduction earlier in the day. Although Lin Xie had just turned 18 this year, he was still not quite there yet. Suddenly, Yuji felt a profound generation gap. Not at all. Lin Xie noticed Yuji's slight disappointment and quickly raised his drink, saying, "What is that saying? A man remains a youth until death. Brother Ji, I toast to you with this beverage." "Ha ha, you clever lad, cheers." Putting down his glass, Yuji smiled and lifted his head in reflection. Both Lin Xie and he were alike in this regard. While they both yearned for self-preservation, they ultimately chose to take on the role of guardians. As for Lin Xie, he was uncertain, but for himself he pondered deeply. Was there truly no trace of youthful exuberance within him? Yuji shook his head slightly. If there were none, he probably wouldn't have felt so fervently stirred by Zhao Kong Chung last night. Is it true that a man remains a youth until death? This sentiment held an undeniable truth. Youth is indeed youth. They do not disdain the spring breeze, grow weary of the summer cicadas, lament the winter snow. remain oblivious to the wealth surrounding them, or shy away from confronting injustice, simply because they are young. Reflecting on the decade he had sealed away himself, Yu felt as if he had lived like a dog, still lacking the clarity that Lin Chi possessed. He had clearly experienced more and should have understood better. Once, he too had dreams of literature, love, and journeys across worlds. Yet, at some point, late night drinking turned the clinking of glasses into mere echoes of shattered dreams. Now, tonight, we welcome you to the Night Watchers, and also a heartfelt thanks to Yu for saving old Zhao. While Yu was lost in thought, Chunmu Yi raised his glass, signaling everyone to toast and offering his solemn gratitude. Yu nodded slightly, clinking his glass with those of others. This time, the toast felt different from the shattering of dreams. The shimmering light filtered through the transparent glasses, casting reflections in everyone's eyes. As the wine flowed through their veins, 7 parts transformed into moonlight, while the remaining 3 parts swirled into the spirit of swords, and with a mere utterance, half a Grand Tang dynasty came forth. This moonlight was still the moonlight of youth, and the whole realm resonated with the frost of Li Bai. Guardians, huh? Observing the laughter and camaraderie among the group. A smile crept onto Yuji's lips. In this regard, they seemed no different from ordinary people. But recalling Zhao Kongcheng's appearance from the previous night, it became clear that this very group, seemingly indistinguishable from the commonplace, became the sole beacon of light on a night devoid of torches. As the wine flowed into the third round, Yu and Lin Chi Yi supported the intoxicated Hong Ying and Si Xiao Nan as they made their way towards the villa belonging to Hong Ying. Aside from the chirping of insects by the roadside, the atmosphere felt notably tranquil. Brother Ji, what kind of people do you think the Night Watchers are? Lin Chi Yi inquired, seemingly sensing the awkwardness in the air. Perhaps they are a rather reliable bunch, Yu pondered, gently nudging Hong Ying's drowsy head away. Although I jest, the description I provided you of Zhao Kongcheng last night was entirely truthful. That man is genuinely prepared to risk his life to protect you. Yes, I know, Lin Chi nodded slightly. I'm truly grateful to you. Remember, I owe you a favor. Ah, what a good lad, waiting here for me. Must you be so serious? Yu shook his head helplessly as the conversation returned to the previous night. The following day, Yu and Lin Chi Yi arrived at the training room beneath the office. I had no idea there was such a large training area down here. Aside from a hall, Yu exclaimed, taken aback by the nearly 3 football field-sized space before him. When was this constructed? I've been in Songnan and heard nothing of such extensive renovations. Could it be the so-called forbidden ruins you mentioned? Indeed, Chunmu nodded slightly. Those possessing Earth-type forbidden ruins can easily create such spaces without disturbing the ground. It appears you are quite uninformed about the forbidden ruins. Pray tell, what is your ability? I shall see if it corresponds with any forbidden ruin sequences. My ability? Yu hesitated momentarily. I don't possess any extraordinary powers, merely superior physical fitness. He spoke the truth. Over the years, he had not accumulated points to exchange for special abilities. His body was simply a vessel of attributes. How is that possible? Chunmu Yi was equally astonished. You mean to say you achieved what you did that night without utilizing any forbidden ruins, relying solely on your raw strength? Yes. What of it? Is there a problem? Yu asked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This poses a significant issue. Chunmu Yi felt a headache coming on, uncertain how to explain this to Yu. Typically, in this world, the strength of individuals is directly linked to the sequence of forbidden ruins they possess, with the potency of the ruins correlating to the realm of their mental power. In the absence of activated forbidden ruins, even a formless realm expert would find it impossible to achieve the feats Yu had displayed that night. Otherwise, the inmates in the abstinence facility would have easily broken through the thick walls to escape. I suspect your forbidden ruins must either enhance physical attributes or be of a type that remains perpetually activated. However, it seems there is no existing sequence that fits this description. For now, let me explain what forbidden ruins and realms entail. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Chi had begun firearm training with Lung Xian in the training room, following Chun Muye's instructions. After attending Chun Mai's foundational theory class, Yu found himself utterly bewildered. Upon grasping the essence of Chun Mai's message, Yu Ji inquired, "So, are you suggesting that the formidable individuals in this world all major in spiritual power?" "Indeed," Chun Mai affirmed with a serious nod. "For instance, my realm of spiritual power is Chuanjing, and my forbidden domain is Hai Wucheng. Even though I'm not currently wielding the power of the forbidden domain, you should be able to sense it, right?" As he spoke, an indescribable aura emanated from him, causing his garments to billow as if stirred by an unseen wind, as though he were ensconced within a vortex. This was a tempest conjured by spiritual power. At that moment, even an ordinary person standing before Chun Mai would undoubtedly perceive the tangible effects of the spiritual force. Chapter 20. Boundless, all numbers at this moment. Yu Ji felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. "I have devoted all my points to physique and strength, and you tell me that in this world, cultivation relies on spiritual power? And what about you? Why don't you demonstrate your spiritual prowess so I can see what level you're at?" Chun Mai replied, "How do I do that?" Yu Ji inquired. "When you exert your full strength, even if you lack control over spiritual power, it will inevitably be released without reservation." Chun Mai explained. With that, he led Yu Ji to an open space, a considerable distance from Lin Chiye. "Now give it a try." "All right." Yu Ji nodded slightly, then stepped into the center of the clearing, removed his shirt, placing it along with his belongings on the ground, and assumed a stance, preparing to throw a punch into the empty air. Chun Mai observed Yu Ji's scarred body and perfectly chiseled muscles, raising an eyebrow in appreciation. However, within a second, his admiration transformed into a state of shock. Crack! The sinewy muscles coiled on Yu Ji's right arm spread like a serpentine giant as he thrust his fist forward, unleashing a terrifying force. It was as if a colossal air cannon had been discharged. The ground beneath him bore the marks of a 2-meter-long fan-shaped fissure, as if something had trampled over it. Fortunately, there were no obstacles ahead. Otherwise, it was unimaginable what might have become of anything that stood in the path of Yu Ji's fist. A brief silence enveloped the air. Monster. At this moment, Chun Mai could think only of this word. He found no other term to describe Yu Ji. The issue did not lie in the destructive power of that punch. A power-type warrior at the Sea Realm and above could likely achieve similar feats. Yet the problem was there was no spiritual power fluctuation. Indeed, even as Chun Mai concentrated fully, he detected not a trace of spiritual energy mingled within that punch. Could it truly be merely raw strength? Was it possible that the spiritual power emanating from Yu Ji was so minimal it barely registered? How could this be? It entirely defied logic. "What's wrong?" Yu Ji asked, puzzled by Chun Mai's prolonged silence. Taking a deep breath, Chun Mai exhaled, reflecting, "Kid, it's fortunate that you revealed your strength to us first." "What do you mean?" "It means I need to think carefully about how to report on your situation." Chun Mai felt overwhelmed. Those of lesser strength might not perceive how extraordinary Yu Ji's condition truly was. After all, they couldn't even sense spiritual energy. Even if they vaguely felt something unusual, they would be unable to identify it. But Yu Ji would soon be heading to the new recruit training camp, where instructors of Sea Realm caliber may very well appear. How would anyone react upon discovering a recruit who, despite lacking even the slightest hint of spiritual energy, could match the strength of a Sea Realm warrior? It would surely baffle anyone who witnessed it. "All right." Yu Ji smiled awkwardly at the words. He was well aware that his situation was rather unique. "By the way, Captain, are you not curious about my circumstances?" "I am indeed curious. But since you're now one of my team members, I will certainly look out for you," Chun Mai replied, patting Yu Ji on the shoulder. "Rest assured, everyone harbors their own secrets. If you choose not to disclose yours, I will not pry." Yu Ji nodded slightly, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. "Well then, shall I personally accompany you in training? I wish to understand the extent of your abilities." As Chun Mai spoke, he positioned himself directly in front of Yu Ji. This had been his intention from the very beginning. On Lin Chiye's side, when Qimao, Lung Xian, Zhao, Kongcheng, and others would instruct on combat techniques. Although their prowess did not match his own, they excelled in various skills. For instance, in the realm of swordsmanship, he acknowledged that he could not surpass Lao Zhao. As for firearms, the gap was even wider. Furthermore, He truly could not think of anyone in Team 136, aside from himself, who possessed the capability to train alongside UG. All right, let us begin. I am quite curious about my own level of skill. Upon hearing this, UG became enthusiastic, assuming a fighting stance he had learned from watching television. Wait, you don't use any weapons? Shinmai was taken aback and asked, I don't know how to wield any weapons. If I had to use one, it would be this. Yuji pointed to the book, Luon Yu, resting nearby. Very well. Shinmai squinted slightly, inquiring, by the way, this book of yours, it's not an ordinary book, is it? The fact that it remains intact after being used to strike the Ghost-Face King clearly indicates that it is extraordinary. It was passed down from my ancestors. There is nothing particularly special about it. I don't know what material it is made from, but it's quite sturdy. Yuji picked up Luon Yu, smiling as he pretended to offer it to Chunmai. Would you like to see it? He was not concerned that Chunmai might discern any secrets from the book, as he had already tested this. Even if he handed the book to someone else, it would merely appear to them as a sturdier than usual volume, devoid of any signs of a system. Additionally, he was untroubled by the possibility of someone stealing or misplacing it. Even if he were to throw it into a river, it would return to his bedside, unharmed, upon waking the next day. No need. I have said it before, everyone has their own secrets, Chunmai said, shaking his head slightly before drawing his sword. Prepare yourself. I am about to begin. Yuji smiled, raising the Luon Yu in his hands. No problem, let us go. With that, just as Yuji's words echoed, the sound of footsteps was followed almost immediately by a sharp, resonant clang that reverberated throughout the training room. Even Lin Chiye, who was practicing shooting not far away, found his attention drawn to the commotion. Indeed, it is quite sturdy, Chunmai remarked, gazing at the hefty book that had intercepted his strike, his lips twitching slightly. Yuji stood still, unmoving, with the Luon Yu perfectly positioned to block the trajectory of Chunmai's sword strike. However, the sound produced by the impact was anything but that of blade meeting paper. Moreover, Chunmai, believing he had exerted little effort, left not even a trace upon this book, which is utterly bewildering. I had a feeling it would be this way, didn't I? Come, let us proceed. Yuji chuckled softly. Very well, from this point onward, I shall show no mercy. You must be cautious. Chunmai's gaze sharpened slightly, preparing to unveil his true prowess. Soon, a metallic clamor of contest began to resonate throughout the training hall. This time, it was not only Lin Chiye who was taken aback. Even Lung Xian, who was instructing Lin Chiye, stared in astonishment. Although he did not employ the Forbidden Ruins, it was the first time he witnessed anyone, apart from old Zhao, capable of standing their ground against the captain's formidable swordsmanship. Chapter 21. The Perverse No. This is not merely a matter of not falling behind. It is undeniably a display of overwhelming superiority. The more cold Xian observed the confrontation between the two, the more astonished he became. The blade's gleam flickered in tandem with Chunmai's advancing and retreating steps, while Yuji remained rooted in place, showing not the slightest inclination to move. The hefty tome he held aloft resembled a formidable fortress, effectively blocking the barrage of strikes from Chunmai. It is imperative to recognize that even the seasoned Zhao, renowned for his swordsmanship, would find it impossible to navigate such a confrontation with the captain so effortlessly, given the stark disparity in strength between the powerful denizens of the Chuan realm and ordinary individuals. Just how formidable is this UG? Damn, I'm exhausted. Time for a breather. After a fruitless barrage of attacks, it was UG who remained silent, while the restless Chunmai could no longer restrain himself and halted his movements with an expletive. After all, compared to UG's immobile yet defensive stance, his own relentless darting about was undeniably more taxing. You rascal, why do you only defend and not attack? After pausing to quench his thirst with a bottle of mineral water, Chunmai inquired. It's because you moved too swiftly, and I Haven Tea found an opportunity. UG replied. Impossible, Chunmai retorted, his face a mask of disbelief. I assure you, truly, UG explained with exasperation. To be honest, merely defending against your attacks has already consumed all my energy. Chunmai displayed an expression of skepticism. No matter how he viewed it, he felt that this lad was handling it with remarkable ease. Yet, in reality, UG spoke the truth. This phenomenon was intrinsically linked to his attribute allocation. With his primary focus on enhancing his physique and strength, Yuji's physical prowess was indeed extraordinary. This encompassed not just raw power, but also superior defensive capabilities, endurance, explosive strength, and even dynamic vision that surpassed the norm. Nonetheless, even with such attributes, he could only adopt a passive defensive stance against Chun Mai's superhuman onslaught. The reasoning was straightforward. Although Yuji could discern the trajectory of Chun Mai's strikes, he lacked the requisite agility to react accordingly. Thus, he could only anticipate the blade's path and preemptively employ his defensive technique, Wanyu, to block. His stationary posture was not a display of ease, but rather a necessity born from an inability to evade the attacks. Yuji understood that, given his cumbersome movements, if he attempted to evade, he would easily fall prey to the combat experience of Chun Mai, who was undoubtedly adept at exploiting weaknesses. Therefore, he chose to remain stationary, focusing intently on the path of the blade and blocking, which was the most advantageous strategy for him to employ. The same logic applied to his offensive maneuvers. His attacks were straightforward and lacked the requisite finesse to evade detection. Only by seizing a moment of vulnerability from Chun Mai could he muster the full force of his attack in an instant to secure victory. However, that would not be training, it would be a genuine battle. He feared that one decisive blow might prove too much for Chun Mai. After a brief respite, Chun Mai once again grasped his straight blade. "Come, let us continue." "All right." Yuji readily acquiesced, eager to ascertain just how formidable the so-called Chuan Realm champions truly were. "Captain, why not unleash your full strength? I just said that aside from not using the Forbidden Ruins, I have given it my all. Do you believe me?" Chun Mai's lips twitched. "Then why not use the Forbidden Ruins?" He retorted lightly. It was easy for him to say. Chun Mai curled his lips in disdain. Was it that he did not wish to utilize the Forbidden Ruins? He indeed yearned to do so, but due to certain special circumstances, he cannot freely employ the power of the Forbidden Ruins. Otherwise, how could the Ghost-Faced King have escaped from his grasp earlier? The metallic clang resounded once more. Approximately half an hour later, "Damn it!" Chun Mai cursed again. "Are you kidding me?" He halted his movements, exasperatedly observing Yuji standing there defensively like a tortoise. "I'm really not, Captain." With no other choice, Yuji reluctantly disclosed his reasoning for his purely defensive stance to Chun Mai. Perversion. After understanding the situation, Chun Mai merely uttered those two words before outright refusing to continue. This endless cycle of combat was futile. It was not that he was incapable of defeating Yuji, but without employing the Forbidden Ruins, he simply could not breach Yuji's defenses. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 037, the Black Wuchang. Under the scythe of Wuchang, both flesh and spirit, as well as longevity, could be severed. Mere brute strength could hardly withstand such strikes. However, should he resort to the Forbidden Ruins, it would no longer be training, but rather a true battle to the death. Chun Mai realized that his strength was insufficient to serve as an effective trainer for Yuji. To properly train this lad, one would need at least a Sea Realm expert, or even someone from the Infinite Realm. Of course, it was not entirely devoid of training significance. He discerned that Yuji's combat experience was rather lacking. Sparring would be futile. Their forthcoming training would solely consist of them imparting skills to one another. Yet, when it came to teaching techniques, he, as the captain, found himself lacking compared to others. He was merely strong in raw power, inferior in swordsmanship to Old Zhao, in marksmanship to Lung Xian, and in gunplay to Hong Ying. Therefore, like Lin Xia, it would be best to leave the training to others. Chun Mai concluded that he could not teach this young man. This fellow possessed brute strength comparable to a Sea Realm expert, nearly on par with that divine agent of the Phoenix Squad. Yes, the one who could collapse a building with a single punch upon entering the Lantern Realm and tear apart mythological beings of the Pool Realm with her bare hands. But the oddity lay in the fact that despite such immense strength, this young man's mental fortitude did not even reach the Lantern Realm. In terms of technique, he fell short compared to many trained ordinary individuals, with much yet to learn. Yet, paradoxically, he remained undefeated before Chun Mai, who was nearly at full strength. How infuriating! Was this not a form of perversion? "Hey, Captain, don't leave." Yu exclaimed in bewilderment as he witnessed Chen Mai's abrupt withdrawal from the fray. He still wished to see just how formidable a Sea Realm expert could be at full throttle to better comprehend his own level of strength. Little did he know that for reasons unknown, Chen Mai had simply broken down. Who could he turn to for reason? Get lost. Go practice firearms with Qi. I'm exhausted. Chen Mai grumbled irritably before striding out of the training room. Yu, bewildered, could only obediently approach Lung Xian. Lung Xian and Lin Qie exchanged glances, their minds resonating with Chen Mai's sentiments. Oh no, they had already voiced it, perverse. Why the sudden outburst of insults? We merely share a mutual appreciation. Lin Qie waved his hand dismissively. Ahem, let us select something suitable. Lung Xian cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, pointing towards the table piled high with firearms. What a delightful assortment. Observing the table that resembled a miniature armory, Yu rubbed his hands together. It seemed no man could resist the allure of such items. Yu felt the same way. However, he had never had the opportunity to engage with them before. After all, this was Great Xia, and even amidst a world shrouded in mist, where only Great Xia remained, regulations regarding such matters were still quite stringent. Far removed from the daily gunfights in a nuclear-ravaged America. Chapter 22. Lin Qie. Who among us is the divine proxy? In the old city, twilight gradually painted the sky in hues of crimson. The swaying curtains divided the interior from the exterior, creating two distinctly contrasting worlds. Outside, under the twilight's gentle embrace, all appeared serene. Yet within, chaos reigned. In a modest, rented room below, a weary man returned home after a long day's labor, igniting the antiquated incandescent bulb that hung from the ceiling by a frayed wire. But before he could settle down to enjoy a moment of respite, a peculiar expression crossed his face. From above, the creaking of aged wooden windows echoed incessantly, accompanied by a slight tremor that caused the chandelier overhead to sway unnaturally. Goodness! So intense, so early? Youth is indeed blissful. He paid little heed to it, considering that those who rented such accommodations were either struggling migrant workers like himself or young folks with limited means. Youngsters, after all, often engaged in their own revelries throughout the day. Unfortunately, this would spell a less than satisfactory dinner for the man. He could only strive to imagine that nothing untoward was occurring above. Yet, outside, the Rhine flowed past, its waters crashing against distant rocks, while the rhythmic strokes of oars stirred the surface, producing a haunting symphony. However, the sound from above escalated in fervor. Damn it, will you never cease? It's broad daylight. Must you disrupt anyone's meal? Just as the man, in his frustration, rose to voice his displeasure, a sudden cacophony of creaking from the floor above erupted, abruptly silencing all sounds. Finally, it seems to have ended. With that, the man swallowed his words and resumed his seat. Yet as he reached for his chopsticks to continue his meal, a piercing scream resonated from above, startling him so much that the morsel he had lifted fell to the table. What the hell is going on? Above, concealed from his view, a woman lay bare upon the bed, her eyes wide with terror. Her mouth was covered, and her gaze grew increasingly vacant, devoid of life. Crimson stained the sheets, trickling down to the floor. Soon after, the creaking resumed, but this time it bore a different tone, reminiscent of a saw cutting through wood, slicing into something unseen. As the day of training drew to a close, not only Chen Mai, but even Lin Qie and Lung Xian felt a sense of isolation. Particularly Lin Qie. Initially, when hearing others refer to him as a divine proxy, he felt an exhilarating sense of pride, as if such a title connoted unparalleled talent and potential. After all, the divine proxies who had emerged thus far were all extraordinary beings. Yet, why did it feel so underwhelming when it came to him? The so-called mundane divine realm seemed to offer little more than an ability to perceive everything within a 10-meter radius, with the exception of occasionally wielding the eye of the seraph to unleash some semblance of divine might. In comparison to the other divine proxies, he felt like a mere amateur. Were it not for the presence of my own mental health facility and the ability to extract the starry dancer from Nyx, I might have found myself in a state of profound despair after witnessing Yuji's performance today. For, in comparison to myself, Yu exhibited a formidable prowess that resembled that of a divine agent. His terrifying physical attributes, which can only be described as monstrous, allowed him to stand undefeated even against Chuanjing's Chenmai. It is noteworthy that Yuji's mental strength does not even reach the threshold of the Lantern Realm. If categorized by mental prowess, he would be considered an ordinary individual. Even the average divine agent, upon awakening or entering the Lantern Realm, would not achieve such a level of capability. Moreover, his extraordinary physical condition bestowed upon him unparalleled advantages, as demonstrated during today's firearms training. Yuji's keen eyesight, coupled with his considerable strength and steady hands, signified his ability to master various firearms with ease. According to Lung Xian's assessment, with systematic training, if he were to be equipped with a sniper rifle or a Gatling gun, he would undoubtedly transform into a war machine on the battlefield. In stark contrast, Lin Xie glanced at the handgun in his hand and the intact target in the distance, letting out a resigned sigh. Why is the disparity between individuals so vast? Nevertheless, I am fortunate to possess a mental health facility. Having already encountered Nyx, I may yet meet more deities and extract further abilities. This serves as a modicum of psychological comfort for Lin Xie, for although his current skills appear practical, they hold little weight against true powerhouses. It is entirely impossible for him to confront Chenmai of Chuanjing with the same ferocity as Yuji, even without the use of forbidden techniques. What is wrong? Why are you lost in thought, Xie? Let us head back. Just as Lin Xie was deep in contemplation, Yuji had already showered and donned his attire, preparing to return to the villa. It's nothing, let us go. Xie can leave, but you cannot. As the two were about to return to the villa for some rest, Chenmai, having spent the afternoon away, descended with a document in hand and intercepted Yuji. What is the matter? Yuji observed Chenmai's serious demeanor and furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that it likely was not good news. There is an urgent case in the old district that I would like you to handle to assess your investigative capabilities. Chenmai raised the document as a gesture of indication. Am I to handle it alone? Yuji questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed. Chenmai nodded. Due to the nature of the case involving gun-related fatalities, Xie is still a minor. Well, I can manage the psychological pressure reasonably well. Lin Xie's lips twitched. Ever since he mentioned his minority status yesterday, everyone seemed to regard him as a mere child. You may insist on participating, but Yuji will be the lead investigator, and you shall merely assist him. Chenmai did not impede their involvement, as such experiences were inevitable. Wait a moment. Shouldn't such cases be handled by the police? Aren't our duties to address the mysterious? Yuji expressed his bewilderment. In addition to the mysteries themselves, we also oversee cases involving criminals wielding forbidden techniques. Chenmai explained while handing the case files to Yuji. As Yuji opened the document and glanced through it, his brow furrowed even deeper. A case involving the forbidden ruins of Severance? He did not delve into the detailed descriptions, for the photographs contained therein were strikingly explicit. It became evident to him why Chenmai was so certain that the perpetrator was someone associated with the forbidden ruins. There were multiple photographs. In addition to the victim, two others depicted individuals clad in police uniforms. Much like the victim, their bodies were gruesomely dismembered. Although he had not visited the scene personally, one could easily envision the horrific tableau that the photographs portrayed. The time was this afternoon. After examining the photographs and reviewing the descriptions, Yuji's pupils contracted. In other words, within such a brief span, two police officers had already sacrificed their lives? Chapter 23. Knowledge is power indeed. This case has been urgently assigned to us. Chenmai's tone was somber. In the evening, a scream was heard from the upper floor. Upon investigation, someone called the police. The window was open, and the perpetrator had left the scene without tampering with it. Following the report, the police swiftly identified the suspect. Such efficiency? Lin Xie interjected, somewhat astonished. It is not efficiency. The suspect evidently harbored no intention of concealment. Chenmai's gaze carried a hint of ire. When the police located him, he was not far away, indulging in noodles at a nearby eatery. In truth, the police found themselves powerless. He had no need to hide. What level of prowess are we dealing with? Yu inquired with keen interest, pondering the audacity displayed, suggesting considerable strength. Observing Iui's excitement, Chen Mui's lips twitched. Do not harbor such high expectations. He is not someone particularly formidable. His information was readily accessible in the database, revealing that prior to the crime, he was merely an ordinary individual, likely someone who had recently awakened to the Forbidden Realm. I see. He is the type who, upon awakening, becomes inflated with a sense of superiority, believing himself unique and above mere mortals. Lin Xie remarked with a resigned shrug. Is that all? Yu expressed a hint of disappointment. Is that all? How can we possibly entrust this to you two novices? Chun Mai furrowed his brow at their attitudes. Maintain a more serious demeanor. You are night watchers and soldiers of the Great Xia. Very well. Yu sighed in resignation. While that may be said, he felt little sense of the gravity of the situation. Lin Xie likely felt similarly. Where's the target now? The police have lost track of him. Chun Mai shook his head. Initially, he had intentionally allowed the police to follow, but soon grew bored with the endeavor and, at this point, Chun Mai made a gesture across his throat. Are you suggesting he did not simply evade the police, but rather chose to eliminate witnesses with a flourish? That is rather audacious. I assent it. Eugene nodded slightly. Given his brazen attitude, he is likely to commit further crimes, Lin Xie speculated. Chun Mai nodded, his tone grave. Indeed, thus you must act swiftly to prevent further casualties. Understood. Yu handed the documents to Lin Xie. Let us go, reviewing as we walk. Agreed. Lin Xie followed closely behind. The two quickly exited the office, vanishing into the night. Are we not to follow them? Wu Xiaonan asked, watching their receding figures with concern. Cold Qian is keeping watch, Chun Mai replied, glancing toward the distant skyscrapers. In terms of sheer strength, that lad Yu is comparable to a Sea Realm expert, while Qie is a divine agent. What is there to worry about against someone who has just awakened to the Forbidden Realm? Indeed, Wu Xiaonan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. In the small town of Cangnan, if such a formidable ensemble were to encounter a case they could not resolve, it would likely exceed the capabilities of Team 136. According to his estimations, even with Lin Xie and Yu joining forces, they could contend with a true powerhouse of the Sea Realm. However, that would be the extent of their capabilities. The disparity between the River Realm and the Sea Realm is akin to the difference between a river and an ocean, while the gap between the Sea Realm and the Boundless Realm is beyond mere description. In the Old City District, after leaving the office, Yu and Lin Xie swiftly arrived at their destination. Based on their assessment, if the perpetrator had merely recently awakened the Forbidden Ruins, they would likely only possess the strength of the Lamp Realm. Furthermore, the Forbidden Ruins should be of an offensive nature, implying that their mobility would not be particularly strong, making it improbable for them to have departed Cangnan within such a short span of time. The new district is heavily surveilled. Evading police tracking is no simple feat thus. It is reasonable to conclude that the individual remains in the old city. Moreover, and most crucially, this person exhibits an audacious demeanor. Should they choose to strike again, the old city would be the most fitting locale. You seem quite anxious. Are you worried about your family? Observed Yu noticing Lin Xie's hurried pace. Yes, I am somewhat concerned for my aunt and Jean, Lin Xie replied with a nod. The case had been entrusted to Yu whose strength surpassed his own, rendering his involvement unnecessary. No wonder the captain said you couldn't remain calm once the crime scene was in the old city. Yu reassured him. Rest assured, they likely won't venture out tonight. The victim was a young woman, and the ensuing police pursuit would pose a danger to the perpetrator, so they should be safe. I understand, but it is still prudent to resolve this swiftly to avoid any further casualties. As the captain mentioned, Lin Xie acknowledged with a slight nod. However, on another note, Yu crouched on the curb, feeling somewhat vexed. The old city is vast, and it's just the two of us. How are we to search for them? Suddenly, Yuji's tone shifted from contemplation to curiosity. He looked up at Lin Xie and asked, "Did you hear that? It sounded like someone was calling for help." "No. From which direction?" Lin Xie inquired, frowning. It was nighttime, and with the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, his physical prowess was quintupled, as was his hearing. Yet he heard nothing. Nonetheless, he did not doubt Yuji's perception. as Yuji's auditory acuity likely surpassed his own. Yuji pointed towards the southeast. Wait a moment. Lin Chie closed his eyes. Soon, a bat appeared in the sky to the southeast. What is this? Can you communicate with bats? Does the mortal realm possess such abilities? Could you elaborate? Yuji asked, intrigued, even pulling out a copy of the Analects, seemingly ready to take notes. His system could exchange for anything inscribed in a book, though there were conditions to consider. To exchange for something, one must first comprehend what that something is. For instance, when attempting to exchange for an AK-47, if one is unaware that it is a firearm, then inscribing it merely results in a string of meaningless symbols. However, should one insist on the exchange, it is possible to unlock the privilege directly by expending a considerable amount of cultivation points. Once one comprehends that this is a lethal weapon, the system will determine it as an item eligible for exchange without necessitating any expenditure. The value of such items, as discovered by Yuji, is assessed based on the knowledge one possesses. Taking the AK-47 as an example again, if he only understands it to be a weapon, the exchange would cost him 100 points of cultivation. Conversely, if he has studied its mechanics and construction and is even capable of crafting one himself, the cost diminishes to merely 1 point. This approach implies that as long as Yuji acquires sufficient knowledge, he can essentially obtain anything without cost. In terms of power, this embodies the true essence of knowledge as strength. Chapter 24. What distinguishes you from the wind? Yet, the reality is far less enchanting than one might envision. The reason Yujizi requires an astonishing 1,000 cultivation points to exchange for a single attribute is due to his fundamental inability to comprehend such matters. These are the types of things that, even when known, remain beyond understanding, compelling one to stubbornly exchange points regardless. Yujizi had heard from Chunmai that Lin Chie was an agent of the Seraphim Michael, and the divine ruins were a realm of mortal divinity, sounding quite impressive indeed. If it were possible, he would certainly wish to acquire it for his own use. Unfortunately, apart from the name of the divine ruins, he possessed no further intelligence. Merely unlocking the exchange required an exorbitant 100 million cultivation points, let alone the costs of subsequent exchanges. Judging by the prices set by the system, Yujizi understood that this ability must be extraordinarily formidable. As it stood, he clearly could not afford it at present. He merely sought to gain a slight understanding. Perhaps it would be more affordable, instilling a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, Lin Chie seemed disinclined to elucidate the specifics of his abilities. Communicating with animals? That seemed ancillary, perhaps. Lin Chie awkwardly scratched his face. This is not the time for such discussions. You heard correctly. 1 kilometer to the southeast, a target has been identified. I can confirm it. Their appearance matches that of the suspect identified by the police, and he is pursuing an injured woman. As he spoke, Lin Chie could not help but marvel once more at Yujizi's extraordinary abilities. A straight-line distance of 1 kilometer, while not overly far, posed challenges due to the faintness of the sound, compounded by various ambient noises. The fact that this individual could hear such a call for help was already astonishing, even if he may not have grasped the details clearly. However, one aspect remained perplexing. In such a situation, when the police had clearly locked onto the target, why did they not simply shoot to kill? This would prevent unnecessary sacrifices. Not unnecessary, Chia. Yujizi sighed and explained, they have merely identified the suspect. At that moment, they could not definitively ascertain that he was indeed the perpetrator. Thus, they could not operate under the philosophy of better to mistakenly kill than let the guilty escape. What if he were merely an innocent civilian? They are soldiers. The identity of a soldier is not only a mark of honor, but also a mission and a burden. Sacrificing oneself to fulfill a mission cannot be deemed an unnecessary sacrifice. Indeed, Lin Chie felt a twinge of regret, simultaneously sensing the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. After all, they too were soldiers. Perhaps joining the night watch was not as simple as he had imagined. It was no wonder that Yujizi had pondered for an entire afternoon before making his decision. Perhaps this individual saw far more clearly than he did. This is not the time for such discussions. Brother G, I will proceed ahead. Follow my location to catch up. With that, Lin Xie leapt decisively onto a nearby rooftop. Was someone in distress, calling for help? Every second counted. Huh. Feeling the breeze rush past him, Yujizi paused briefly. Then he smiled. Who do we think we are? No need for such formality. With that, a fierce wind surged forth, and Yujizi vanished from his location, leaving behind cracked earth where he once stood. In the next moment, as Lin Xie leapt into the night, he was suddenly struck by a sense of imbalance. It was the ferocious wind of the night that surged toward him. With a whoosh, it felt akin to receiving a slap across the face, causing Lin Xie to stumble and land unsteadily on a nearby rooftop, his composure shattered. He raised his gaze toward a shadow that pierced the clouds, soaring as though it were flying. He had relied on the buff of the starry night dancer to dance through the darkness, while this creature ascended purely through brute strength, soaring to unimaginable heights. Far off, the cold-eyed Lung Xian watched them with equal disarray. The wind tonight was tumultuous indeed. Lung Xian silently stowed away his sniper rifle, feeling as if he could call it a night. After all, if such a creature could not resolve the case at hand, his intervention would seem futile. In the enveloping darkness, two figures raced forward, one behind the other, adorned by the stars and moon. Beneath them lay the shimmering neon lights, while the vast starry sky loomed behind. Amidst the howling wind, the raucous laughter of Yuji echoed, causing Lin Xie to break into a sweat. Yet, he could not fault Yuji's exhilaration. This sensation was one of freedom. When he had first experienced such a feeling, he too had found himself unwittingly entranced. Indeed, this was Yuji's inaugural venture into the skies above the city, for he had previously lived as an earnest and ordinary individual. It seemed that joining the Night Watchers had its merits, as he no longer needed to restrain himself. Beneath the ominous clouds, in the dimly lit alleys of the old city, faint and weary gasps could be heard. The dark crimson blood appeared to seep along the alleyway. Help me, in contrast to Yuji's distant laughter. The cries emanating from the box were exceedingly feeble, possibly due to the exhaustion of the one calling out. A bloodied woman staggered against the alley wall, her hand pressed against a shoulder where flesh had been gruesomely torn away, fingers missing from her grasp. Not only was her arm injured, but her legs were also a ghastly sight, drenched in blood. Tap, tap, tap. In the distance, the sound of light, rhythmic footsteps approached, as a figure danced leisurely within the alley, playfully closing in on the fleeing woman, taunting her with mocking words. "Darling, where are you off to?" Though he spoke so casually, the shadow did not rush to confront the woman. In fact, he turned his back, gliding in a moonwalk, slowly reducing the distance between them. This confident demeanor resembled that of a hunter savoring the thrill of the chase, waiting for the prey to tire and collapse. He trod upon the winding bloodstains on the ground, as if crafting his own artwork, helped the struggling woman, hearing the footsteps draw nearer, felt her expression shift to one of increasing panic and despair. What plunged her further into despair was the realization that the alleyway culminated in a dead end. Gazing up at the towering wall before her, the woman weakly leaned against it and slid down to the ground. This wall loomed like a cold, unfeeling judge, pronouncing her death sentence. Close behind her were the encroaching horrors, relentless and menacing. While the woman whimpered in despair, her voice barely a whisper. She had long since lost the strength to cry out for help. The only action left to her was to fearfully shut her eyes and await the arrival of death. Yet, even if she chose not to look, it did not signify that death would not approach. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, each step resonating like a heavy thud upon her heart, causing her entire being to tremble. Why not flee? A man chuckled mockingly, halting a short distance from the woman. "Come now, darling, let us resume our earlier game." Chapter 25. Punctuality is an impossibility. As he spoke, he gracefully brandished the surgical knife in his hand, its blade shimmering with a faint tremor. If someone as seasoned as Chunmai were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For although this individual had only recently awakened to the perilous realm of the forbidden, he had manifested an exceptionally high-risk category. Forbidden Sequence 076, the frequency of all things. Listening to the nightmarish sounds emanating from before her, the woman was paralyzed with fear, unable to open her eyes. Just as she believed she was doomed to endure torment at the hands of this deranged individual, ultimately meeting a tragic end. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air, akin to a heavy object plummeting to the ground. Subsequently, a glimmer of light penetrated her closed eyelids, followed by a voice of complaint. "Ah, it seems I've stepped on something filthy." Awakened by this sound, the woman hesitantly opened her eyes. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld a once overcast sky that had been cleaved open, allowing moonlight to cascade upon her, as if bestowing redemption upon her in the darkness. Upon glancing down, she realized that the demon who had pursued her was now nowhere to be found. In its place lingered a haze of dust, within which stood a man gazing at her with a gentle smile. "Is safe now, madam," he assured her, despite the bloodstains adorning his handsome visage. An unexpected warmth dispelled her terror. Thud! From a towering wall above, Lin Chia descended with an agile grace. Observing the scene below, he felt an urge to cover his face in disbelief. Despite his utmost efforts to pursue, it seemed he had arrived a moment too late. No, to be precise, the battle had concluded hastily before it even commenced. The deranged murderer, who had been a menace, appeared to have been unwittingly crushed by an even more grotesque figure, akin to squashing an ant. In the aftermath, at the Peace Bureau, "You've done well, but couldn't you have employed a gentler approach?" Chimai glared at Yuji. "What? Was our mission not executed flawlessly?" Yuji retorted defiantly. "First, review this damage report before you speak to me." Chunmai slammed the document onto the table with a resounding thud. The report detailed the costs associated with the repairs needed for the traces left behind by Yuji during their pursuit, scattered across the ground and rooftops. "Is that all?" "I did save a life, after all," Yuji remarked, glancing at the report. "Indeed, otherwise you would have to cover the expenses yourself," Chunmai sighed, exasperated as he looked at the two youths before him. He had not anticipated their swift completion of the mission, nor the manner in which they had achieved it. These two had barely grasped the nature of their opponent's forbidden powers before concluding the task. The mission report, penned by the observant Long Xian, consisted of a mere 2 lines. Target locked 1 kilometer away. Proceed to execute a devastating strike. "What kind of report is this? Do you think you're launching a missile?" Eugen slightly shrugged in response, indicating that it was not he who authored the report, so why inquire of him? Lin Chia let out a resigned sigh, feeling quite innocent in all this. "We are night watchmen, not terrorists." Chunmai continued his admonishment, questioning whether they could be mindful of the repercussions during their actions. Eugen protested vehemently. "Come on, is this something I can control?" Chunmai appeared somewhat overwhelmed, as it seemed the situation indeed unfolded as Eugen had described. According to his own words, he possessed no magical powers, only brute strength. Unless one refrained from action altogether, the resulting consequences were unavoidable. Were there no gentler methods available? "Well, having Chia take action might be a bit more temperate," Eugen suggested, gesturing towards Lin Chia, who seemed capable of stepping in under the circumstances. Chunmai pondered why they did not let Chia take the lead, but his thoughts were interrupted by Long Xian. The issue, however, was if they could not catch up in time. Long Xian's tone remained remarkably calm. "Given the situation, if I had such abilities, I would have acted without hesitation. After all, human lives are at stake." Chunmai opened his mouth to protest, yet all that escaped was a sigh. Alas, these two lads are indeed quite a headache. Ding dong, welcome. The following morning, Lin Chia entered the office, carrying breakfast, only to find Hong Ying sitting on the hall's sofa, lost in thought, resembling a stone statue awaiting her beloved. He waved at her, puzzled, and asked, "Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Are you waiting for Brother Ji?" "Huh?" Hong Ying snapped back to reality, clenched her fists, and shot Lin Chia a fierce glare. "You too, Chia? Are you joining them in teasing me? Bring it on." "I dare not." Lin Chia chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as if he had already been struck. "I was merely curious as to why they're all teasing you." "Well, I don't really know." Hong Ying seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing momentarily before she shook her head, diverting the topic. "Speaking of him, where is he? Didn't he come with you?" "Oh, Eugen." Lin Chia began with a hint of exasperation. "He's over at the breakfast stall under the bridge." "So why did you bring breakfast? Didn't you eat with him?" Hong Ying pointed at the food in Lin Chia's hands, bewildered. "Isn't it already work hours?" Lin Chia replied matter-of-factly. "I thought it would be inappropriate to arrive late so soon after starting work. I initially had no intention of eating breakfast, but Brother G insisted I need to nourish myself. So, he knew he would be late, yet leisurely sat at the stall, eating breakfast without joining you? Hong Ying's expression darkened. Yes, Lin Xie admitted with an awkward smile. Recalling Yu Jin yawning all the way and eventually sitting down to eat breakfast with such ease, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Although aware that Yu Ji was different from himself, having been compelled to become a night watchman, the lack of pretense was indeed impressive. This fellow, although Hong Ying was quite irate, she seemed to remember the matter at hand and abruptly rose from the sofa, her demeanor turning serious. Enough. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Chi-Yi, come with me. There has been an incident. This was the first time Lin Chi-Yi witnessed Hong Ying's seriousness, her brows furrowing slightly. It was worth noting that during their first mission last night, she had been reclining on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. A mystery had descended? Indeed, and it is rather troublesome. Wu Xiangnan stated that if not handled properly, it could lead to significant societal repercussions. Hong Ying strode ahead, elucidating the situation. Is it more severe than murder and destruction? Lin Jie inwided. The two descended the stairs, pushing open the door to enter the underground hall. Chapter 26. Wasn't it promised that we would have plenty of leisure time? The concept is different. Wu Xiangnan seemed to have overheard the discussion between the two outside the door and explained, most individuals are rather indifferent towards cases of murder. As long as it does not occur to them, the most they might feel is a sense of dread if they're near the crime scene. However, if the mystery is laid bare before the public, I understand. Lin Qian nodded slightly. It would not merely evoke anxiety, but genuine panic. So, has the issue escalated to a point where even the authorities can no longer suppress the news? He pondered, feeling that it should not be that dire. The emergence of the mystery must have been ongoing for some time. It had been managed well previously, so why now is there a risk of exposure? You will find out in the meeting later. Chen Mai interrupted their idle chatter, frowning. Where is Yu Ji? Why hasn't he arrived? Oh, he should still be having breakfast at the stall under the bridge, Lin Xie replied, helplessly shrugging. Chen Mai huffed in frustration. Humph, when the new recruits undergo training. If that kid maintains this attitude, he will face consequences. As he spoke, he gestured to Wu Xiangnan. Go and fetch that kid. We will commence the meeting once everyone is present. Wu Xiangnan nodded slightly, and then rose to head toward the nearby lounge, seemingly preparing to summon someone. When the person was called out, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. He expected it to be Li Yifei. Having attended the second high school for only a few days, Li Yifei was one of the few individuals he recognized. What a small world, and such a fortuitous coincidence. After Li Yifei entered the hall, they waited for quite a while. During their idle chatter, Li Yifei had already shared gossip about happenings at school with Lin Xie, who had gathered a fair amount of information. Yet Yu Ji still had not arrived. Chen Mai's fingers drummed incessantly on the desk, reflecting his evident impatience. Just as he assumed that Yu Ji might skip work on only his second day, the hall door finally swung open. Why is no one upstairs? Yu Ji entered, clad in casual attire and slippers, looking puzzled as he stepped inside and surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze on Li Yifei. Why is everyone gathered here so early? And who is he? So soon, we have a newcomer? The group exchanged glances, all somewhat exasperated. As the captain, Chen Mai wore a grim expression. Upon hearing the question, Li Yifei pointed to himself and glanced at Chen Mai, his look seemingly asking if he still had a chance. Chen Mai disregarded his gaze entirely and sternly addressed Yu Ji. We were just waiting for you. You might as well not have come. He then turned to Lin Xie. Xie, you are already acquainted with the situation, correct? Ah, yes. Lin Xie was slightly taken aback, unsure of the circumstances, yet nodded in affirmation. Very well. You will lead the team and commence the operation. Chen Mai stood up and announced. Huh? No meeting? Li Fei Karia, Parpluxa. You've already said everything. What is the point of a meeting? Chen Mai, with a hint of irritation, tossed aside his words and departed without a backward glance. The others, shaking their heads in resignation, passed by the bewildered Yu Ji as they exited the basement. Hong Ying, in a playful manner, made a face at him, as if to say, serves you right for being late. What was happening? Seeing that no one was inclined to offer an explanation, Yuji turned to Lin Xie. The mystery had emerged. Lin Xie sighed, fully empathizing with Yuji's confusion. How could this be? Wasn't it said that occurrences like this were rare throughout the year, and that they usually had plenty of free time? This was merely the second day of work. As expected, Yuji immediately cursed aloud, echoing Lin Xie's thoughts. His voice raised as if afraid that Chun Mai, still lingering outside, might not hear him. Lin Xie gazed at Yuji with a newfound respect. Among the team, only Yuji dared to voice his complaints so bluntly to Chun Mai. Although he had only recently joined the team, he had already experienced several harsh training sessions at Chun Mai's hands. He couldn't muster the courage to speak up, not at all. All right, enough complaining, Ji Go. Lin Xie reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Let us move on. I'll explain on the way. He then gestured towards Li Yifei. Yuji furrowed his brow and asked, Is everyone mobilizing? Is the situation that serious? Indeed, replied Li Yifei, who is not a newcomer but a witness to the incident. Yifei, please elucidate the matter to Ji Go, Lin Xie said as he walked ahead, leaving the explanation to Li Yifei. At the entrance of Sangnan City No. 2 Middle School, when Yuji, Lin Xie, and Li Yifei arrived, they found Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan leaning against the wall, appearing rather bored, as if they had been waiting for some time. You're finally here. We've changed into our uniforms. What have you been doing? Hong Ying asked Yuji with a hint of annoyance. At that moment, both she and Si Xiaonan were clad in the school uniforms, looking youthful and vibrant. No need to rush. I've already grasped the situation. By the way, the uniforms are quite nice, Yuji replied nonchalantly. Nice? Please, these uniforms aren't anything special. Hong Ying retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she quickly realized he was merely teasing her. How can we not be anxious? What if? There are no what-ifs, Yuji interjected, cutting her off. When we're working, we must think calmly and avoid impulsiveness. He sighed, explaining, Your urgency is simply because this mysterious entity possesses self-reproductive abilities and has likely been lurking in our school for an extended period. We can only speculate about how extensive its proliferation might be. Exactly, so if their numbers grow too large, and if... Hong Ying began, but was interrupted again by Yuji. I've already said not to rush. Conversely, consider why they have remained hidden for so long until Li Yifei discovered them just yesterday without making a sound. Because they are aware of the Night Watcher's presence and understand that if they are discovered, the outcome will be dire. They do not wish to expose themselves. Thus, as long as we do not alarm them, we will be safe, Si Xiaonan chimed in from the side. Indeed, how astute. Look at Little South. One should learn from her example. However, that does not imply we ought not to be anxious, does it? Until we have eradicated them. Every fleeting second compounds the risk. They possess the capability to reproduce. Hong Ying retorted. How could it be so dreadful? Yuji responded, shaking his head in exasperation. Calculations are not that simplistic. If they truly had the ability to reproduce every moment, the entirety of Sangnan City would have long been theirs. Their incapacity to achieve such a feat indicates that their reproductive capabilities are significantly limited. At the very least, a day or two will not dictate the outcome. Oh. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying fell silent, slightly pouting as she reluctantly offered praise. I did not expect you to be quite clever. She had initially presumed that Yuji, like herself, would rely solely on brute strength. After all, possessing such formidable power alongside sharp intellect might render one less foolish. Wouldn't it? How utterly unfair. Chapter 27. Naturally, we shall take the main entrance. I am merely lazy, not foolish. Yuji instinctively contemplated scratching his head, but restrained himself at the last moment, ultimately opting for a slight shrug. After all, he was no longer the exceptionally brilliant programmer he once was in his previous life. When the opportunity arose to avoid exerting his intellect, he would certainly choose to do so. Moreover, there was another piece of good news. What is it? Hong Ying inquired with curiosity. Yuji did not respond, merely shaking his head slightly, indicating that the girl's mind appeared rather simplistic. Those present apart from her seemed to grasp the implications of his earlier remarks quite well. When Hong Ying saw his silence, she turned to the others for clarification. Li Yifei signaled that he should not be questioned as he was merely an innocent victim in this scenario. Si Xiaonan stifled laughter at the banter between the two, seemingly disinclined to provide an explanation. Her sister, Hong Ying, was wonderful in every regard, except perhaps in her reluctance to engage her intellect. "Oh, you little rascal. How dare you laugh at me?" Sister Hong Ying, spare me. Please don't pinch my face, Ao." Lin Xie, noticing that Hong Ying had directed her gaze towards him, felt a twinge of fear that she might unleash her wrath upon him as well, and thus spoke up obediently. "Brother Ji has already mentioned that they dare not expose themselves before the night watchers, which indicates their weakness. We currently possess two advantages. First, they are inferior to us. Second, we have not yet startled the snake in the grass. They remain unaware that we have discovered them. Thus the enemy is in the light while we are in the shadows." Upon hearing this, Yu Ji nodded slightly, though his thoughts diverged. Lin Xie was astute, yet still too young. Yu Ji cast a subtle glance at the bewildered Li Yifei nearby, pondering whether the situation was truly so straightforward. Was it really merely a matter of the enemy being in the light while they remained in the dark? It was not a malicious suspicion. Rather, he considered how long those individuals had been lurking undetected at No. 2 High School, and what were the odds that Li Yifei had stumbled upon them by mere chance. Furthermore, what were the chances that Li Yifei, having discovered them, would still be alive? It was essential to remember that this world was delineated by levels of spiritual power. Since learning this, Yu Ji had become particularly sensitive to it, a consequence of his erroneous allocation of points. Thus, a pressing question arose. Could entities with spiritual power far superior to that of ordinary individuals be scrutinized by them without detection? Of course, these were merely Yu Ji's unfounded speculations, devoid of any solid evidence. Until he secured sufficient proof, his suspicions regarding Li Yifei remained tentative. One must always be wary of others. It is prudent to maintain a vigilant eye, for this world harbors significant dangers. "I see now. I did not expect Brother Xie to be so clever." Hong Ying nodded vigorously while absorbing Lin Xie's analysis, simultaneously playfully tugging at Si Xiaonan's face. Sister Hong Ying, could it be that you are simply not very bright?" Si Xiaonan, feeling unable to resist physically, could only retaliate verbally. "Ahem. All right, enough of this folly. Let us commence our actions." Yu Ji naturally withdrew his peripheral gaze from Li Yifei, turning his attention to Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, and cleared his throat to signal the need for focus. Although the scene of two beautiful girls playfully teasing each other in front of him was delightful, Lin Xie felt that after a while it could be a bit taxing on the body. "So how should we proceed?" he asked hesitantly. Yu Ji, puzzled by his question, replied, "Can't we just go in? Haven't you all changed into your school uniforms?" Aside from the latecomer, Li Yifei, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Xie had already donned their uniforms from the second high school. While Li Yifei had been wearing his uniform the previous night when he encountered the mysterious event and, out of fear, decided to stay overnight at the office. "No, it's already class time." Lin Xie shook his head slightly. "Moreover, we are carrying equipment. The security guard will definitely stop us." "Isn't that simple?" Hong Ying, having listened to their conversation, released her grip on Si Xiaonan's face and, with a smirk, pointed towards a wall over 2 meters high not far away. "We can just climb over. If you want to scale the wall, I know a perfect spot that's easy to climb and where no one will see us." Li Yifei's demeanor instantly brightened as he prepared to lead the way for everyone. "Bro, you're so eager. Do you want to join us?" He inquired. He recalled how he had mistakenly thought Li Yifei was a newcomer and had seen the eager glint in his eyes while watching Chun Mai. Of course, being a night watchman, moving through the shadows, protecting the world. How cool is that? Li Yifei replied, his eyes filled with longing. "It is indeed quite impressive, but also very dangerous," Yu Ji continued. "Aren't you afraid?" A little, but I still want to." Li Yifei's gaze revealed a hint of hesitation. Yet he ultimately nodded with determination. "Captain Chun has already said that if I perform well this time, it's not out of the question." At this point, Li Yifei became increasingly excited. For the moment, Yu Ji could not discern anything suspicious about him. The boy's yearning to be a night watchman, coupled with the fear and hesitation he had shown when recalling the dangers faced last night, along with his current excitement, did not appear to be an act. Yuji felt that even a psychologist would find nothing amiss here. He seemed to be just a typical boy with a bit of a wild imagination. Just a consideration. Lin Xie observed Li Yifei's enthusiasm and shook his head helplessly, dousing the excitement. Li Yifei shuklati nusanli. All right, since you've decided to climb over, go ahead. Yuji also shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Hanning paused slightly. What about you? Me? Of course. I'll use the front entrance. What kind of scholar climbs walls? One must be elegant, do you understand? Yuji waved his hand dismissively, asserting his stance. With that, he strode directly towards the school gate. The others exchanged glances. Why do I feel like he is looking down on us? Li Yifei questioned with some confusion. Is it really okay for him to just go in like that? No, strictly speaking, you're the only scholar among us, Lin Xie pointed out, definitely not referring to himself. There is nothing wrong with it. He isn't carrying anything suspicious. Although he is not in uniform. The security has no reason to stop him if he is merely visiting the school. Humph. Hong Ying merely let out a soft grunt, clutching the black box containing weapons, and then gestured for Li Yifei to promptly lead them to a location less likely to attract attention. Meanwhile, Yuji had already concocted an excuse to transfer to this school, intending to observe the surroundings under the pretense of evaluating the environment. Although he was 28 years of age, his appearance belied his true age. With a book in hand, he resembled nothing short of a dashing high school student. After the security personnel registered him, he was swiftly granted entry. How handsome! With that book in hand, could he be a new teacher? A teacher? He doesn't seem very old. Perhaps he is a new student? One wonders which class he will join. As Yuji ventured deeper into the school and arrived at the playground, he inadvertently sparked quite a commotion. Fortunately, as it was class time, only a few classes engaged in physical education were present on the playground. Chapter 28, The Advantages of Being Handsome. Yuji responded with a smile to the gazes of the girls directed at him. Yet once he departed from their sight, a trace of solemnity surfaced on his previously smiling face. In a class of 30 girls, it was estimated that a third. He murmured under his breath. He then connected to the team's communication channel. Captain, what are you all doing now? We visited the home of that mysterious girl in disguise whom Li Yifei saw last night, but we are still observing without raising any alarms. Xiangnan suggested that there might be means for these individuals to exchange information. Chunmai's tone was grave. Additionally, arrangements are being made around the school. In the worst-case scenario, it could turn into a battlefield. We will conduct a thorough cleansing of the mystery from both within and outside. Indeed, the situation appears to be quite severe. We sent you to the school to confirm the current state, Lin Xie remarked, suggesting that a seraphic I might penetrate the disguise of these entities. How convenient. Yuji was momentarily taken aback. He had been contemplating whether to have Chunmai investigate Li Yifei, but it seemed unnecessary now. What is the matter? Have you made any discoveries on your end? Chunmai inquired after detailing his own situation. He assumed Yuji wouldn't seek him out for idle chatter without reason. Nothing significant. Just some conjectures that cannot be substantiated. Initially, I intended to have you look into Li Yifei. Yuji replied candidly. Is there something suspicious about him? Chunmai's brow furrowed. It seemed improbable. Xiangnan already tested him, and the harbinger of calamity showed no reaction. Is that so? Yuji chuckled wryly. But truly skilled deceivers do not lie when they deceive. I simply feel that an ordinary high school student fortuitously encountering the mysterious perpetrator and surviving is a bit too fortunate. If he has deceived even himself. Could he possibly have fooled you and the harbinger? However, since she is seraphic, I sees nothing amiss. Perhaps it truly is nothing? Consider it my inherent suspicion. A silence ensued on Chunmai's end. No, you're right. It would be wise to remain vigilant. After all, Xie only possesses a limited perspective. Even with the seraphic eye, he may not see through the disguise of entities of a higher realm. Perhaps Li Yifei indeed harbors some issues. I will have someone keep an eye on his family. Are you alone now? Yes, Xie and the others are acting alongside Li Yifei. I sought a reason to separate and report to you, Yuji responded. Well done. Now you are in the shadows. Your task is to ensure the safety of Xie and the others, Chunmai said sternly. Do I not need to remind them to be cautious? Yuji frowned. Chunmai's tone bore a hint of exasperation. Hong Ying tends to expose herself easily. In that case, let them act separately. Yu instructed Hong Ying and her team to investigate the female dormitory, as I have discerned that many of the girls are exhibiting unusual behavior. It is likely that the dormitory is a hotbed of trouble. I will keep Seven Knight informed on this end. Huh? How did you come to this conclusion? Chen Mai inquired, somewhat perplexed. This lad's efficiency in solving cases is astonishing. How could he have uncovered 2 key points in such a short time since arriving at the school? The incident last night was similarly swift, taking less than an hour from initiation to resolution. Of course, it's all about appearances. Yu sighed, alas, this wretched charm of mine has nowhere to be placed. Chen Mai's lips twitched in response, yet he couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in her words. With Yuji's striking looks, any woman passing by would likely steal a glance. Moreover, those who remain unaffected by her beauty must either possess extraordinary self-control or simply not be human. The high school girls, at such a tender age, are particularly susceptible to infatuation. How many among them could resist? Well then, let us proceed as you suggest. With that, the two concluded their call. What happened? Wu Xiangnan inquired as he noticed Chen Mai's furrowed brow inside the black van. Nothing significant. That lad shares your concerns. To be prudent, we should pay a visit to Li Yifei's residence. Chen Mai shook his head slightly as he started the van. Wu Xiangnan paused in surprise, realizing the depth of this young man's thoughtfulness. I had assumed he was merely reckless, but a reckless person wouldn't have led us to stake out at the station in the dead of night. In the classroom, Seven Knight, can you hear me? What is the situation on your end? Yuji's voice crackled through the earpiece. I can hear you. The situation is not favorable. I've just reported to the captain, urging him to dispatch additional personnel, ideally to monitor the families of all students and staff within Songnan. Lin Xie responded in a hushed tone. Yuji's brow arched in curiosity. So there are indeed many? I thought it might have been my imagination. Lin Xie hesitated before replying. Are you able to discern their disguises? No, not exactly. I simply sense that the number of girls drawn to me is peculiarly low. I had expected to be the center of attention upon my arrival. The female dormitory is certainly a critical zone. The sound of Yuji's voice, filled with nonchalance, reached Lin Xie's ears. At that moment, he was meandering on the playground, occasionally returning smiles to the infatuated girls participating in physical education class. Lin Xie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to dispute, and fell into silence. Nonetheless, the gravity of the situation is undeniable. In his own class alone, a staggering 6 individuals have been transformed into similar beings. Across the entire school, the number is likely to be dreadfully high. Furthermore, it is not just the students. The families of these assimilated individuals may also be in dire peril. Have you notified Hong Ying to exercise caution? Not yet. The female dormitory is currently crowded, making it inconvenient to act. I instructed them to wait until the flag-raising ceremony to proceed, and given Hong Ying's skills, there is no need for excessive concern. As Yuji spoke, he rolled up his sleeves to glance at a small patch on his arm that had been scorched. He had already tested the effectiveness of the red tassel. It was fierce and violent. To be frank, in terms of marksmanship, that girl could at most be considered proficient. Not a top-tier expert. However, when combined with the explosive effects of the Forbidden Ruins, her combat capabilities in direct confrontations should rank among the strongest in the squad, second only to myself and Chen Mai. The flag-raising ceremony? Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting about it. This presented an excellent opportunity for him to observe the entire faculty and student body. What is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. The flag-raising ceremony is indeed a splendid occasion for me to ascertain the number of mysteries. You've reminded me. Lin Xie slightly shook his head. By the way, how did you know about today's flag-raising? He pondered. After all, he had only attended a few days of classes at the second high school and had not retained that information. Of course, I inquired with the girls from the upper grade physical education classes. Chapter 29. Shall I take action? Is Li Yifei by your side? No. We agreed to enter the classroom separately. He hasn't come in yet. What's the matter? That's good. Just listen to what I'm about to say. And be careful not to reveal anything. A few minutes later, Li Yifei arrived late, holding a leave request, and was sternly reprimanded by the teacher before entering the classroom. Lin Xie observed this scene, feeling a slight tension in his heart, yet he did not show it. If there were absolutely no suspicions regarding Li Yifei, he might have overlooked such details. Li Yifei himself claimed that he encountered the mysterious figure after school yesterday. Yet now he possessed a leave request. It could not be that he had foreseen the necessity of taking leave and thus prepared in advance, could it? Nevertheless, his seraphic eye discerned no anomalies. While this was somewhat illogical, it could not serve as irrefutable evidence that Li Yifei was indeed the mysterious one. He would heed Yu Ji's advice, remain cautious, and continue to observe. Time passed swiftly. Soon, the sound of a march echoed across the school playground. Recognizing this as a signal for the flag-raising ceremony, Yu Ji made his way to the spectator seats near the flagpole on the outer track of the playground. It seemed that the girls' dormitory area was indeed a hot spot. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, exercised with extra caution. He scanned the arriving girls on the playground and whispered a reminder. Received. Acknowledged. Hearing the responses from the two girls, Yu Ji chose not to elaborate further, but continued to observe the girls, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Wow, so handsome, many girls exclaimed in awe. However, regrettably, Yu Ji's smile was not a gesture of goodwill towards them, but rather a reflection of his discovery of something intriguing. The gazes of these girls toward him could be classified into two categories, one of admiration, which he was all too familiar with, and the other, marked by wariness. Indeed, wariness. The precise description would be initial suspicion, followed by feigned admiration. The girls from the previous physical education class exhibited a similar response. Although the wary glances were fleeting, Yu Ji was well acquainted with the way women looked at him and could not be mistaken. Thus, the question arose. He was merely an ordinary individual, slightly more attractive than average. Was it truly peculiar for someone who had never been seen in school to visit? Could it be that the awareness among high school girls regarding potential threats had reached such heights? Yu Ji found this hard to believe. A single girl's suspicion was one thing, but the uniformity of reactions from so many girls was decidedly troubling. Yu Ji pondered the singular possibility. These girls, or rather, the mysterious entities, had likely been assimilated, transforming into grotesque beings cloaked in human guise. What was even more intriguing was the question of why these girls, or mysteries, exhibited a sense of caution as their first reaction upon noticing him. Captain, it seems your concerns were not unwarranted. Indeed, these entities possess a means of conveying information among themselves, and it appears that upon their first glance at me, they discern my role as the Night Watcher. In this moment, Yu Ji is nearly certain that Li Yifei is embroiled in some form of trouble. After all, he has only recently joined the Night Watchers, and it seems improbable that the mysteries concealed here would grant him recognition. There can be no traitor within Team 136. Thus, the only explanation is that Li Yifei has been relaying information to these individuals. It seems that Li Yifei is indeed suspect. Listening to Yu Ji's words, Chen Mai's tone grew somewhat grave. What should we do? Should we act directly? Yu Ji cast his gaze into the distance and inquired. At the end of his line of sight were Lin Chia and Li Yifei, just emerging from the teaching building. I am confident that I could incapacitate him before he could react. No, now is not the time. Chen Mai's voice was somber. Just moments ago, Hong Ying and the others had discovered what appeared to be the shed skin of a mysterious entity. Based on their descriptions, Xiangnan found information regarding this enigma within the database. They are likely a mythological creature known as the Nantua serpent demon. I have not heard of it. I am not particularly interested in foreign myths. Yu Ji slightly curled his lip. Now that we have discerned what they are, should we not take action? It is not so simple. Without locating the original entity, merely eliminating its progeny would be futile. We cannot ascertain whether Li Yifei is indeed the original. That would only serve to alarm the enemy. Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated through the channel. I believe there is a significant possibility that he is the original. After all, he seems quite eager to join us. As Yu Ji spoke, he gradually rose from the audience seats and made his way towards Lin Xia and Li Yifei. Even the eye of the seraphim could not reveal his true nature. Should he truly ally with us and assist in purging these progeny from a school, we could rest easy. However, this would place him in the heart of enemy territory, a considerable risk. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, Yu Ji remained unfazed. Given the choice between taking risks and certain death, which would you choose? We have now encircled the entire academy and are monitoring all individuals associated with the school. If I were he, knowing escape was futile, I would not shy away from taking risks. If you cannot persuade me, I may very well take action myself. As Yuji's words echoed, the atmosphere immediately grew tense. Lin Chia had been listening to the conversation through his earpiece. As he observed Yuji approaching, he felt a cold sweat bead in his palms. He recalled that just yesterday, this individual had expressed that soldier's identity is both an honor and a burden, and that the philosophy of better to err on the side of caution is paramount. What is wrong with this person? He understands the principles but chooses to disregard them. Is this what they call persuading through virtue? If Yuji were aware of Lin Chia's inner thoughts, he would likely feel a sense of helplessness. He admires those who sacrifice for their mission, yet he has no desire to become one of them. After all, he has not even undergone basic training, and his sense of identity as a soldier is rather weak. He still needs to preserve his life and find a way home. I have said to wait. That is the captain's command. A serious voice resonated from Chunmai. If Li Yifei is indeed the true entity, the mere fact that Chia cannot see through his disguise is sufficient to attest to his formidable strength. Engaging here carries the risk of catastrophic casualties if we err. We must ensure absolute certainty. Well, all right, Yuchi replied, somewhat disinterested, shrugging in response to Chunmai's solemnity. Approaching Lin Chia and Li Yifei, he greeted them with a smile. Lin Chia subconsciously exhaled in relief. He had witnessed the consequences of Yuchi's actions on 2 occasions. The thought of Yuchi taking action in front of so many people was terrifying to contemplate. Chapter 30, what is this? Wow, Chi, who is this handsome fellow? Do you know him? The girls in Lin Chia's class were mesmerized at the sight of Yuji. They had thought Lin Chi was striking enough, but it seemed there was someone even more dashing. My neighbor's older brother is probably here for a reason, right? Lin Jia akardi konkokted an ejuse. He then led Li Yifei to Yuji. Chi, brother Yuji, what do you plan to do next? Li Yifei asked eagerly, his tone tinged with excitement. If there's anything I can do, just command me, and I shall fulfill the task. Yuji and Lin Chi exchanged a glance. Lin Chi then spoke. I originally intended to assess the situation during the flag-raising ceremony, but it appears that is no longer necessary. As he spoke, a glint of gold flashed in his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. He noticed that at least 1/3 of the eyes in the crowd were intentionally or unintentionally fixated upon them, and these gazes were not human. Just as Yuji had suspected, these Nantawa snake demons seemed to have determined from the outset that they were the Night Watchers. We are surrounded. At this point, verifying one by one is futile. This school is finished. What? Li Yifei shivered at the revelation. Surrounded? Where? Could it be that the people around us are all? Estimating that 1/3 are involved, I had a feeling this matter could not be resolved quietly and peacefully. It seems a chaotic battle is imminent. Yuji remarked. Indeed. Lin Chi nodded in agreement. This is bad. I knew I shouldn't have come with you. What am I to do if a fight breaks out? I don't possess any superpowers like you. Li Yifei became anxious. Fear not. I lack superpowers as well. Chi, you will protect us, Yuji reassured with a gentle laugh. Li Yifei looked incredulously at Yuji, then at Lin Chi. Brother Chi indeed has no special abilities. Lin Chi sighed helplessly, seemingly reminded of Zhao Kongsheng. Not all Night Watchers possessed extraordinary powers. They were merely mortal beings, sacrificing themselves to safeguard this world. What you say is true. But how can you single-handedly confront so many creatures while also protecting us? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Li Yifei was filled with dread. Calm down. Look at you. Yet you still claim you want to join us? Yuji shot him a disdainful glance, then lifted the hem of his clothing. Behold this treasure. Li Yifei stood up, momentarily taken aback by the dark object revealed at Yuji's waist. Is this for real? Of course. Night Watchers are soldiers. Is it not normal to be equipped with firearms? Yuji explained, exasperated. For dealing with these not-so-powerful entities, this tool is quite effective. Yes. All fears stem from insufficient firepower. I almost forgot you are professionals. Li Yifei sighed in relief, feeling reassured. What shall I do then? Am I merely responsible for shouting 666? Of course, my duty is to facilitate the evacuation of the crowd. With so many young women around, who would have the time to shout 666? Rest assured, we will provide cover for you, Yu said with a grin. Simultaneously, he audaciously drew the pistol from his waist, chambered around, and raised the weapon. What are you doing? Li Fei exclaimed in shock. Naturally, I am initiating combat. I prefer to take the offensive rather than waiting for these monsters to emerge on their own. Yuji's response was delivered with an air of certainty. Which one? Lin Xie inquired. The second girl to your left, came the reply. Bang, huh? With the sound of a gunshot, the girl collapsed, followed by a cacophony of screams. The surrounding teachers and students initially gasped at Yuji's act of shooting, but as the fallen body morphed into a grotesque monstrosity, their shrieks grew even more frantic, especially the girl who had just praised Yuji's handsomeness. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly refined and charming young man, who had been smiling just moments ago, would so swiftly resort to gunfire? Help! There's a gun. Monsters! The scene erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, the gunfire served as a signal. A barrier rose around the school, enveloping it entirely. This was the Forbidden Ruins, a realm devoid of restrictions. Outside the school, Chenmai gazed at the rising barrier with a sense of frustration. This fellow lacks any gentle means, does he? Compared to directly confronting the entity, this is quite mild, Wu Xiangnan responded resignedly. If Li Yifei truly is the entity and wishes to infiltrate the Night Watchers, he would undoubtedly strive to assist in the evacuation of the crowd. This battle is inevitable. Rather than being reactive, it is better to guide the opponent to align with our rhythm. I understand the reasoning, yet it remains too impulsive. Chenmai expressed his concern. Every premise you stated relies on Li Yifei truly being the Nantua serpent demon. Aside from wagering that we are correct, do you possess a superior strategy? As Yuji pointed out, the numbers involved are beyond the capacity for a quiet resolution. Wu Xiangnan queried. After a moment of contemplation, Chenmai could only sigh in resignation. Alas, let us hope the casualties are not too severe. Everyone, please remain calm. We are specifically trained to handle these monsters. Follow me for an orderly evacuation. Within the confines of the barrier, Lin Xie wielded a knife in one hand, cleaving a serpent demon in two, while in the other hand he fired into the sky, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, Yuji methodically dispatched each creature cloaked in human skin that charged at him, each shot finding its mark with unerring precision. Unable to discern which were human and which were serpent demons like Lin Xie, he focused solely on neutralizing those who threatened him. Lin Xie remained acutely aware of his surroundings, particularly noting the scene where Yuji expertly shot down the snake demons. Observing Yuji's remarkable marksmanship, he decided to provide cover for the students and faculty while simultaneously offering tactical advice. Left 2, right 3, Brother Ji, to the distance. Right side. They are retreating towards the teaching building. There are still people inside who have yet to evacuate. Received. Listening intently to Lin Quie, Iuyi gracefully pivoted, drawing another handgun concealed at his lower back. With a seamless adjustment, he aimed both weapons at the fleeing snake demons, executing a series of precise headshots. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Xie, who had previously harbored concerns for the students still within the building, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This revelation dealt him another heavy blow. Was this a joke? Although the distance was not particularly great, was it truly feasible for a novice who had only handled firearms for a day or two to achieve such accuracy? After practicing for the same duration, why was it that I could not hit the target at all? Chapter 31. Please begin your performance. Yuji expressed his ignorance. He was indeed exceptional. After acquiring a wealth of knowledge about firearms from Lung Xian, his notes in Luan Yu were densely packed, resembling a scholarly thesis. It must be said that Lung Xian's understanding of firearms was nothing short of remarkable. As the ace sniper of Team 136, his explanations were almost textbook level in detail. This made Yuji feel that a single conversation with him was worth a decade of study, allowing him to exchange just one cultivation point for the skill of firearms mastery. Why practice laboriously when one could simply excel? Not only firearms, But he also learned the art of gunplay from Hong Ying and the techniques of swordsmanship from Zhao Kongqing. It must be noted that having masters to guide one's learning is an efficient way to absorb knowledge. For merely one cultivation point, he could acquire vast skills without any cost. There were no tricks or deceptions. It was fair for both young and old. Although merely 2 days had passed, Yu had transformed from a novice into a proficient practitioner. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously. Yu was in a frenzy of combat. He deftly tossed a spare magazine into the air while swiftly unloading the empty one, his twin pistols crossing in midair. Click! The crisp sound of mechanisms echoed as the magazines slid seamlessly into the guns. He swiftly chambered his weapons and continued firing. However, the joyous moments did not last long. Soon, the gunfire ceased as Yu had exhausted his magazines. TSK, he had missed quite a few. Surveying the corpses of the serpent demons scattered across the ground, Yu smirked slightly. He had intended to eliminate all the serpent demon offspring within range on the playground, but with only 2 handguns concealed on his person. Some had inevitably escaped into the teaching building. Killing so many was already commendable. The evacuation had proceeded smoothly. Now, it was time to wrap things up. Lin Xie swung his blade, splattering blood, signaling the frightened girls behind him to swiftly exit from the corner of the unbounded void that had been lifted. As anticipated, under their cover, Li Yifei successfully completed the evacuation task. Aside from a few serpent demons attempting to mingle with the crowd who were swiftly dispatched by Lin Xie, most of the students and faculty had been evacuated. Next, they would rescue those who had not yet managed to leave the teaching building. Old Zhao, you may close the passage now. Let us proceed to save the remaining individuals and clear out the remaining serpent demons. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Yu agreed and turned towards Zhao Kongsheng, who had opened the unbounded void. All right, here is your ammunition supply, and do take care. Zhao Kongsheng nodded slightly, handing Yu a waste bag filled with magazines, then letting the edge of the unbounded void slowly descend like a curtain. The school had once again become an isolated island within the city. Hong Ying, how is the situation on your end? Yu did not forget to inquire about Hong Ying's status. These fellows cannot touch me, Hong Ying replied, her voice brimming with pride. Xiaonan and I have nearly cleared the girls' dormitory. However, we have not encountered the main body of the serpent demon. It matters not. You may continue with your tasks, for the essence shall inevitably reveal itself. Once assured that all is well on Hong Ying's side, Yu turned to Lin Qiyi. Where are the remaining students? I know. Li Yifei interjected eagerly. Most of them should have retreated to the gymnasium under the teacher's guidance. Some, however, may not have had time to leave the classroom and are likely trapped within the teaching building. Yu nodded slightly. Very well, let us act separately. I shall proceed to the gymnasium. Qiyi, the teaching building is entrusted to you. Understood. Lin Qi nodded and turned to Li Yifei. Who will you accompany? Of course, I will follow you. Don't you possess superpowers? Li Yifei responded with a hint of trepidation. While Ji Gu is armed, he can only ensure his own safety, right? My presence would only hinder him. That is a valid point. Let us commence our actions. Lin Qi spoke succinctly. Thus, they parted ways. Observing the departing figures of Lin Qiyi and Li Yifei, Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Not long after their separation, upon arriving at the gymnasium, Yu received a message from Lin Qiyi. As planned, Li Yifei and I have become separated. Well done. Now, let us see how he performs. Are you truly certain? What if we have misunderstood? Will he be safe? Lin Qiyi inquired with a hint of concern. I believe your apprehension is unwarranted. Yu first calmed the emotions of those in the gymnasium, then continued to respond to Lin Qiyi. You may find it hard to believe, but the offensive here is remarkably weak. Bang! As he spoke, he shot down a serpent demon, attempting to force its way through the main entrance. If you are truly uneasy, you could follow him discreetly. With your perceptive abilities, you should be able to maintain a distance without being detected. Understood. Lin Qiyi, upon hearing Yuji's suggestion, paused momentarily. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to shadow Li Yifei. Instead, he began to search for the students hidden throughout the teaching building. Yuji's meaning was already quite clear. The gymnasium was evidently the area with a larger congregation of individuals. And if the serpent demons were to launch a concerted attack in droves, it would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. Yet at this moment, only a few scattered serpent demons were engaging in a token offensive, and that was from the front. It was almost as if they were merely seeking to assert their presence. There should still be numerous serpent demons remaining within the school. Why was their assault so feeble? The answer was becoming increasingly evident. The intent of these serpent demons was not to slaughter. Perhaps, as Yuji had surmised, they were collaborating with Li Yifei, or rather, with the essence of Ananda, serpent demon, to stage a grand performance. At this juncture, even Lin Yi couldn't help but admire Yuji's intellect. Had he been in Yuji's position, he certainly would not have fathomed such complexities. Initially, he had shared the same perspective as Chunmu Yi and others, believing Yuji to rely solely on brute force. Time flowed on. What was the state of affairs? In the vicinity of the gymnasium, the exasperated Yuji dispatched yet another serpent demon attempting to infiltrate the premises with a single shot, subsequently kicking the lifeless body aside. He then inquired towards Lin Yi. Your conjecture is likely true. How so? Yuji asked with keen interest. Lin Yi elaborated on the dire situation surrounding the teaching building, where a large congregation of serpent demons had indeed amassed. However, their intentions did not appear to be one of slaughter. Instead, they seemed intent on driving the occupants away. Currently, the first, second, and fourth floors of the teaching building had been overtaken by the Nandu serpent demons, leaving students trapped on the fifth and third floors. Had Lin Yi not approached the issue with a skeptical mindset from the outset, he might not have uncovered the peculiarities within this scenario. These serpent demons clearly possessed the capability to launch a decisive assault, ensnaring all the teachers and students gathered on the third and fifth floors. Yet, they refrained from doing so, merely roaming about and hunting those unfortunate souls who had failed to find refuge among the masses. Chapter 32. The heroes will emerge several times. When Lin Xie contemplated intervening to rescue others, the unfortunate souls discovered by the serpent demon managed to escape on their own. It was only those who inadvertently found themselves cornered who required his assistance. This was undeniably peculiar, as if these fortunate survivors were deliberately ushered to instill panic on the third and fifth floors. They seemed to cultivate an atmosphere of dread akin to wolves stalking a flock of sheep, closing in and forcing the lambs into a state of terror. After vanquishing the serpent demons on the first and second floors, Lin Xie, accompanied by those he had rescued, made his way to the third floor while reflecting on the situation. Yuji's lips curled into a subtle grin, as if everything was under control. And then, the heroes would appear. Lin Xie remained silent, for he truly stood on the third floor, witnessing the hero himself. His perceptual range extended 10 meters, not in a flat plane, but as a sphere centered around him. Thus, from his vantage point on the third floor, he could sense all occurrences within the range from the first to the fifth floors. In his awareness, he observed Li Yifei wielding a fire axe, leading several boys as they successfully descended from the fifth floor via a thick rope to the corridor on the third floor. Setting aside how they miraculously evaded the gaze of the serpent demons roaming the fourth floor, the subsequent scene left Lin Xie almost certain that Li Yifei was indeed problematic. The boys had confronted and brutally slain 2 serpent demons alongside Li Yifei. He had first-hand experience of the demon's formidable strength, having dispatched numerous foes on his journey. Such power was beyond that of ordinary individuals. Even a collective effort from several boys would be futile. Undoubtedly, the serpent demons had shown restraint. The only plausible reason for their willingness to perish was the presence of their mother entity, the Nanda serpent demon. Brother G, what is the matter? When the time comes, can I leave him to you to handle? For reasons unknown, upon confirming that Li Yifei was the Nanda serpent demon's true form, Lin Xie felt a complex turmoil within. Although their time together had been brief, Li Yifei was one of his few friends. He recalled the care shown to him since his arrival at school. Yet, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Of course, but you mustn't hesitate when the moment arrives. Rest assured I won't. To be honest, my bond with him isn't strong enough to warrant such reluctance. I merely feel a tinge of regret. Very well. Yu refrained from further commentary, merely leaning against the wall by the gym entrance, shaking his head with a sigh. After all, they were just 17 or 18-year-old children. In the midst of their conversation, Li Yifei had successfully led the boys into the classroom on the third floor where the students were hiding. Perhaps because he had led the charge against 2 serpent demons, and the students had witnessed this scene, no one harbored any suspicions. As Lin Xie sensed this unfolding event, an increasing sense of dread enveloped him. Had it not been for the preconceived notion that Li Yifei was suspicious from the outset, would he not still be in the dark at this moment? Lin Xie gently shook his head, continuing to observe the situation. However, what he perceived next caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Within this classroom, there appeared to be a remarkably astute young man who directly pointed out the impracticality of Li Yifei's retreat plan. Currently, they were confronted with a scenario where monsters roamed the upper and lower levels, and the sole means of accessing the 5th floor was the rope that Li Yifei had used to descend. Even if they managed to ascend, the situation would remain unchanged. At best, they would merely find themselves trapped in a different location. Li Yifei had no grounds for rebuttal. They were left with no choice but to hold their ground. Yet, could they truly withstand the onslaught? The answer was a resounding no. Indeed, as Lin Xie had anticipated, if these serpent demons were to get serious, the assault would far exceed what a handful of boys in the classroom could endure. The classroom door, already on the verge of collapse, was soon to be breached. Lin Xie found himself momentarily hesitant. Zhige, did you not assert that these serpent demons would cooperate with Li Yifei to craft his heroic image? Yet, it appears he has fallen into a predicament. That is because they have included us in their script. Yu, sitting idly at the entrance of the gymnasium, responded with indifference. As an ordinary person, Li Yifei has performed admirably. Since he wishes to showcase himself before us, how could we be absent from the narrative? Ultimately, it falls upon us to take action. He need not overshadow us, correct? Yes, I understand that. Lin Xie nodded thoughtfully, though a frown lingered on his brow. I just find it peculiar. Li Yifei's demeanor is exceedingly natural, entirely devoid of any pretense. Could he truly be the essence of a serpent demon? It seems you still harbor a glimmer of hope for him, do you? Yu scratched his head in exasperation, pondering that this child was indeed still quite young. A truly adept deceiver does not lie. One cannot discern their deceit because they are capable of deceiving even themselves. Lin Xie remained silent for a moment. Do not overthink it, Yu reassured him. Simply focus on fulfilling your own responsibilities. All answers will reveal themselves in due time. Go on. All right. Lin Xie nodded slightly, brandishing his blade as he charged toward the classroom where Li Yifei and the others were gathered. The events that transpired next were almost entirely predictable to him. After Lin Xie had dispatched the serpent demons with relative ease, the group naturally regarded him as their anchor. Following Li Yifei's proud recounting of his illustrious achievements, Lin Xie felt a tangle of emotions, but could only express, "Fortunately, you were here. Otherwise, the casualties would have been quite severe." This statement was genuine, yet not entirely complimentary. Even Lin Xie himself was uncertain. Naturally, Li Yifei interpreted it as praise. Given my stellar performance, is there a chance for me to join the Night Watchers? That should not be a problem, right? Unless you are the essence of serpent demon? The latter part of Lin Xie's words remained unspoken. What shall we do next? Li Yifei inquired. You all should take refuge in the grand auditorium of the gymnasium. I have already cleared the monsters below. My companions are over there, safe and sound, Lin Xie replied, addressing not only Li Yifei, but the group as a whole. Upon hearing this, most nodded eagerly, wishing to depart from the current location at once. However, 2 individuals were exceptions. One of them was Li Yifei. I will accompany you, he declared, his gaze unwavering and exuding remarkable courage. This was entirely within Lin Xie's expectations. After all, if Li Yifei truly was the serpent demon in disguise, his aim was undoubtedly to make a commendable impression before them. This was the opportune moment for him to showcase his valor. To be honest, even if Li Yifei had not volunteered to join, Lin Xie would have sought a reason to include him, as he needed to keep a close watch on him. Yet, the other volunteer, left Lin Chia somewhat perplexed. Chapter 33. I am a scholar. Afraid of campus violence. Before him stood a seemingly refined young man. Through the prior introduction by Li Yifei, Lin Chia learned that this individual was named in Xingyu, a rather renowned genius at the second high school. At first glance, Xingyu bore a striking resemblance to Yu Ji, evoking an unsettling premonition in Lin Chia, perhaps due to the profound influence of past encounters. This disquiet was further exacerbated by the fact that he bore the lofty title of genius, a distinction not easily claimed by ordinary individuals. After all, the last well-mannered scholar he had known, who exuded an air of timidity towards campus violence, had once threatened to bludgeon someone with a book. Indeed, Xingyu was far from ordinary. Seizing the opportunity, while Li Yifei was engaged with a group of boys eager to accompany Lin Chia upstairs, Xingyu discreetly pulled Lin Chia aside and whispered something that caused Lin Chia's expression to sharpen. Thus, I suspect there is a monster lurking among us. Upon hearing Xingyu's words, Lin Chia regarded him with a gaze akin to that reserved for a pervert. You analyzed so much in such a brief span of time? He could understand the suspicions directed at Li Yifei by Yu Ji, Wu Xiangnan, and the team leader, as they were contemplating the matter from the perspective of night watchmen, having initially approached Li Yifei with skepticism. It was akin to possessing the answer first and then deducing the process, a far simpler endeavor. Yet this Xingyu, prior to today, at this very moment, had been entirely uninformed. Indeed, Xingyu nodded with an air of intrigue in his eyes as he looked at Lin Chia. Does your statement imply that my conclusion is indeed correct? Correctness is debatable. We merely share the same suspicions about him. Lin Chia replied helplessly. Him? Do you mean you've already identified a target? Xingyu inquired, slightly nodding, displaying no overt astonishment. After all, if even someone as uninformed as he could glean hints from subtle clues, it was only natural that these professionals, armed with vast intelligence, would pinpoint a suspect. Could you conveniently inform me who your suspected target is? Or shall I take a guess? Could it be Li Yifei? Lin Chia was taken aback by Xingyu's conjecture. Narrowing his eyes, he questioned, First, tell me what led you to harbor suspicions about the people here? And how did you narrow your focus to Li Yifei? Was it intuition? From your reaction, did I guess correctly? Xingyu smiled with delight. Lin Chia felt a shiver run down his spine at his grin. Answer my question first. I never rely on intuition to make judgments about matters. Xingyu chuckled lightly. I simply observed numerous subtle inconsistencies, which led me to harbor doubts about him. For instance, at this point, he gestured toward the window. Lin Chia looked in the indicated direction, perplexed. What is there? Once, there existed a rope in that place. However, it has now been severed by the monsters. Is there anything peculiar about this? Lin Chia furrowed his brow slightly. Have you also noticed how unreasonable it is that they can smoothly bypass the creatures on the fourth floor? That point is indeed not unfounded. It could be attributed to mere luck. This falls under the category of uncertainties and cannot serve as conclusive evidence. Xingyu shook his head gently, then smiled again, saying, However, I have discovered something far more intriguing. What is it? Given the physiological structure of these monsters, they should not be able to perceive that rope. Yet, they severed it the moment they initiated their assault. Xingyu adjusted his glasses, sunlight refracting off the lenses obscuring his gaze. Nonetheless, Lin Chia could surmise that he was brimming with confidence at that moment. This implies that there must be someone within our line of sight conveying information to them. In conclusion, these monsters possess a spiritual network for relaying intelligence among themselves, and one is concealed among us. Lin Chia nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of the logic. All right, but how did you come to suspect Li Yifei? Xingyu smiled. That would be thanks to the intelligence you provided me. Lin Chia appeared bewildered, but soon realized it was because he had promised to allow Li Yifei to accompany him. Indeed, Xingyu asserted with the confidence of someone who believes they hold the truth. I doubt you would allow us to take refuge in the crowded gymnasium knowing that a monster lurks among us. The reason you did so is that the creature concealed within us is not among those heading to the gymnasium for shelter. Wait a moment. Lin Chia interrupted his conjecture. Doesn't your logic contain contradictions? Where? Xingyu inquired, puzzled. Initially, I was the one who suggested you all seek refuge over there. You volunteer to join me. Lin Xie regarded Qingyu with a dangerous glint in his eyes. According to your reasoning, does that not cast suspicion upon yourself? Do I not have every reason to suspect that all you have said is merely a ruse to confuse us and gain our trust, and that you are, in fact, the hidden monster? You're not entirely incorrect. Lin Xie had anticipated that Qingyu would be unsettled by his words. To his surprise, Qingyu's smile grew even more radiant. But what if, from the very beginning, you all knew someone would inevitably volunteer? I have two hypotheses. First, Li Yifei is an operative you have placed among the students, assigned a task. Thus you knew he would volunteer at this moment, leading that group of boys alongside you. Second, you had already identified a suspect from the outset, crafting certain plans in advance to guide him to act according to your design, with Li Yifei being that individual. Which possibility do you deem more plausible? I find the second possibility to be more likely. After all, if that monstrous entity were to conceal itself among that group of boys, any refusal to cooperate and insistence on heading towards the gymnasium would pose significant complications. However, if Li Yifei himself is indeed the suspect you have identified, such dilemmas would cease to exist. Lin Xie found himself momentarily speechless as he gazed into Qingyu's eyes. The title of the top student at number 2 high school seemed woefully inadequate to encapsulate the brilliance of the individual before him. He sensed that if their conversation continued, this person might very well unravel their entire plan. Ultimately, Lin Xie could only shrug helplessly and say, "Very well, you are correct. So, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 34. Do we have a chance? Regarding this question, Qingyu expressed her confusion. I am merely an ordinary person with a sharp mind, lacking any physical prowess. Isn't it your responsibility to resolve issues? Upon hearing such a response, Lin Xie inexplicably sighed with relief. That's good. What do you mean? I mean, aside from being exceptionally intelligent, you're quite normal. Lin Xie chuckled awkwardly. Can I take this as a compliment? Of course. Lin Xie patted Qingyu on the shoulder, his face filled with satisfaction. In this day and age, encountering a normal person is quite rare. Hearing such an evaluation, Qingyu smiled slightly. You are quite amusing. Those familiar with me either call me a genius or label me as insane. To this, Lin Xie merely smiled. No one can be as crazy as your brother Ji. He is the type to eliminate someone on the spot over a trivial disagreement. Previously, he had chosen not to execute Li Yifei right then and there, solely out of respect for the captain. However, it seemed that while he spared him, he did not do so entirely. After all, they engaged in a fierce confrontation shortly thereafter, catching everyone off guard. So what do you plan to do? Do you need my assistance? Qingyu tossed the question back, her tone tinged with anticipation. No, we already have a plan. Lin Xie gently shook his head, observing Qingyu's enthusiasm. He began to reconsider his earlier statement about her being quite normal. A normal person would be eager to avoid such circumstances, not approach them with such zeal. On the other side, Yuge, sitting at the entrance of the gymnasium, sneezed, feeling as though someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. He rubbed his nose, stood up, and checked the time on his phone. It should be about time. He then switched his earphones to the communication channel. Xiaonan, how is your side progressing? In the girls' dormitory, cafeteria, and art building. The wandering snake demons have been mostly cleared. Now, Sister Hongying and I are double-checking for any stragglers, Si Xiaonan replied. While speaking, Yuge could faintly hear the sounds of battle from her end. It seemed that Hongying was conducting a final sweep. Yuge nodded slightly. Very well. The only place left is the sophomore building where Chia is. After you finish cleaning up, come on my side. There are many teachers and students in the gymnasium that need to be evacuated. Okay, and what about you? Si Xiaonan inquired. As for me, I have some final tasks to attend to. Saying this, Yuge smiled as he gazed towards the direction of the teaching building. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Xie had successfully cleared the snake demons on the 4th floor and returned to the 3rd floor to beckon Li Yifei and the others to follow. The boys were in awe, having witnessed Lin Xie carve a bloody path to the 5th floor in such a short span of time. As the crowd prepared to ascend to the 5th floor, an unexpected figure emerged. Yi, what brings you here? Are you all right? Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Yu Ji, who was just ascending from downstairs. Rest assured, everything is fine. The gymnasium is under the vigilant watch of Hong Ying and her team. She is the strongest among us, and with her protection, even the serpent demon's true form cannot harm anyone there. I thought you might be overwhelmed on your own, so I decided to check on you. No. I mean, are you really okay? Lin Xie asked with concern, recalling that he had already cleared the area downstairs, yet there could still be unseen dangers. Have you underestimated me? Yu Ji chuckled lightly, gesturing with a handgun in her hand. Indeed, I encountered one or two, but such matters are well within my capability. That's a relief, Lin Xie replied, visibly relaxing. However, your worries are unwarranted. My situation is manageable, and I am not without assistance. As he spoke, he glanced towards Li Yifei and the others, signaling them. Hee. Li Yifei grinned foolishly, seemingly eager to take credit. Very promising, Yu Ji remarked, casting a surprised glance at Li Yifei and offering her praise. Once we complete our task, I will certainly speak highly of you to the captain, advocating for your inclusion among the night watch. Really? That's wonderful. The boys erupted in excitement. Do you think we stand a chance? Now is not the time for such discussions. I see you are all geared up. Where are you headed next? Yu Ji inquired, redirecting the conversation. There are still students trapped on the 5th floor. They should be the last group. We plan to go up, Lin Xie responded. Oh, then let us go together. All right. However, just as the group reached a consensus and prepared to ascend, a sudden commotion erupted from above. What is happening? Yu Ji furrowed her brow slightly. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that those monsters have breached our defenses? Li Yifei speculata un sartaili. It's also possible that within the classrooms above, a creature has concealed itself among the students, revealing its true form and causing the uproar, and Xingyu calmly analyzed. Lin Xie and Yu Ji exchanged a glance, both feeling a flicker of doubt about their previous judgments. Li Yifei appeared genuinely unsettled. Could it be that the true form of the serpent demon was not Li Yifei, but rather someone stirring chaos upstairs? We should hurry up and investigate, Yu Ji urged. Agreed. I will lead the way. With that, Lin Xie took the lead, charging ahead with his blade in hand. Soon, they cleared a path through the serpent demons and arrived at the door of the classroom where the students were located. However, the situation was not as dire as they had imagined. The defenses had not been breached, nor was there any sign of monstrous activity within. It seemed there was merely a dispute occurring inside. More specifically, it appeared someone was attempting to leave the classroom despite the others' objections. What is happening? Li Yifei called out toward the classroom. Is it really Li Yifei and the others who have returned? Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look, and some noticed that the monstrous beings outside had been effortlessly dispatched by Lin Xie, akin to slicing through vegetables, which instantly ignited a wave of excitement. Who did he bring back? How impressive. Quickly, let them in. The boys inside hurriedly cleared away the obstructing tables and chairs, creating a pathway for Yu Ji and the others to enter the classroom. Li Yifei, what is the current situation? How did you manage to ascend? As soon as they entered the classroom, they were surrounded by curious individuals, bombarding them with eager inquiries. Naturally, we fought our way up. You have no idea. My brother Qie single-handedly breached the entire 4th floor, Li Yifei boasted, as if he were the one responsible for the feat. However, both Yu Ji and Lin Xie furrowed their brows. Their attention was not on the exhilarated crowd, but rather on the recent turmoil. The two shared a glance, their eyes simultaneously penetrating through the throng, landing on a young man who remained, to this moment, indignant and agitated. Chapter 35, Is there still a rule of law? Is there still a sense of justice? First, let them be quiet. Yu Ji gestured towards Li Yifei. All right, everyone, please quiet down. Li Yifei hurriedly exclaimed. This is my brother Yu Ji, an official just like Qi Yi, who specializes in handling such situations. Please, let's listen to what he has to say. Li Yifei seemed to command considerable respect, and upon hearing his words, the crowd quickly quieted down, though some continued to murmur. Who are you? What do you want? Once the crowd settled, Eugene narrowed his eyes at the boy who had caused the disturbance, whose face was still slightly flushed from anger. His name is Lu Yuan. Lin Shiyi seemed to recognize him and began to speak, but was interrupted by Yuji. Let him speak for himself. Though Lin Shiyi felt puzzled by this instruction, he obediently fell silent. I am Lu Yuan. What is it to you? What do you want? The boy, now acutely aware of everyone's gaze upon him, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, stuttering his words, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Don't think that just because you're powerful, I'll be afraid of you. I tell you, our strength and your fear of us are inconsequential. Yuji coldly interrupted, continuing his inquiry. I have 2 questions for you. Why did you cause the disturbance? And do you know what you were doing? Why did I cause the disturbance? Lu Yuan laughed in anger. How dare you ask me that? What right do you have to restrict our personal freedom? Do you even realize you're breaking the law? I'm telling you, I'm leaving this place today. And suddenly, he directed his ire at Lin Shiyi. Lin Shiyi, listen well. Han Ruoruo is now my girlfriend. She has broken up with you. I'm taking her away from here right now. At this declaration, Yuji cast a puzzled glance at Lin Shiyi, seemingly surprised that the stout and bright-eyed Lin Shiyi had managed to secure a girlfriend so soon after starting school. Actually, Lin Shiyi chuckled awkwardly, whispering something into Yuji's ear. I see. Yuji's gaze remained neutral as he glanced at Han Ruoruo beside him, then turned back to Lu Yuan. You say you intend to take her away? Yes. What of it? Lu Yuan replied defiantly. Nothing much. However, you have yet to answer my second question, Yuji said, slightly shaking his head, his tone still calm. Now look me in the eyes and answer. Do you comprehend what you were just doing? Of course I know. I am defending my rights. What right do you have to restrict our freedom? Even if you are officials, you cannot act so lawlessly. Is there still a rule of law? Is there still a sense of justice? Lu Yuan asserted, his arguments growing bolder upon realizing they were officials. I am determined to take Ruo away from here. What can you do to me, crack? Lu Yuan's voice abruptly halted. Not only Lu Yuan, but everyone present held their breath, including Lin Shiyi, who was momentarily taken aback. The sound I had just heard was that of a pistol being cocked. Yuji raised the gun, aiming it directly at Lu Yuan. It appears that you do not believe you have erred in any way. What? What do you intend to do? Lu Yuan, now staring at the ominous black muzzle pointed at him, had lost his earlier bravado and became much more subdued, his speech faltering once again. Allow me to correct 2 of your misconceptions. Yuji did not respond directly, but spoke with a calm demeanor. Firstly, we have only just arrived here and do not recall imposing any restrictions on anyone's personal freedom. You should not assume a moral high ground to criticize us. Secondly, you are indeed correct. I am utterly unrestrained. Bang! The sudden gunshot rang out, and a crimson hole appeared in the center of Lu Yuan's forehead as he collapsed, his face frozen in disbelief. Not just Lu Yuan, but everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Yuji would actually pull the trigger. This was soon followed by a chorus of gasps. Shoo! However, the startled cries quickly ceased. Yuji smiled, raising his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He swept the gun around the room, conveying a clear message. Anyone who dared to raise their voice would meet the same fate as Lu Yuan. Brother Ji, you. Lin Shiyi gazed at Yuji in astonishment. He suddenly felt that his understanding of this person's madness was still woefully inadequate. This was already the second time today that this individual had drawn a weapon in a fit of rage. His mental state was no less erratic than that of a former patient like himself. Was it? Lin Shiyi shared a complicated history with Lu Yuan. Before awakening his abilities, he had encountered a mysterious incident in which Lu Yuan was also present. In that moment, Lu Yuan had deliberately shoved him to escape, leaving him in a life-threatening situation. Lu Yuan had effectively attempted to kill him. Had he not awakened his powers at that time, he would likely have perished. Thus, Lin Shiyi felt little emotional turmoil over Lu Yuan's demise. In fact, he found a certain satisfaction in it. However, he had not anticipated that before he could exact his revenge, Lu Yuan would be so decisively dispatched by Yuji. This left Lin Shiyi utterly perplexed. He contemplated how this situation differed from those earlier encounters with creatures masquerading as humans. Lu Yuan was, after all, a person. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Shiyi himself bore a grudge against Lu Yuan. Even if he were to seek vengeance personally, could he be so brazen? At most, He might have facilitated Lu Yuan's elopement with Han Ruo, allowing Lu Yuan to meet his own end. You wish to inquire why? Yu Ji seemed to perceive Lin Chie's confusion. Lin Chie nodded slightly, yes. Because he sought his own demise. Yi scoffed coldly. If he was so eager to find death, then what harm was there in me graciously aiding him on his journey? For heaven's sake, he is not a mere child. Does he not comprehend the circumstances outside? How dare he speak to me of law? How dare he attempt to morally bind me? What a ridiculous notion. Indeed, the law holds significance only when societal order functions correctly. And Xingyu nodded sensibly in agreement. He began to comprehend why Yu Ji deemed Lu Yuan to be courting disaster. At a time when everyone was engulfed in peril and trepidation, this Lu Yuan audaciously sought to create chaos within the classroom for his own selfish desires, disregarding the pleas of others as he attempted to forcibly take Han Ruo away. It is crucial to note that outside, they were surrounded by a horde of monstrous beings. In such circumstances, venturing outside would amount to a death wish. Even if Lu Yuan were to endanger himself, that would be one thing. However, the gravest concern was that had Lu Yuan succeeded in his reckless endeavor, breaching the sealed doors or windows to escape with Han Ruo while others remained oblivious, the lives of everyone in the classroom would have been irrevocably jeopardized. Lu Yuan is not a mere child. He cannot be so oblivious as to overlook such a blatant consequence. And in Xingyu's eyes, individuals like him are indeed a bane to society, unworthy of pity. Chapter 36. After all, I am not a devil. However, it must be acknowledged that it was indeed astonishing for Yu Ji to publicly shoot him dead. Even Xingyu was taken aback. Aren't you affiliated with the authorities? Is such an act truly acceptable? She whispered to Lin Xie. Lin Xie admitted that this was also a question he wished to pose. If the captain were to discover this, the situation would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. How would they clean up this mess afterwards? Could he simply pretend he had not witnessed it? Brother Ji, do you not think this action is rather inappropriate? Inappropriate? Compared to being devoured by a monster, my method of ensuring his demise was dignified and devoid of suffering. Is that not preferable? Lin Xie found himself at a loss for words in response to Yu Ji's seemingly self-evident justification. If he were to choose his own manner of death, he would undoubtedly opt for a swift bullet to the head rather than being consumed by a beast. But how could he account for this to the captain? Account for it? Yu Ji chuckled, yet the smile upon his face exuded an unmistakable air of danger. His gun, whether intentionally or not, swept across the crowd, causing everyone to instinctively recoil in fear. At that moment, the school felt like an isolated island, cut off from the world. As long as no one spoke, who would know if he turned them into mere pulp? Moreover, Red Ing and the others should have successfully evacuated the individuals from the gymnasium by now. Thus, the majority of faculty and students had been rescued. We are merely human, not gods. It is understandable that we could not save this small fraction amidst such a mysterious onslaught. Would you not agree? His reasoning was clear and coherent. Lin Xie, drenched in sweat, interjected, "Let us not portray ourselves as the villains, Brother Ji. While the logic holds, we are still considered night watchmen. Technically, we are merely temporary workers. And what being a night watchman? Are night watchmen not human?" Yu Ji retorted with annoyance. Just the thought of having to protect such selfish fools among those he was supposed to safeguard as a night watchman made him feel utterly discontent, as if ants were crawling beneath his skin. My resolve is not as profound as old Zhao's. If I am forced to protect such trash, perhaps it is better to abandon the role of a night watchman altogether. Upon hearing Yu Ji's words, Lin Chie's gaze sharpened, and he fell silent. Truth be told, he too would feel disgruntled if tasked with protecting such individuals. That night, Zhao Kongsheng did not merely protect his own home. Had Zhao Kongsheng not fortuitously encountered Yu Ji, he would have perished alone in the rain-soaked night. Would any of those revelers in the city that evening mourn for Zhao Kongsheng? Perhaps his resolve was not as strong as Zhao Kongsheng's after all. Regardless, he felt it was quite unworthy. Furthermore, was being a night watchman something we sought after? Did you not mention that we would only serve as night watchmen for a decade? Yi inquired. At this, Lin Xie felt a sense of clarity wash over him, nodding slightly in agreement. Ah, it seems to be just as it should be, Qi. Indeed, we are kindred spirits. Observing Lin, Qi nodding. Yuji comfortingly patted his shoulder, concluding their discussion. I shall not impose upon you. After all, did you not mention that you owe me a favor? Upon your return, simply maintain silence regarding this matter, and that shall suffice as repayment. The remainder I shall handle myself. As the two conferred on how to tidy up the mess, the surrounding students were already drenched in sweat. With such a loud conspiracy, could it be that they truly intended to silence everyone? The thought sent a chill down their spines. Thankfully, the situation had not escalated to that extreme. Do not be so frightened. I was merely jesting. Yuji reassured with a smile. After all, I'm not a devil, but here to rescue you. Wouldn't you agree? The students nodded vigorously, yet in their hearts, they shared a common sentiment. We trust you not. Was this truly a jest? Lu Yuan, lying on the ground, would hardly find it humorous. At this moment, Yuji seemed less a hero come to save them and more a demon in their eyes. Even Lin Qi was uncertain whether Yuji was joking. He even began to suspect that should he refuse to assist in the concealment, he too might face dire consequences. The force of the two pats on his shoulder had indeed been considerable. Yes, this is how it should be. If everyone quietly and orderly withdraws, the matter will be perfectly resolved. Pleased with the compliance of the crowd, Yuji nodded approvingly. He then gestured towards the dazed Li Yifei. Now, it is your turn to take action. Lead them out. Oh, certainly. Li Yifei snapped back to reality, his face lighting up with excitement as he promptly set about his task. He thought to himself that the ordeal was finally nearing an end. With this, he should be able to smoothly join the night watchers, right? Soon, the classroom was filled only with the sound of hurried footsteps. The students fled as if escaping a monster, seemingly forgetting the lurking terror outside. It appeared they feared the madness within the classroom more than the beasts beyond. Wait, just as the last of the students were departing, Yuji suddenly spoke. As he did, a young man at the doorway, who had not yet exited, found his foot suspended in midair, paralyzed with trepidation. I'm not addressing you. I mean you, Hanruo. Yuji chuckled, pointing at the opportunistic Hanruo. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and fled. The other students, puzzled as to why Hanruo was singled out, wondered if it was due to Lu Yuan's earlier outburst. Yet, none dared to inquire, hastily following Li Yifei out as if fleeing from some dreadful presence. Alas! Lin Qi observed this scene, shaking his head in resignation. He pondered, were they not the night watchers? Why did they seem to have transformed into the villains? Illusion? It must be an illusion. Soon, only Yuji, Lin Qi, and Hanruo remained in the classroom. What do you intend to do? Hanruo displayed an innocent demeanor, her arms crossed protectively as she regarded the two like a pair of marauders. We do not intend to do anything. Yuji chuckled softly, idly toying with the gun in hand. If I were to say that I simply believe Lu Yuan, having such affection for you, is prepared to send you down to reunite with him, would you believe me? You, lunatic! Upon hearing this, Hanruo's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Unfazed, Yuji raised the gun, aiming it at Hanruo. You act quite well. I truly wish to reward you with a peanut. Chapter 37. Such beautiful legs, it would be a waste not to make more holes. I do not comprehend your intentions. What is it that you truly desire? Hanruo's delicate face turned pale, her expression one of deep grievance. Weren't you here to rescue us? Why resort to such actions? Both Lu Yuan and I are innocent. As she spoke, she threw herself beside Lu Yuan's lifeless body, her appearance reminiscent of a typical young girl wronged and in tears. However, the two individuals before her remained utterly unmoved by her display. This one can indeed put on quite the act. Wouldn't you agree, Chia? Yuji scoffed. Indeed, Lin Chia instinctively nodded slightly. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled Lin Chia, causing him to nearly bite his tongue. He thought to himself, Brother Ji, could you perhaps give a warning before firing? Must you always catch us off guard? Well, it seems he did mention rewarding Hanruo with peanuts. His brother Ji was indeed sincere, keeping his word without jest. Before them, Hanruo knelt, now with an additional blood hole in her leg. The excruciating pain contorted Hanruo's features. Yet surprisingly, she appeared unwilling to reveal her true self. Still pretending? Yuji grinned. Well, Such exquisite legs would indeed be wasted if not punctured a few more times. What do you truly intend? Finally, Hanro's head seemed to blossom like a flower, revealing her gruesome, bloodied visage. Ah, so you're done pretending, Yuji remarked with satisfaction. Transformed into a grotesque creature. Hanro venomously questioned. You have clearly seen through my disguise, yet continue to speak in circles. What is your true purpose? Yuji shifted the gun away, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Nothing much, merely wish to have a proper conversation with you. Or rather, with your true form. The Naga, am I correct? I am aware your essence can communicate through this vessel. I have nothing to discuss with you Night Watchers. In the next moment, Hanro's tone suddenly shifted. Yuji and Lin Xie exchanged glances, contemplating that indeed, these entities possessed a psychic network allowing them to communicate, with all offspring under the dominion of a Naga's essence. Yuji teased, you claim there is nothing to discuss, yet your body speaks quite honestly, doesn't it? Hanro retracted her monstrous appearance, reverting to a more humanoid form, though still exhibiting traits not typically human. For instance, she disregarded the injury on her leg and stood effortlessly. It is merely because this progeny-s body possesses no threat to you. Otherwise, I would have already torn you to shreds. Hearing this, Yuji couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, it seems you possess some understanding of our capabilities? Just as he suspected, everything unfolded as anticipated. Of course, from a moment you entered this academy, all your movements have been under my surveillance. Hanro's face blossomed with confidence. Both of you are quite astute, yet far too arrogant. Allow me to conjecture. The preservation of my life by you is merely an endeavor to extract information from me. Is it not? And if so, so be it, Yuji retorted nonchalantly. Hence, I assert, your arrogance is misplaced. While you seek to elicit my words, I, too, am merely biding my time. Hanro's tone suddenly turned perilous. I have stated that all your actions are under my dominion, including the fact that your primary force is currently escorting the students and faculty from the gymnasium, no longer within this barrier. Do you truly believe you can withstand my assault until she arrives to aid you? I am uncertain. I, for one, cannot be persuaded without a personal trial. Yuji grinned, his expression devoid of any semblance of panic. Indeed a madman, yet alas, you are destined to perish. Boom! Accompanied by Hanro's sudden Fiers roi, a définie explosion en Suède. The wall behind Yuji was shattered by a colossal form, a howling shadow hurtling directly towards him. Simultaneously, Hanru, having reverted to her human guise, once again grinned wickedly, her face blossoming into a monstrous visage as she charged toward Yuji. One in front, the other behind, both intent on his extermination. The Nandu serpent demon seemed convinced that Yuji was the weaker of the two, thus targeting him first, seemingly intending to eliminate him with swift and ferocious means. However, as Yuji observed the serpent demon's offspring charging forth, feeling the tempest approaching from behind, he merely smiled. Meanwhile, Lin Xie's emotions were inexplicably complex. This time, their suspicions had been unequivocally confirmed. It is crucial to note that they had only disclosed Yuji's status as an ordinary individual without a forbidden domain to one person, Li Yifei. Therefore, at this moment, the Nandu serpent demon's presumption that Yuji was the weaker of the two was, without doubt, a self-reveal. After all, from a mysterious perspective, how could an ordinary person devoid of a forbidden domain possibly surpass one who possesses it? Xie, Yuji's calm voice echoed. Acknowledged. Lin Xie, without the slightest hesitation, charged forward with his blade. Though he had already discerned the answer, it was not yet the time to reveal their true capabilities. Clang, the crisp sound of clashing metal resonated. It was Lin Xie who positioned himself behind Yuji, his straight blade colliding with the assaulting claws. Cough! The terrifying impact nearly sent Lin Xie hurtling backward, losing control of his body. Fortunately, with his timely intervention, Yuji managed to evade the serpent demon's onslaught. No, it was not merely evasion. As Lin Xie called forth his action, Yuji himself was also in motion. He stepped forward, directly confronting the advancing Hanro, his face adorned with a defiant smile, as if prepared to gamble his life against hers. In that moment, while Lin Xie intercepted the serpent demon's attack. He lunged into Han Ruo's embrace, mercilessly thrusting his dual guns into her gaping mouth. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the muffled sounds of gunfire. Blood splattered across Yu Ji's maniacal face. Han Ruo, or rather the offspring of the serpent demon, met an instant demise under the barrage of bullets. Yet, Yu Ji's actions did not falter. He drew his weapon and, with a forceful kick, sent Han Ruo's lifeless body sprawling aside, swiftly turning to fire at the serpent demon's true form. Clang! Clang! The bullets ricocheted off the serpent demon's formidable scales, emitting dazzling sparks. The damage was negligible, but for the serpent's essence, it bore a profound insult. Useless. The Nanda serpent demon, infuriated, cast a resentful glance towards Han Ruo's direction before fixing its venomous gaze upon Lin Xie, who, despite being evidently outmatched, persisted in his relentless pursuit. It was unforeseen for the demon that these two would exhibit such remarkable synergy. Chapter 38. Sister, this is indeed the fifth floor. Truly a waste. Yu Ji brandished his dual pistols, showing no signs of discouragement despite the ineffectiveness of his bullets against the Nantua serpent demon's defenses. On the contrary, he remained composed and even infused his tone with a mocking edge. Aren't you confident that your strength surpasses ours? I've already sent out the distress signal. Gulme, let us see if you can eliminate us before Hong Ying arrives. Seeking death, the Nantua serpent demon, seemingly incensed, shook off Lin Xie's entanglement and lunged directly at Yu Ji. From the earlier performance, it acknowledged that these two possessed some degree of skill. Yu Ji appeared to have unwavering faith and trust in Lin Xie. Thus he entrusted his back to him, and Lin Xie did not disappoint that expectation. But what did it matter? In the face of absolute power, such tactics appeared utterly futile. It was confident that while Yu Ji might manage to slay its offspring, he would undoubtedly fall short as its opponent. After all, this young man's sole reliance was merely the gun in his hand, which posed no threat whatsoever. Brother Ji, be careful. The anxious call from Lin Xie behind him seemed to affirm that notion. Hearing this urgent cry, Yu Ji mentally gave Lin Xie a thumbs up. Though he decided to hold off on awarding the Oscar for now, he needed to keep it for himself. As the Nantua serpent demon charged at him, Yu Ji narrowly evaded the attack at the last moment, rolling away in a rather disheveled manner. The ground where he had just stood was sliced apart by the demon's sharp claws, as if it were mere tofu, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Damn it! Stop! The Nantua serpent demon furiously continued its pursuit. It seems you're not as impressive as you thought. Even an ordinary person like me can evade you. Although Yu Ji appeared to be fleeing in a panic, his movements were calculated. He skillfully dodged the Nantua serpent demon's attacks, using the corpses of Han Ruo and Lu Yuan as shields when necessary. Damn you! The Nantua serpent demon, enraged, tore apart the bodies of Han Ruo and Lu Yuan, feeling as though it was being toyed with, and became increasingly frantic. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xie's lips twitched. To him, it was undoubtedly a case of erasing evidence. Yet, in truth, Yu Ji was not merely performing. His reaction speed, honed through the training from Chunmai and others, enabled him to achieve such feats, especially given that his agility was nearly on par with that of an ordinary person. What are you standing there for? Quickly help me block it. Soon, Yu Ji managed to lead the Nantua serpent demon over to Lin Xie, positioning him in front as a shield. Isn't this asking too much of me? Lin Xie responded, sweating profusely. He had just tested the waters and realized that facing the Nantua serpent demon head-on was futile. Let's talk and just hold your ground. Hong Ying will be here soon. Yu Ji's tone suggested that he truly believed this to be the case. You want team make it in time. The Nantua serpent demon roared in fury, ruthlessly charging at the two. Damn it, it's you. However, before he could approach the two, a delicate yet commanding voice resonated from the air outside the window. A glimmer of cold light sliced through the vision of the group. Infuriating. Faced with the swiftly approaching spear, the Nantua serpent demon decisively abandoned its attack, turning on its heel to flee without hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xie let out a sigh of relief. He turned to gaze out the window, where a familiar figure descended through the air, riding on rose-colored flames. Sister, this is the fifth floor. At that moment, Lin Xie realized he had perhaps underestimated the capabilities of Team 136. Unless it was nighttime, aided by the dance of the starry night, he could not leap to the 5th floor with the same ease as Hong Ying, even with assistance along the way. What was happening? Soon, Hong Ying landed beside them. She seemed to notice the blood at the corner of Lin Xie's mouth, her brow furrowing slightly, casting an angry glance at Yuji, as if to question why he allowed her younger brother to be injured in his presence. We can explain later. Hong Ying, quickly, do not let that creature escape. Lin Xie shouted, pointing in the direction of the fleeing Nantua serpent demon. Understood. Hong Ying, regaining her composure, wasted no time. She drew the spear embedded in the ground, rose-colored flames blooming around it. The reason she had refrained from using the forbidden abyss earlier was to avoid harming the two who were too close to the serpent demon. The situation had changed. Stop right there. As Hong Ying's voice rang out, the flame-reed spear was hurled forth, resembling a rose-hued fire dragon tearing through the sky, scorching everything in its path. In an instant, the fiery dragon caught up with the fleeing figure, but did not relent. Boom! An explosive sound reverberated. The Nantua serpent demon seemed to be struck by a colossal dragon, its body crashing through the entire teaching building, plummeting to the ground beneath the engulfing flames. Ultimately, following the trajectory of the spear, it was propelled to the ground outside the building. Staring at the scene before him, Lin Xie was left utterly astounded. This was his first time witnessing Hong Ying in action. He had believed the consequences of Yu Ji's involvement were already outrageous, but he had not anticipated the presence of an even greater expert. As the smoke cleared, he could even see through the gaping hole in the teaching building, the spot where the spear had pinned the Nantua serpent demon to the ground. At that moment, there lay a massive crater with a radius of several meters. Can someone at the level of Qi Jing achieve such feats? Yu Ji inquired, unable to suppress his astonishment at the sight. It seemed he had underestimated the prowess of those who cultivate spiritual power in this world. What? Are you unconvinced? On Ying utilis noted. No, no. Yu Ji and Lin Xie exchanged glances. The might of a Qi Jing expert is indeed formidable. By the way, is that creature truly dead? Lin Xie asked. Yu Ji shook his head slightly, uncertain, stating, we will know once we go down and check. Wait a moment. You still haven't explained what is going on. Seeing the two descend, Hong Ying, as if recalling something, hurriedly followed, fixating her gaze on Yu Ji, demanding an explanation for why, with him present. Lin Xie had been injured. It was merely a minor collision, a trivial injury. Allow me to elucidate the situation. Lin Xie recounted the entire sequence of events to Hong Ying. That was quite reckless. Why did you not inform me sooner? Hong Ying reproached the two. I was afraid you would not keep it to yourself, Yu Ji replied with a resigned gesture. As they conversed, they arrived at the spot where the Nantua serpent demon lay pinned to the ground. However, upon merely glancing at the corpse, both Yu Ji and Lin Xie simultaneously furrowed their brows. What is it? Hong Ying inquired, noticing their identical reactions with a look of confusion. It seems the matter is far from resolved. What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Everything went rather smoothly, Yu Ji remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 39. How intense can it be? Are you suggesting that this creature is not completely deceased? Hong Ying gazed in confusion at the corpse of the Nantua serpent demon, unable to discern anything amiss. Ultimately, how did you connect this monster to Li Yifei? His plan truly was a masterful escape. Lin Xie refrained from elaborating, instead casting a look at Yu Ji as if observing a peculiar being. It appears that Yu Ji had indeed anticipated everything. Now is not the time for explanations. Suffice it to say, you must remain silent and cooperate with us. Yu Ji instructed Hong Ying before making his way directly to the exit that Zhao Kongcheng had reserved in the boundless void. Outside, the memories of the teachers and students were likely being cleared, and the final touches were being put into place. He thought that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would arrive before Li Yifei. In the open space outside the second high school, police cars surrounded the area like a formidable wall, cordoning it off with caution tape to obscure the happenings within and forbidding any unauthorized personnel from approaching. Chun Mai and others gathered the teachers and students who had been evacuated from the school, safeguarding them while also organizing efforts to erase their memories. However, as Chun Mai listened to the panicked and incoherent ramblings of some of the students, he became increasingly troubled by the unsettling news. What on earth is Yu-Ji up to? Just as Chun Mai furrowed his brow in deep thought, Yu-Ji emerged from the sealed school, accompanied by Lin Chiye and Hong Ying. "What is it, Captain? Why do you look at me with such a fierce expression?" Yu-Ji inquired, sensing the disquiet in Chun Mai's gaze. "Nothing much. I merely heard that you killed someone inside." Chun Mai's tone was casual, yet it sent a chill down Lin Chiye's spine. "What?" Even Hong Ying was taken aback, staring incredulously at Yu-Ji. "How could that be?" He promptly refuted. "Those I killed were merely serpent demons disguised as humans." "Who told you that?" "Those who were evacuated." Chun Mai continued to frown. "That is probably due to their lack of understanding. After all, I did appear rather intimidating," Yu-Ji reasoned. "Indeed. Why did you fire your weapon in front of so many people?" Lin Chiye chimed in. "Those unfamiliar with the situation wouldn't know what you were actually doing." Chun Mai observed their demeanor and, finding no signs of deceit, ultimately concluded that there was a misunderstanding. He nodded slightly, contemplating that if he were merely a student and witnessed someone firing a weapon before him, transforming the entire world in an instant, he too would likely be unable to distinguish between humans and monsters, just as those frightened students could not. Misunderstandings seemed to be a natural outcome. With a resigned pat on Yu-Ji's shoulder, he cautioned, "In the future, try not to be so impulsive. Listen to your orders, understood?" Understood. I will certainly do so next time." Yu-Ji shrugged slightly. "Captain, this is not the time for such discussions." Lin Chiye, noticing that the matter seemed to have been glossed over, hastily redirected the conversation with a serious tone. "What is the matter?" Chun Mai, observing Lin Chiye's grave expression, furrowed his brow once more. "Where's Li Yifei?" He inquired. Upon hearing that name, Chun Mai immediately realized that lad. After sending off the last batch of students, he turned back and has yet to return. "As per your suggestion, we did not stop him. So it is indeed him?" Yu-Ji smiled broadly. "I am quite curious. How will he continue his performance?" A few minutes passed. Observing Lin Chiye, who stood in a daze, Yu-Ji queried, "What is wrong, Chiye?" While the members of Team 136 eagerly awaited Li Yifei's return at the exit of the boundary of the unguarded void, Lin Chiye gazed at the crowd of students whose memories were being cleared, lost in thought. "It's nothing." In response to Yu-Ji's concern, Lin Chiye shook his head slightly, averting his gaze. He was merely preoccupied with the individual named in Qingyu he had encountered at school, subconsciously searching the crowd for a figure. Unfortunately, there were too many people, and he couldn't find in Qingyu. He had intended to inquire whether she would be interested in joining the Night Watchers. Yet, in the end, despite her cleverness, and Qingyu was merely an ordinary person, being smart alone was insufficient for the role of a Night Watcher. Perhaps having her memories erased would be beneficial for her, so he decided against it. "Will we be handing her over to you for handling later?" Yu-Ji asked. Lin Chiye nodded slightly. "Of course, it also depends on the situation. If she resists fiercely, for everyone's safety, it wouldn't matter who intervenes." I'm quite eager to see how fierce she can be." Lin Chiye, observing the excitement on this person's face, was momentarily taken aback. He nearly forgot just how peculiar this individual was. The outcome was already certain, and there was no need to conceal anything further. In terms of sheer strength, even Chun Mai might not be a match for Yu-Ji. "Chiye, brother Yu-Ji, is everyone gathered here? Has the situation been resolved?" At that moment, a breathless voice called out. Yu-Ji turned towards the sound, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Yes, the mission has been successfully completed. We have eliminated the serpent demon's true form." "Really? That's wonderful," Li Yifei exclaimed with excitement. "How did I perform? Can I join you? That should be possible, right?" Lin Chiye's gaze flickered as he looked at Chun Mai, seemingly seeking confirmation. But he quickly turned back to Li Yifei. "By the way, where have you been?" "Oh, I was worried there might still be classmates we hadn't found in the school, so I searched around." Utterly exhausted, Li Yifei responded nonchalantly, appearing completely at ease. Unafraid of danger and unflinchingly brave, It seems I must award you an additional point. Eugene naturally circled behind Li Yifei, draping his arm around his shoulders, his smile radiant. He. At that moment, Li Yifei remained blissfully unaware of any oddity, grinning like a simpleton. Oh, not at all. It is merely my duty. Do you not think you have perhaps overexceeded in your actions? Lin Xie suddenly interjected. Huh? What do you mean? Li Yifei grublia. A look of confusion adorning his face. Click. He then heard the chilling sound of a gun being cocked. Subsequently, he felt the icy sensation against his temple. You. G, big brother? What on earth are you doing? With a gun pressed to his head by Yu Ji, Li Yifei instantly panicked, his words stumbling over each other. Chapter 40. Can we call it a day? It's nothing much, merely a test to see if your mind is as impenetrable as the scales that adorn your body. With that, Yu Ji pulled the trigger. The dull report of the gun echoed, enveloping the world in a profound silence. After a considerable pause, as Yu Ji shifted the firearm away from Li Yifei's forehead, the deformed shell clattered to the ground, where it was meant to embed itself within Li Yifei. However, as the shallow wound on Li Yifei's forehead closed at an observable pace, the shell was naturally expelled, falling to the earth. Well, it appears that the defense of the head is indeed inferior to that of the body, but that is how it is. Yu Ji's tone bore no astonishment, as if he had anticipated this outcome. It was evident that ordinary firearms held little efficacy against a being of slightly greater mystique. Listening to Li Yifei, who had been frozen in place, seemed to finally regain his senses. He turned to Yu Ji, confusion etched across his features. Brother Yu Ji, what are you saying? Wait, did you just shoot me? As he spoke, it dawned on him that something was amiss, and he hesitantly reached out to touch the spot where the gun had pressed against him. You really fired? Then, why am I still alive? His gaze then shifted to Lin Xie and the others, who remained silent. Hey, Xie, why are you all looking at me like that? What on earth is happening? You must be joking, right? The gun wasn't loaded with real bullets, was it? Or perhaps I have awakened the same superpower as you all. This reaction was indeed unexpected. The others remained mute, with only Yu Ji expressing mild surprise at Li Yifei's response, remarking, I initially thought you were merely a good actor, but it seems that is not the case. He then glanced at Lin Xie. Given the current situation, can you still take action? Lin Xie's expression had grown significantly more serious, yet he nodded resolutely. This scenario was more fitting for him to intervene. I don't quite grasp the situation. Could someone explain? Red Ing inquired, observing Li Yifei's bewilderment. It's quite simple, without a doubt. Li Yifei is the embodiment of the Nantua serpent demon. However, the embodiment of the Nantua serpent demon does not necessarily have to be Li Yifei. Yu Ji maintained his grip on Li Yifei as he provided a calm explanation. What do you mean? Lin Xie asked, noting Li Yifei's current state of confusion. His emotions tangled. As Brother Ji said, for a deceiver to fool everyone, the first person they must deceive is themselves. Yet, to fool oneself is no trivial feat. That being said, there exists a rather straightforward method to cheat. Yu Ji smiled broadly as he continued. That is to fabricate an identity. Lin Xie sighed, adding, and Li Yifei is precisely that identity conjured by the Nantua serpent demon. Initially, we believed it was merely a matter of acting, but we did not anticipate it could reach this extent. Such a guise can truly be described as seamless in the most genuine sense. Yet, did you not manage to unravel it? Zhao Kongsheng, scratching his head, expressed his curiosity. Indeed, I too am intrigued. How did you discern the subtle clues? The somber voice of Li Yifei resonated, as he recognized the futility of further concealment. After all, that recent gunshot had undeniably served as irrefutable evidence. He gazed at Lin Xie and remarked, Your eyes should not have been able to perceive my true form. Indeed, they could not. Lin Xie acknowledged with a slight nod, but your display revealed far too many flaws. Flaws? Yujing naturally interjected you, or rather, Li Yifei's performance was excessively remarkable. In reality, perfection does not exist. Ultimately, it is rather implausible for an ordinary high school student to emerge and execute such an astonishing series of actions in this context. Implausible does not equate to impossible, does it? The Nantawa serpent demon's voice dripped with a foreboding tone. How precisely did you uncover the issues? Was it even necessary to uncover anything? Li Fei's every move resembled that of a protagonist in a game, with all the NPCs conforming to his performance. It can only be said that your offspring's acting skills are woefully inadequate. You cannot genuinely believe such clumsy theatrics could elude our perception, can you? Are you suggesting that you perceived everything from the very beginning? Upon hearing this, the Nantawa serpent demon felt a shiver run down its spine, realizing it had underestimated the vigilance of these night watchmen. How could it have believed that it held complete control from the outset? Surely it cannot be. My arrangements were meticulously crafted. These individuals could not possibly have seen through it all from the beginning. Enough with the trivialities, Yujing interjected, interrupting the Nantawa serpent demon's contemplation. In any case, the game has concluded. Regardless of how matters unfold, you are now as trapped as a fish in a net. The game is over. No, it cannot end like this. You underestimate me gravely. The Nantawa serpent demon's tone turned venomous. Do you not wonder why, even surrounded by you, I remain so unperturbed? Oh, pray tell, why is that? Yujing asked with keen interest. Ah, that is simply because you are all excessively arrogant. Suddenly, Li Yifei's visage erupted like a blooming bud, his entire form swelling and breaking free from Yujing's grasp. In that moment, the true form of the Nantawa serpent demon was finally unveiled. You, the weakest among us without even a forbidden domain, dare to approach me so closely? You are courting death. With that, it twisted its body, towering over Yujing with an air of triumph. Yet, Yujing, observing its grotesque appearance, could only shake his head in resignation. Hajiao Kongsheng, standing nearby, stifled a yawn, stretching his limbs as he prepared to depart. Captain, may we call it day? Indeed, it seems about time, Chenmai replied, relaxing and even sheathing his blade. Not only he but also Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and even Lin Xie had withdrawn from their vigilant states, transitioning into a mode of leisure. The Naga demon gazed at the reactions of the night watchman, somewhat perplexed. What does this mean? Do you harbor disdain for me? Indeed, Yu Ji's response was unapologetically candid. I once held expectations for you, but witnessing your concerning intellect now, it seems I overestimated you. It is no wonder you devised such a flawed scheme. What does this imply? Is it difficult to comprehend? Yu Ji shook his head in resignation, casually discarding the firearm in his hand. Reflect on it with your troubling intellect. If I were truly the weakest among all, would I approach you so unguarded? Chapter 41. Within a step, I am invincible impossible. How can this be? The Nanda serpent demon seemed to cling to the last vestige of hope, or perhaps a flicker of luck. Is there a possibility that I have been playing you all along? Yu Ji responded with a grin. How? Is that possible? Upon hearing this, for some inexplicable reason, the Nanda serpent demon instinctively took a step back. It cannot bear to believe that it had so utterly failed. Although its plan was not flawless, surely it would not have been doubted from the very beginning. What is impossible? What you thought was under your control was merely our deliberate cooperation. Yu Ji stepped forward, maintaining a deliberate distance from the Nanda serpent demon. No, this cannot be. How could you have suspected me from the outset? As the demon watched Yu Ji approach, an inexplicable fear surged within. Although it could not discern the man's strength, an instinctual tremor coursed through its being. It had once believed that these night watchmen were firmly within its grasp. Yet, looking back now, it realized that this man had always been behind it, observing its performance from a position of superiority. Indeed, while its physique dwarfed that of the man before it, at this moment, it felt the weight of being looked down upon. This sensation was the very source of its fear. Yu Ji pressed on, and as he observed the serpent demon retreating in recognition of its peril, a radiant smile spread across his face. I apologize. I'm just inherently suspicious by nature. Then you have been deceiving me from the very beginning. The Nanda serpent demon, in a panic, cast a venomous glare at the crowd, its gaze ultimately settling on Lin Xie. In that moment, its visage morphed back into that of Li Yifei. An expression of disbelief etched across its features, as if it had been betrayed. Yet, facing Li Yifei's countenance, Lin Xie gently shook his head. No, I have always believed in you. I had hoped that it was merely Brother G's suspicion. Hence, every word I spoke to you was sincere. Are you mocking me? Li Yifei's tone dripped with malice. Now, do tell me again, is there an ordinary person among you night watchmen? Ahem. Well, actually, I consider myself an ordinary person. Zhao Kongcheng awkwardly chuckled, pointing at himself. Chia hasn't lied to you. Indeed. There are many ordinary individuals among the night watchmen who lack forbidden domains. After all, we are quite short-handed, and sometimes those like me without forbidden domains are compelled to join the fray. And what about him? The Nanda, serpent demon, furiously pointed at Yuji. If he is merely an ordinary person, how can he not be the weakest among you? Ah. Zhao Kongcheng helplessly covered his face. He is an anomaly. Look at how you speak. I never imagined I was perceived in such a light by you. Old Zhao, Yuji replied with a resigned shrug. I am simply an ordinary person with a bit more strength. As he spoke, he raised his hand towards the formidable Nanda, serpent demon. The demon attempted to evade, but found it utterly impossible to escape. The distance of a mere step felt like an absolute domain. Within this span, given its speed, it was inconceivable for the Nanda to avoid Yuji's movements. This was also the source of immense reassurance for the onlookers. Even Chun Mai had to concede that within this range, faced with Yuji's full force, he too would be in considerable peril. Indeed, it could be said that beneath the sea realm, within a single step, excluding a few individuals possessing troublesome, high-risk forbidden domains, this youth was invincible. At such a close proximity, confronted with the terrifying speed of the unleashed power, Chun Mai speculated that even a true sea realm powerhouse would find it challenging to evade Yuji's swinging words without possessing a speed-oriented forbidden domain. Of course, a sea realm expert should be able to withstand Yuji's assault. However, the Nanda, serpent demon before them, was evidently incapable of such endurance. Fortunately, Yuji at that moment wielded no swinging words. After all, his sole intention was to subdue the Nanda, serpent demon. With a resounding thud against the ground, the Nanda serpent demon was firmly pressed down by Yuji, devoid of any means of resistance. The sheer force caused the earth beneath to fracture, and the immense impact left the demon feeling as though its entire being had been shattered, blood erupting from its mouth. Merely this non-attack was sufficient to render the Nanda, serpent demon, utterly incapable of further defiance. At this moment, all that remained on its face was terror and disbelief. Captain, if you had allowed me to do this from the outset, wouldn't everything have been much simpler? After subduing the Nanda serpent demon, Yuji, almost in complaint, glanced up at Chun Mai. Chun Mai said nothing, his expression one of resignation. Had Yuji been permitted to act during the flag-raising ceremony on the playground, the situation would indeed have been resolved long ago. Yet, at that time, they could not be entirely certain that Li Yifei was truly the Nanda serpent demon, and with students and teachers surrounding them, they could not afford to take risks. A hasty action might result in innocent casualties, which would contradict the Night Watcher's principles. All right. Yuji sighed, ceasing his complaints, and gestured towards Lin Xie. All right, Xie, it's your turn. Without hesitation, Lin Xie drew his blade and advanced. No, don't. Xie, it's me. I am Li Yi. The Nanda serpent demon's face was a mask of terror as it once again revealed Li Yifei's visage, seemingly attempting to play the emotional card. Yet to everyone's surprise, Lin Xie showed no hesitation and swiftly brought down his blade. With a splatter, blood stained both Lin Xie's and Yuji's faces, who held the serpent demon down. As expected of you, Yuji grinned, entirely unconcerned with the blood splatters, his gaze admiring as he regarded Lin Xie. He had thought Lin Xie might hesitate for a moment. This lad truly resonated with him. In response, Lin Xie merely offered a wry smile. It was not that he bore no psychological burden. Rather, his mind housed a mental asylum. The mysteries he had dispatched would await judgment in the cells beneath the asylum. Naturally, this included Li Yifei. Having concluded their task, Yuji rose and wiped the blood from his face, turning his gaze toward Chun Mai. Let us proceed. The logistics team will handle the aftermath. Chun Mai nodded slightly. At last, it is over. I am utterly exhausted. Hong Ying sighed, stretching languidly. Not just her, but everyone felt a profound sense of relief as they departed in a group. However, unbeknownst to them, including Yu-Ji, in the brief interval before the logistics personnel arrived, a shadow stealthily emerged beside the corpse of the Nantoa serpent demon. If Lin Xie had been present, he would have been astonished, for this figure was none other than the astute and Qing Yu, whom he regarded as exceptionally clever, mysterious, the forbidden abyss, the night watchman. And Qing Yu murmured to herself with a smile, then produced a gleaming scalpel. This world is far more intriguing than I had ever imagined. Chapter 42. The Secret of Sangnan Afternoon. Shangjing City. Office of the Supreme Commander of the Night Watch. Sunlight, fragmented by the slats of the blinds, scattered over the simple wooden desk. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, leaned against the desk, one hand caressing the beads of a rosary, the other holding a teacup, savoring his tea with an air of leisure. Naturally, the only person qualified to occupy this office was none other than Yi Fan, the Supreme Commander of the Night Watch, one of the 5 pillars of martial prowess in the Great Xia. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a rapid series of knocks echoed through the room, causing the man's hand holding the teacup to tremble slightly, rippling the tea within. Come in, Yi Fan called, a frown creasing his brow, followed by a murmur of complaint. Didn't I mention not to disturb me during my afternoon tea? Apologies, Commander, but we have news from Sangnan. At the mention of this location, Yi Fan's frown deepened. Bring it here. Yes. The messenger promptly handed over the document and, with a salute, respectfully exited the office. As Yi Fan gazed at the name inscribed on the cover of the document, a sharp pain began to throb in his head. If members of Team 136 were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for the yellow wax paper bore the startling name of Chun Mai. They could never have imagined that the leader of the small night watch team station in Sangnan would have any connection to the Supreme Commander. Speaking of which, Sangnan has been stable for nearly a decade, hasn't it? Let me see what this is about. Yi Fan mumbled to himself as he unwrapped the wax paper. Upon reading the contents of the document, he abruptly sprang from his chair and rushed toward the door. Commander? The young messenger had not yet moved far when he was startled by the hurried footsteps behind him. Follow me, Yi Fan commanded, his tone grave, without further explanation. Yes. The young man quickly complied. Who is in charge of this year's night watch training? Yi Fan inquired, his steps quickening. It's still Yuan Gang, the young man replied. Where is he now? He should be on standby at the training office. All right, I'll change my clothes. Prepare a helicopter to take me there, Yi Fan said, his stride decisive and authoritative. Yes. The young man, tasked with the mission, hurriedly pulled out his radio and dashed toward the helipad. Meanwhile, at the night watch training office, Yuan Gang stared at the document in his hands, perplexed. Why is this year's new recruit training not in Shangjing, but instead in Sangnan? Where exactly is Sangnan? Today, he had just received the official notice. The new recruit training, which traditionally took place in Shangjing, had suddenly been relocated. This left him utterly bewildered. Sangnan, a small city in the southeastern region, lay adjacent to Huaihai City. A voice responded from the side. Turning towards the sound, he observed a man seated on the sofa, a trash bin nestled between his legs, meticulously trimming his nails with a pair of clippers. After finishing his task, the man blew gently on his neatly groomed nails, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. This individual was Xiao Pinga, the captain of the Night Watch's Team 006 station in the capital, and he also held the same rank over Yuan Gang. How can you be so composed? Yuan Gang remarked, gazing at Xiao Ping, perplexed. Isn't it strange? We've always been in the capital, and this year, the location has suddenly changed. What does that have to do with us? Xiaopinga replied nonchalantly. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Their arrangements are theirs alone. Oh no, you just need to carry on as you have before. It's not your first time leading troops. What is the difference in environment? That is true, but I can't help but feel curious, Yuan Gang admitted, scratching his head. Clearly, the capital has all the necessary conditions. I can't believe they would make such a fuss to move to Sangnan without a compelling reason. All right then, we are soldiers. Executing orders is our duty, Xiaopinga reassured him. There must be a rationale behind the higher-ups' decisions. Don't concern yourself with what you shouldn't know. Suddenly, The office was interrupted by the rapid whirring of helicopter blades. "What is going on?" Xiaoping asked, puzzled. This was a significant military and political area. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, helicopters were not permitted to fly freely. Before he could ponder further, the office window was thrust open from the outside. In an instant, a figure appeared before them in a flash of gold. "General, you've come unexpectedly," Xiaoping exclaimed, nearly nicking himself with the clippers. "I have urgent matters to discuss regarding the training in Songnan," Yi Fan explained, turning his gaze toward Yuan Gang. "Due to the confidential nature of the information, I needed to convey it personally." At this revelation, Xiaoping could no longer remain seated. What could possibly be happening in Songnan, that obscure place? Could it be that something had gone awry with Chun Mai? Yet he quickly quelled his curiosity, asking, "If it's not my concern, may I take my leave?" "Yes," Yi Fan nodded slightly. Yuan Gang, meanwhile, watched Xiaoping's retreating figure, mentally cursing him for his lack of loyalty. Is there something you need to convey, Chief, sir?" Yuan Gang stammered. What could possibly warrant the general's personal visit when the documents have already been provided? "It pertains to the training in Songnan," Yi Fan clarified. Yuan Gang grew even more perplexed. But wasn't he that already included in the documents? "Indeed, but I imagine you're curious as to why the address was specifically chosen to be Songnan." Yi Fan's tone turned serious. "Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't need to be privy to the details, but an unexpected situation has arisen, and without knowledge of the background, you will struggle to fulfill the task I am about to assign you." What background? Yuan Gang swallowed hard, anxiety creeping into his voice. He comprehended that this was likely the reason behind Xiaoping's unceremonious departure. Evidently, the intricacies of this matter were not meant for those of their humble stature to grasp. To understand this affair, one must delve back a decade. As Yi Fan recounted the tale in a low voice, he handed the documents to Yuan Gang. While Yuan Gang listened intently, curiosity compelled him to peruse the contents of the file. After absorbing Yi Fan's revelations regarding the secrets of Songnan, Yuan Gang was left astounded, yet still enveloped in confusion. Therefore, the lad mentioned in the letter was also connected to that miracle from years past. Yuan Gang scrutinized the photograph within the documents, utterly perplexed. For, according to Yi Fan's narrative, the protagonist should have been a youth named Lin Xie. What relevance did this UG bear? Meeting Yuan Gang's gaze, Yi Fan's tone turned grave. "This, my friend, is the task I am about to entrust to you." Chapter 43. The Piglet Tattoo. In a desolate area within the territory of Songnan, a military base emerged almost overnight. This site was designated as a temporary training camp by the night watchman in anticipation of the upcoming new recruits training. At this moment, during the midday sun, Yuan Gang stood atop the protective wall of the base, his expression grave. Just then, two figures appeared in the wasteland not far from the base. "Report, sir. We've spotted individuals approaching." "Yes, I see them." As he listened to the soldier reporting with a telescope in hand, Yuan Gang's gaze pierced through the distance towards the two approaching figures. Gradually, the severity of his expression began to waver. What on earth? Both figures donned matching short-sleeved t-shirts emblazoned with images of Peppa Pig and dragged along identical pale pink Hello Kitty suitcases, presenting a rather suspicious sight. Undoubtedly, the two individuals were Yu Ji and Lin Qi. They felt quite helpless regarding their attire, as it was a kind gesture from Hong Ying, making it difficult for them to refuse. However, their peculiar taste in fashion left much to be desired. Why did they rush over upon hearing the news of the base's completion? Naturally, they wished to avoid embarrassment in front of other recruits. "Jie, since we arrived so early, surely no one else has beaten us here?" "Let us hope so. Otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament, by the way. Are we certain we've come to the right place?" Yu Ji gazed skeptically at the distant structures. "Could it be? I recall this area was once barren land. With the addition of this building, it must be the training camp," Lin Qi replied. "This training camp seems rather lackluster. We're so close, yet there is no sign of any activity. Can this truly be deemed a military stronghold? That does raise some concerns." Listening to Yu Ji's doubts, Lin Qi also felt a twinge of unease. Although it was a makeshift facility, it remained a military site where the fresh blood of the night watchman would soon undergo training. There absolutely should not be any room for error. How could there be no defensive measures in place? Logically, given their proximity, they should have already been detected, prompting someone to approach and verify their identities. Could this be some sort of assessment? UG inquired. Are they planning to evaluate our cohort's basic qualities before the formal training begins? Are you suggesting that, just like in the novels, we are already being assessed the moment we enter their line of sight? Lin Shi pondered for a moment, slightly taken aback. But the notion did not seem entirely implausible. Their information as recruits must have been submitted long ago. Perhaps the base personnel had already confirmed their identities and were preparing to commence evaluations. If we approach recklessly, might we end up being targeted? Lin Shi Yi recalled the reaction training conducted in the basement of the agency. While live ammunition was not a concern, being peppered with rubber bullets was hardly a pleasant experience, not out of the realm of possibility. Let us prepare ourselves before getting any closer. As the two individuals sensed a shift in circumstances, their pace towards one another slowed. Observing their apparent state of vigilance, Yuan Gang atop the high wall allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Not bad. They seemed to possess more awareness than mere naive youths. Prior to their training session, they had already embarked on missions alongside the Night Watch team at Songnan. One of the instructors behind Yuan Gang remarked that such alertness was entirely normal. Indeed, although temporary, they could still be considered Night Watch members. Yuan Gang nodded slightly at this observation. What should we do next? The instructor inquired. Nothing at all, Yuan Gang replied, casting a glance at the approaching duo before turning and leaping down from the protective wall. What? The instructor, still atop the wall, looked bewildered. Shouldn't we at least gauge their abilities? The brothers on surveillance had even reloaded their firearms, eager to engage. Yet, Yuan Gang insisted abilities? A bunch of recruits. How formidable could they possibly be? What we require is not a test of their strength, but a demonstration of authority. Do you understand? Let them stew for an afternoon. Today's youth are brimming with vigor, and we must temper their spirits. What if they manage to breach our defenses? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang halted. If they possess the skill to enter on their own, so be it. Yu and Lin Chie's concerns were not unfounded. The mysterious occurrences had become increasingly frequent, and the Night Watch was already short-staffed. If fresh recruits were to be compromised, the entire combat system of the Night Watch would face a significant fracture. To safeguard these new recruits from threats posed by forces such as the Ancient God Church, considerable efforts had indeed been invested in the defense of this base. Though merely a temporary facility, its specifications were anything but trivial. As it pertained to the future of the entire Great Xia, the seemingly unassuming main gate alone weighed a staggering 21 tons, capable of withstanding the impact of an intercontinental missile. Beneath the surface lay metal barriers exceeding 2 meters in thickness, ensuring no enemy could easily infiltrate from below. Above, an electric grid had the capacity to incinerate any carbon-based life form. Under normal circumstances, as long as they remained within the base, the safety of the recruits would be assured. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu and Lin Chie found their apprehensions somewhat unwarranted until they approached the base. They had encountered no obstructions. The inhabitants of the base seemed oblivious to their presence, treating them as if they were invisible. Hey, brother on the wall, we are new recruits here for training. Could you please open the gate for us? Lin Chie shouted towards the towering protective wall, which reached a height of 10 meters. Atop the wall, 2 watchtowers flanked the heavy gate, where soldiers stood like statues, unwavering in their vigilance. At that moment, Lin Chie mused that if a crow were to fly overhead, it would be quite fitting. Yu observed with perplexity as the soldiers completely disregarded them. Wondering what performance they were enacting, Lin Chi shook his head and shouted a few more times, yet still received no response. At this point, they were certain that the individuals inside were not oblivious to their presence, but rather were deliberately ignoring them. Damn it! They summoned us for training, yet denied us entry into the training camp. Are they out of their minds? Yu vented his frustrations openly. The soldiers on guard barely concealed a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths, contemplating the notion of allowing this audacious young man inside once the situation concluded. Well, they could impart a much-needed lesson to him. Noticing the continued silence from the soldiers above, Lin Chi inquired, could it be that we arrived too early? Even if we did, it shouldn't warrant such neglect, Yu replied, somewhat irked. Should we wait a bit longer? Or perhaps venture inside ourselves? Lin Chi suggested. Perhaps this is indeed part of their assessment of us. Chapter 44. Is this still human? The roundabout approach is rather cumbersome. Perhaps we should simply return? What is the point of training? Yu expressed that it was not due to his unwillingness to participate in the training, but rather that he was barred from attending. Now that they are heading back, surely Chun Ma will find no reason to blame him. Umbaza Ji, are you certain you wish to walk to the agency dressed like this? Lin Xia awkwardly gestured at the matching Peppa Pig t-shirt they both wore. When they arrived, it was Chun Ma who had driven them to the outskirts. Now, upon their return, he likely would no longer be there. They had to traverse nearly the entire city of Cangnan in such attire to reach the agency. Yu pondered the absurdity of the scene. He and Lin Xia, clad in identical Peppa Pig shirts, dragging matching Hello Kitty suitcases, parading down the streets of Cangnan. The imagery was so ludicrously delightful, it was almost unbearable to behold. Tomorrow's headlines would surely be trivial compared to the potential damage to their reputations. If they proceeded in this manner, social death was inevitable. Forget it. Let us hurry inside and retrieve our training outfits. Yu grumbled as he turned back toward the imposing gate before them. However, Lin Xia's thoughts lingered on the challenge of entry. He gazed at the impenetrable fortress before them. A height of 10 meters was not insurmountable for them, yet the individuals inside seemed overly cautious, as the walls bore a warning about high-voltage electric fences. Clearly, scaling the walls was not a viable option. He approached the gate in the wall, knocking gently. Not even an echo returned. This indicated the considerable thickness and remarkable sturdiness of both the wall and the gate. The path of breaking through was also sealed off. In resignation, Lin Xia shifted his gaze to the ground. He stomped his foot. The earth was soft. Perhaps digging a tunnel was a feasible approach. However, neither he nor Brother Ji possessed the requisite skills, and it would likely consume a great deal of time. Yet, spending time was preferable to being utterly at a loss. And by nightfall, he could summon small creatures from the earth to assist. With this thought, Lin Xia looked up, Brother Ji, but upon raising his head, he discovered that Yu had already approached the gate on his own. Could it be? A fleeting, almost impossible possibility flickered in his mind. The next moment, Yu transformed that possibility into reality. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled. Lift, accompanied by a booming command. The seemingly weighty gate was effortlessly raised by the man before him. The sinewy muscles of Yu were revealed in full force, even causing the Peppa Pig on his shirt to seem transformed into a figure of brawn. What does it mean to possess strength that could move mountains and dominate the world? This is it. Lin Xia's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This was the first time he had witnessed, so vividly, the terrifying extent of Yu's strength. He gazed upward at the raised gate, towering over 10 meters with a thickness of 2 to 3 meters. Although the specific material remained unknown, one could only surmise that it weighed several dozen tons. To pull such a weight by sheer strength, was this even humanly possible? Equally astonished were the soldiers and instructors stationed nearby, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Is this truly a human being? Enough with the deceptive feasting. Hurry and report to the commander. Meanwhile, Yu, noticing Lin Xia frozen in place, urged him impatiently. What are you dawdling for? Get inside. You'll wear yourself out. Remarkably, the individual even had the energy to speak. Lin Xia had grown accustomed to such displays. He realized that his extensive deliberation on various infiltration methods had been somewhat unnecessary. In the face of overwhelming power, everything appeared remarkably straightforward. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently. The soldiers who had intended to reprimand Yu found their thoughts obliterated, swept away along with the dust rising from the floor. At that moment, Yuan Gang had just returned to his office, quenching his thirst with a pot of tea, carefully blowing on the steaming liquid. The sudden tremor startled him, causing scalding tea to spill on his hand. Hot, hot, hot. What on earth is this commotion? An earthquake? Soon, someone rushed in urgently to report the situation. After grasping the details, Yuan Gang swallowed hard, feeling a sudden loss of thirst. Goodness, it seems I underestimated this young man. In the documents sent to the capital by Chun Ma, it was merely noted that this individual possessed immense strength. Though his mental prowess had not reached the threshold of a lamp, yet his capabilities far surpassed those of an ordinary lamp bearer. No specifics were provided regarding his strength. Thus, Yuan Gang speculated that even at his most powerful, he would merely be at the level of a river realm, and anything beyond would be impolite to assume. After all, even a divine agent, not having reached the lamp realm, could not possibly surpass someone of the river realm. However, the reality proved his assumptions to be astonishingly erroneous. No wonder the commander placed such significance on this matter. Perhaps this young man truly represents a singularity born from that miracle. With this thought, Yuan Gang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Investigating UG's specific circumstances was one of the tasks assigned to him by Yi Fan. A seemingly ordinary person without any forbidden grounds possesses such terrifying strength. This defies all logic, and only in Songnan could it possibly be rationalized. After all, the mere existence of this city at this moment is a miracle in itself. Frankly, Shun Mai struggled to conceive a plausible explanation to report upwards regarding UG's situation. However, given his position, he could not neglect to report such an extraordinary anomaly. Thus, he attributed it to that miracle. Perhaps this is a power born from the miracle. Even so, it was inevitable that UG would attract the attention of higher-ups. Yet, the troublesome matter was not for Chun Mai to ponder. This was the most satisfactory resolution he could devise. Returning to the training camp entrance, an instructor watched as the diminutive figure of Peppa Pig approached, instinctively taking a step back. If an ordinary person were to don a Peppa Pig costume, they might elicit a chuckle or two. However, the creature before him exuded an unsettling societal aura that even Peppa Pig could not escape, rendering him unable to meet its gaze. UG brushed off the dust from his clothing and approached the instructor. "Excuse me, we are here for the new recruit training. Where can we collect our training uniforms? Could you please guide us?" "Huh? Oh, all right. Understood." This time, unlike outside, they finally receive a response. "I thought you all were incapable of speech," UG jested, glancing around at the surrounding soldiers. Yet, no one engaged with his banter. All the warriors and instructors feigned ignorance of the exchange. While such teasing might have been irksome, the prowess UG had just demonstrated compelled them to concede. Chapter 45. Yuan Gang, do I not care about my reputation? Yuan Gang lamented, his head throbbing with frustration. He had initially intended to assert his authority over the two young recruits, yet the circumstances had seemingly reversed. Lao Hong had taken them to collect their training uniforms. The instructor nearby recalled the unsettling scene from earlier, a chill running down his spine. What manner of creature was that? Could he be the fabled agent of the divine? No, the divine agent must be someone else. Yuan Gang's tone was steeped in resignation. Is it true? Of course it's true. He surveyed the new recruits' files. His brow furrowed. This batch of recruits was proving to be quite a handful. Not merely those two, but several troublesome individuals were on their way. Relying solely on our own capabilities might not suffice to maintain order. What shall we do then? What else can we do? We must call for reinforcements. Yuan Gong chuckled. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and summoned the personnel from the special team, the massed unit. However, he pondered whether the massed unit alone would be able to withstand the challenge. The leader of the massed unit, Wang Mian, was not particularly adept in raw strength. Faced with this young recruit's brute force, Wang Mian might hesitate to confront him directly, though he had the advantage in attributes. Persuading this recruit to yield might prove quite difficult. Perhaps I should summon the Phoenix as well? No, that would be excessive. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yuan Gang shook his head. Mobilizing two special teams for the sake of a new recruit training session would not only deplete resources, but also be somewhat embarrassing. At worst, he would have to personally step in to deal with this young man. However, he feared that might not be prudent. At present, Yuan Gang had no concrete understanding of UG's strength. He questioned himself. Could he effortlessly lift that door using sheer physical strength? To intimidate a recruit, he could hardly resort to forbidden powers, could he? He mused that if, in front of the recruits, he failed to subdue UG through strength alone, where would his dignity be? No, I must take action now. With this resolution, Yuan Gang strode out of his office. Meanwhile, UG and Lin Chiyi, under the guidance of instructor Hong Hao, had received their training uniforms and essential supplies and were now acclimating to the training camp environment. As they marveled at the favorable conditions afforded to night watchmen, free meals, lodging, and supplies, even cigarettes, Lin Qi suddenly sensed something amiss and sharply turned to look in a particular direction. He was not alone. Hong Hao beside him reacted similarly. Yet, upon recognizing the approaching figure, Hong Hao visibly relaxed. What is the matter? Who is that? Only Yu Ji remained unfazed. This is Yuan Gang, the chief instructor responsible for this training session. Hong Hao introduced as Yuan Gang approached them. Oh, Yu Ji responded with a lackluster demeanor. Observing Lin Qi drenched in sweat, it was evident that the chief instructor had come with the intention of reclaiming his authority. Regrettably, he was not attuned to the nuances of mental strength and could not perceive the oppressive aura emanating from the individual before him. At most, he felt that this person exuded a certain grandeur. Was that commotion caused by you, young man? Yuan Gang approached the two, directing his gaze toward Yu Ji, who simply nodded in acknowledgement. You are the chief instructor, are you not? Perhaps it would be wise to temper your imposing presence. You might frighten the child. A smirk played at the corners of Yuan Gang's mouth upon witnessing Yu Ji's unfazed demeanor, finding it rather intriguing. In that moment, he retracted his aura, allowing Lin Qi, who stood nearby, to exhale in relief. You must be Lin Qi. Yuan Gang turned to him, offering praise, quite impressive, as a divine envoy. Your prowess in the realm of Zhan is capable of withstanding my pressure. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Qi replied, somewhat bemused. Was that truly considered impressive? While the one beside him who displayed no reaction at all. Reflecting on it, was this what constituted a true powerhouse? Though unsure of the precise capabilities of this individual, the oppressive sensation he exuded was clearly far more formidable than that of Chen Mai. One could conservatively estimate his strength to be above the ocean realm. Hong Hao, please continue to show Lin Qi around. I have matters to discuss with this young man. With a nod and a smile directed at Lin Qi, Yuan Gang shifted his attention back to Yu Ji. Understood. Hong Hao sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly ushered Lin Qi away. This was the first time he had felt the full force of Yuan Gang's release pressure. Who exactly was this Yu Ji that warranted the chief instructor's personal intervention? Brother Ji, it's fine. We are here for training, not as criminals. The chief instructor will not harm me. Yu Ji reassured Lin Qi with a comforting glance. Soon, Hong Hao and Lin Qi had departed. You young man Yu Ji, is it? Yuan Gang said little, stepping forward to place a hand on Yu Ji's shoulder. I've heard tales of your immense strength. Instantly, a terrifying force surged forth, and Yu Ji felt as if he had plunged to the depths of several hundred meters underwater. The ground beneath his feet began to crack under the weight of the overwhelming pressure. Yet, remarkably, such force seemed trivial to Yu Ji. He stood tall, his spine erect, even sporting an excited smile. Chief instructor, may I inquire about your realm? Ocean realm, pinnacle, Yuan Gang replied, eyebrows slightly furrowed. He had not anticipated facing defeat at the hands of the same young man twice in a single day. Did this lad truly lack even a Zhan realm? Pinnacle of the ocean realm? Yu Ji smiled at the revelation, raising his hand in gratitude. Thank you for the insight. His gratitude stemmed from the clarity Yuan Gang had provided regarding the level of his own strength. If Yuan Gang had directly assaulted his mind with mental power, he would undoubtedly have faltered. However, when it came to raw strength, if this was the full extent of a pinnacle ocean realm powerhouse, then it was in truth rather unremarkable. As he spoke, Yu Ji had already grasped Yuan Gang's wrist. At that moment, Yuan Gang felt an overwhelming and pure force attempting to pry his hand away. There were no fluctuations of mental energy. This young man truly possessed no restrictions. With a crack, the already fractured ground beneath them shattered further, the fissures rapidly extending outward. The terrifying aura compelled the onlooking instructors, who had initially been curious, to retreat, fearing that the conflict between the two might spill over and ensnare them. Fortunately, matters had not escalated to such a level. They were merely engaged in an arm wrestling contest. Instructor Yuan, if this is your utmost strength, would it not be wise to concede at this point to avoid further embarrassment? Yu Ji's grip on Yuan Gang's wrist tightened as his gaze burned intensely. Under the fervent scrutiny of Yuji's eyes, Yuan Gang felt a twinge of embarrassment. That look was certainly not one that suggested a desire to cease their contest. Chapter 46. A favor, perhaps? As Yuan Gang found himself momentarily dazed, an overwhelming force gripped his wrist as if it sought to shatter his bones. What? Is this kid serious? Fortunately, in the next moment, a barely perceptible glimmer of golden light flickered beneath his military uniform, restoring Yuan Gang's composure. Full strength? How could that be? You underestimate me, the chief instructor, far too much. Yet, despite his bravado, Yuan Gang inexplicably eased his grip and lifted the hand resting on Yuji's shoulder. Observing this, Yuji, sensing the shift, refrained from being overly aggressive and released Yuan Gang's wrist, which left him somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated an opportunity to truly spar with a formidable opponent from a sea realm, but it seemed that chance had slipped away. Upon further reflection, however, such a scenario was quite reasonable. An instructor engaging in a physical confrontation with a recruit upon their first meeting would be inappropriate, especially considering his rank as chief instructor. Yuan Gang would certainly not resort to such actions in front of so many witnesses. Noticing the trace of disappointment on Yuji's face, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Yuan Gang's mouth. He naturally clasped his hands behind his back, gripping the wrist of his slightly trembling hand, assuming a commanding posture as he regarded Yuji. Indeed, as reported by Chunmai, your strength is astonishingly formidable. It would be quite embarrassing to admit that he found himself in a position where he needed to utilize forbidden techniques to avoid an awkward situation against someone who had yet to reach the threshold of the light realm. If Xiaopinga were to discover this, he would undoubtedly mock him for an entire year. Fortunately, he had the foresight not to wait for all the recruits to gather before testing his strength against this young man. Otherwise, he would have faced significant embarrassment. The report from the captain? Upon hearing Yuan Gang suddenly mention Chunmai, Yuji's expression sharpened. How had he conveyed information about him to the higher-ups? Yuji pondered, realizing that this was indeed Yuan Gang's true purpose in seeking him out. The fact that he possessed such terrifying strength without employing forbidden techniques was an anomaly that defied the norms of the entire history of the Great Xia since the resurgence of the mysterious forces. Such an irregularity, once reported, would undoubtedly attract attention from above. To an extreme extent, it was not inconceivable that they might send someone to apprehend him for examination. Yet, in reality, that had not transpired. The information appeared to have been suppressed, as no one had approached Yuji with any inquiries up until today. From Yuan Gang's words, it was evident that the higher-ups were aware of his unique circumstances but had accepted this peculiarity. This development was somewhat intriguing. Thus, Yuji found himself curious about how Chunmai had relayed the information to the authorities. Curious to know? Upon observing Yuji's reaction, a triumphant smile spread across Yuan Gang's face. The young man had indeed taken the bait. Fortunately, he had been astute enough to devise a backup plan, knowing that brute force alone would not suffice to contain Yuji. How about we strike a deal? Yuji, somewhat puzzled, inquired, what kind of deal? Yuan Gang replied with a smile, quite simple. You grant me a favor by cooperating during the upcoming recruit training and refrain from being a troublemaker. In return, I shall disclose the information you seek. Each new recruit training session invariably brings forth a handful of rebellious spirits, and this session is no exception. Merely glancing at the roster sends shivers down Yuan Gang's spine. Among these, Yuji stands out as the most outrageous rebel Yuan Gang has ever encountered. He has just experienced this firsthand, leaving his hands still tingling. Thus, Yuan Gang's greatest concern is the potential for Yuji to lead a revolt, jeopardizing the entire training program. However, it soon becomes evident that Yuan Gang has underestimated the situation. Is there any thought he could conceive that Yuji might not bestow upon you a favor? The mere suggestion elicits a laugh from Yuji. Instructor Yuan, how about you grant me a favor instead? Tell me now, or once the training commences, I shall incite a rebellion among the recruits. Yuan Gang, upon hearing this, nearly choked on his indignation. This young man is defying all conventions. After years of service in the military, Yuan Gang had always been the one to issue threats. He had never before been on the receiving end of such boldness. How audacious! You truly believe I cannot handle you? A menacing aura surged once more from Yuan Gang. Yet, Yu remained unfazed, even tightening his fists with a hint of exhilaration. Are you not afraid I might actually strike? Do not forget, this is my territory. At worst, I shall lose face. With that, Yuan Gang feigned a readiness to escalate the confrontation, casting a fierce glare around the vicinity. The surrounding instructors and soldiers promptly averted their gazes, clearly indicating their intention to ignore whatever transpired next. Yet in the face of such a blatant threat, Yu maintained his stance. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. I welcome the challenge. Regardless of how Chunmai reported to the higher-ups, it was evident that since no one had sought to apprehend him thus far, he was not in any real danger. Hence, Yu felt no fear. After all, could Yuan Gang truly kill him? Such an opportunity to confront a genuine master without risking his life was exceedingly rare. Sighing at Yu's demeanor, Yuan Gang felt as if he were a deflated balloon, utterly at a loss. He had never encountered such an audacious individual before. This young man had him firmly in his grasp. Very well, let us both take a step back. I will answer your earlier question. Yuan Gang exhaled deeply. Chunmai penned a letter to the Supreme Commander of the Night Watchmen, stating that although you lack a forbidden realm, you possess an extraordinarily potent force. That is tantamount to saying nothing at all. Do not feign ignorance. You know I'm not interested in the letter's content, but rather in why the commander, upon reading it, acknowledges my peculiarity, yet chooses not to take any action against me. Wait, are you saying Chunmai directly wrote to the commander? Suddenly sensing an inconsistency, Yu furrowed his brow. Ah, now we delve into the next question. Do you wish to learn more? Then grant me a favor. This time, Yuan Gang had wised up. He recognized that negotiating from his position was inherently disadvantageous. Just like before, as long as Yu acted unscrupulously, he found himself utterly powerless. After all, he had no means to truly confront Yu. In light of this, he decided to embrace a touch of cunning himself. Who cannot play the rogue? With a mouth affixed to his face, could this fellow not articulate his thoughts? He reminded himself to perform well, as he held great expectations for him. He chuckled lightly. With that, Yuan Gang patted Yu on the shoulder and departed, offering no opportunity for Yu to negotiate terms. Watching Yuan Gang's retreating figure, Yu scratched his head, feeling a twinge of irritation. In the end, not only had he failed to clarify the matters he was curious about, but the questions had multiplied instead. Chapter 47. What a coincidence, so am I wise Chunmai, a mere captain of a small night watch team in Sangnan City, able to converse directly with the Supreme Commander of the Night Watch? Is it possible that Chunmai is some hidden big shot? If so, did the commander spare him because Chunmai interceded on his behalf? But why would the other party choose to protect him? A series of questions left Yu utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, his intuition suggested that this matter was far more intricate than it appeared. So forget it. I might as well head back to the dormitory for a shower and a good night's sleep. Moments later, Yu abandoned his contemplation. After all, he was never one to seek trouble. He had no intention of causing a stir from the outset. As long as he did nothing and found a place to rest, he could uncover the information he sought. What more could he desire? Thus, Yu surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on an observing instructor and making his way over. The moment the instructor noticed Yu approaching, he instinctively took a step back. Brother, you are the instructor here, right? I'm just a rookie. What are you afraid of? Yu remarked, bemused by the other's reaction. I seem to have forgotten where the dormitory is. Could you show me the way? All right. Follow me, the instructor replied, relieved that Yu was merely asking for directions. He thought to himself, why was I afraid? Doesn't he have any awareness of the situation? Moreover, this was hardly the manner in which a rookie should address an instructor. It was unusual for a new recruit to order an instructor around. Soon enough, under the guidance of the instructor, Yu returned to the dormitory. One cannot deny that the treatment of the night watchman was indeed commendable. Although it was a temporary base, the dormitory assigned to the new recruits was a double room. Unfortunately, the instructors seemed to have deliberately separated him from Lin Chia, resulting in a different roommate. Indeed, Yu had initially believed that he and Lin Chia were the first to arrive at the training camp, only to discover that there were others of considerable skill. However, his new roommate appeared somewhat aloof. Upon Yuji's arrival, this roommate sat cross-legged on the bed, resembling a wooden post, reciting scriptures. He seemed utterly indifferent to the commotion caused by Yuji's entrance into the training camp. Yuji attempted to greet him, but was met with the response that his name was Chao Yuan. Thereafter, he resumed his meditation, remaining undisturbed until Yuji returned from his brief excursion. Thankfully, this individual had kept his eyes shut, sparing him from noticing the cartoon character adorning Yuji's attire. "Brother, were you a monk before?" Yuji inquired curiously while removing his clothing, as they would be roommates for the next few years, and it would be beneficial to cultivate a good relationship. "No," Chao Yuan replied, shaking his head slightly, his eyes remaining closed. "Then why are you meditating and reciting scriptures?" "To cultivate my heart." At this point, Chao Yuan finally opened his eyes, seemingly perceiving Yuji's curiosity. "It would be wise for you not to grow too close to me." "Why not? I'm quite dangerous." "What a coincidence, so am I." Yuji replied with a grin, standing up clad in nothing but his underwear. "What do you intend to do?" Chao Yuan asked, momentarily taken aback, his demeanor losing its previous calmness. "I'm going to take a shower. What else would I do?" Yuji responded nonchalantly before diving into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water, Chao Yuan exhaled in relief, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. Moments later, Yuji emerged from the shower and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Since Chao Yuan had clearly indicated his aversion to human interaction, he was not one to impose himself on others. Consequently, he chose to refrain from further conversation. Observing that Yuji had drifted off, Chao Yuan also closed his eyes, softly chanting verses. The dormitory once again fell into tranquility. However, unbeknownst to both Yuji and Chao Yuan, on the rooftop of a building directly opposite the dormitory, Yuan Gang was observing them through binoculars. Seeing that Yuji and Chao Yuan seemed to coexist peacefully, Yuan Gang breathed a sigh of relief. This lad, Chao Yuan, was more proactive than Yuji and Lin Xie, having rushed to the training camp even before its completion, as if fearing to miss out on something significant. Furthermore, he was indeed a troublesome character. After learning about Chao Yuan's background, Yuan Gang had worried about whom to assign to share a dormitory with him. Little did he expect this issue to resolve itself so swiftly. With this young man, even if Chao Yuan were to lose control, it was unlikely that any mishap would ensue. Watching Yuji sleep soundly, Yuan Gang felt a sense of helplessness. After this incident, his plan to instill fear in Yuji and Lin Xie had utterly failed. Not only had it failed, but it had also left a psychological shadow on the instructors. During training, it seemed no one would dare to provoke Yuji, save for himself. Who could have anticipated that a rookie, barely out of the novice stage, would exhibit such reckless behavior? That was a gate weighing over 20 tons, and before Yuji's arrival, no one had been able to budge it, let alone consider that someone might attempt to lift it for no reason. Now, he could hear whispers among the instructors regarding Yuji wherever he went. At this rate, it was rumored that the young man could easily move mountains. Never mind these two peculiar individuals for now. What about Lin Xie? Contemplating this, Yuan Gang shook his head slightly and raised the binoculars to survey Lin Xie's dormitory. Although his performance was not as dramatic as Yuji and Chao Yuan's, after uncovering the secrets of Songnan, he understood that this agent of the Seraphim was, in a sense, the deity of the city beneath his feet at that moment. The following day, new recruits gradually filled the training camp. Yuji, in the midst of a deep slumber, was roused by a commotion. What on earth was happening? Why was it so noisy? Groggily, he got out of bed, yawning and rubbing his eyes as he opened the door. To his surprise, someone thrust a Rolex into his hand. Before Yuji could react, he heard a voice introducing itself. "Wow, my friend, your physique is truly impressive. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Li Tu Ming, but you can simply call me Fatty. I am just a child from an ordinary family. A small gift to express my respect upon our first meeting." Ordinary. Child of family? A small gift? Gazing at the dazzling Rolex in his hand, Yuji could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This truly redefined the notion of the ordinary. Where did this peculiar item come from? Soon, he understood the source of the commotion outside. It was none other than the rotund figure before him, distributing Rolexes throughout the dormitory. This is absurd. One must simply grow accustomed to it. A resigned voice interjected nearby. Jie, you came to find me? Did you receive one too? No, I'm not here for you. I merely followed this fellow. Lin Jie remarked, observing the portly Bai Li as he continued to distribute the Rolexes with a sense of resignation. To be candid, I am indeed the roommate of this child from an ordinary family, and there is presently a box of Rolexes beneath my bed. What? Yuji thought he must have misheard. However, Lin Jie's expression was earnest, conveying that he too felt as if he were in a dream. It appeared that it was indeed their poverty that had constrained their imagination. Chapter 48. The importance of inner beauty. The afternoon swiftly arrived, and all the new recruits finally gathered. Yuji and Chao Yuan made their way to the training grounds for assembly, as the formal training had yet to commence. The recruits were not clad in training uniforms, but instead donned sharp suits, exuding an air of vitality. It must be said that military attire is indeed the most dashing ensemble a man can possess. Once dressed in uniform, Yuji's already extraordinary looks seemed to ascend to another dimension, garnering the attention of numerous female soldiers along the way, with some even boldly expressing their affection. Alas, those who faced Yuji's trifecta of rejections returned with their spirits crushed. Brother Yuji, as soon as they arrived at the assembly area, Lin Jie sought out Yuji to greet him. It would be difficult not to find him. Yuji had become the focal point of the female soldiers' admiration and the target of camaraderie among the male recruits, with nearly everyone's attention fixated upon him. So you're the esteemed brother Yuji that Jie spoke of? Not only Lin Jie, but Bai Li Pang also recognized Yuji at once. After all, Yuji had made quite an impression on him. Although he did not know his name before, he distinctly remembered that chiseled face and sculpted physique. I remember you. Bai Li Tu Ming, right? Yuji, too, recognized Bai Li Pang immediately, especially since he still wore that Rolex on his wrist. Ordinary family background. Indeed, that's me. Bai Li Tu Ming exclaimed, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. He had always introduced himself this way, yet no one had ever believed him. Now, finally, someone acknowledged his humble origins. You and Jie are roommates, correct? I will look out for you from now on. Observing the boy's somewhat foolish demeanor, Yi chuckled. A child from an ordinary family is just that, but since he had received a Rolex, what harm was there in providing a modicum of emotional support? However, merely offering emotional support left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Moreover, as Jie's roommate, it was only right to extend a protective hand. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Ji. Bai Li Pang beamed with a silly grin. By the way, who is this? This is my roommate, Chao Yuan. He isn't much for conversation, Yuji introduced, noticing the puzzled look on Pang's face. Gao Juan Medili not that in Dai Feng. Oh, so you are Brother Chao. I don't think I saw you before. He hasn't left the dorm since arriving here. Oh, I see. As Pang spoke, he intended to flaunt his Rolex to ingratiate himself further. However, upon noticing this, Chao Yuan frowned slightly and turned away coldly. Bai Li Pang's hand, which was poised to present the Rolex, halted midair. It seems Brother Chao isn't fond of it. Brother Ji, do you know what kind of gifts Brother Chao likes? You probably won't succeed with any gift. Just ignore him. That's just his nature. Although they had only spent a night together, Yuji had already discerned Chao Yuan's personality. After their initial few exchanges, they had hardly spoken a word since. The individual appears to have no intention of engaging with anyone. As for the reason, perhaps it is that statement. I am quite dangerous. It is typical for youth to display a sense of melodrama. Understandable. Fatty seemed somewhat disheartened upon hearing this. Yuji surveyed the surroundings and shifted the topic, inquiring, by the way, we were called to assemble. Where are the instructors? Lin Jie responded, they are likely still preparing. Very well. Yuji waved his hand dismissively and plopped down onto the ground. After all, this was a military training assembly, and the field had not provided them with chairs. He had no choice but to sit cross-legged, resting his head on his hands, waiting for the gathering to conclude and the instructors to address them. Unexpectedly, such a simple action drew gasps of admiration from the infatuated female soldiers. Wow, so handsome. How can he be so striking? Did you see the lines accentuated by his uniform? His physique must be exceptional. Yuji had long since grown accustomed to such attention. However, Lin Xie and Fatty were somewhat overwhelmed. Yi, I truly envy you. You're handsome and fit, unlike me, burdened with excess weight. Bailey Fatty lamented, grasping at the flab on his abdomen, seemingly feeling inferior. Lin Xie initially intended to nod in agreement, but quickly retracted his gesture. Aside from maids at home, it seems the ladies do not welcome me. No matter what matters is inner beauty, Yuji consoled Bailey Fatty, considering the Rolex on his wrist. Yet, Lin Xie interjected, can word from you truly be considered comforting? It seemed that this chubby fellow hardly warranted consolation. This guy even had maidservants. He had little in common with these two. Silence. You are soldiers now. How can you lack discipline? Do you dare to believe I will drill you into submission? Soon, the raucous recruits fell silent under Yuan Gang's stern reprimand. Yuan Gang cast a furtive glance at Yuji, realizing that he was the most obedient among the crowd, sitting there so demurely, which brought him a sense of relief. However, was this lad a bit too compliant? Why was he yawning? Jigu, the chief instructor Yuan has arrived. It should be starting soon. Lin Xie reminded as he noticed Yuji drifting off. Huh? Oh. Yuji yawned and stretched, rising to his feet. Yuan Gang observed him, standing, and cleared his throat. Attention. I do not wish to waste time, and I trust you do not either. At ease. Stand at attention. Right face, march. Although the new recruits had only just arrived, they could still comprehend such simple commands. Indeed, no one wished to squander time basking in the sun, and though they stood somewhat unevenly, they at least managed to form a semblance of order. Look at you all. You can't even stand in formation properly. What use is this? Subsequently, Yuan Gang began his customary address, hurling insults such as rookies and novices at them, critiquing nearly every recruit for their performance since arriving at the training camp. Aside from Yuji, Lin Xie, and Chao Yuan, nearly everyone else harbored a sense of discontent, including Bailey Pang Pang. Was this head coach not excessively harsh? Surely, he should not belittle us to such an extent. Bailey Pang Pang directed his inquiry towards the two, seemingly seeking validation. However, Yuji merely stifled a yawn. Lin Xie, on the other hand, candidly remarked, I believe he is correct. Most individuals here, much like yourself, have never even encountered the mysterious. When faced with the unknown, I fear that apart from fear itself, they are rendered utterly powerless. Moreover, they cannot even manage their own emotions. A few provocations ignite their indignation. Does this not epitomize the behavior of a novice? The only one who surprised Lin Xie was Chao Yuan, who stood at a distance. His attention was drawn to this individual solely because he was Yuji's roommate. To his surprise, this person appeared remarkably composed, simply closing his eyes and murmuring something, as if reciting a mantra. Chapter 49. The Masked Squad? Is it meant to be humorous? Is that so? Why do I feel as if you are insulting me? Bai Li, the chubby one, scratched his head. No, I'm merely stating the facts. Lin Xie shook his head. It's a fact. Just accept it. There is no shame in it. Oh, that makes sense. Bai Li accepted this with a humble expression. Lin Xie turned to the drowsy Yuji. By the way, Brother Ji, is your roommate a monk? He claims he is not. Roused by their queries, Yuji emerged from his slumber, pondering, where are we in this narrative? Don't speak as if we are performing a play. Lin Xie sighed at the remark. This is a blatant provocation intended to stir our rebellious spirits. Perhaps they aim to establish authority over the newcomers, just as we experienced upon our arrival. So, these instructors are treating us differently? I had assumed everyone had already undergone a similar trial. Perhaps it's due to our unique circumstances? Yuji shrugged in resignation. One of them is a rare divine agent, and the other is a singular anomaly. Their treatment surely differs from that of ordinary recruits. What? Are you suggesting these instructors have already put you through a trial? Bai Li's curiosity was piqued as he listened to their hushed conversation. What happened? Care to elaborate? Yuji chuckled lightly. There's not much to say, merely that we were barred from entering. Why would they do that? Is it because you claim to be special? In what way? And how did you eventually gain entry? Bai Li's barrage of questions left both Yuji and Lin Xie feeling somewhat exasperated. Perhaps later, when we have the time, Xie can explain it to you. The main event is approaching. With that, Yuji raised his head. While they were conversing, Yuan Gang had successfully provoked nearly all the new recruits, asserting that those who dared to challenge him could do so with strength. The ones tasked with testing their abilities were, at this moment, the focal point of everyone's attention, those figures descending from above. Gazing at the falling silhouettes. Who are these individuals? Lin Xie responded. They're likely the special squad mask which Chiemo mentioned. Observe, they're all wearing masks. A special squad. I have heard they're quite formidable. Yu Ji's interest was instantly piqued. Brother Ji, please do not act recklessly. Lin Xie felt a sense of foreboding at Yu Ji's excitement. Alas, what a pity. Fortunately, Yu Ji did not lose control this time. Casting a glance at Yuan Gang on stage, he sighed. He contemplated that if it was merely a show of authority to the new recruits, these members of the special squad would certainly not exert their full strength. It would be rather pointless. Perhaps it would be best to let them off this time. Bai Li, standing nearby, was puzzled by this statement. Initially, he had heard Lin Xie describe these individuals as members of a prestigious special squad, yet after hearing Yu Ji, he was left wondering if they were truly so remarkable after all. So, are they truly formidable? Since the head coach has summoned them to maintain order, it stands to reason that their prowess surpasses that of anyone among us. Lin Xie confidently asserted that these individuals should conservatively be at least at the level of Chuan, or even above, considering they belong to a special team tasked with perilous missions. Is the sea level really that powerful? The chubby one remarked. A look of confusion etched upon his face. He was not oblivious to the sea level, but it seemed to him that it was not particularly impressive, especially since his bodyguards could handle it with ease. However, Lin Xie and Yu Ji were evidently under a misapprehension. Truly, the foolish son of a landlord, unaware of such matters. In any case, they are indeed quite formidable. Oh, then let us concede that they are impressive. But if this is the case, are we really going to battle against them? Wouldn't that be rather unfair? They would undoubtedly suppress their levels. Otherwise, even if all of you joined forces, your chances of victory would be slim. Yu Ji stated nonchalantly, while stifling a yawn. You all? The chubby one blinked in slight bewilderment, gazing at Yu Ji as if struggling to comprehend. What are you looking at me for? I have no intention of fighting them. I've already said we'll let them be, Yu Ji replied. Oh. The chubby one nodded in confusion, feeling as though nothing was amiss. With a sudden thud, while the trio conversed, an odd sound emanated from the podium. What is he doing? The chubby one realized, turning his gaze to the individual among the fallen mass team wearing a swirling mask. That peculiar noise had originated from him. The others landed gracefully on the ground, leaving no trace on the carpet, appearing almost ethereal. Yet this one had knelt before them. It was not a misperception. He had indeed knelt. I don't know. There is still a while until the new year. Yu Ji could not help but smirk slightly. Are they the jesters that Yuan Gang invited? Lin Xie questioned, could these people be fakes? The chubby one, with a rather simplistic mindset, could conceive of no other possibility. Surely not, Yu Ji remarked, lacking any insight into their capabilities. It cannot be. I can sense. Only Lin Xie was fixated on the leader of the masked team. One of them resembles me. Are you implying a divine agent? Yu Ji initially appeared taken aback, but the next moment felt an even greater sense of loss. How he longed to engage in a duel with him. Divine. The chubby one, overhearing, seemed to have stumbled upon a new revelation. A divine agent? Both Yu Ji and Lin Xie nodded slightly. Indeed. It was only natural to be astonished, for divine agents were exceedingly rare. However, the next moment, the chubby one's words nearly sent them tumbling to the ground. Are they really that impressive? I've never seen one before. Yi. Lin Xie. On the podium, after the swirling mask had clumsily conjured a flimsy excuse to gloss over the situation, the captain of the masked team, Wang Mian, regarded Yu Ji and the others. This batch of new recruits is indeed quite audacious, isn't it? He is, after all, a divine agent, and given his standing, the casual banter of a few individuals could hardly escape his notice. Could that be the fabled seraphic agent? And who, pray tell, are the other two? As he scrutinized Yu Ji and the others, Wang Mian found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Regarding Lin Xie, he, like Lin Xie, could sense the divine might emanating from him. swiftly confirming his identity. However, the other two, UG and the plump one, left him utterly bewildered. For all his observations, they appeared to be mere mortals. Were they fearlessly ignorant or confidently bold? Contemplating this, a subtle smirk crept across the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. How intriguing. What is intriguing about it? The captain is mocking me too. The vortex mistakenly believed it was the subject of their jest. Were it not for the mask, Wang Mian would have felt an urge to cover his face. He lowered his voice. Fool, it's not about you. Enough of this. Let us commence. If we fail to retrieve the one we lost earlier, you shall have much to answer for. Chapter 50. Rose, is it true that you enjoy sleeping? May I inquire when we shall commence? A new recruit politely raised his hand to ask. However, in the next moment, with a piercing scream, the recruit was sent flying by an invisible force. The actions of the masked squad were utterly unforeseen, leaving most of the new recruits in a state of shock. Observing the bewildered recruits, Wang Mian spoke with a hint of dismay. Did the instructor not convey the message clearly enough? From 2 o'clock this afternoon until 9 o'clock tonight. In other words, it's begun. How outrageous. This is hardly in the spirit of martial ethics. The new recruits erupted in a chorus of curses, with some quick-witted individuals charging forward. Various forbidden domains were unleashed simultaneously, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Seeing this, Bai Li, the plump recruit, eagerly prepared to join the fray, only to be halted by Lin Chia. What are you pulling me for, Chia? We have the advantage in numbers. He protested. If not now, then when? Yu chuckled at his naivety. Advantage? Look more closely before you speak. Huh? The plump recruit finally noticed that the recruits charging at the mass squad were being effortlessly dispatched, as the squad faced the onslaught of dozens with no sign of pressure whatsoever. In fact, Wang Mian, at the forefront, had hardly moved. Have they truly suppressed their realms? Bai Li Castunat. Yes, but only their realms, Lin Chia elucidated. Do not be misled into thinking we hold the upper hand simply because we are of the same realm. Can ordinary forbidden domains and hyper-dangerous forbidden domains be compared, even if they are of equal standing? Those who can join special squads are no ordinary individuals. Moreover, they are fully armed while we are barehanded, wherein lies our advantage. We may be numerous, but we lack organization, and our attacks may even hinder one another. This hardly constitutes an advantage. That makes sense. So what should we do now? Bai Li asked, somewhat perplexed. Let us leave this place for now, Lin Chia declared as he prepared to depart. Bai Li instinctively followed suit. However, as they took their first step, they noticed that Yu seemed disinclined to join them. Jigo, what are your plans? Lin Chia inquired. Do not mind me. You two go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Yu waved his hand dismissively. Do you not trust in my abilities? Very well. Lin Chia did not hesitate, pulling Bai Li away swiftly. After Lin Chia and Bai Li departed, Yu yawned and surveyed his surroundings. His gaze eventually settled upon a tree not far away. Ah, that looks delightful. With that, he leisurely extricated himself from the tumultuous crowd and made his way to the tree, reclining beneath it and retrieving a coverlet to drape over his face. Moments later, the sound of snoring emanated from beneath the tree. In the underground control room of the training camp, through the surveillance footage provided by a drone, Yuan Gang's facial muscles twitched in exasperation. This kid, sigh. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble, he can do as he pleases. Although the thought of this young man doing nothing but sleeping soundly and yet being able to express everything with such ease is somewhat vexing, there is indeed little that can be done about him. It seems that only he or the members of the mass squad can manage him without suppressing their true strength. However, is it truly honorable to subdue a rookie in such a manner? If other recruits witness it, it would merely become a source of ridicule. On the training platform, strewn with unconscious recruits, a few members of the masked squad brushed off the dust from their clothes, appearing remarkably at ease. TCH, and we rushed over for this? Remarked the one wearing the whirlpool mask, his tone laced with disdain. It seemed that by mercilessly thrashing these recruits, he felt a renewed sense of prowess. The one with the scale mask slightly shook his head, stating, these are merely appetizers. The king mask wearer nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from this rabble, there are some clever ones among them. He had been observing the surroundings and noticed that many astute recruits, such as Lin Xie and others, did not recklessly charge in. Moreover, there was an individual who appeared rather audacious. "Who? Allow me to handle him," the whirlpool mask-wearer said, eagerly preparing for action, feeling invigorated. "There, over there." The one with the crescent moon mask pointed toward a tree not far away. The others looked in the direction he indicated and were momentarily taken aback. Well, he is indeed quite audacious. After all, they were special squad. It was astonishing that someone dared to sleep soundly in their presence, a clear display of arrogance. "I'll go have a word with him," the whirlpool mask-wearer declared, ready to spring into action. "What nonsense! Step aside. I cannot tolerate any man being so brazen before me." However, there was another, even more volatile individual among them. The woman wearing the rose mask swung her hammer and charged forward, the others unable to stop her. Sighing, the king mask-wearer shook his head in resignation. The others also sighed. "Well, let the rose handle this fellow. We shall split up and take our own paths." Agreed. As the words fell, their figures dispersed in an instant, swiftly vanishing from sight. Though the king mask-wearer was curious about Yu Ji's audacious demeanor, he did not believe that such a rookie could truly defeat any of them, regardless of his talent. In his view, the only true threat to them in the same realm was the enigmatic Seraphim agent. Damn, this is bad. However, in the monitoring room, Yuan Gang's expression changed dramatically at this scene. He had yet to warn them not to provoke this young man. The masked squad was someone he had contacted prior to arriving here, and at first, he had naively believed that with this special squad on duty, everything would be foolproof. Yet, after testing Yu Ji's strength, he no longer held that belief. Subsequently, when he attempted to contact the masked squad, he found himself unable to reach them due to their ongoing mission. Until just now, the masked team had completed their mission and parachuted here. In any case, Yuan Gang had not managed to find an opportunity to speak with them regarding Yu Ji. Just when Yuan Gang was at a loss about what to do, the irate Rose had already arrived before the soundly sleeping Yu Ji. Beneath her mask, Rose's forehead was lined with bulging veins. She had assumed that the other party was merely pretending to be asleep, only to discover that they were truly in slumber. They were so oblivious that they did not even notice her presence. How utterly contemptuous. "Very well then, you enjoy sleeping? I shall ensure you remain in that state." With that, Rose swung the hammer in her hand. In an instant, the hammer enlarged, reaching a size sufficient to encompass the entirety of the individual before her. And then it came crashing down. She intended to impart a profound lesson to this arrogant individual. Of course, she moderated her strength, knowing that there were dedicated healers present to ensure that it would not interfere with the subsequent training. However, as the hammer descended, Rose sensed that something felt amiss. Chapter 51. Yu Ji Rosa, you surely do not wish for. A sensation, as if entirely cushioned, was transmitted through the colossal hammer into Rose's grip, leading her to believe she struck not against a human, but rather an extraordinarily resilient spring. What? Following this, an unimaginable force pressed against her own exertion, gradually lifting the heavy hammer she had dropped. It was Yu Ji, with a book draped over his face, who had raised his hand. How is this possible? Rosa gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. This individual lay upon the ground, yet in such a position. He could single-handedly counter her formidable blow and even reverse the pressure she exerted. How rude it is for a mere mosquito to disturb one's peaceful slumber. A languid voice drifted through the air. There stood Yu Ji, effortlessly casting aside the hammer with one hand, while the other removed the book from his face, closing it as he stretched and rose with a yawn. "Humph, sleeping soundly in our presence, and then lecturing me on manners?" Beneath her mask, Rose's expression slightly furrowed, and the hammer in her grasp had returned to its original size. She conceded that she had indeed underestimated him. Yet what of it? Daring to claim her strength was akin to that of a mosquito? Did he truly believe she had exerted her full power just moments ago? This person appeared to be a powerhouse. In terms of strength, even if she suppressed her realm to that of a novice, she did not feel she would lose to such an inexperienced fighter. "Do you presume I wish to sleep?" Yu Ji regarded the woman before him with a hint of confusion. "Did Yuan Gang not inform you of the situation?" "What?" Rosa was perplexed. It seemed he truly had not said anything. Yuji sighed inwardly, raising his middle finger toward the drone. The gesture was unmistakable, implying that while he was being urged to refrain from causing trouble, they had failed to communicate the circumstances adequately. What a farce! After delivering his gesture, Yuji pondered for a moment and broke into a grin. Forget it, I am not unreasonable. Consider this a favor owed to me. Do remember to repay it. He continued, by the way, I am in need of a rare item for mental defense. This kid, Yuan Gang in the monitoring room, felt his facial muscles twitch violently. This was outright extortion. Such blatant demands. Although the lack of clear communication with the mass team was indeed his oversight, this individual was asking for far too much. A rare item for mental defense? Such commodities were already scarce, let alone those with unique functionalities. Did he think they were as common as cabbages? Yuan Gang was overwhelmed by a sense of financial loss. He realized that refusing him was not an option, given this boy's audacious demeanor. Who could predict what actions he might take? Quite the bold one, aren't you? What are you mumbling about? On the other side, Rosa listened to Yuji's inexplicable remarks directed at the drone, utterly baffled. Did he truly believe he could act so casually in front of her? Did he think she was inconsequential? Nothing of your concern. Well, it seems it does involve you to some extent. Yuji redirected his gaze towards Rosa, contemplating his next move. His plan to extort Yuan Gang hinged upon his ability to first deal with the woman before him. If this woman were to knock Yuan Gang unconscious, he would no longer need to worry about her causing a scene, nor would he be susceptible to her extortion. However, the likelihood of such an event is nearly zero. After all, even Yuan Gang in the surveillance room was prepared to make sacrifices. He found himself struggling against Yuji's strength, let alone the rose whose realm had been suppressed to that of a mere candlelight. It was akin to a dimensional attack. What? The rose remained in a state of bewilderment. Bang! She felt a gust of wind rush towards her. Then, as she regained her senses, she found herself pinned to the ground, her back pressed down by someone else's hand. It was merely that you were a tad too close for comfort. Iui chuckled, seizing the rose's wrist, his knee pressing into her waist, rendering her utterly unable to resist. Remember to maintain a distance from unfamiliar men next time. You, the rose. Upon hearing Yuji's teasing words, snapped back to reality and attempted to resist furiously. Yet no matter how hard she struggled, she could not budge this man in the slightest. How? Is this possible? I advise you to cease your resistance. Yuji said helplessly, not only are you suppressed to a candlelight realm, but even without the suppression, you would hardly possess greater strength than me. Unless you have already reached the boundless realm. The boundless realm? How could that be? Who on earth are you? The rose was filled with astonishment. How did such a monster appear during a rookie training session? What on earth is Yuan Gang up to? Shoo, do not be agitated. Yuji sighed in resignation. You wouldn't want to disrupt this training session, would you? As long as you cooperate, I assure you I will not interfere. With that, he produced a length of rope. This was no ordinary rope. It was a unique item Yuji had exchanged using the Luanyu system. In theory, his system could exchange anything as long as he had sufficient points. This rope was custom-made to ensnare even himself. Even he would find it challenging to escape in a short time, so it would certainly suffice to bind the rose. Upon seeing Yuji pull out the rope, a flicker of terror crossed the rose's eyes beneath her mask. What? What are you planning? Don't move. I fear I might accidentally injure you if I misjudge my strength. Don't. Come any closer. I said don't move. Bastard. I will kill you. In the surveillance room, as they witnessed the unsightly scene unfolding on the screen, the instructors were momentarily dumbfounded. Hey. What is this kid doing? What kind of binding method is this? Is it the long-lost tortoise shell binding technique? This kid has some skills. His movements are so proficient. This is no ordinary situation. Where is he taking the rose? That direction seems to lead to the armory. By the way, where did he pull that rope from? Is this really the time to be making sarcastic remarks? Shouldn't we be rescuing someone? The scene erupted into chaos. Yuan Gang felt as though he might weep in despair. Chief, what should we do now? An instructor queried. Let us not worry about that for now. Yuan Gang only felt a throbbing headache. Fortunately, he had clearly stipulated beforehand that only the recruits were permitted to utilize the weapons stored in the armory. The arsenal, which housed an array of munitions as well as some formidable weapons of mass destruction, was strictly off-limits to the new soldiers, as this was merely a training exercise and not an actual war. Thus, apart from Yuji, who was currently accompanying Rose there, it was unlikely anyone else would approach the armory. This arrangement ensured that the training could proceed without disruption. But what about Rose? Surely, that lad wouldn't truly harm her, right? The instructors harbored some concerns. Rest assured, unless he has no desire to maintain his standing, they reassured one another. Most likely, he was simply attempting to intimidate her. If he could temper her spirit a bit, it might not be such a bad thing after all. Yuongong sighed, offering a silent moment of homage for Rose in his heart. At this juncture, he could only seek solace in self-deception. Chapter 52. The unforeseen encounter in the munitions depot. Rose struggled futilely, shouting in exasperation, "You bastard! I will kill you! Let me go! Dear sister, you have been wailing for quite some time now. There's no need to continue. No one will come to your rescue, even if you were to scream until your throat is raw. Have you not noticed the utter stillness of the instructors?" Yuji felt his head throbbing from the intensity of her voice. The soundproofing in this place was evidently quite effective, as her cries echoed back without reaching the outside world. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized that they were indeed in a munitions depot. Such facilities would be designed with security in mind, ensuring airtightness and superior sound insulation. With such excellent soundproofing, it would be a pity not to take advantage of it. A smile crept across Yuji's face, one that made Rose feel uneasy. What do you intend to do?" Rose's voice trembled. Yuji replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. Just be quiet and do not disturb my research." "Research? What kind of research?" Upon hearing this, Rose instinctively shrank away from Yuji in terror. I warn you not to do anything reckless," she thought to herself. Having preserved her virtue for so many years, could she really lose it here today? Yuji glanced at her, puzzled, before lowering his head to focus on his studies. A moment later, realizing her misunderstanding of Yuji's intentions, Rose's face flushed beneath her mask. Though she was not particularly fond of men, she held a certain confidence in her allure. Here she was, a stunning beauty, and he was preoccupied with this heap of rusty weaponry. Indeed, what Yuji referred to as research pertained to the various arms within the depot. Though merely a temporary base, the arsenal was quite comprehensive, housing everything from handguns to Barrett rocket launchers. Opportunities to examine such a vast array of weaponry were rare. By understanding their mechanisms, he could directly exchange them through the system. After all, having more cards up one's sleeve could prove advantageous. Stunning beauty? Alluring? Yuji looked up at the self-absorbed woman before him, amusement evident in his expression. "What do you mean by that?" Rose retorted, indignant at his skepticism. "Nothing of consequence. I regard those who remain faceless as unattractive." Yuji resumed his examination of the firearms, his tone matter of fact. Rose felt her temper flare. "How dare you? Who said I am unattractive? Is it that I do not wish to reveal my face? I couldn't care less about your desires. What's the point of tying me up if you have no intentions? Use your brain. If I truly meant you harm, would the instructors remain inactive? Are you suggesting that you are in cahoots with Yuan Gang?" Finally, some clarity. Yuji's tone was tinged with exasperation. "Yuan Gang and I reached an understanding from the outset. As long as he does not provoke me, I shall not disrupt the training. It appears he neglected to inform you of this. How unreliable can that old rascal be?" Beneath the rose mask, her lips curled in displeasure. "This is infuriating. Now that I grasp the situation, release me at once. Do you take me for a fool?" Yuji regarded her as if she were an imbecile. "With your temper flaring so, what if I let you go and you summon your teammates to retaliate against me? I have no desire for trouble, so I suggest you remain obedient and bide your time." The disdain in the Rose's tone was palpable. Once they realize they cannot reach me, they will come searching for me swiftly." Yet Yuji remained unfazed. While he might be uncertain about others, he was confident that Lin Xie, that remarkable individual, would undoubtedly surprise this peculiar squad. Indeed, events unfolded as Yuji had anticipated. The masked squad appeared to underestimate this batch of recruits. Among the new recruits, aside from the odd Yuji and the divine agent Lin Xie, there were also Chao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li. each possessing extraordinary abilities, along with Bai Li, the portly mobile repository of forbidden objects. Although the masked squad easily dealt with the majority of the recruits, they found themselves struggling against Lin Chiye and his companions, particularly with one fewer member on their side. When all the combatants among the recruits gathered in their dormitory, the situation devolved into a fierce struggle. What they had initially believed would be a swift victory was dragged out until nightfall. At last, night had descended upon the recruits' dormitory. As the darkness enveloped the sky, a smile crept across Lin Chia's lips. At this moment, aside from Bai Li and Mo Li who were acting alongside him, there was also Xinqing Zhu, who seemed quite arrogant, leading a few less formidable brothers on the opposite end of the dormitory to share the burden of defense. Additionally, there was an enigmatic individual, Chao Yuan, Yu Ji's roommate, who appeared utterly unfazed by the chaos, sitting cross-legged in meditation within the dormitory. Overall, the advantage lay with the recruits, for the masked squad numbered only 4, and Lin Chiye surmised that one among them must have been delayed by Yu Ji. Truthfully, he had not anticipated that his companion's charm could be so compelling, ensnaring even a member of a formidable special squad. Rosa, the charm is debatable, but the allure is undeniable. With the hour now late, their chances of victory had only increased. On the other side, the 4 members of the masked squad gathered outside the recruits' dormitory, seemingly preparing for a brief respite before launching another assault. Aside from their leader, Wang Mian, the other 3 appeared quite disheveled. Damn it, I never expected these recruits to be so troublesome, Vortex exclaimed, his mask nearly cracking under the pressure of his frustration. That divine agent and the woman with a blade are formidable enough, but even that rotund fellow is no easy opponent, resembling a living cartoon. Are forbidden items free for the taking? Who could argue otherwise? The moon demon beside me also expressed his sentiments, his mask bearing scorch marks reminiscent of fire. I noticed a young man meditating in the dormitory, seemingly oblivious to our presence. If it weren't for that arrogant-looking fellow keeping me occupied, I would have ensured his departure without delay. Yet that audacious individual is indeed formidable, dragging along a group of deadweights, leaving me utterly helpless. By the way, where has Rose wandered off to? The match is still ongoing, indicating she hasn't had her mask removed by that slumbering fellow. It's been quite a while. Why do we not see her? The balance inquired with a hint of concern. Perhaps we have underestimated these newcomers. Listening to the trio, Wang Mian furrowed his brow beneath his mask and let out a sigh. He glanced at his watch. Time was running short, and if it came to it, I would have to take matters into my own hands. Alas, it seems there is no other option. The other 3 sighed in unison. Chapter 53, Wang Mian. Are you joking? Then it's settled. Vortex, Tipping Scale, remain here to handle the situation with these individuals in the dormitory. Yuegue, hasten and seek out Rose. Wang Mian calmly directed. Investigate what is transpiring on our end. I fear unforeseen events may unfold. Understood. I shall assist Rose. Yuegue nodded decisively, vanishing before the others in the next instant. Regarding their captain, he exuded considerable confidence, believing that once Wang Mian, who had yet to intervene, did take action, those new recruits, even with divine agents among them, would stand no chance. However, at this moment, he remained oblivious to the challenges that lay ahead. Armory. It is exceedingly dark. Why is there no lighting installed in this armory? Yu Ji gazed upwards at the ceiling, rendered speechless. The entire armory, aside from the daylight filtering through the skylight, was devoid of any source of illumination. It was likely due to the fact that this was merely a temporary base. In resignation, Yu Ji ceased disassembling the weapon in his hands, stretching and rising. Yet, as he stood, his ears perked up, catching the faintest sound of footsteps approaching. These footsteps were certainly not Rose's. After all, she was bound like a dumpling and could not possibly stand. It must be that other members of the special team have finally arrived, and they seem to possess a commendable skill in stealth. Unfortunately, despite sensing an approaching presence, Yu Ji could not react in time. Just as he fully straightened, a knife abruptly materialized from thin air, pressing against his throat. Do not move. A low voice whispered in Yu Ji's ear. It was Yuegue, who had stealthily approached from behind. Alas, confronted with such a scenario, Yu let out a resigned sigh. It appears that enhancing my agility is of utmost urgency. Fool! If you've already managed to sneak up on him, don't hold back. Just take him down. Rose could not help but shout a warning. She was acutely aware of Yu's explosive speed. Otherwise, she would not find herself bound in such a manner. But what did Yuegue know? He merely heard the voice and instinctively turned to look, only to be taken aback by the sight of Rose bound in such a compromising position. This is entirely natural. Anyone witnessing a voluptuous woman bound in such a way would react similarly. Moreover, Rose was someone Yuegue was familiar with. How could he bear to witness this? In any case, that single exclamation rendered Yuegue entirely oblivious to the opportunity at hand. Do not move. The same command echoed in Yuegue's ear. However, unlike Yuji, he found himself pinned to the ground. What the? The realization dawned on Yuegue, his tone shifting to one of confusion. Despite being proficient in speed, he had failed to react and was instantaneously subdued. Moreover, what was this terrifying force that rendered him utterly defenseless? Are you telling me this is a new recruit? As you have come to seek your companions, it appears that this game is finally reaching its conclusion. With an air of exhilaration, Yuji produced a rope and proceeded to bind the moon demon in a similar fashion, a smile of excitement illuminating his face. You can't possibly be a pervert, can you? Seeing Yuji so gleefully restraining the moon demon sent a shiver down Rose's spine. Indeed, that is how they describe me. Yuji chuckled softly. The moon demon felt a tightening sensation, yet soon he would realize that his concerns were unfounded. Yuji's delight was not derived from him, but rather from the impending chaos he was about to unleash. As this match neared its end, it signified that most of the recruits had already been eliminated. Thus, whatever he did would only be witnessed by a handful of the remaining elite recruits. Surely, Yuan Gang would find a way to suppress such minor disturbances. Gulme, let me pay a visit to your divine agent captain, he declared with enthusiasm. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged. With a smile, Yuji hoisted Rose and the moon demon, and in the midst of their screams, they vanished from the munitions depot. A few seconds later, they emerged at the recruits' dormitory. With a thunderous roar momentarily stunned Wang Mian and Lin Xie, halting their skirmish. With a thud, Yuji unceremoniously tossed Rose and the moon demon to the ground. Ugh. Cough, cough. Both of them, akin to timid souls who had just ridden a roller coaster, coughed incessantly in discomfort. It seemed that the brief journey Yuji had taken them on was even more exhilarating than skydiving, providing them with a taste of what it felt like to be propelled forward while their souls lagged behind. Wang Mian observed the disheveled state of the two, and beneath his mask, a look of embarrassment crossed his face. He had initially thought that the most formidable recruit would be Lin Xie before him, yet it appeared that there were indeed greater talents among them. Yi. Upon seeing Yuji's arrival, Lin Xie relaxed considerably, knowing that with Yuji present, he need not exert himself so much. Leave it to me from here. I've been sitting for an entire afternoon, and it's time to stretch my limbs. Yuji responded with a grin, then approached Wang Mian amidst the bewildered gazes of the others. Suddenly, a primal roar echoed through the air, accompanied by a raging wind that rushed toward them. It was at that moment that everyone realized it was no time for dawdling. They had only just ceased their battle due to the commotion caused by Yuji. However, those who had lost their sanity would not be so easily deterred. Like a figure engulfed in dark flames, Chao Yuan charged toward them, weapon in hand. Watch out. Someone instinctively called out to Yuji, but the voice faltered midway. With a resounding clang, Yuji merely raised his hand and effortlessly deflected the strike with the Luanyu in his grasp. The onlookers, with the exception of Lin Xie, exchanged bewildered glances. They were well aware of the sheer ferocity unleashed by Chao Yuan in his furious rampage. Each one of them had felt the weight of his terrifying prowess to some extent. Yet now, the monstrous attack from Chao Yuan had been so easily countered. Who is this? Yuji pondered, unable to recognize the current incarnation of Chao Yuan. However, he had neither the inclination nor the time to concern himself with such matters. Never mind, I am quite occupied at the moment. Do stay put, will you? A thunderous crash echoed through the air as the pitch-black shadow was hurled away by Yuji's single hand, crashing into the dormitory building. In an instant, clouds of dust enveloped the scene, creating an eerie stillness. Everyone stood agape, their faces etched with disbelief. Even beneath his mask, Wang Mian's expression betrayed a series of twitches at the corners of his mouth. This must be a joke, right? Chapter 54. UG versus Wang Mian. After a considerable amount of time, the ruins of the dormitory remained eerily silent. Wang Mian's lips twitched uncontrollably. What a joke. This was the infamous Forbidden Ruin Sequence 031, known as the Black King Annihilation, a force said to reign above all under the divine. Just moments ago, it had been lively, and now it was subdued. Reflecting inwardly, he questioned whether he could have achieved such a feat without unleashing his true power. It seemed rather implausible. In that moment, facing the man before him, Wang Mian felt a genuine sense of dread that they might truly be doomed. Not just Wang Mian, but Yuan Gang in the monitoring room also sensed the gravity of the situation. Damn, this kid. Wasn't he supposed to refrain from causing trouble? Chief, are we just going to stand by and watch? The instructors nearby were starting to break into a cold sweat. What else could they do? Were they expected to intervene in front of those new recruits? That would be utterly humiliating. Yuan Gang sighed, clenching his hands tightly, feeling a cold sweat trickle down. Could this Wang Mian withstand the pressure? Well, it seems there will be no further interruptions. After casting aside Chao Yuan, UG clapped his hands and grinned at the man adorned with a mask bearing the character for Wang. You are the captain of the masked squad, correct? I've heard from Qi Yi that you're also an agent of the divine. I'm quite curious about the true strength of a divine agent, so I sought you out for a friendly exchange. Ji Yi. What is this? Have you not sparred with him before? Before Wang Mian could respond, Bai Li, the chubby one, whispered in confusion to Lin Qi Yi beside him. This question rendered Lin Qi Yi somewhat introspective. Let us not discuss that. I often find myself questioning whether I am a genuine agent of the divine. This was not mere self-deprecation, but a genuine reflection of his feelings. Although his confrontation with Wang Mian had been brief, he had felt acutely that, despite being in the same realm, Wang Mian's divine ruin abilities were entirely on a different level than his own. Were it not for the night goddess's boon he bore, the starry night dancer, he would have been no match at all. It was as if he required two divine ruins to merely contend with Wang Mian's single one. Was this even justifiable? Even if the opponent were the agent of the god of time, it still seemed unreasonable. Neither the seraphim Michael nor the night goddess Nyx could be deemed lesser than the god of time. A few exchanges. Indeed, you possess the audacity to make such a claim. Wang Mian regarded UG, his expression concealed beneath the mask, manifesting an air of utmost seriousness. Suppressing the rampaging Black King Annihilation with a single hand, it was inconceivable that even a divine agent could achieve such a feat under the same realm. Wang Mian understood that his ability to suppress Chao Yuan stemmed from the fact that, although he had quelled the realm, he was not entirely within the confines of that realm himself. After all, what he could suppress was merely the realm. In every other aspect, he was light years ahead of his former self when he first entered that realm. I did not expect you to be the most enigmatic among the new recruits. What is your name? Yi. UG smiled faintly, expressing his approval. Very well, I shall remember that. Wang Mian's tone carried a hint of amusement. Yet he firmly stated, just 2 moves. UG paused slightly, taken aback. He had only been speaking politely and did not expect Wang Mian to take it so seriously. It matters not, as long as you do not disappoint me. Rest assured, I shall not let you down, Wang Mian replied, reaching for the hilt of his sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed his attack. Accompanied by a flash of cold light, a tangible blade of energy ruthlessly cleaved towards UG. The speed of the strike was astonishing, nearly imperceptible even to UG's keen, dynamic vision. Boom! The crowd gasped as they turned to witness the aftermath. The already dilapidated dormitory ruins were shattered by a figure that had been sent hurtling backward, walls crumbling with a thunderous roar, dust rising skyward and engulfing the scene. Yi! Lin Qi exclaimed at the sight. Wang Mian's strike had been so rapid that no one had time to react. It was evident that he had been holding back during their previous confrontation. Silence enveloped the arena once more, much like when Chao Yuan had been flung away. No one could have anticipated that the battle would conclude so swiftly. It seems I have overestimated you, Wang Mian remarked, preparing to sheath his sword. However, at that moment, rubble from the distant ruins was suddenly tossed into the air. A figure emerged from within. It was Yu. Crack! Yu twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound of bones popping. Though he appeared dusty and disheveled, an excited smile adorned his face. That was close. Almost didn't block it. That strike was truly formidable. As he spoke, he dusted off the cover of the book in his hand, revealing it to be entirely unscathed. How is this possible? What material is your book made of? Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback by the scene. That Yu had managed to react to his speed and barely block the strike with that book seemed miraculous. But more astonishing was the fact that this seemingly ordinary book had withstood his attack. It appeared that he had also used this book to counter Chao Yuan's strike. What on earth is this thing? Heh, I was about to ask you the same. What was that strike all about? Yu squinted, his gaze fixed intently, as if the moment had been captured in stillness. Had he not seen Wang Mian reach for his sword, he would likely have been unable to react in time. He is the agent of Kronos, the god of time. His abilities allow him to manipulate time. Lin Xie elucidated Yu's confusion from behind. Furthermore, that sword in his hand is a forbidden item capable of unleashing the sequence 301's Forbidden Realm, the Yuan. It can condense its speed into a blade of energy. The faster the speed, the more potent the blade. Ah, I see. Yu nodded in understanding. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Wang Mian, his expression tinged with disdain. Brother, is this not your lack of integrity? As a dignified agent of the divine, resorting to forbidden objects to assess new recruits? That blade inscribed with Yuan may appear to be merely a low-tier forbidden relic, yet when coupled with a time-related forbidden relic, it becomes an existence akin to a glitch in the fabric of reality. I don't understand what you are saying, Wang Mian retorted, unabashedly adopting a rogue demeanor. Why should I refrain from using my weapon? On the battlefield, would the enemy lay down their arms and engage in close combat simply because you are unarmed? That tome in your possession is quite formidable, isn't it? It effortlessly deflected my earlier strike, leaving not a single mark. TSK, Yu murmured, mildly clicking his tongue. Very well, you make a valid point. Shall we continue? Chapter 55. As a scholar, is it not entirely reasonable for me to learn a bit of swordsmanship for self-defense? Very well. For my final move, I shall unleash my full power in the Zhanjing state. So do take heed, Wang Mian reminded with a smile. Was that previous strike not your full strength? Truly, as the agent of a deity, you have not disappointed me. Yu felt a surge of excitement at these words. However, since you initiated the last strike, it is only fitting that I take the lead this time, is it not? As the esteemed agent of the god of time, you would not mind allowing me to strike first, would you? Of course, Wang Mian replied calmly, although he was unaware of Yu's intentions. He bore the title of the god of time's agent, rendering the order of strikes inconsequential to him. Even if he permitted Yu to strike first, he could easily counteract. However, what Yu said next took him aback slightly. Could someone lend me a knife? At this remark, a frown creased Wang Mian's brow beneath his mask. Knowing full well that the blade energy produced in conjunction with the time god and Yuan was formidable, this individual still wished to vanquish him with mere weaponry? Was this not a tad overly audacious? I'll give you mine. Molly, standing nearby, intended to toss her knife to him, but was halted by Lin Xie. Fatty, find a knife for Jiga. Huh? Oh. Wily Fatty was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into a mischievous grin. Since their opponent had disregarded the principles of martial ethics, they could certainly do the same. In no time, Fatty retrieved a knife from his pocket, one similar in length to an ordinary star blade, and approached Yu with a sly smile. Yu caught the knife, weighing it in his hand. It felt somewhat light, but he decided to make do with it. Jiga, this is no ordinary knife, Fatty explained with a grin. This blade is also a forbidden object. The forbidden space on it is called Xiaozhan Bai, an artificial forbidden space. A replica of the divine weapon Zhan Bai of sequence 061. When wielded, it can ignore a distance of 5 meters. While it may not be an exceptionally powerful forbidden space, it should prove quite effective against that Wang Mian strikes. Oh, How intriguing. Yuji's interest was piqued as he scrutinized the knife in his hand. A strike that disregards distance, matched against a time-accelerated strike, indeed presented an interesting challenge. Yet, what captivated Yuji even more was the fact that Fatty mentioned this forbidden space was artificial. Ever since he discovered the existence of forbidden spaces in this world, he had longed to exchange for one. Regrettably, the cultivation points required to obtain a forbidden space of notable power were exorbitantly high, starting at no less than 5 figures. To acquire a more potent forbidden space would require astronomical sums. Even if he converted the solitary point of merit he possessed into 10,000 cultivation points, he could merely exchange it for a barely usable ordinary forbidden space. Surely, he could not bankrupt himself merely to acquire a commonplace forbidden space. If he could thoroughly research these forbidden spaces, he might save some points. However, the principles behind forbidden spaces were often too convoluted for the average person to elucidate. How could one even begin such research? In a moment of desperation, Yuji was compelled to focus his attention on the artificial forbidden ruins. The very existence of these man-made sanctuaries is predicated on the thorough understanding of their principles by certain individuals. If he could acquire the relevant materials for study, he might exchange a modest number of points for these forbidden relics. However, executing such a plan was far from straightforward. The methodology for creating items that embody these artificial forbidden ruins remains an official secret of the Night Watchers. Even upon becoming a full-fledged Night Watcher, a mere low-ranking member would only have access to the signboards of the Unbound Void. Gaining access to such information would be a formidable challenge in the near term. Yet, unexpectedly, the rotund figure produced a forbidden item crafted from artificial ruins, a replica of the Sequence 061's relic, the Zhanbai. Where did you acquire this knife? Yuji inquired. Oh, it's something we made at home, the plump fellow replied with an air of nonchalance. Really? A common household capable of effortlessly replicating the divine weapon, Zhanbai? Well, I was already aware of by Li's extraordinary background. I did not anticipate it to be this outrageous. If you want it, I can give you this knife. It's just a replica after all. The genuine Zhanbai is safely stored at my home. We can easily craft another, he continued, mistaking Yuji's astonishment as keen interest in the blade. Yuji, however, was somewhat at a loss. What exactly does this chubby fellow's family do? There's no need for the gift. While the knife is exquisite, it is regrettably too light and not particularly suited for my hand. Would you be willing to share some insights about artificial forbidden ruins? I find these concepts rather intriguing. Of course, I never realized you had an interest in such matters, the rotund man responded, albeit with a hint of confusion, yet he nodded in agreement. Wait a moment. Let me search. I believe I have a copy of the Encyclopedia of Forbidden Ruins on me, which contains records of various special ruins. I just need to remember where I stashed it. The plump man rummaged through his pockets again. This book had initially been tucked away when he was still unfamiliar with various forbidden items, as he possessed quite an array of them, and lacking a manual was untenable. Since it had become largely redundant for him, gifting it to Yuji would also serve as a gesture of goodwill, for in the external world, one relies heavily on interpersonal relationships. Ah, there's no rush. Take your time, Yuji said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had nearly acclimated to the eccentricities of this chubby individual. Nevertheless, this unexpected turn of events was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. If it was an encyclopedia, it was likely to be quite detailed. Should he manage to thoroughly comprehend its contents, he might be able to exchange for some useful forbidden ruins at a lower cost. All right, I'll give it to you once I find it, he said, continuing to rummage through his pockets as he stepped aside. Ready? Wang Mian asked Yuji as the plump fellow stepped back. Yes, Yuji replied with a slight nod. Let us begin, he declared, drawing his blade from its sheath, gripping it firmly with both hands as it rested horizontally before him. As he observed the unfolding situation, Wang's expression beneath the mask became grave. Initially, he had presumed that Yuji was merely brash, but now it was evident that he was indeed proficient with the blade. Therefore, he could not afford to be careless. He gripped his weapon and assumed a similar stance. Silence enveloped the scene. The moon was obscured by ominous clouds. The two adversaries stood motionless. the tension palpable in the air, causing those around, including Lin Xie, to swallow nervously. At last, as the clouds drifted away and the moonlight illuminated the blades in their hands, Yu made his move. He stepped forward, swinging his knife with ferocity. Instantly, the entire surrounding space seemed to freeze, disrupted only by the seemingly delicate blade that sliced through the air. Wang was momentarily taken aback by the sight. That blade had breached the sound barrier. He recognized that Yu possessed remarkable strength and explosive power, yet he had not anticipated such an outrageous display. Unlike his own rapid strikes achieved through manipulating time, Yuji's attack was a pure manifestation of speed born from sheer force. In that moment, Wang began to doubt himself. With the realm as suppression at the level of a mere lamp, even with the enhancement of the divine ruins, could he truly outpace that strike? Chapter 56. The future is dreadful? Damn it, I'll get my all. Wang Mian gritted his teeth and swung his blade. It was not merely a matter of whether he could outpace Yu. After all, he was the esteemed agent of the god of time. To be outmatched in speed by a novice would be utterly humiliating. He had to surpass Yu. Furthermore, he could not release the constraints of his realm. The swift blade aura surged forth with a piercing howl as Wang Mian struck. In the next instant, the clashing of metal reverberated twice, almost simultaneously. Why two sounds? Because the anticipated spectacle of their blades colliding directly did not materialize. They did not even make direct contact. Yu's slash, disregarding distance, sliced through the air toward Wang Mian, while Wang Mian's blade, aura, too, soared unimpeded toward Yu. They almost simultaneously raised their blades to block. From the sequence of the sounds, it appeared that Wang Mian's strike indeed made contact with Yu first. However, with a whoosh, the spinning blade plummeted, ultimately embedding itself in the ground. It was Yi Yuan. Wang Mian stared at his trembling hand, his face slick with cold sweat beneath the mask. He had initially believed that Yu's blade would never reach him. After all, his own strike was a ranged attack. If he had been on guard, he was certain he could have evaded the assault. Though their speeds appeared similar to the observers, they were fundamentally different. Wang Mian's velocity was achieved through the manipulation of time, akin to a domain that slowed the surrounding time while he remained unaffected. This allowed him to accomplish more within the same duration, encompassing thought and action alike. The manifested outcome was that he appeared swifter to others. In contrast, Yu's speed was derived from a forceful acceleration, an unyielding physical velocity that was difficult for the average person to master. Although the end result was undeniably rapid, the inherent difficulty in control rendered it impossible for Yu, at least at present, to change tactics effortlessly at high speeds like Wang Mian could. Consequently, his attacks appeared clumsy and were easily evaded. Wang Mian understood this principle, which instilled confidence that Yu's blade could not reach him. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the fatty's gift to Yu endowed the blade with such extraordinary capabilities. It was a transcendent strike that defied distance. This left him utterly unprepared. In that fleeting moment, Yu had been several meters away, yet an invisible force had already acted upon Wang Mian's blade. How could one defend against that? Ultimately, the conclusion was that Wang Mian had indeed triumphed in speed. However, no matter how one viewed it, he was undeniably in a more embarrassing predicament. For in stark contrast, Yu's grip on the blade remained firm. This illustrated the advantage bestowed by greater power. Thud, thud. Yu, initially surging forward, was forced to retreat a few steps under the overwhelming impact. In his grasp, the white slasher trembled incessantly, the intense humming resonating in a way that disoriented the ears. Yet, regardless of the blade's relentless quaking, Yu stood remarkably steady, both in posture and in his grip on the knife. His formidable physique and strength enabled him to withstand the force of that strike. At this moment, the outcome seemed clear. Time's up. The duel has concluded. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the situation, the voice of Yuan Gang echoed through the loudspeaker. After uttering those words, Yuan Gang finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, it's finally over. He had been concerned that Wang Mian might not endure much longer. Listening to the reverberations in the bass, Yu appeared somewhat unsatisfied, yet he could only sheathe his blade. The mask remains intact. You have one. Following the recent clash, no one dared to contest his statement. Even the aloof Shun Qingzhu turned away, blowing bubbles in silence. While it seemed that the conclusion was simply due to time running out, the fact that even such a formidable opponent could not sever the mask from Wang Mian's face suggested that achieving such a feat before time expired was utterly impossible. "Thank you," Wang Mian said, still shaken as he withdrew his blade from the ground and returned it to its sheath, addressing Yu Ji. "Consider this a debt of gratitude." He understood well that Yu Ji had shown mercy with that last strike. Unaware that Yu Ji's blow would be a distant cut, he had not anticipated the need for defense, standing completely unguarded. Had that strike been directed at his mask, victory would have belonged to Yu Ji. However, it appeared Yu Ji's initial intent was aimed at the yuan in his hand. No need for such debts. One must adhere to principles. Especially since I have promised Yuan Gang not to disrupt the training. Yu Ji waved his hand and turned to leave. Yet, after taking a single step, he froze. Damn, where'll I sleep tonight? The dormitory had been nearly demolished due to the earlier battle. Before him lay only a wasteland. You all should rest over there for a while. I'll handle the dormitory situation, Wang Mian remarked with a chuckle. You? Time's divine ruins. Can you truly turn back time? Yu Ji expressed his surprise. Wang Mian nodded slightly. Very well. Seeing Wang Mian's affirmation, Yu Ji felt an even stronger urge for more. What a pity it's just Zhanjing. I truly wish to witness your full prowess. Perhaps next time. Wang Mian felt a bit bashful. He had no desire to engage further with this monstrous opponent. Soon, the onlookers carried the unconscious Chao Yuan from the debris. Moments later, under Wang Mian's miraculous manipulation of time, the dormitory was restored to its original state. Yuan Gang, arriving shortly thereafter, instructed the remaining conscious individuals not to mention the recent battle to the other new recruits before finally making his way to the somewhat fatigued Wang Mian. You are rather ungracious, aren't you? Among the new recruits, there exists a peculiar individual who surprisingly did not inform us in advance, nearly leading us to disaster. Wang Mian cast a glance at Yuan Gang, tinged with a hint of reproach. Was it not a matter of lacking opportunity? Yuan Gang chuckled awkwardly. So, what are your thoughts on this batch of recruits? They are indeed formidable. Wang Mian removed his mask to wipe away the sweat, responding with a wry smile. By the way, that one named Yu Ji, does he truly possess only the Light Realm? Light Realm? Who informed you that he belonged to the Light Realm? Huh, is that not the case? Have I then suppressed my own cultivation for naught? Had I known, I would have showcased some true prowess. Wang Mian felt a sense of being deceived, pondering that had he not suppressed his cultivation, he would not have appeared so disgraceful. Chapter 57. However, the subsequent remarks made by Yuan Gang nearly caused Wang Mian to topple over. No, what I mean is, he doesn't even possess the Zhan realm. Yuan Gang spoke with profound sentiment. He could comprehend Wang Mian's misunderstanding. On the surface, it was indeed true that the new recruits only reached the Zhan realm at best. So it was understandable for Wang Mian to mistakenly assume that Yu Ji was also at that level. Unfortunately, he was a monster whose strength could not be assessed by realm alone. Not only Wang Mian, but the other members of the mass team nearby also wore expressions of disbelief upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, as if they had seen a ghost. This was especially true for those who had personally experienced the formidable powers of Yu Ji, as well as Yu Gui and Chong Wei. Although Yu Ji had voluntarily conceded, it was evident to any discerning observer that, without the rule of removing masks, their captain would have undoubtedly been the one to lose. By common sense, divine agents possess an absolute advantage over others of the same realm. Yet this fierce individual could battle against divine agents of a higher level and even emerge victorious. What does this imply? It is akin to an ordinary person audaciously slapping a deity across the face. Such a subversion of common knowledge had never occurred prior to Yu Ji's emergence. It was simply unheard of. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Wang Mian covered his face, sinking into a state of despair. He found himself wishing to retract his earlier statement. The younger generation is formidable. Indeed, they, the older generation, are at risk of being crushed upon the shores. The following day, at 3 in the morning, the sky remained pitch black. Ding, ding, ding. Amidst a heart-stopping, piercing ringing, the lights throughout the base were simultaneously illuminated. The new recruits, who had just endured a brutal beating the previous day, were startled awake by the deafening alarm and blinding lights. Damn, are we not allowed to sleep? What time is it? This is too harsh. Are we being treated like the Japanese? What are the Japanese? A term that refers to non-human entities, as mentioned in history books. Despite the incessant grumbling, the recruits had no choice but to rise reluctantly and hastily assemble at the training grounds. Seasoned brother, it's time to get up. Everyone has already gathered at the training ground. Awakened by Chao Yuan, Yu was filled with confusion. Was he still not fully awake? Chao Yuan was calling him to rise? Wasn't this guy aloof yesterday? You seem different. What is wrong? Gao Duan Guethin Pu Dao. I mean, why have you suddenly become so enthusiastic? Weren't you quite aloof yesterday? Yu replied, and calling me seasoned brother feels quite odd. Lin Xie calls you that. So I do too, Chao Yuan answered matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Yu was even more perplexed. What does this have to do with Lin Xie? Never mind. Although he couldn't quite grasp the situation, Yu still got up, freshened up, and made his way to the training ground. Along the way, Chao Yuan had vanished. When Chao Yuan was seen again, he appeared beside Lin Xie, holding eggs and milk that he seemed to have procured from an unknown source. Xie, have you had breakfast? I specifically went to the canteen to get these for you. Would you care to eat? No, thank you. Lin Xie appeared rather helpless. Upon noticing Yuji's arrival, he chose to disregard Chao Yuan and approach Yuji instead. Hey, Xie, wait for me. Chao Yuan, clutching the eggs and milk, chased after him, resembling some small creature. Witnessing this scene, Yuji was even more perplexed. Brother Ji, is this the roommate you described as not talkative? Lin Xie, upon seeing Yuji at the training ground, spoke with a hint of melancholy. I wanted to ask, he seemed rather aloof yesterday, didn't he? Yuji was equally bewildered. So, what exactly happened last night? How did Chao Yuan suddenly undergo such a drastic change? This morning, he even took the initiative to wake me up, calling me Brother Ji in such a sweet manner that it startled me. I can't quite figure it out either. Lin Xie shook his head slightly. All I know is that he referred to me as his benefactor and spoke some cryptic phrases like the dual trees stand tall. The 8 deities converge in the night of 10 years, guiding the world. It's all rather confusing. I understand. We typically refer to this as Chunibyu. Baili Pang Pang remarked gleefully from the side. By the way, Brother Ji, I found this book. He handed a hefty volume titled Encyclopedia of Forbidden Domains to Yuji. Thank you. Yuji's eyes lit up as he received the book. Eagerly, he flipped through its pages and discovered it was filled with comprehensive explanations about various forbidden domains. He quickly extracted a pen, jotting down a domain name and some analysis in his notebook, noticing the points required for exchanging forbidden domains visibly decrease. Just the act of copying had such an effect. If he were to thoroughly study it, it was likely he would only need a single point for an exchange. Much like other items, this encyclopedia provided by Li was akin to a powerful enhancer for him. Who would have thought, Brother Ji, that you were so keen on studying? Observing Yuji eagerly transcribing the book's contents, Baili Pang Pang appeared puzzled. I actually have a wealth of research materials on forbidden domains at home, far more detailed than this. You should come visit me in Guangzhou and Shenzhen sometime. Really? Of course. I will be sure to host you well. Baili Pang Pang chuckled, patting his own belly. All right, I will definitely come if I get the chance. Yuji suddenly felt that this chubby friend was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Pang Pang, if anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I'll take care of it. Hee hee. Meanwhile, while Yuji was conversing with Baili Pang Pang, Chao Yuan had not given up on his pursuit of Lin Xie. Noting that Lin Xie was unwilling to accept his kind gesture, he opted for a roundabout approach. Brother Ji, since Xie wants to eat, why don't you have some? Reading can be quite taxing on the brain. You ought to replenish your strength. Who replenishes their brain with protein? Lin Xie sighed. Forget it. Yuji felt somewhat speechless, but accepted the eggs and milk nonetheless. Otherwise, it seemed that Chao Yuan would continue indefinitely, leaving him little time for his research. He truly could not discern that Chao Yuan was such a person. Even if you attempt to curry favor with me, I shall not assist you. Qi is After all, my brother, and his inclinations are quite normal. I will not betray him. No, Brother Ji, you may have misunderstood. My feelings for Qi Yi are not, as you presume. Chao Yuan attempted to clarify. However, Yu Ji paid no heed to his explanation and merely transcribed the contents from the Forbidden Market Encyclopedia. I understand. There is no need for you to elaborate. Rest assured, I shall not look down upon you. By the way, when night falls, please keep your distance from my bed. Silence. Everyone attention. Soon the instructors, including Yuan Gang, stood before the assembly. From this moment forth, the training for the new recruits had officially commenced. Chapter 58. The Madman's Diary. The morning swiftly passed. After enduring a grueling physical training session that felt akin to hell, the new recruits, lamenting their plight, trudged to the mess hall in search of sustenance. However, upon witnessing the long tables adorned solely with plain steamed buns and raw meat, their spirits plummeted. Observing this scene, even Lin Chie began to regret declining Chao Yuan's earlier offer, for he surmised that today's breakfast, served before training commenced, would likely be the last decent meal for quite some time. Only Yu Ji seemed utterly unfazed. Engrossed in his book, he casually settled down and reached for a bun, nonchalantly shoving it into his mouth as if the nature of the food were of no consequence. Merely the presence of literature was sufficient for him. Lin Chie and Bai Li Pang exchanged bewildered glances at Yu Ji's rapt demeanor. It was not just they who were taken aback. After an entire morning of training, all the new recruits regarded Yu Ji as though he were an otherworldly being. This lad was indeed extraordinary. The instructors, watching this unfold, felt a mix of admiration and exasperation. For the majority of new recruits, the morning's physical exertion had been nothing short of torment. Even the so-called divine agent, Lin Chie, did not emerge unscathed. Yet there was Yu Ji, running while reading, effortlessly leading the pack without so much as a hint of fatigue. They were at a loss as to how to approach this anomaly. After all, he had completed the prescribed training regimen and had the energy left over to read. What was wrong with that? If he were in a school setting, they would surely award him for such remarkable multitasking. Yuan Gang, observing the spectacle, sighed. Just recalling that he owed this young man an item of spiritual significance made him wince. Ah well, as long as he does not disrupt the training of the other recruits, let him be. This could even instill a sense of urgency in the others, reminding them that there are always those more capable than themselves. The instructors nodded in agreement. Brother Ji, how do you manage to eat like that? Bai Li Ban. Witnessing Yu Ji devour the buns and meat with such zeal while engrossed in his book, voiced his incredulity. It seemed as though he were not consuming plain buns and raw meat, but rather a feast fit for royalty. Huh? Yu Ji looked up, slightly puzzled. Is there anything peculiar about it? There's carbohydrates and protein. What more could one desire? While he spoke thus, the reality of the raw meat struck Bai Li Pang. But it's raw meat, and there's no water. One could choke to death. Isn't blood considered water? Yu Ji replied matter-of-factly, picking up a piece of raw meat to mix with his bun and stuffing it into his mouth. See? Quite delightful. Isn't it? After swallowing the meat, Yu Ji licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Bai Li Pang with an air of satisfaction. Bai Li Pang felt a shiver run down his spine, automatically interpreting Yu Ji's book as the Madman's Diary. He began to suspect that this person before him might be a bloodthirsty beast masquerading in human skin. Ha ha, I'm just jesting, Yu Ji chuckled, noticing the alarm on Bai Li Pang's face. Admittedly, plain steamed buns and raw meat are rather monotonous, and it's perfectly normal if you're not accustomed to it. However, for me, it hasn't reached the point of being inedible. Moreover, take a closer look. This is indeed raw beef, a delicacy of exceptional quality that has been sanitized for consumption, which could be regarded as a luxury in high-end restaurants. Now, it is available in unlimited supply. I cannot help but wonder if the instructors are displaying the military budget to us. Their original intention was likely to allow us to experience the extreme conditions endured by our predecessors. When one is faced with starvation, anything becomes palatable. However, they might have felt a twinge of compassion, perhaps a bit too soft-hearted, to simulate such extreme circumstances with fine raw meat. Perhaps I should serve them a platter of tree bark instead. After all, he is a person who has lived 2 lifetimes. What has he not witnessed? Such a trivial challenge is inconsequential for him. Yet, for the majority of others, the situation is quite different. Not to mention Bai Li, the pampered scion from a wealthy family. Most individuals here are merely youths under 20, appearing delicate and well-fed. Though their circumstances may not be as privileged, they certainly do not seem to be destitute. It is only natural that they cannot accept such offerings. Raw meat is one thing, but tree bark? You truly are relentless. Bai Li is thoroughly impressed. Yu speaks with an air of reason, having indeed encountered raw beef in upscale establishments. Yet he hesitates to indulge. Yu slightly shakes his head. Do not flatter me. The training in the afternoon is likely to be more arduous, given your physique. It's unlikely you can endure without sustenance. You should eat something. Indeed, as soon as he finishes speaking, Yuan Gang's voice echoes through the cafeteria with a warning. Let me remind you, the extreme training this afternoon will be even more grueling. You best consume everything on the table. Do not be picky. How can we possibly eat all this? The steamed buns are manageable, but I cannot stomach raw meat. And critically, there is no water. I cannot swallow the buns. Bai Li is utterly despondent. Are we truly lacking in military funds? Is it really necessary to be like this? Under the current conditions, it is certainly not a matter of financial scarcity. Yu sighs upon hearing this, explaining, most of these instructors likely wish for us to reflect on our hardships, to understand how the soldiers persevered through their most challenging times. But we have never experienced hardship. Bai Li slightly pouts. This is where the contradiction lies. Lin Yi interjects. People cannot fully understand one another. If one has not suffered, they simply have not. No matter how much one simulates the experience, it is impossible to completely grasp the conditions of that time. At most, one can only feel a deep respect after learning their stories. If it were to be reversed, how many would dare to say they could endure it? Bai Li nods vigorously. Exactly. I maintain that such measures are unnecessary. Right? Indeed, for an ordinary person, is truly unnecessary. Yu resumes reading, his tone unperturbed. But do not forget, our current identity is that of soldiers. Soldiers? Is it supposed to be this way? Bai Li still struggles to comprehend. It is not merely meant to be this way. Yu asserts. Rather, it is about etching the will of the martyrs into our souls. That is the soldieress mission. Only by inheriting their resolve can we truly consider ourselves soldiers. Bailey Pang seemed to have only just recognized Yu at that moment. Goodness, I didn't realize, Brother G, that your enlightenment was so profound. Yu merely smiled, not lifting his head. I wouldn't say my enlightenment is that high. At least not at present. Pang looked somewhat puzzled. Then how can you utter such words? What of it? Anyone can speak, but the challenge lies in action, Yu replied, slightly shrugging his shoulders. Enough of that. Eat up, rather than indulge in lofty discussions. You ought to contemplate how to cope with the training this afternoon. Yuan Gang has already declared that the afternoon session will be extreme training. It will likely be hellish compared to the morning's physical regimen. It will certainly be so for you. Bailey Pang, touching his own flesh, revealed a bitter expression. It seems they are deliberately making things difficult for me. Fat tiger. This morning nearly took half my life. Nevertheless, he obediently began to gnaw on a steamed bun, though he appeared to be suffering greatly while eating. Observing this, Yu could no longer bear to watch and pushed his portion of pickles towards the rotund figure. If you can't manage raw meat, there are pickles here, right? Eat those. Consume as much as you can. After all, this hefty fellow had provided him with numerous benefits, and he had also vowed to look out for him. Oh, thank you so much. Brother G, you are truly like my own brother. Bailey Pang exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. 7 Knight, here is mine for you as well. Chao Yuan, who had been waiting for an opportunity to speak, imitated the gesture and offered his pickles to Lin Xie. Lin Xie merely responded with a silent expression. Chapter 59, The 8th Royal Ruins After Lunch. Yu stepped out of the cafeteria and noticed a few black buses parked outside. It seemed that the training for the afternoon would take place outside the camp. Bai Li, feeling invigorated by this news, exclaimed, So we can leave the camp? Yu, somewhat exasperated, replied, What is there to be excited about? It's not an outing, it's training. Lin Xie nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, this may not be a favorable development. The facilities within the training camp are already quite comprehensive, and should suffice for most training needs. However, the decision to conduct training outside indicates that the camp's resources are inadequate for the required conditions. There must be a larger training ground beyond the camp. Really? Bai Li, who had just been elated, suddenly felt deflated. Regardless of any complaints, training was mandatory. As the bus doors slowly opened, the recruits began boarding one by one. Approximately half an hour later, the bus halted in front of a mountain range. This is Jinan Mountain? Lin Xie gazed out at the mountain, surprised. Indeed, Eugene nodded slightly. This mountain range is the largest within the Cangnan territory, having lived in Cangnan for 10 years. He considered himself somewhat of a local and was quite familiar with the area, so he was certain of his identification. Outdoor training? This could be intriguing. However, just as Eugene was beginning to find this training potentially exciting, he was called out of line by Yuan Gang. Upon entering the makeshift command room with Yuan Gang, Eugene inquired, "What is going on?" Yuan Gang sat down at a folding table, rubbing his temples as he looked at Eugene. "You need not participate in this extreme training." Eugene was even more perplexed. "Why not?" "Obviously, because this extreme training does not pose a challenge for you." Yuan Gang replied matter-of-factly. "After all, the maximum limit for recruits is the Zhan realm, and the difficulty of training is tailored accordingly. Why would you want to join in?" Eugene shrugged helplessly in response. "Actually, I haven't even reached the Zhan realm." "Don't be ridiculous." Yuan Gang shot him a disapproving glare. He then produced an iron box from his pocket and handed it to Eugene. "Take this." "What is it?" Eugene's eyes brightened as he accepted the box. He had already guessed its contents. "This is the mental defense type forbidden object you requested, named Azure Heart," Yuan Gang explained solemnly. "This forbidden object was salvaged from the EC over 20 years ago. Its effect is that it maintains a protective range of 1 meter. Functioning as a Series 278 Forbidden Ruin, Azure Guardian. It is sufficient to withstand most mental attacks, with its effectiveness dependent on the holder's mental strength." Eugene furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Is there no type with a fixed effect? Although this forbidden object sounded promising for someone like him, with mental attributes at an ordinary level, it seems somewhat impractical. Are you implying a type that can consistently withstand mental attacks below a certain realm? Yes. Dream on. Yuan Gang, visibly irritated, remarked, "Do you think spiritual defensive artifacts are as common as cabbage, available for your selection? These were procured at great personal expense through my hard work." He added, "If you don't want it, you can return it." "Well, fine. I shall make do with it." His forehead was adorned with prominent veins, a testament to his frustration. Eugene, unfazed, opened the box and retrieved the artifact, which resembled a necklace, placing it around his neck. Indeed, it felt as though it had little effect. He sensed that it might barely withstand an attack of mind power at the level of a lantern. It could only be described as better than nothing. Be content with what you have. Yuan Gang thought to himself, bemused by the audacity of this young man who had gained an advantage yet feigned innocence. This artifact was originally meant for Lin Xie, but now it was bestowed upon you just the same. As Yuan Gang's words faded, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in Eugene's mind. He hastily retrieved the Luan Yu and flipped through its pages. Indeed, his causal points had increased to 2. What could this mean? Was it because what he had acquired originally belonged to Lin Xie? "What are you doing?" Yuan Gong inquired, puzzled by Eugene's sudden extraction of a book. Eugene shook his head slightly. "Nothing, just jotting down a grudge." "Blast it." Yuan Gang's fists clenched tightly. Eugene refocused. "By the way, why do I receive the same treatment?" Yuan Gang nonchalantly replied, "It's no secret. The higher-ups have already decided that after the training, both you and Lin Xie will remain in Cangnan." "Cangnan?" Eugene furrowed his brow at the mention of the small city, questioning the need for divine agents to be stationed there. Is this the commander's intention? Indeed. Is it due to Chen Mai's report? Yes. Why? At this moment, I cannot divulge that information. Yuan Gang, who had previously answered all inquiries, now shook his head slightly. Eugene, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "Isn't this just like last time? You're still spouting nonsense while withholding the details I wish to know." Yuan Gong snorted, "Ho. Who told you to scare me out of my wits last night?" Eugene countered, "Ultimately, I did uphold the agreement, did I not?" Yuan Gang shrugged. "I never claimed I wouldn't adhere to the agreement. Merely that the time for your questions has not yet arrived." And when do you plan to address them? Perhaps when the training concludes, or when you could be deemed a qualified soldier. Yuan Gang's words held a deeper significance. Yu Ji's furrow deepened further. Are you concerned I might cause trouble in the subsequent training? Think as you wish. Yuan Gang shrugged indifferently and then produced a document. Handing it to Yu Ji. Yu Ji accepted the document, perplexed. What is this? Documentation regarding your forbidden ruins. Yuan Gang answered matter-of-factly. Yu Ji thought he had misheard. What? Where did I get the forbidden ruins? There had been none in the past, yet now there existed one. Yuan Gong grinned. This is also the intention of the commander-in-chief. To avert unnecessary troubles, the power you possess requires a reasonable explanation. All right, fine. So you say I have forbidden ruins here? How convenient. Yu Ji immediately understood. Rolling his eyes, he opened the envelope and glanced at its contents, momentarily taken aback. 8th King Ruins Overlord? What does this mean? Yuan Gang explained with a grave expression. The top 30 in the hierarchy of forbidden ruins have all touched upon the realm of the divine. Among them, 23 are bestowed by deities, referred to as divine ruins. The remaining 7 do not belong to the divine realm, originating from humanity itself. Yet they are potent enough to reach the divine domain. We call them King Ruins. And now, you are the newly identified owner of the 8th King Ruins. Chapter 60. Side quest. You have truly gone to great lengths to disguise the peculiarities surrounding me. Listening to Yuan Gang's words, Yu Ji felt a sense of reflection, while his confusion deepened. To fabricate a non-existent Wang Su merely to obscure his own anomalies? What could possibly motivate that elusive commander-in-chief to exert such effort? After all, possessing such formidable power, yet lacking the aura of divinity, could only be interpreted in this manner to be somewhat rational. Yuan Gang helplessly raised his hands in surrender. I understand the reasoning, but must the name of this forbidden abyss not be a tad more audacious? It resembles a shampoo commercial. Yu Ji remarked, bemused at the name Overlord contained within the dossier. Have you been watching too much television? Yuan Gang responded, his expression darkening. This name for the forbidden abyss is derived from the famed Overlord Xiangyu, who proclaimed, with strength to lift mountains, my spirit encompasses the world. Do you still find this insufficiently impressive? Let me ask you, throughout history, are there not only a few who could contend with him, such as El Bu, and he runned on from the 100 You must be the one who has been overly immersed in television. Do you even comprehend the words you are uttering? Regardless of my statements, I ask you, is he not the sole figure in history to have charged into the chronicles of emperors through sheer valor? Answer me. Do you genuinely believe such a timeless reputation is unearned? In his final battle, he led 28 riders against 5,000 Han troops. By his own hand, he slew hundreds of foes and successfully broke through the encirclement. Tell me, is that not audacious and magnificent enough? Instructor, let's not be so agitated. No merely. In any case, this name was bestowed by the commander-in-chief, and, if you have objections, take them up with him. Yuan Gang said with irritation, I, for one, find no fault in this name. It suits you rather well. In what way does it suit me? Historically, few have been able to contend with this overlord, and only one has managed to conquer or command him. Do you know who that is? Yu Ji instinctively blurted out. Oui? Precisely. Yuan Gong chirklet. You, commanding overlord, mirrors how Yu Ji commanded the overlord. It is quite fitting, is it not? Damn. Only then did Yu Ji grasp the implication. Are you all waiting for me here? The phonetic similarity between Yu Ji and Yu Ji is indeed amusing, isn't it? Enough of your nonsense. What is it that you wish for me to do with all of this effort? Yu Ji asked directly. Yuan Gang shook his head slightly. I have mentioned that now is not the time. When the moment is right, I shall inform you. That concludes the inquiries for now. Such a level of training bears no significance for you. What you require is practical combat with formidable opponents, and I will find time to spar with you. For the remainder of this extreme training session, feel free to engage in whatever activities you desire, as long as you remain within the confines of Jinan Mountain. Of course, you may also stay and observe the performance of these recruits alongside us. Very well. Noticing Yuan Gang's reluctance to continue the conversation, Yu Ji decided to temporarily relinquish his inquiries. However, He chose not to depart, but instead stayed to watch the monitors with the instructors. Without the involvement of the unpredictable UG, the extreme training proceeded smoothly. Under the relentless pressure of armed drones, the recruits were systematically eliminated, leaving only Lin Chia standing alone. The instructors were generally pleased with the recruits' performances. Only UG, reclining in his chair with his feet propped on the table, yawned and remarked, "This batch of recruits is rather underwhelming. It seems Lin Chia is the sole survivor. Traversing a mountain range isn't particularly challenging, is it?" The instructors exchanged glances of disbelief. Did he truly think all recruits were as extraordinary as he? Historically, very few recruits had successfully reached the finish line, as the design of the extreme training was fundamentally aimed at pushing them to their limits. This year seemed no different, and they shook their heads at the fatigued Lin Chia displayed on the monitor. "Is that so? I believe you underestimate him," Yuji responded, turning his gaze to the darkening sky outside the tent. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he knew that Lin Chia became significantly stronger at night. At times, he wondered if this lad was not merely an agent of the Archangel Michael, but perhaps a representative of the fallen angel Lucifer. After all, the power he wielded could not possibly belong to the Archangel Michael, who symbolized light and could not be associated with darkness. In any case, this boy certainly harbored secrets unknown to others. He was indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang observed Lin Chia's movements on the drone feed, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "Have you noticed? Since nightfall, this lad's trajectory has been unwaveringly directed towards the finish line. It seems our arrangements have failed to disrupt his sense of direction." Indeed, it appears so. The instructors, upon hearing Yuan Gang's observation, recognized the truth in his words. Yuji listened silently to the speculations of the others. He was aware that Lin Chia seemed capable of communicating with nocturnal creatures during the night. In an environment like the mountains, the number of night-dwelling animals would undoubtedly be substantial. With countless pairs of eyes aiding in navigation, it would be astonishing if he were to lose his way. "It seems we should head to the finish line to await his arrival," Yuan Gang said, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face as he watched Lin Chia's steady path forward. It has been several sessions since anyone managed to traverse the mountains and reach the finish line, hasn't it? Please, how difficult can it be? Yuji dismissed the notion. "I've said not to judge the recruits by your own standards." Yuan Gang sighed, glancing at this anomaly. He was convinced that, with Yuji's stamina, it was impossible for him to become exhausted like the recruits. Given enough time, this fellow could bulldoze his way to the finish line regardless. Suddenly, as everyone prepared to head to the finish line to await Lin Chia, a series of urgent alarms pierced the air, and the drone feed abruptly cut off. "Commander, anomalous fluctuations in the forbidden zone detected. It seems we have an external intrusion. How is that possible?" Yuan Gang exclaimed, surprised, his brow knitting in concern. "The entire mountain range has been sealed off. It is impossible for anyone to infiltrate easily, and no one should be able to utilize the forbidden ruins within the blockade. No, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Where exactly did Lin Chia's signal vanish? Quickly mobilize all nearby drones to locate him. He may be in danger." With that, Yuan Gang rose, preparing to venture into the mountains in search of him. Yet, someone was swifter than he. Long before the alarm sounded, Yuji had already received a system notification. Upon opening the Luanyu, he discovered that the system had unusually issued a task. Side quest: defeat the projection of the ancient god cult's followers. Reward: 1 distributable attribute points, glancing at the monitoring screen where Lin Chia's signal had disappeared. Yuji surmised that this incident was undoubtedly linked to the task issued by the system. With that thought, he surged forth like a tempest, vanishing from the sight of those around him. Chapter 61. Low-flying, what on earth? How could this young man possibly utilize the Forbidden Abyss? Could it be that the suppressive artifacts have ceased to function? How is that conceivable? My own Forbidden Abyss remains inaccessible. The instructors, unaware of the circumstances, gazed at this scene with utter astonishment. Only Yuan Gang understood that Yuji was relying not on the Forbidden Abyss, but rather on his exceptional physical prowess. In an effort to extract the potential of the recruits, the entire mountain range had been suppressed by the artifacts, Even the strongest individuals would find their abilities curtailed here. Under such conditions, even he might not stand as UG's equal. Deep within the heart of Jinan Mountain, Lin Xie abruptly halted his advance. His path was obstructed by an unfamiliar figure who neither resembled an instructor nor wore the standard training attire of a recruit. "Who are you?" Lin Xie inquired, his brow furrowing. "Umph." The stranger scoffed disdainfully, introducing himself. "I am Liang, one of the 16 disciples under the master of the ancient God Church. If you wish to avoid hardship, you should comply and come with me." The ancient God Church? Lin Xie's gaze sharpened at the mention. "How did you arrive here?" The Night Watch has sealed off the entire mountain range, and with the suppression of the Forbidden Abyss, it should be impossible for anyone to infiltrate this place. Yet, this disciple of the ancient God Church had indeed managed to breach their defenses. Could it be that there was a traitor within the training camp? "That is not for you to question. Just come with me quietly," Liang replied, not allowing Lin Xie a moment to ponder. In an instant, he approached Lin Xie, reaching out to seize him. Startled by the man's speed, Lin Xie realized this was not the pace one would expect from someone bound by the Forbidden Abyss. "You can actually use the Forbidden Abyss?" Sure enough, in the next moment, a faint surge of mental power erupted from Liang's outstretched hand. The River Realm? Sensing a mental fluctuation that surpassed his own by more than one realm, Lin Xie felt a surge of dread. Fortunately, he too could wield the Forbidden Abyss. With the aid of the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xie's form transformed into a wisp of wind, narrowly evading the grasping hand. Simultaneously, he maneuvered the surrounding bats, attempting to obscure Liang's line of sight. Recognizing the vast disparity between the Blazing Realm and the River Realm, Lin Xie understood the futility of direct confrontation and decisively chose to create distance. However, once the swarm of bats dispersed, he found that Liang had vanished. Truly, a divine agent. Despite the suppression of the artifacts, he could still utilize the Forbidden Abyss. It appears I have indeed not misidentified my target. Yet controlling bats? That should not be a capability of the Seraph's divine realm, should it? A voice filled with curiosity came from behind him. Startled, Lin Xie turned alertly. There stood Liang, leaning against a rock face, observing him with an air of calm. In that moment, Lin Xie realized that even with the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, evading this man was an impossibility. The gap in their raw strength was far too evident. A direct confrontation seemed inevitable. Yet in terms of both speed and strength, he could not rival his opponent. How could he possibly prevail? Above the forest, a figure soared through the trees, gliding as if flying through the very essence of the woodland, advancing with remarkable velocity. It was Yu. The moonlight and shadows elongated in his vision, and in that moment, he resembled a traveler navigating the interstices of time. The terrifying speed deterred Yuan Gang and his companions from pursuing further. Yuji's figure had vanished from their sight. Amidst the howling winds, a sinister smile adorned Yuji's face. He had never experienced such exhilarating freedom of movement. The last time he had sprinted with such fervor was during a mission in the old city of Songnan, where he was constrained by a mere kilometer distance and the need to preserve the urban environment, which had severely limited his potential. However, this night, he was unencumbered by any concerns and could fully revel in the transcendent freedom. In just over a minute, Yuji had traversed from the camp outside the mountain to the depths of the range. With a thunderous roar, he abruptly landed on the ground. His ears twitched, attuned to the sounds surrounding him. Meanwhile, returning to Lin Xie's side, the distant, violent rumble startled both Lin Xie and Lu Liang, causing them to instinctively halt their actions. What was that sound? Lu Liang furrowed his brow, completely bewildered by the occurrence. According to his calculations, they were sufficiently distanced from the instructor's camp, allowing him to seize Lin Xie before the instructors arrived. This sudden commotion was entirely unforeseen. Could it be that something mysterious had emerged from the mountains? On the contrary, Lin Xie instinctively recalled something, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This noise was undoubtedly caused by Yuji's rapid movements. Daring to be distracted in my presence. It seems I have been too lenient with you. Seeing Lin Xie seemingly distracted like himself, Lu Yang's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he reappeared before Lin Xie, his clenched fist swinging forcefully. Bang! This time, Lin Xie did not evade as he had before. Instead, he chose to withstand the blow. After a brief exchange, he had discerned enough about the situation. The opponent before him was not entirely unaffected by the forbidden item. Otherwise, given the disparity between their realms, he would have been defeated long ago, while his adversary was suppressed by the forbidden object. He himself was augmented by the Starry Night Dancer, creating a delicate balance that afforded him some room for resistance. Although victory in direct confrontation might be challenging, buying time was certainly feasible. So you finally stopped avoiding. I thought you would play hide and seek indefinitely. Lu Liang was taken aback that Lin Xie dared to confront his attack head-on. There's no need to evade anymore, Lin Xie replied with a smile. Rather than being distracted by dodging, it will be better to focus on something else entirely. As he spoke, he raised 5 fingers. You have 5 seconds to try to catch me. What does that mean? Lu Liang asked, perplexed. Lin Xie offered no explanation, merely commencing a countdown. 5. Presumptuous brat. I intended to bring you back intact. Witnessing Lin Xie's blatant disregard, Lu Liang's expression darkened considerably. 4. Yet, Lin Xie remained unfazed by his menacing words. For reasons unbeknownst to him, as he observed Lin Xie's shifting gestures and the confidence radiating from him, an ominous premonition stirred within Lu Liang. Bang! He charged forward once more, delivering a punch to Lin Xie, this time with even greater ferocity. However, Lin Xie continued to stand his ground, his hands interlocking to parry the onslaught. Yet, one hand persistently maintained its countdown gesture. 3. Brat, what exactly are you counting? Lu Liang was exceedingly irritable as he listened to the countdown. How could this brat remain so composed? 2. Lin Xie remained silent, fixated solely on his countdown. You seek death. Lu Liang's murderous intent gradually intensified. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash his full power in an all-out assault. 1. Upon reaching 1, Lin Xie pointed a single hand skyward. Following the direction of his finger, Lu Liang's gaze was drawn to an extraordinary sight. Bat after bat, aligned in a single file. It dawned on him that Lin Xie's apparent lack of evasion was, in fact, a diversion to orchestrate these bats' formation. But what purpose did this serve? Before Lu Liang could reach a conclusion, he perceived, at the blurred horizon, the oncoming gale. At that moment, the wind seemed to take form, as though a wall had been breached by a ferocious beast. The leaves of the mountain trees whirled chaotically in the tempest, the moonlight flickering amidst the falling foliage. Boom! The resounding noise appeared to slow momentarily. It was only when the terrifying shadow descended to the earth, and the dust obscured Lu Liang's vision, that it arrived belatedly. Chapter 62. Let me see what is going on. What is this? Before Liang could comprehend the situation, a gust of wind tore apart the dust that obscured his vision, striking his face with such force that it contorted his features. When he regained his senses, he found himself mere inches away from a pair of eyes. It was Yu Ji, standing before him while he was still in a daze. Who is this person? What realm does he belong to? While Liang was still in shock, Yu Ji grinned and inquired, the followers of the ancient divine church. Are they not the 16 seats? Shouldn't they be in the Chuan realm? Lin Xie understood the question was directed at him. Chuan realm? I hope you won't disappoint me. Listening to Lin Xie's response, Yu Ji's smile grew ever brighter. As he gazed at the grinning man before him, Liang felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, instinctively taking a half-step back. Although he could not discern the depths of this man, the manner of his entrance, reminiscent of a tornado ravaging a parking lot, and the fact that he had appeared before him before he could react, were enough for Liang to ascertain that this individual was anything but ordinary. Subsequent events confirmed this judgment. Are you serious about taking a half-step back? Accompanied by a teasing voice, just as Liang's retreating foot had not yet steadied, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. PFF. In the next moment, blood elongated like a fine thread in midair. With a thunderous crash, Liang was slammed against the rock wall, his fate uncertain. Yu Ji observed the motionless Liang, scratching his head. Hey, is this really how it ends? Chuan realm? Is this all there is? I even held back some strength. Cough, cough. Fortunately, Liang did not disappoint Yu Ji. After a moment, he seemed to recover, beginning to cough violently and expel blood. Now, that's more like it, Yu remarked with satisfaction upon seeing his reaction. Otherwise, it would have been rather pointless for me to come all this way. Cough. Who are you? Liang, struggling to support himself, stood up again, his face filled with terror as he looked at Yu. This person appeared to be dressed in the same attire as Lin Chia. He must be a rookie. No wonder he could arrive before those instructors, considering that all the new recruits were currently in this mountain range. However, there a prohibition suppressing the forbidden ruins in this mountain range? Liang began to doubt whether this man's forbidden ruins had indeed been suppressed. After all, if it were merely an incomplete forbidden ruin under suppression, that would be utterly absurd. The manner in which he traversed, like a fierce wind, and one punch nearly shattered his projection. Yet, Yu had no time to entertain Liang's doubts. Cultivation 1 of the long-forgotten notification resonated in his mind. Yu pulled out the Luanyu and glanced at it. His points had indeed increased. Let me see what is happening. With a hint of curiosity, Yu raised his hand once more. Buzz. A droning sound rendered Liang unable to think. It was Yu's palm striking his forehead. Cultivation 1, what the? It really does increase points. Listening to the echoing prompt once more, Yu was momentarily taken aback, further steeped in confusion. No, let me try again. Slap. Cultivation 1. What? Is this for real? After a couple of attempts, the corners of Yu's mouth twitched. The system has been rather lively of late, unlocking numerous new methods. It seems that joining the Night Watch was indeed a wise choice. However, isn't this reward assessment a tad presumptuous? He could comprehend that nurturing oneself could yield cultivation points. Even if reasoning with others granted him points, he would deem it reasonable. But how could slapping someone also yield points? Is this considered reasoning with others as well? One can only say, truly, what a marvel this Luanyu is. Yu felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. Speaking of which, he had always been compliant and had indeed never had the chance to strike anyone. If it weren't for encountering a follower of the ancient deity today, he might never have discovered such a delightful surprise. Yet, he received no points for striking the mysterious figure. Does this imply that one can only earn points through reasoning or by winning others over with virtue? That seems incorrect. After all, he gained points during his skirmishes with the masked team. Thus, the target must be an enemy, or more accurately, an evildoer? It's perplexing. The system's criteria are quite intricate. Yu felt he needed to think deeper. Well, it suffices to know that striking someone can indeed yield points. Oh, dear system, why not inform me of such a boon sooner? Gradually, Yu began to grasp the entirety of it. This, it turns out, is the true application of Luanyu. However, this time he did not employ Luanyu, but excitedly picked up a flat stone from the ground. He feared that without any cushioning, he might inadvertently strike down the ancient deity's follower before him. For a strong individual in Chuanjing, this ordinary stone held no more significance than a bubble. It was just right for softening the blow. Bang! Cultivation 1. Bang! Cultivation 1. Bang! Cultivation 1. Bang! Medit 1. Task completed. Attribute points allocated 1. What in the world is happening? Watching as the ancient deity's follower seemed to be obliterated by his own strikes, their entire form dissipating into motes of light. Yu, who had just begun to comprehend everything, was once again rendered speechless. For aside from the cultivation points acquired through painstaking reasoning and the attribute points from completing tasks, he had ultimately gained a point of merit for exorcising this follower's projection. So, does vanquishing evil guarantee at least 1 point of merit? 1 merit point equates to 10,000 cultivation points. Has it truly been the case that all his previous efforts in self-cultivation merely amounted to subsistence? Earning merit directly seems far more rewarding than the arduous process of accumulating cultivation points one by one. Yet, how strange. Yu was utterly baffled by the system's delineation of criteria. If saving lives and vanquishing evil yield merit, then he too had saved lives and eradicated evil in Songnan. Yet the only instance he ever received merit points was when he saved Zhao Kongcheng. In the realm of saving lives and vanquishing evil, is there truly a distinction when one as own acts of salvation are intertwined with the eradication of malevolence? For a moment, Yuji found himself ensnared in contemplation. Who is this individual? Just as Yuji was deep in thought, a voice, laced with astonishment, broke through the silence. Huh? Hearing a voice that was foreign to him jolted Yuji back to reality. He lifted his gaze, only to discover that he had inexplicably arrived at a foreboding and eerie hall. Before him stood 3 stone statues, seemingly representing deities from the West. Regrettably, his lack of interest in Western culture rendered him unable to identify them. Surrounding Yuji was a group of individuals clad in black robes. The voice he had heard emanated from a man among them, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of sophistication akin to that of a gentleman. Chapter 63. The Direction of the Rising Sun. Who am I? This question should rightly be posed to you, should it not? Yuji raised an eyebrow slightly. However, he quickly deduced the nature of his surroundings and the identities of those present. Among this assembly, he recognized the dissipated figure of El Liang, whom he had previously vanquished. The essence he had dispelled was merely a projection. Thus, the being before him must be the original. Undoubtedly, this was a stronghold of the cult of the ancient gods. And these individuals were all devoted followers of the malevolent deity. My apologies, Lord E. I have erred. I failed to retrieve Lin Chia and allowed this individual to follow the dissipated projection of my mental energy here. El Yang, now apprehensive, reported the situation to the gentlemanly figure. Useless. The man did not spare him a glance, his gaze firmly fixed on Yuji. How intriguing. An insignificant creature devoid of even the slightest mental realm has managed to triumph over a projection of my devoted follower? Insignificant creature? Yuji scoffed at the remark. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, reappearing directly before the seated man. Have you ever encountered an ant that you must look up to? Fool! Bold! How dare you speak to Lord Yi in such a manner? El Liang, eager to atone for his previous failure, charged forward. Stand down, imbecile. You are but a wisp of mental energy here. Do you truly wish to further disgrace yourself? Yet, before Yuji could retaliate, Yi dismissed El Liang with a wave. El Liang crumpled to the ground, bloodied and pleading for mercy. In the face of Yuji's blatant provocation, Yi maintained his composure. Lifting his gaze with a smile directed at Yuji. I find you quite intriguing. Is that so? I find you all equally fascinating, my dear ones. Yuji grinned, surveying the room. He genuinely believed this group to be increasingly endearing. Simply dispelling a seemingly inconsequential follower's projection had granted him a substantial amount of cultivation points and a merit point, which totaled over 10,000 when converted. If he were to eliminate all of these individuals, how many points would he accrue? Oh no, that would be rather modest. The entity he had just vanquished was merely a projection, was it not? If projections could yield points, then this cult of the ancient gods was undoubtedly a veritable monster farm for him. With this thought, Yuji's gaze intensified as he regarded the group. He now found them exceedingly agreeable. Unfortunately, they did not seem to share his sentiment. Hostile glares rained upon Yuji, as if they wished to pierce him with 1,000 arrows. However, taking heed of El Liang's prior experience, none dared to act. After all, as Yi had stated, Yuji was merely a fragment of mental energy here. Any aggression would be futile. My dear ones, Yi was momentarily taken aback by the condescending title. It was the first time he had been addressed in such a derisive manner. You are indeed an amusing fellow. My interest in you continues to grow. Would you care to join our ranks? Indeed, if given the opportunity, I shall surely come here and extend my greetings to your ancestors of 8 generations. Yuji chuckled softly, gazing down from his elevated position at the murmuring figure. As he spoke, his form began to dissolve into shimmering motes of light. The murmurer fell silent, ceasing to utter further words. Only after Yuji's silhouette had completely vanished did his composure seem to falter. The once smiling visage turned profoundly indifferent. Aside from a few other agents of the malevolent gods who merely watched with amusement, the surrounding devotees beheld his countenance, instantly drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that although the murmurer feigned calmness, he was, in truth, utterly exasperated. That is to say, Yi, what are you doing? Lin Xie was utterly bewildered. He began to suspect that Yu Ji might be experiencing some sort of mental instability. From his perspective, it appeared as though Yu Ji had succumbed to madness upon arriving here. One moment, he was muttering to himself. The next, he was laughing maniacally while striking someone. And ultimately, he had decisively dealt with the foe, only to stand there in a daze, chuckling as if performing a solo act. Such symptoms indicated a severe affliction. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Upon hearing Lin Xie's voice, Yu Ji returned to his senses, merely having discovered something amusing. So, what was that ancient deity's matter just now? Lin Xie furrowed his brow and inquired why he had suddenly vanished. That was merely a projection, Yu Yi replied, distributing the acquired attribute points to agility as he spoke. Name, Yu Ji, realm, none. Reference, the average attributes of an ordinary adult are as follows. 5. Constitution. 55. Strength. 41. Agility. 6. Mentality. 7. Charm. 8. Cultivation. 1385. Merit. 2. Karma. 2. The addition of a single attribute point was negligible, barely perceivable in its impact. Although converting all merit into cultivation would yield a direct exchange of 21 attribute points, Yu Ji refrained from hastily allocating them. He sensed that his current power was already sufficient to address the challenges at hand, and it would be more prudent to retain some points for emergencies. After all, possessing ample points afforded greater flexibility than a direct conversion to attributes. Is the matter concluded? Yuan Gang arrived a bit late. If there are no other intruders, then indeed it is over. Yu shrugged. Report to the chief. No abnormalities detected in the vicinity. The instructors accompanying Yuan Gang seemed to have conducted a thorough search, uncovering no additional foes. How dull! Yu Ji expressed his disappointment. Yuan Gang shot him an exasperated glance before turning to Lin Xie. Xie, do you wish to continue with this extreme training? Lin Xie nodded. Yes. Very well, then we shall meet at the finish line. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xie took a brief respite before setting off once more. Observing the youth's departing figure, Yuan Gang's expression grew serious. Whatever Lin Xie could conceive, he too had certainly contemplated. The Jinan Mountain has been completely sealed off by them. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for anyone to infiltrate this area. Unless, of course, there is a traitor within the training camp. However, he currently has no leads on who that traitor might be. Sighing deeply, Yuan Gang decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Let us proceed to the finish line. Upon hearing this, the instructors nodded with a sense of nostalgia. It has been several cohorts since a new recruit successfully completed the training. Indeed, the youth are formidable. The distance to the finish line is not far now. It is a certainty that Lin Xie will reach the destination. So, where have you set the finish line? Yu inquired. If you head in this direction, you will find out, Yuan Gang replied, pointing towards the east. That direction is where the sun is about to rise, towards Sangnan. Chapter 64. Not human at all at dawn, as the sun began to rise. Its first rays filtered through the clouds and bathed the streets of Sangnan in a gentle glow. The buildings lining the streets were enveloped in a golden hue, as if adorned with a shimmering veil of gold. The early risers commenced their daily routines. Some hurried to breakfast stalls, while others rushed off to their workplaces. Under the sun's warm embrace, the city emanated an extraordinary tranquility, shedding the clamor and splendor of the night, replaced by an atmosphere of serene calm. Occasionally, a vehicle would pass by, emitting a soft rumble, yet this only enhanced the peaceful ambience, infusing the air with the essence of life. Perched at the edge of a cliff at the foot of Jinnanshan, one could witness this splendid scene unfold. Yi. Upon Lin Xie's arrival at the mountain's end, he found Yu Ji leisurely gazing at the dawn-kissed Sangnan, seemingly having awaited his arrival for some time. You're here. Yu Ji turned to him with a smile. I never expected these burly instructors to possess a hint of romance, choosing to set the finish line here. Indeed, Lin Xie nodded slightly, joining Yu Ji at his side. Together, they gazed at Sangnan, both grasping the significance of this extreme training. Was it not this very dawn that the night watchers fought tirelessly to protect? Sangnan is a lovely place. Staying here wouldn't be so bad. Yu Ji reflected on the city he had called home for a decade, a wave of sentiment washing over him. Initially, He believed that upon becoming a night watcher, he would be dispatched elsewhere. However, Yuan Gang had assured him that both he and Lin Xie were destined to remain in Songnan, sparking curiosity about the underlying reasons, yet he did not resent the decision. "What do you think, Xie?" Receiving no response, Yu Ji turned in confusion, only to find Lin Xie seated on the ground, head bowed in slumber. With the night behind them and devoid of the starry night dancer as influence, Lin Xie's physical condition was hardly superior to that of an average adult. Fatigue was only natural. "He finally resembles a child." A voice of admiration emerged from behind. Yuan Gang and his companions had arrived. Observing the sleeping Lin Xie, Yuan Gang felt a profound sense of reflection. Perhaps due to Lin Xie's frequent companionship with Yu Ji and his remarkable performance the previous night, he had almost forgotten that he was merely a teenager. "All right, let's carry him back." He signaled to the instructors to lift Lin Xie, then stood beside Yu Ji, both gazing at Songnan. "It seems you have quite the affection for this city." "Of course, having lived here for so many years," Yu Ji replied, a hint of annoyance in his furrowed brow. "Why do you suddenly ask this? Are you attempting to gauge my resolve as a soldier?" He recalled Yuan Gang mentioning that he would reveal the information he sought only upon the conclusion of their training or once he had become a competent soldier. Yuan Gang shook his head slightly, dismissing the inquiry. "It's nothing, just a casual question." With that, he turned and departed. Yu Ji watched Yuan Gang's retreating figure, his brow furrowing deeper in confusion. It struck him as rather enigmatic. He sensed that Yuan Gang's question might be laden with implications. Upon returning to the training camp, the previous night's grueling exercises had left most of the recruits unable to recover. Consequently, there was no training scheduled for the day. Yu Ji finally had the opportunity to indulge in a much-needed slumber, sleeping soundly until the evening. In fact, he could have continued to sleep until the following morning, but he was abruptly roused by an overwhelming sense of impending danger. This ominous presence was alarmingly close, emanating from the rooftop of the dormitory. Startled awake, Yu Ji hastily donned his shorts and a tank top, leaping from the balcony, leaving his roommate, Chao Yuan, in bewilderment. Upon reaching the rooftop, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. "Lin Xie? Who is that beside you?" He had not anticipated Lin Xie's presence here. But what astonished him even more was the woman standing next to Lin Xie. She was a strikingly elegant lady adorned in a black, gauzy gown, exuding an air of aristocracy. Amidst the night, it seemed as though the entire darkness draped around her like a veil. Even though Yu Ji was not particularly attuned to spiritual energies, this woman instinctively evoked a sense of danger within him. Indeed, it was not the sensation of her aura that awoke him, but rather his body's primal instinct warning him of peril. Fortunately, the woman appeared devoid of hostility. Addressing Lin Xie with a question, "Dionysus, is this your friend?" "Dionysus?" Yu Ji found himself puzzled by the woman's reference to Lin Xie. Yes, mother." Lin Xie replied awkwardly to her inquiry. This revelation deepened Yu Ji's confusion. "Mother?" He recalled Lin Xie claiming to be an orphan, residing with his aunt. How could a mother suddenly materialize? The situation was indeed complicated, and Lin Xie found himself at a loss for words. Before he could gather his thoughts, the woman posed another question. "Is that also your friend?" Lin Xie, now more helpless, responded, "I suppose so." Yu Ji, momentarily taken aback, turned to follow the woman's gaze and realized that Yuan Gang had also arrived. The pressure emanating from the woman was so formidable that he had failed to notice anyone approaching. Yuan Gang's condition was hardly better than Yu Ji's. His expression was grave, as though he were facing a formidable adversary. What on earth was happening? Yu Ji's brow furrowed as he looked towards Yuan Gang. The fact that Yuan Gang displayed such a serious demeanor indicated that this woman was indeed not an ordinary individual. Yuan Gang offered no answer, merely advancing towards the woman beside Lin Xie. A powerful aura of spiritual pressure radiated from him, far more terrifying than any Yu Ji had previously encountered. It was evident that this was Yuan Gang's full might. The vice-captain of the night watch of the Great Xia, Yuan Gang, inquired, "Might I ask for your esteemed name?" "Nix," the woman replied, narrowing her eyes with a hint of indifference. Seemingly sensing the aura exuding from Yuan Gang, she too emanated an enigmatic presence. Despite the absence of any discernible spiritual energy, it surged forth like a tidal wave, effortlessly engulfing the aura that Yuan Gang projected. So it is the goddess of the night. Although Yuan Gang's presence was subdued, he remained resolute, his posture unwavering, betraying no hint of trepidation. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting our great Xia? The mention of the goddess of the night finally illuminated the perilous aura that this woman exuded to Yu Ji. It dawned on him that she was anything but human. Chapter 65, A Visit Home. Wait, the goddess of night. It seemed that something dawned on Yu Ji, and he looked at Lin Qi with a hint of surprise. Qi, could it be that while serving as the agent of the seraph, you are also the agent of this goddess of night? He had long found it peculiar that Lin Qi, clearly an agent of the seraph, inexplicably grew stronger at night. This revelation finally made sense. Yes, Lin Jian nodded accordingly. What? Yuan Gang's face was a canvas of disbelief. How could it be possible for one person to be the agent of two deities? Is this rare? Yu Ji inquired. Rare? It's never happened before. Yuan Gang struggled to articulate his feelings. He turned to the silent Nikes. Your Excellency, is what he said true? What my son says is the truth. Nikes replied matter-of-factly. So? Yuan Gang was taken aback. This was her term for an agent. Lin Qi was wide-eyed, spinning tails. Fine. Yuan Gang reluctantly accepted this reasoning. However, he did not forget the purpose of his visit and looked at Nikes again, his tone laced with a hint of threat. Your Excellency, since you have found your agent, I kindly ask you to leave the territory of Daxia. Otherwise, we will find it difficult to manage. Nikes remained silent, merely turning her gaze to Lin Qi. Lin Qi awkwardly cleared his throat. You indeed should return home, mother. Very well. Nikes seemed to heed Lin Qi's words without hesitation. Donatus, remember to visit home often. What on earth? Yu Ji listened to their exchange, finding it all rather strange. Yuan Gang certainly felt similarly, but could not fathom the reason behind it. Soon, Nikes' figure gradually faded, as if merging with the night. Seeing Nikes vanish, Yuan Gang finally exhaled in relief. He glared at Lin Qi. You, explain the situation to me. Lin Qi scratched his head. I'm not quite sure how it happened. Suddenly, I was brought here, and then I became a deity's agent. Yuan Gang was at a loss for words. What task did she assign you? Typically, deities summon agents to complete certain tasks. Not much, really. Lin Qi continued scratching his head. If I must say, remember to visit home often? Huh? Yuan Gang was bewildered. I recall the seraph did not seem to assign you any tasks either, correct? Seems like it. Lin Jie responded innocently. For heaven's sake, how sought after are you? It's as if two deities are competing to make you their agent unconditionally. Hearing this, Yu Ji could no longer contain himself. Why hasn't any deity approached me? I can't help it. Lin Qi protested. It's just like how girls pursue you. They are the ones taking the initiative. Can this truly be compared? Yu Ji, like Yuan Gang, found himself at a loss for words. All right, Yuan Gang sighed in resignation. Qi, you should return to rest. I will handle the remaining matters. Regardless of the circumstances, Qi had become the sole dual deity representative in the annals of the Great Xia, which ought to be a cause for celebration among us night watchers. Oh, Lin Qi nodded, glancing towards Yu Ji, seemingly inquiring whether he should accompany him back. You stay. I have something to discuss with you, Yuan Gang insisted. For reasons unknown, compelling Yu Ji to remain. Lin Qi had no choice but to descend alone, feeling somewhat helpless. Upon Lin Qi's departure, Yuan Gang appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, plopping down onto the ground. Goodness, I nearly thought my time was up. His back was already drenched with cold sweat. Is it truly that exaggerated? Yu Ji rolled his eyes at the unabashed display of Yuan Gang's anxiety. After all, that was the true deity. At this moment, Yuan Gang was still gripped by a lingering dread, grateful that she harbored no ill intentions towards the Great Xia. Otherwise, how could a mere Sea Realm practitioner like himself stand a chance? Yu Ji retorted, yet you were so defiant just now? Yu Wunti understand Yuan Gang shook his head in resignation. The mission of the Night Watchers of the Great Xia does not permit retreat. Do you recall the question I posed to you this morning? Perhaps one day, you too shall face such a dilemma. Even if not for the protection of the Great Xia, then for the safeguarding of Songnan, there will always be something worth sacrificing everything for, even one's life. That is impossible, Yu asserted with certainty. After all, what I wish to protect does not exist in this world. If I were in such a situation, knowing I could not win, I would undoubtedly flee. Yuan Gang's lips twitched at his words, ultimately sighing in resignation. Must you speak so definitively, lad? Sigh regardless. You must think my actions foolish, do you not? May I speak candidly? Do. Indeed, it was quite foolish. I can feel the oppressive aura of the deity. To put it bluntly, facing an opponent from an entirely different dimension, it matters not if you are merely at the sea realm. Even the boundless realm or Klein realm would fare no better. Should a confrontation occur, you might perish without any value. Indeed, Yuan Gang forced a bitter smile. Yet Yu suddenly shifted his tone. However, I hold great respect for those of you who are willing to sacrifice. Do you not find your words contradictory? To deem us foolish, yet hold us in esteem? My perception of foolishness stems from our differing perspectives, while my respect arises from my understanding of the significance behind your actions. Oh, what significance do you comprehend? Pray, enlighten me, Yuan Gang inquired with keen interest. Did you not just articulate it? There exists something worth your utmost sacrifice, even your life, Yu replied matter-of-factly. As soldiers of the great Xia, every citizen is the purpose of your struggle. You, young one, truly grasp everything. Yet Yuan Gang halted, sensing that continuing might lead to an uncomfortable conclusion. It's rather selfish. Isn't it? Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Believe what you will. In any case, what I seek to protect is not found here. Expecting me to be like you all is simply impossible. But what if you cannot escape? Came a question. Yu furrowed his brow in confusion. Enough. Yuan Gang seemed to relinquish something, his expression growing increasingly complex. I had initially intended to reveal this to you only after you had embraced the mindset of a soldier. But it appears your conviction is resolute, making any change nearly unattainable. So, does this mean you are finally willing to clarify my doubts? Yu inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. Yuan Gang's tone was tinged with resignation. What other choice do I have? I only hope that once you grasp the entirety of the situation, you will remain as steadfast. Chapter 66. Yu am I dead? Where should I begin my tale? Yuan Gang pondered. Are you familiar with the concept of the Shiva's grudge? Yu slightly shook his head. I have not heard of it. Yuan Gang explained in a somber tone. It is a forbidden object, the most terrifying of its kind in history. Its essence is an ancient parchment made from sheepskin. It possesses the apocalyptic level Forbidden Realm of Sequence 008. Merely inscribing a name upon it would directly annihilate the concept it signifies. Annihilate the concept itself? Yu was taken aback by this revelation. He instinctively touched the Luanyu on his person. To a certain extent, this Luanyu seemed capable of such feats, albeit requiring astronomical amounts of points. I never imagined such a forbidden realm existed in this world. So how is the Shiva's grudge related to what I wish to understand? It is indeed relevant. Do you know where the Shiva's grudge currently resides? Where? In Songnan. More precisely, it lies with Chunmai. Upon hearing this, Yu was even more astonished. A mere captain stationed in Songnan. How could he possess such a terrifying forbidden object? Yuan Gang chuckled coldly, stating that this forbidden object was far too dreadful to be allowed to resurface, necessitating someone capable of suppressing its aura and sealing it away. That person is Chunmai. His forbidden realm, Black Wuchang, is capable of achieving this. Why Chunmai? Is it solely because his Black Wuchang is capable? Certainly not. It is simply that when the incident occurred years ago, it happened so abruptly that the only individual in Songnan with the ability to manage it was Chunmai. Moreover, he is indeed the most suitable candidate. Yuan Gong sighed, explaining that ultimately it was his own choice. Since a decade ago, the cost has been an incessant distraction, suppressing the Shiva's grudge, which has caused his own cultivation to stagnate. That's quite a significant sacrifice. Yu, upon hearing this, found nothing particularly strange until he paused. Wait, you mentioned the incident occurred unexpectedly? What transpired back then? Why do you think we are aware of the Shiva's grudge, being such a fearsome, forbidden object? It must not be allowed to resurface in the world. Could it be that someone has used it? Yuji's gaze sharpened, finally grasping the implication. Could it be? Indeed, someone has used it. A decade ago, the words Sangnan City were inscribed upon it. As Yuan Gang spoke, his eyes cast a look of profound regret towards Yuji. Silence enveloped the atmosphere momentarily. Yuji's expression became complex: shock, turmoil, disbelief, and even fear. A decade ago. Sangnan, are you jesting with me? A grim smile crept upon Yuji's face as he awkwardly inquired. You cannot be implying that I have already died? Yuan Gang offered no reply, merely gazing at him with a sense of regret. Yet sometimes, silence equates to affirmation. Dead? I am dead. How could that be possible? The answer presented to Yuji was evidently unacceptable. A decade ago marked the very moment he traversed into this realm, which implied that he had inadvertently inhabited the body of a deceased individual. How could this be possible? He was standing here, alive and well. This jest was far from amusing. How could I be dead when I am right here? Are you mocking me? With a grim expression, Yuji stepped forward, seizing Yuan Gang by the collar, seemingly imploring him to refute the conclusion he had drawn. Regrettably, Yuan Gang remained silent. How can this be? How can this be? Then pray tell, explain why I stand here if I am truly dead. Because of Lin Chiye, Yuan Gang finally spoke. Lin Chiye? Yuji furrowed his brow, perplexed. What does this have to do with me? The Divine Code 003, the Archangel Michael's divine domain, known as the mortal realm. You don't genuinely believe its effects are as trivial as they currently manifest in Lin Chiye, do you? Yuan Gang sighed as he elucidated. The mortal realm referred to the divine kingdom within the earthly realm. A decade prior, following the devastation of Sangnan due to the wrath of Shiva, the Archangel Michael discovered the sole survivor within the desolate city and chose him as his agent, Lin Chiye. In selecting him, Michael infused Lin Chiye with an extraordinarily immense divine power, initiating an expansive divine domain that enveloped the entirety of Sangnan, thereby resurrecting all its inhabitants. Behold, am I not resurrected? You are indeed jesting. Upon hearing this, Yuji felt a glimmer of hope. However, Yuan Gang's words once again extinguished that hope. Regrettably, there remains a distinction from true resurrection. Lin Chiye functions akin to a mobile terminal, unconsciously sustaining the existence of the mortal realm through the divine power Michael left within him. Thus, the city and its denizens continue to exist. One might say that Sangnan's existence is, in itself, a miracle. Yet, such a miracle is bound by limitations. 10 years have elapsed, and the divine power Michael bestowed upon Lin Chiye has nearly been depleted. This signifies that in the near future, the entirety of Sangnan, all its people will succumb to the collapse of the mortal realm, returning to dust. How can this be? How can this be? Why is this happening? Upon hearing this conclusion, Yuji felt a surge of frustration. He released Yuan Gang's collar, frantically raking his fingers through his hair. Is there truly no way to avert this fate? Must I await the obliteration of Sangnan? Regrettably, there is none. Such events from long ago cannot be reversed. Even with a time domain, I feared you would struggle to accept this. Hence my reluctance to reveal it to you, Yuan Gang lamented. At times, I ponder whether it might have been better for you to depart without any knowledge of these matters. No, I refuse to accept this. There must be a way. As if struck by a sudden realization, Yuji produced a notebook and pen from his pocket, fervently scribbling down his thoughts. Forbidden ruins. Rebirth. Exchange requires 150 merits 15. 000 cultivation. It is futile. The destruction wrought by Shiva's wrath is on a conceptual level, and that occurred a decade ago. This forbidden ruin may not hold any significance. Furthermore, I lack the means to exchange for it. Seventh sense. Ultimate healing technique. Exchange requires 200 merits 2. 000 cultivation. This is also unfeasible. It appears to be applicable solely to others and can only resurrect those who have perished within a few days. Additionally, I am unable to afford it. Impure, earth rebirth, outer path, reincarnation technique, Yomi fruit, Dragon Ball. Chapter 67. I am quite reasonable no. No, absolutely not. None of these are within his means to exchange for in short term. Is there truly nothing that is both affordable and effective? Consumable. Magic card, Resurrection of the Dead. Exchange requires 20 virtue points, 200 cultivation points. This seems feasible. Moreover, due to its nature as a one-time consumable, the points required are significantly less than those needed for abilities that can grant life after death. There is hope. There is hope. I can still be saved. Yuji suddenly burst into wild laughter. It appears that refraining from recklessly spending his virtue points was indeed the right choice. 20 virtue points is already quite cheap, and with some effort, he should be able to gather enough in time. Yuan Gang looked at Yuji with concern, doubting whether he was able to cope with reality or had completely lost his mind. Are you okay? I'm perfectly fine. Yuji exhaled deeply and smiled. Has he truly gone mad? Yuan Gang felt like a villain, yet he realized he must continue in that role. Stay calm. I haven't finished speaking. What else is there? Before coming here, Commander Yi Fan entrusted me with 2 tasks. The first is to reveal the truth to you. He believes that as someone who has come into contact with this world, you have the right to know the truth, Yuan Gang stated solemnly. The second is to issue you a command. What command? Before the mortal realm reaches its limits and collapses on its own, you must, by any means necessary, prevent Lin Xie from leaving Songnan. Why? Because once he steps out Songnan, the mortal realm will collapse prematurely. I see, Yuji realized, understanding why the new recruit's training was specifically arranged in Songnan. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Such matters wouldn't require your orders. I would do so regardless. After all, as long as Lin Xie remains in Songnan, I can delay my demise a little longer. But is there any significance in your actions? Sooner or later, we will still vanish. Of course, there is significance, Yuan Gang replied with a grave expression. As I mentioned, this is a miracle. In this decade reclaimed from the hands of fate, every person living in Songnan, including you, remains very much alive. You can work, live, and even leave Songnan. The cycles of life and death still exist. Do you understand what this means? The cycles of life and death still exist. Yuji paused slightly, realizing that it even implies the possibility of marriage and procreation. Indeed, Yuan Gang nodded earnestly. Even if the miracle fades, hope will continue to endure. That is why I ask you, if one day you must sacrifice yourself for this city, what will you do? Or rather, this is your city. Are you willing to fight for it until the very end? Yuji furrowed his brow. According to your reasoning, all I can do is wait for death. Where's the notion of sacrifice or fighting to the end? Who shall I fight against? Fate? Certainly not against such an ethereal concept as fate. Yongong explanet. Do you understand why we have not taken the Shiva's grievance from Chun Mai and entrusted it to someone more powerful? It is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability. The moment Shiva's grievance is released from Chun Mai's restraint, even if only for the briefest of instants during the transfer, it will be detected by those devious deities. At that juncture, it would precipitate a genuine war between mortals and gods. Yuji nodded slightly, grasping the gravity of the situation. Thus, even if preparations were made to have someone replace Chun Mai before the imminent collapse of the mortal realm and divine domain, the gods would still uncover it, making this conflict unavoidable. Indeed, Yuan Gang affirmed gravely. Therefore, we wish to know what you intend to do. Understanding dawned upon Yuji, and a sardonic smile graced his lips. No wonder you insisted on waiting until I became a true soldier to reveal everything. If I were a competent military figure, with such awareness, I would undoubtedly fight alongside you, correct? You may think of it that way, Yuan Gang did not dispute. After all, your strength cannot be underestimated. When the time comes, we will face true deities, and naturally, the more combatants we have, the better. Yuji laughed upon hearing this. So it seems I must play the villain to prevent Lin Xie from leaving Songnan, only to later risk my life for a group of people with whom I have no connection? Yes, that is the outcome we most desire to witness. You speak so candidly. Yet, by divulging this to me in advance, wouldn't it undermine the intended effect? We lack the authority to coerce you into anything, Yuan Gang sighed. Ultimately, the choice lies with you. Such eloquent words, truly a pack of greedy individuals. Yuji looked at Yuan Gang with disdain. You do not wish to be seen as the moral oppressors of Lin Chiye. Yet you expect me, a self-serving individual yearning for survival, to thwart his departure from Songnan? You desire my sacrifice, yet claim the choice rests with me? How noble of you! It is not for our sake, but for the continuation of Songnan, and to prevent Shiva's grievance from falling into the hands of those treacherous gods who threaten our great Xia. Yuan Gang's expression remained unchanged. If you wish to vent your frustrations, do so freely. After all, we have indeed wronged you. They truly did not wish to assume the role of moral oppressors against Lin Chiye, for he was the agent of the gods and would soon become one of the Night Watcher's most formidable forces. They did not desire any animosity from Lin Chiye towards them. Thus, they chose to reveal the truth to Yu Ji. Faced with the necessity of survival, Yu Ji had no choice but to impede Lin Chiye's exit from Songnan. They genuinely hoped that Yu Ji would ultimately stand alongside the Night Watchers, providing assistance in their struggle against the outer gods. Their aim was to cultivate Yu Ji into a truly enlightened soldier, to safeguard the seeds of hope, and to prevent Shiva's grievance from falling into the hands of those deities who threaten the great Xia. Though both matters bear great significance, Yu Ji was not wrong in asserting that they possessed no authority to demand selfless sacrifice in the name of righteousness from any individual. On this point, Yuan Gang would not offer any excuses. Well then, there is nothing left to criticize. Yu Ji sighed softly, a resigned smile gracing his lips. It is not that I cannot comprehend your standpoint. This matter transcends right and wrong. In fact, I must express my gratitude for your revelation of the truth, for otherwise I might have remained blissfully unaware, utterly unprepared for any form of remedy. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Gang smiled with relief. Indeed, you echo what Chinmai remarked about you. How did he assess me? Perhaps you may not become a qualified night watchman, yet you certainly possess the virtue of reason. Indeed, I pride myself on my rationality. Then, would you be willing to lend us your aid in our final endeavor? That would depend on my mood. While I can empathize with your position, the sensation of being manipulated leaves me quite displeased. Yu Ji clenched his fist, grinning widely. So, might you permit me to unleash my frustrations upon you? Chapter 68. Clarity of thought. Moments later, Yuan Gang returned to the instructor's dormitory. Goodness, what fright. Commander? You nearly scare me to death on this late evening. Commander, what happened to your face? The instructors gazed in shock at Yuan Gang's bruised visage. Hiss, it's nothing. Just a little tumble. Yuan Gang covered his face, awkwardly explaining while inwardly cursing Yu Ji. That lad truly knows how to strike hard. Not an ounce of mercy. The crux is that he has no justification to retaliate. The mission from the commander has caused him great distress. Being the villain is no easy task. Meanwhile, Yu Ji had returned to his dormitory as well. Chao Yuan looked at Yu Ji with a hint of confusion. Brother Ji, where did you suddenly go? Oh, nothing much, just felt stifled in the dormitory, so I went to the rooftop for some fresh air. I see. No wonder you look so refreshed upon your return. Could it be that you... Cease your inappropriate thoughts. Yu Ji shot a disdainful glance at Chao Yuan and clarified. I merely had a sudden epiphany regarding some important matters, which left me feeling enlightened. After learning the truth from Yuan Gang, many of his lingering doubts had been resolved. For instance, despite having saved numerous individuals and vanquished several evildoers in Songnan, he had received no points as rewards, except for the instance of saving Zhao Kongsheng and the recent encounter with the ancient god church. This was because the inhabitants of Songnan had perished a decade ago. He could not save those who were already dead, nor could he reverse their fates. Hence, there would be no merit accrued, nor any karmic consequences. Zhao Kongsheng's hometown was not in Songnan. He was stationed there only later, and the members of the ancient god church were certainly not from Songnan. Thus, he could earn point from these two individuals. With this revelation, clarity emerged. Yu Ji finally comprehended the true mechanics of the system. Saving lives and eliminating evil equates to merit, while altering destinies pertains to karma. Moreover, it appeared that this rule only applies to humans. Hunting the mysterious yielded no points. Perhaps ordinary mysteries simply do not merit the system's attention. One wonders how the true deities may fare in this regard. Additionally, it seemed that the benefits of saving lives outweighed those of vanquishing evil. For saving a life invariably alters that person's predetermined fate, thereby generating karma. Although the precise function of karma remains uncertain, it is evident that something so explicitly termed as karma must hold some significance. Accumulating it cannot be detrimental. In this light, it seems the system desires him to embody a virtuous character. No wonder that upon triggering the task to save Zhao Kongcheng, the system bestowed upon him the lofty title of sage. One might mistakenly believe he had attained sainthood in the flesh. Little did he know he was merely treading the path of accumulating merit and karma. However, the path taken is of little consequence to Yu Ji at this juncture. With his very life at stake, he has no time to concern himself with other matters. His immediate priority is to swiftly accumulate merit and karma to alter his fated demise. In any case, he has no desire to linger in this training camp for another second. Upon this reflection, Yu Ji retrieved his phone and dialed Chen Mai's number. Do not inquire how he managed to use his phone during military training. The answer lies in the fact that he had just reclaimed it from Yuan Gang. He was expected to fulfill various duties. Yet is it unreasonable to have the modest desire to use his phone? Not at all. In Songnan, at the peace office, Chen Mai was concluding a typical day's work when his phone unexpectedly rang. As he glanced at the caller ID and recognized Yu Ji's name, his previously indifferent expression shifted to one of gravity. The call connected with a beep. "Hello, Captain, it's me." Chen Mai extracted a cigarette, placed it between his lips, ignited it, and inhaled deeply. "You must have realized the situation, given that you made the effort to call me." "Yes. Therefore, I wish to leave the training camp." "That's out of the question." Chen Mai promptly dismissed the request. "Since you're already aware, the higher-ups must have tasked you with monitoring Qi Yi and ensuring he does not leave Songnan, correct? Then allow him to leave with me. That is not within my authority to decide." Chen Mai's tone was laden with helplessness. "Though Qi Yi serves as a divine agent, he is not akin to you. A monster, he requires further honing. The training is essential for him. However, while I cannot facilitate your immediate departure from the camp, returning for the new year should pose no issue. I happen to share that intention. Recently, Songnan has been unsettled, infiltrated by numerous rodents whose aim is undoubtedly this training session. I cannot rest easy with you two remaining there. Indeed, we encountered members of the Ancient God Society last night." Yu Ji acknowledged with a slight nod. "The training camp is fortified, yet it cannot withstand the treachery of an insider. See, I told you it was unwise to remain there," Chen Mai remarked. "Human nature is unpredictable, even among the Night Watchers. Not everyone possesses true resolve. When sufficient incentives arise, betrayal is a common occurrence. Moreover, even the most resolute of individuals have vulnerabilities. Should a weakness be exploited, threats can easily arise. It seemed Chen Mai had anticipated such developments. This circumstance conveniently provides the justification for your return during the new year." "All right then, thank you, Captain." After expressing his gratitude, Yu Ji ended the call. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not being able to conclude the training outright, he was at least permitted to leave the camp. Furthermore, based on Chen Mai's comments, it appeared he would not need to vacate Songnan entirely, thus presenting an opportunity to accrue some points. Most crucially, given last night's events, it was evident that Lin Qi had drawn the attention of the Ancient God Society. He realized he could not recklessly depart from Lin Qi's side. After all, Lin Qi represented his very lifeline. Damn it, this is infuriating. What's wrong? Yi, you were just fine a moment ago. How did you become so agitated so quickly? Chao Yuan observed Yu Ji's swift transformation into a state of irritation following the phone call. His curiosity piqued. In response to Chao Yuan's demeanor, Yu Ji merely uttered a single word, "Dove kiss." Complying without hesitation, Chao Yuan obediently closed his eyes and mouth, slipping into slumber in an instant. A soft chuckle escaped Yu Ji's lips as he observed Chao Yuan's behavior. The transformation of this fellow into a devoted admirer of Qi was indeed strikingly stark. Speaking of the upcoming festival, it dawned upon him that the new year was fast approaching. As Yu Ji reclined, he reflected on Chen Mai's words, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It had been a decade since he had heard such a sentiment. The memories of his parents surfaced, bittersweet and poignant. Regrettably, a return home was not feasible in the near future. Yet the joyful faces of his comrades from Team 136 danced in his mind. Recalling the moments shared during their gatherings, Yuji suddenly felt that perhaps celebrating the new year in this manner might not be so bad after all. Chapter 69. Yuji, good news. The training is over. Afternoon. A sharp whistle echoed through the training base. The new recruits, having just concluded their morning drills and not having rested long in their dormitories, heard the whistle and immediately rushed out of the dormitory building, swiftly gathering in the training field. By now, the recruits had endured several months of rigorous training, and they bore the unmistakable semblance of soldiers. Even though they had come out to assemble before their allotted rest time was over, there was no trace of complaint on their weary faces. Each stood tall with chests out, embodying the spirit of a soldier. The news announced by Yuan Gang sent them into a frenzy of joy. I declare that the first half of this training, specifically the physical fitness regimen, will conclude a month ahead of schedule. Our focus will now shift towards tactics, firearms, and other critical areas. Upon hearing this, some recruits were already overcome with tears of joy. Finally, they had endured the grueling physical training. Do you know what I've been through these past few months? The physical training, though seemingly simple, had been a torment for most recruits, save for Yuji. Even Lin Chia sighed in relief upon receiving the news. Yet, the good tidings did not end there, for Yuan Gang had more to share. Observing the recruits' ecstatic reactions, he smirked slightly. Moreover, there is even better news. After a unanimous discussion among the instructors, it has been decided to grant you a break before the next phase of training begins. From today until the second day of the Lunar New Year, you will have a total of 4 days off. Oh my goodness! The recruits could no longer contain their excitement and erupted into cheers. Yuji couldn't help but smile. Shanmai was indeed reliable, securing leave from the higher-ups so swiftly. However, before the jubilance could settle, Yuan Gang spoke again. During the holiday, your activities will be restricted to within Songnan. What? We can't go home? Disappointment washed over the group, particularly for Bai Li, who had wanted to invite Yuji and others to explore Guangzhou and Shenzhen. If you're dissatisfied, you may certainly choose to remain at the base. No. We are quite satisfied. We will comply with the arrangements. Though the restriction to Songnan felt somewhat irksome, none of the recruits, who had been cooped up in the base for months, wished to stay behind. Before long, everyone hastily returned to their dormitories to pack their bags, and then gathered at the base's entrance. Several black buses awaited, with instructor Hong Hao and others responsible for transporting them to the city of Songnan. The recruits climbed aboard the buses, excitement radiating from each of them. As the heavy gates swung open, they finally caught sight of the outside world after 5 long months. Yet, not all faces reflected joy. What is wrong, Chia? Aren't you happy you can go home? Yuji, seated beside Lin Chia, observed his troubled expression with curiosity. Lin Chia shook his head with a hint of regret. In truth, I do not intend to return. I have already attracted the attention of the followers of the ancient God Church, and going back may endanger my aunt and Jean. Moreover, Yi, do you not find this holiday to be rather abrupt? It is not abrupt. It is inevitable, Yuji sighed. You must have already sensed that the ancient God Church managed to infiltrate our training grounds to launch an attack on you. This matter is undoubtedly complex. The instructors must also be aware that there could be a traitor among us. The defenses of the base are indeed formidable, yet if it has been compromised from within, then safety is no longer guaranteed. Lin Chia, being astute, quickly grasped the implications. If I remain in a base with a traitor, I would be at a disadvantage, caught in a trap. Furthermore, in the worst-case scenario, the traitor could simultaneously target me while capturing the fresh recruits of the Night Watch. A most advantageous scenario for them. It is no wonder the instructors chose to disperse us. Precisely, Yuji nodded slightly. By dispersing, the enemy will concentrate their firepower, allowing us to respond more effectively. It seems this year will not be comfortable. Lin Chia forced a bitter smile. As they conversed, the bus had already started moving. When everyone left the confines of the base, they were momentarily taken aback, displaying expressions of astonishment. They all felt a certain oppressive force that had been weighing upon them suddenly vanish, as if their spiritual energy had broken free from its shackles, granting them an exhilarating sense of rebirth. Wow, my realm has broken through. Me too. I have reached the pool realm. Haha, I am finally a pool realm powerhouse. The terror of a pool realm warrior. Huh, me as well, then it's all good. This was the effect of the forbidden item that suppressed the forbidden ruins. The spiritual energy of the new recruits had been compressed like a spring, and now that the weight on the spring had been lifted, it naturally rebounded, breaking through its constraints. This phenomenon was not limited to those within the forbidden ruins. Spiritual energy exists objectively. Hence, even Yuji, who was free from the forbidden ruins, and the corpulent, Bailey experienced an enhancement in their spiritual power. Bailey felt nothing unusual, but Yuji could clearly observe the increase in his spiritual attributes through the system panel. Spiritual, 710, Realm, Nunjan Realm. Observing the Zhan Realm displayed on the panel, Yuji couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. The absence of the forbidden ruins rendered the realm indicator on the panel nearly useless, aside from clarifying which stage his spiritual power occupied. While the enhancement of his spiritual power did slightly improve his perception of his surroundings, the current values were too low to yield any substantial effect. In conclusion, there was no significant increase in strength. Just as nearly everyone was reveling in their personal transformations, someone suddenly pointed at the distant sky outside the window and shouted, "What on earth is that?" Everyone instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, and a collective astonishment enveloped the crowd, including Yuji. Goodness, a missile. That SA missile. Stop the vehicle. Everyone get down. Instructor Hong, seated in the passenger seat, bellowed as a warning. However, someone reacted even more swiftly than he did. With a shattering crash, a pane of glass broke, and a figure leapt onto the roof of the car. It was Yuji. Although he was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of someone deploying a missile to bombard them, he quickly regained his composure and sprang into action. After all, this was no trifling matter. Even he would not dare to claim that he could withstand a missile unscathed. Chapter 70. A performance of iron flowers suddenly. 5 missiles pierced the sky, 3 of which soared perilously close above the heads of the crowd, directly targeting the training base behind them. With a thunderous roar, the 3 missiles struck the base, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the entire facility in flames, sending thick black smoke spiraling upwards. Moments later, a Shukwaba surja forth, nearly toppling the halted bus. Yuji crouched low on the bus roof, stabilizing his position while hastily inscribing notes in his book, The Art of Language. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 missiles descended in quick succession. One struck a checkpoint they had just passed, obliterating it in an instant. The final missile, however, plummeted directly towards them. At that critical moment, the pages of The Art of Language were closed by Yuji. His agility had been augmented from 6 to 27. In such a short span, he found himself unable to devise a suitable ability to confront the impending crisis. His mental prowess was limited to the realm of the light, rendering the exchange for a forbidden realm ineffective. A mere ordinary forbidden realm could not withstand a missile at that level. Other options were either unaffordable or consumables that would ultimately lead to a loss. Thus, Yuji decisively allocated all his points to enhance his agility. Feeling the transformation within himself, he gazed intently at the approaching missiles, raising his hand to prepare to hurl the Art of Language. The book's material was unknown, and thus far, nothing had left a mark upon its cover. Surely, the missiles would be no exception. Yuji's plan was straightforward: to detonate the missile with the Art of Language in advance, believing he could withstand the remaining shrapnel with his physique and strength, albeit requiring greater agility to intercept them all. However, before he could act, a flash of rose red caught his eye, meeting the incoming missile head-on. It was a blazing spear. Yuji recognized it instantly. It was Hong Ying's weapon. "Well done," he exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as he tightened his grip on the Art of Language. This made things significantly easier, although he was uncertain why Hong Ying and her companions appeared here. Her assistance in detonating the missile meant he would not have to catch the shrapnel barehanded. With the Art of Language in hand, he might even achieve an unscathed interception. Yet, reality proved to be more complex than he had anticipated. The shrapnel not only flew at an astonishing speed, but also exceeded in quantity beyond his imagination. Unless one possessed a power akin to Wang Mian's mastery over time, managing the situation would remain exceedingly challenging. In any case, A mere agility of 27 seemed woefully inadequate for the task at hand. Successfully intercepting all the missile fragments appeared to be a daunting challenge, with the possibility of casualties looming. At that moment, Lin Chie's roar echoed, "Ji Ge, I shall assist you." Instantly, a hemispherical realm of pitch darkness expanded, enveloping an area of 10 meters in diameter around the bus. This was the ability Darkest Abyss, Darkest Erosion, that Lin Chie had recently acquired from Nikes. He manipulated the divine ruins, aiming at everything within the realm except for Yuji. In the midst of this domain, Yuji was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a smile. What a clever lad, hiding such a trump card. He witnessed the fragments of missiles hurtling into the realm, appearing to freeze mid-air as if in slow motion. Without a hint of hesitation, Yuji sprang into action, fully aware that such formidable power could not be sustained for long by Lin Chie at his current level. With a powerful thrust, his leg muscles coiled like a dragon, causing the metal roof of the car to deform instantaneously. In the next moment, Yuji vanished from his position, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages. Within the obsidian realm, Yuji moved with the speed and precision of a master of shadow clones. The cacophony of overlapping clashes resonated continuously. "Now, Chia," his voice echoed, and just as the dark domain seemed to falter, it collapsed in an instant. Countless missile fragments, as if finally responding, soared like feathers in the wind, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Bang, bang, bang. What just happened? Is someone hammering on the roof? Hammering? That SA missile. A missile. After the deafening noise subsided, the occupants of the vehicle remained in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the recent events. Even Instructor Hong, who had risen to take action, wore a bewildered expression. He had already drawn his weapon, prepared for the worst, but in the blink of an eye, the ordeal was over. Astonishingly, no one in the vehicle had sustained any injuries from the missile strike. The only loss, perhaps, was the window that Yuji had kicked open. "Chia? What's wrong? What just happened?" Bali Fatty noticed Lin Chie's pallid complexion beside him. Lin Chie shook his head slightly, exhaling deeply as he slumped back in his seat. "It's nothing, just a bit of mental fatigue." Yuji, perched atop the vehicle, exhaled a breath of scorching air, relaxing as he sat down to rest. He raised his thumb towards the distant black minivan, where Hong Ying and the others waved at him, their expressions reflecting a sense of relief. Of course, what thrilled Yuji even more was the notification from the system. Merit 35, current total 35, causality 35, current total 37. Saving an entire vehicle of people had caused his previously dwindling points to surge to an unprecedented total. It appeared Yuji's earlier assumptions were correct. The new recruits, apart from himself and Lin Chie, hailed from various regions across the nation and were not affiliated with Songnan. As long as the targets were not those doomed to perish like the people of Songnan, saving lives indeed contributed to his point tally. On another front, the smoke enveloping the training base dissipated. Though the surrounding high walls and heavy gates appeared somewhat damaged, they seemed to have suffered no substantial harm. Above the base, a radiant golden shield enveloped the area, seemingly absorbing all shockwaves from the explosions, leaving the interior of the base utterly unscathed. Soon, the brilliance began to fade. Clad in military attire, Yuan Gang stood atop the high wall, the shimmering gold upon him gradually diminishing, his expression gravely serious. He gazed towards the distant bus, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Indeed, there's a traitor among us. Yet, how did they manage to mobilize the missiles? He contemplated various methods of attack, but never did he imagine that someone could orchestrate a missile bombardment. It appeared that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. Undoubtedly, he was correct in heeding Chun Mai's advice to disperse the new recruits. Otherwise, with the enemy concealed while they remained exposed, coupled with the glaring target that the training base presented, should those individuals continue to wield such weapons of mass destruction, even he would be unable to withstand the consequences. Chapter 71. Look at the swinging words in my hand and repeat that. Yet, on the other hand, this lad is indeed quite formidable. Yuan Gang's gaze fell upon Yuji, who was perched atop the car. He had witnessed the preceding scene with utmost clarity. Those were missiles, unleashed as if crafting iron flowers. It is hard to fathom how someone without any access to the forbidden ruins could achieve such an outrageous feat. There was no embellishment, merely raw numerical prowess. This stands in stark contrast to wielding the power of the forbidden ruins. Yuan Gang, a formidable figure in the Sea Realm, was acutely aware of the absurdity of this situation. Without a doubt, were he to take on the task, he would be utterly incapable. Initially, he harbored concerns about Lin Chia's departure from the base, leading to unforeseen complications. However, it seems that such worries were unwarranted. Not only Yu, but the power and precision of that shot from the young girl in the pool realm should not be underestimated. Moreover, there's Chun Mai, who possessed the forbidden ruins of black impermanence, and Wu Xiangnan, a former member of the Blue Rain Special Team. Each member of Team 136 was no ordinary individual. With such an ensemble, there should be little to fear. Sangnan, Peace Affairs Office, Underground Hall. At this moment, Yu Ji, Lin Chia, Chun Mai, and Hong Hao were seated together. Instructor Hong gazed at Yu Ji and remarked, "Yu Ji, you have saved an entire vehicle of people this time. I shall report this merit on your behalf. If all goes well, you should be able to receive a medal." To his surprise, Yu Ji displayed no gratitude whatsoever. A medal? I have no interest. It would be better to grant me some tangible reward. Furthermore, I was not the only one who contributed. Hong, Ying, and Chia assisted significantly as well. Relying solely on my efforts would likely have resulted in casualties. Very well. I shall report your request accurately and see if I can apply for something substantial beyond the medal. Instructor Hong chuckled awkwardly, adding, "Of course, I will also acknowledge the contributions of Hong, Ying, and Lin Chia." "Thank you, Instructor Hong." Lin Chia expressed his gratitude. "All right, enough idle chatter. What is the current situation?" Yu Ji inquired directly. Hearing this, Chun Mai and Instructor Hong exchanged glances, their expressions growing solemn. "It is the ancient deity church. Their infiltration is deeper than we had anticipated," Instructor Hong stated gravely. "The 5 missiles originated from Missile Launch Base number 39. By the time we reacted and proceeded to investigate, the entire base had already fallen. At the scene, we discovered not only bodies but also a multitude of shattered humanoid statues and snake eyes drawn in blood." Statues and snake eyes? The agent of Medusa? Such a blatant characteristic could be deduced even by Yu Ji, who was not particularly interested in foreign myths and legends. Instructor Hong nodded slightly. "Indeed, it appears to be her. Codenamed Snake Woman. She seems to have joined the ancient deity church not long ago, and her current strength should be at the river realm, though the specifics remain uncertain." "Are they targeting me?" Lin Chia asked. "Not just you. They're likely after Bali Tuming as well," Instructor Hong replied, "for he is, after all, the esteemed young master of the Bali family, renowned as the Museum of Forbidden Objects. The number of those who wish for his demise is scarcely fewer than those who seek to end yours. However, he is encased in the protection of forbidden artifacts, and the bodyguards of the Bali family are likely to arrive in Sangnan shortly, placing him in a situation that is probably more secure than yours." "Has a rotund fellow also come under scrutiny?" Yu Ji inquired, genuinely surprised. "In other words, in the eyes of the ancient divine sect, the Bali family poses a threat comparable to that of the dual divine agents. It appears he has underestimated the influence of the Bali family in this realm. Where is he now? From your words, the bodyguards have yet to arrive, correct?" "Indeed, but if we consider the time, they should be here soon." As for him, he headed straight to a 5-star hotel upon disembarking. By the way, he asked me to convey that his room number is 9039, inviting you to visit him when you have the chance. This hefty fellow truly exhibits a complete lack of urgency. Yu Ji chuckled helplessly. "By the way, have we apprehended the mole? We have essentially pinpointed the target." As Instructor Hong mentioned this, his expression darkened. "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. The paramount task is to ensure the safety of Lin Chia and Bali Tuming." "Very well. Are there any other developments?" "None." Instructor Hong shook his head slightly, revealing a faint smile. "In truth, you need not be overly anxious. The new year is approaching. Take this time to rest well. We have already positioned our forces throughout Sangnan City. Should you encounter danger and find yourselves unable to contend, remember to create a commotion. Ah, that is my forte. Iwi grinned. What arrangements do you plan to make next? Shamai asked. Yuji stroked his chin and replied, let us first seek out the rotund fellow. Did you not mention that his bodyguards have yet to arrive? I feel a bit uneasy. We promised to look out for him. Indeed. Lin Xie also nodded slightly. Boising no objections. Thus, the two ascended from the basement. Where are you two headed? Hong Ying, from the office upstairs, questioned, puzzled by their departure. Given how unsafe it is outside, should I accompany you? Can you repeat that while looking at this? Yuji retorted, pulling out a Luanyu. Fine, I merely wish to join you for some fun. Hong Ying pouted slightly, expressing her boredom from remaining in the office. The place we're good is not very suitable for bringing girls, Lin Xie explained awkwardly. What do you mean by unsuitable? Are you two headed to that kind of place? Hong Ying seemed to misinterpret, her face flushing red, then glared at Yuji fiercely. How can you take Xie to such a place? You're corrupting the youth. Yuji, speechless, responded, you're overthinking it. We are merely going to find someone. Huh? Hong Ying appeared even more bewildered. She pondered that this was all the more inappropriate. Life in the military may be monotonous, but you shouldn't. Bang. Yuji delivered a crisp thump to her head. What are you thinking all day long? We are simply going to seek someone out. You scoundrel. I shall contend with you. Hong Ying exclaimed, clutching her head in exasperation, as Si Xiaonan stifled a laugh while trying to restrain her. When Qima observed the lively commotion among the crowd, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In any case, do exercise caution while venturing out. He found himself quite fond of such an atmosphere. Rest assured, the instructors have deployed numerous personnel throughout the city, and Lung Xian is somewhere keeping watch. There will be no cause for concern. Yuji replied as he pressed down on Hong Ying's crown, playfully pushing her aside. The girl was simply unable to reach him. Subsequently, he lifted the box containing the Xingqian blade and gestured for Lin Xie to accompany him outside. Wait. During such extraordinary times, it would be prudent to consider your disguises. Could you not be a tad more professional? Hong Ying ceased her antics, exasperated, as she tossed hats and masks to the two. Very well, we are heading out. The pair donned their hats and masks, waving a farewell as they departed. Chapter 72. What is this? I thought it was just a speed bump. The Kyransky Hotel. Greetings. We are here to find a friend. After departing from the office, Yuji and Lin Xie quickly arrived at the front desk of the only five-star hotel in Songnan. May I ask what is the room number of the person you are looking for? 903. Before Yuji could utter the room number, a deafening roar erupted from above them. Pedestrians outside the hotel gasped in astonishment and fled in all directions, as if something had fallen from above. Apologies, but that will not be necessary. Yuji smiled politely at the front desk attendant, who was momentarily captivated by his charm. Without further ado, the two turned and exited the hotel. Indeed, they had come to the right place. The plump man had truly been attacked. Yuji squinted and gazed upward at the high rise. The rooftop was enveloped in flames, and amidst the falling debris, it appeared that two figures were intertwined within. Chao Yuan is also there. Chia, I will go catch them. You stay put. As Yuji prepared to leap into action, he hesitated momentarily. The two figures had ceased their descent, gracefully alighting upon a glowing golden flying sword, deftly avoiding the cascading debris as they descended onto a nearby open space. Wait, flying on a sword? This plump man possesses a flying sword? Yuji chuckled in disbelief. It seemed his worries were unfounded. No, Ji Guluk. Lin Xie pointed towards the direction where the plump man and Chao Yuan were flying. A massive, prism-shaped beam of light shot skyward, perfectly enveloping the plump man and Chao Yuan. That is, the unrestricted void. Yuji furrowed his brow at this sight. What was the purpose of drawing the plump man and Chao Yuan into this realm? Perhaps those who activated the unrestricted void are not from our side? True, the Night Watchers are not a monolith. I've heard that the bounty on this plump man is a staggering 800 million. I must admit, it's rather tempting. Yui grinned. Lin Xie sighed in exasperation. Now is hardly the time for jest. Since they have prepared the unrestricted void, their plans must be meticulous. Eugene nodded slightly. I will go take a look first. Are you all right on your own? Actually, I'm quite capable now, and let us not forget, I am still the proxy of the night goddess. The night is my domain. Lin Xie said this with a hint of embarrassment, as it sounded somewhat reckless before this formidable creature. Yu pondered for a moment and nodded, advising, indeed, let us split up, since they have initiated the unrestricted void. There must be someone stationed outside to guard the notice board. I'll leave that to you. If you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, create some commotion, and I shall arrive immediately. Understood. Before Lin Xie could finish his sentence, Yuji's form vanished from sight, leaving only deep footprints in the ground. Truly, he acted with swift decisiveness. Lin Xie chuckled wryly, then too melted into the night, disappearing without a trace. It appears that we have fallen into an ambush. Upon landing, Bailey looked around and addressed Chao Yuan. Indeed, there seems to be a traitor within the ranks of the Night Watch in this unguarded domain. I could discern that without your prompting. Chao Yuan replied with a grave expression. However, it may not necessarily be a traitor. It could also be someone emerging from the fasting institution. The fasting institution? Bailey seemed unfamiliar with the concept. With a furrowed brow, Chao Yuan elaborated. It is a place dedicated to detaining those who possess forbidden relics, housing not only criminals, but also a number of Night Watch members who have been expelled for misconduct. Young man, you possess keen insight. It seemed that one of the two imposing figures opposite them, a burly man, had overheard their exchange and commended them. If you do not resist, we can grant you a swift end. I see. Nevertheless, you were once members of the Night Watch, were you not? Bailey regarded the two men with disdain, remarking, how could those who once vowed to protect the people of the Great Xia resort to such acts as bombing hotels to kill me? Do you not fear retribution from the heavens should innocent lives be harmed? It was not us who bombed the hotel. The man frowned slightly at the retort, insisting, we are merely here to set the stage for your arrival, as per the plan. For money? Not quite. We owe a favor and are merely fulfilling a task for someone else. Should I commend you for maintaining some semblance of a moral compass? Bailey's tone remained scornful. In his view, regardless of the justification, aiding the wicked is still aiding the wicked. The moment these individuals allied themselves with malevolence, their fate was sealed. Spare us your attempts at persuasion. Let us commence. You shall not escape this barrier tonight. As the burly man spoke, he activated the forbidden relic. Instantly, his muscles began to tremble violently, compressing until he shrank in stature, transforming from a robust giant into a diminutive figure barely over a meter tall. Where did this elementary school student come from? Bailey was taken aback by the transformation before him. Do not underestimate him. Chao Yuan's expression grew serious. This is the 214th sequence of the Forbidden Relic, muscle reconfiguration. He can freely compress his muscles, and the strength and explosive power that result from such compression are formidable indeed. You truly possess discerning eyes, the man scoffed, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. I shall reward you with a punch. With that, he stomped the ground, causing the asphalt to buckle, and his form shot toward Chao Yuan like an arrow released from a bow. Strength and explosive power? I wonder how he compares to Brother Ji. Bailey could not help but think of Ji. I do not know. Chao Yuan instinctively replied while preparing to draw his sword. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Very well, it seems he cannot compare. Observing the scene before him, Chao Yuan silently retracted his hand from the hilt of his sword. What on earth? I thought it was merely a speed bump. From the swirling dust, a figure emerged, grinning with blood smeared across his face. It was Ji. Are you too unharmed? A near calamity was averted. Ji, you vowed to protect me. You must stand up for me. The rotund, Bailey exaggerated. Oh, upon hearing this, Ji turned with a puzzled expression towards another individual present. This was a man adorned with 3 blades, who appeared to possess considerable prowess. This lad, I shall shield him. Do you comprehend? Gulp. The man instinctively swallowed hard at the words understanding, setting aside the current 3-to-1 predicament. Merely witnessing the fate of his companion had already convinced him that he could never hope to match this individual before him. Ji, with a benevolent demeanor, remarked, if you comprehend, how dare you lay a hand on him? Seeking death, are we? No. You misunderstand. The man with 3 blades was drenched in sweat. I was merely unaware beforehand that he was under your protection. Chapter 73. Who wields a knife like that? The three-blade man swore that had he known he would encounter such a creature, he would have resolutely declined the task. He was well aware of his companion's formidable strength. Yet, in an instant, nay, before even a moment of confrontation, his companion was dispatched, leaving him utterly alone. Was he to face this? Could he surrender? Surrender, he exclaimed. Hey, as a former night watchman, how can you even contemplate surrendering? Meanwhile, Bai Li, the portly onlooker, relished the unfolding drama, chuckling to himself. Inwardly, the three-blade man cursed Bai Li's entire lineage. He thought to himself that he was doomed. Would he even manage to survive a single maneuver against the man before him? Surprisingly, this man did not appear entirely devoid of compassion. He granted him a chance. How about this? Yu-Ji assessed the three-blade man and smiled. You wield a knife? I offer you an opportunity. If you can surpass me in knife skills, I shall let you go. Really? The three-blade man's eyes lit up with excitement. He was quite confident in his knife abilities, though this individual was immensely powerful. His swordsmanship might not match his own. Indeed, a gentleman's word is his bond, Yu-Ji stated, gesturing to the box containing the celestial blade he held. Go ahead. I'll allow you to make the first move. Very well, then I shall display my modest skills. With that, a cacophony of metallic sounds erupted as the three-blade man lunged at Yu-Ji, drawing his knife. Although he wielded only one blade, the other two, seemingly animated by invisible hands, unsheathed themselves almost simultaneously. Is that all? Yu-Ji regarded the advancing three-blade man with a hint of disappointment. He had anticipated a more intricate display, given the presence of three blades. Instead, the two knives manipulated by the unseen forces merely mimicked his movements, striking directly and straightforwardly. This straightforward approach was not without merit. The combined force of the three blades would surely be formidable against ordinary opponents. However, before Yu-Ji, it fell short. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed. The three blades were flung aside in unison. Wait, was it not a contest of knife skills? The three-blade man gazed at Yu-Ji, utterly bewildered. The man before him had not even drawn his knife. Nay, he had not even removed it from the box. He merely swung the entire box toward him. Bang! With a cry of agony, the three-blade man was sent flying by Yu-Ji's subsequent swing of the box, tumbling across the ground like a stone skipping across water before finally coming to rest. Coughing violently, blood spilling from his mouth, he accused Yu-Ji. You lack martial ethics. Huh? Yu-Ji responded with a perplexed expression, closing the distance as he continued to swing the box. Bang! Composure 1A. A series of resounding thuds echoed through the air, accompanied by agonized cries that seemed to pierce the atmosphere. The sight was too grim for Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan, who averted their gazes, their hearts heavy with sympathy for the unfortunate man known as the three-blade warrior. Only when the anguished screams ceased did Yu-Ji turn to them and inquire. What was he saying? That I lack martial ethics? Where is the evidence of such? The blade rests in your hands. Brother Ji, must he instruct you on its use? Bai Li Pang Pang chuckled, rubbing his hands together in amusement. Wouldn't you agree, old Chao? Huh? Yes, indeed. Chao Yuan nodded vigorously. Yet inwardly, he harbored doubts, pondering the absurdity of wielding a blade alongside its case. Nevertheless, there was a semblance of logic in what the rotund man suggested. After all, if one preferred to swing both the blade and its case, who were they to judge? It was not a competition of swordsmanship, merely a matter of approach. Perhaps it was worth considering this method. It would ensure that one could still engage in battle even without grasping a blade. However, the execution of such a technique appeared daunting. After all, without transforming, one's strength paled in comparison to Yu-Ji's. To be honest, even transformation would not suffice. The Black King's slash seemed almost endearing in the presence of such a creature. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he had drawn his sword since meeting Yu-Ji. Even in moments of madness, when he unsheathed his blade, Yu-Ji would swiftly grant him a tranquil slumber akin to that of an infant. At times, Chao Yuan wondered if the abbot of Jiuhua Mountain had made an error in judgment. Was Lin Chi Yi truly his benefactor? Indeed, I maintain a strong sense of martial ethics. Yu-Ji nodded approvingly before swinging the case once more. A resounding thud echoed, and with the system notification, He halted his actions. The figure sprawled on the ground. The three-blade warrior, now little more than a grotesque semblance of humanity, lay lifeless. Is that all? Yuji expressed a tinge of disappointment. How audacious were they, daring to tread these murky waters as mere novices. Both the three-blade warrior and the unfortunate dwarf he had inadvertently slain earlier appeared to be at the same lowly level. One could only wonder what their employer had been thinking, sending such inept individuals to face him. It had resulted in merely a trifling accumulation of points. The first was an accidental casualty, granting him a mere point of virtue. The second, whom he had shown mercy, had barely lasted a few moments, yielding only a handful of cultivation points and another point of virtue. A meager return, indeed. Brother G, the situation is... At that moment, Lin Chiye's voice broke through the tension. Yet, upon realizing the redundancy of his query, he hesitated. With such a formidable presence in their midst, what complications could possibly arise? The brutal nature of the battle remained unwavering. Ah, you've resolved your end as well? Yuji remarked, surprised by Lin Chiye's apparent ease. He had not anticipated that the young man could conclude the fight so swiftly. It seemed their protective instincts towards him had been somewhat excessive. Indeed, one must consider that they're agents of the divine, dual emissaries at that. Lin Chiye nodded slightly. Acknowledging the resolution of the matter, there were two of them, both at the pool realm. However, I did not leave any survivors. Initially, he had intended to spare a life, but in order to conceal his extraordinary marksmanship from prying eyes, he resolved to eliminate them entirely. It matters not. Yuji was unfazed, confident that such lowly beings would possess no valuable intelligence. I shared this sentiment. Lin Chiye nodded once more, yet this was merely the beginning. It was likely that foes of greater prowess would soon emerge. Indeed, I look forward to it, Yuji grinned. The pool realm is inadequate. Surely, they will dispatch those from the river realm, or even the sea realm. If only a boundless expert were to arrive, that would be splendid. After all, it is merely a matter of points. The more, the merrier. Ultimately, as long as no formidable foes from the Klein realm approach, he felt assured in his ability to confront them. After all, aside from his own formidable attributes, he currently possessed a considerable amount of points at his disposal. Chapter 74. Inferno Ji Gu. Is everything all right with the knives in that battered box of yours? Lin Chiye inquired, gazing at Yuji's severely damaged case with a hint of bewilderment. Let me take a look. Yuji finally realized and opened the box to inspect the knives. Fortunately, they're intact. Otherwise, I would have to pay a hefty sum. By the way, what material is this star blade made of? Its quality is exceptional. It is said to be crafted from a very special metal that is nearly indestructible, Chao Yuan replied. Indestructible? That's impressive, Yuji remarked, surprised. Chao Yuan nodded slightly. After all, we are dealing with the mysterious. Perhaps I should request that they use the same material for the box next time. Yuji mused thoughtfully. Lin Chiye, Bye Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, pondering. Do you truly require a knife? Perhaps a solid block of iron would suffice. So what transpired earlier? Was it merely these few individuals who attacked you? Yuji directed his question towards Bye Pang Pang. Scratching his head, Bye Pang Pang replied. I have no idea. I had just finished showering when the entire floor suddenly exploded. Then we jumped down. However, it appeared to be no ordinary explosion. It was likely caused by a highly destructive, forbidden ruin. Your assessment seems accurate, Lin Chiye said, looking upward. The flames continued to rage on the 90th floor of the hotel, and sporadic waves of spiritual energy emanated from it. Clearly, it had transformed into a battlefield. There should be instructors covertly following and protecting you, and they're likely still engaged in combat with those responsible for the explosion. Remaining here would only be a hindrance. Huh? Are you suggesting that there is still fighting going on up there? Yuji's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. His spiritual power was too weak, and the distance rendered him oblivious. Yes, how? Lin Chiye instinctively responded. Yet, the howling wind surged past, leaving no trace of Yuji, only the tattered, empty box remaining. What? The towel on my body nearly flew away. Bye Pang Pang exclaimed in alarm. At this moment, he was left with nothing but his undergarments and a towel to preserve his modesty. Ji Gu is indeed exceptionally combative, Chao Yuan remarked. observing the figure racing towards the distant skyscraper with a sense of admiration. Lin Xie sighed. There's no need to worry. Given his prowess, he will manage just fine. Chao Yuan asked, what should we do now? At this point, let us have a meal. I'm feeling rather hungry. Bai Pang Pang patted his belly. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan exchanged exasperated looks. Can't you possess a sense of urgency? What is the big deal? I have faced countless assassination attempts throughout my life. This is merely trivial. Bai Pang Pang waved dismissively. Well, I never expected that being a wealthy heir would come with its own set of challenges. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the portly lad. On the 90th floor of the hotel, amidst the fiery inferno, a shadowy figure, distorted by the extreme heat, spoke with a grim tone. These two troublesome nuisances, must I eliminate you before you yield? Amidst the chaos, he manipulated the flames to encircle the two figures in the distance, the searing heat potent enough to melt steel. Had there been any recruits from the training camp present, they would have immediately recognized the two beleaguered silhouettes engulfed in fire. Instructor Hong and Instructor Han Li. As the commanding instructor for this outing, Hong's task was to covertly protect Bai Li Tu Ming, who was also in peril, while Team 136 was safeguarding Lin Chiyi. Little did he anticipate that the enemy would prove to be so formidable. The combined efforts of him and Han Li were still insufficient to counter the threat. How infuriating! They were facing a peak-level adversary from the Chuanjing, capable of wielding the troublesome flames of the Forbidden Ruins. The intense heat had nearly incinerated the clothing off the two instructors, their bronze-toned, muscular bodies marked with sweat and numerous burn scars. The enemy lurked within the flames, evidently unwilling to confront them directly. To thwart the enemy's pursuit of Bai Li Tu Ming, they had no choice but to plunge into the inferno and engage. They had already suffered considerable losses in doing so. What on earth is the support team doing? Hurry and assist us. Instructor Hong roared over the public frequency. He had called for reinforcements the moment the explosion occurred, yet none had arrived thus far. Don't be naive. I'm not the only one here. A cold laugh resonated from within the flames. You will either let me pass, or I will slowly burn you to death before I depart. Cough, cough. This is unacceptable. We cannot afford to wait for support any longer. We must act decisively. Instructeur unremarked, feeling the increasingly thin air around them as he whispered to Instructor Han. Only nudasligly. If they delayed further, they would be consumed by the flames or suffocated. In the next moment, the two of them, in perfect synchrony, charged towards the fiery figure from opposite directions, forming a pincer movement. Their blades cleaved through the inferno, their forms following the path cut by their strikes until they confronted the shadowy figure. However, just as their blades were about to strike, boom, the compressed flames erupted violently before them. The terrifying shockwave forced them to shift from offense to defense. The explosive force hurled them backward like cannonballs, and they stumbled several paces before regaining their footing, sustaining even more burn marks. Damn it, we can't even get close. Instructor Hong gritted his teeth in frustration. The individual before them was undoubtedly a member of the ancient God Church, possessing a remarkably high Forbidden Ruins rank, which not only suppressed their realm, but also utterly overwhelmed their strength, rendering them powerless. Even with their utmost efforts, they could merely hold their ground. Just a little longer. I'm almost there. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice crackled through their earpieces. It was Yuan Gang's voice. To ensure the safety of the new recruits, Yuan Gang had also positioned himself in the city, ready for action. Received. Hearing Yuan Gang's words, the two instructors felt a surge of reassurance wash over them, breathing a sigh of relief. Though they had momentarily relaxed, the two individuals fought with even greater fervor. Put in more effort. We must not allow this wretch to escape. Instructeur en green de broadly. Understood. Let's give it our all. Instructor Han nodded in agreement. Once again, the two moved in perfect harmony, their blades dancing through the flames as they struck towards the flickering figure engulfed in fire. The individual before them, however, appeared to have moments of vulnerability, struggling to cope with the relentless onslaught from both assailants, unable to extricate themselves. In that instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the scorching embers. Damn it! You seek your own demise. Amidst the fierce assault from the duo, the shadowy figure within the flames was ultimately wounded, the blood from the injury evaporating almost instantaneously in the searing heat. Feeling the sting of the wound, a glint of murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Chapter 75. A true blade. He had initially intended not to squander time on the two instructors before him. After all, his true targets were merely the young master of the Bailey family and that dual deity agent. Yet now, he was genuinely enraged. At that moment, Instructor Hong and Instructor Han swung their blades once more. However, this time, an unforeseen event unfolded. A sizzling sound resonated, as if something was being scorched. Their blades did not deflect as expected. Instead, it was as though they were ensnared within a vortex. The searing flames turned their blades a fiery red, as if on the verge of melting. Flowing flames? Instructor Hong's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could not fathom that this individual's control over fire could reach such heights. The undulating flames appeared almost corporeal, forming a whirlpool that gripped their blades tightly. Forgive me, but I have grown weary of this game. A pair of eyes, seemingly ablaze, bore down upon them, accompanied by a grin. In the face of absolute power, he could afford countless missteps, while these instructors could afford but one. With a thunderous explosion, the inferno erupted once more. In an instant, the figures of Instructor Hong and Instructor Han were sent flying again, crashing heavily through the walls of the hotel room. Cough, cough. Hung. Lee, are you all right? Instructor Hong called out, blood spilling from his mouth. But there was no response. That terrifying blow seemed to have rendered Instructor Han unconscious. Nor was Instructor Hong faring any better. Clang. The star blade clattered to the ground. He could no longer wield it. During the explosion, they had been utterly immobilized, and their hands, the closest to the enemy, were now grievously injured. Damn it! Instructor Hong braced himself against the wall to rise. He tore a strip from the remnants of his clothing and bound it around his hand, which had once grasped the blade. You're still alive, are you? You night watchmen truly are tenacious. The figure enveloped in flames mocked as it advanced slowly toward him. I recall the last night watchman I dispatched was equally resilient. He endured being burned alive without uttering a word. I wonder how long you can endure? The outcome is far from certain. Instructor Hong grimaced against the wall, barely lifting his arm. Though he spoke bravely, he was devoid of any fighting strength. At present, his only option was to buy time, awaiting Yuan Gang's arrival. Moreover, he aimed to divert the attention of the individual before him. He believed that Han Li had merely lost consciousness. Once Yuan Gang arrived, salvation would surely follow. Yet, instead of Yuan Gang, he was met with a howling tempest. The burning flames seemed to be rent asunder by the claws of a ferocious beast. It was a blade that sliced through the entire floor, flames included. Debris whirled in the tempest, the firelight intertwining with the moonlight, ultimately casting a shadow upon the blood-stained blade. Fortunately, they were already on the top floor. Otherwise, Instructor Hong felt that such a strike would undoubtedly bring down the upper levels. The tempest stilled. Before me, the silhouette engulfed in flames has vanished. To be precise, the fierce winds have scattered the fire throughout the entire floor. What remains at this moment is merely a headless figure that has yet to succumb. As for the head, it has long been propelled elsewhere by that single strike. The youth wielding the blade stands before Commander Hong, grinning, his short hair dancing wildly in the breeze. Is that you, Commander Hong? What a transformation in such a short time. Gazing upon the smiling Yu-Ji, Commander Hong is rendered speechless. This individual was at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, and yet, with just one stroke, he was vanquished in an instant. Recalling the scene that just unfolded, a chill of terror courses through him. Before the dust settled, he had felt nothing, convinced that the enemy's experience mirrored his own. For this man before him was swifter than the wind. He probably had no inkling of how he met his demise. Is this fellow truly formidable? How could he reduce you to this state? Yu-Ji muses, observing the unconscious Han commander not far away, his brow slightly furrowed. Both commanders belonged to the Chuan realm, implying that the one who dealt the fatal blow must also be above that level. Yet, the axe seemed devoid of any formidable strength. One swift stroke, and it was over. Was it too much force? Yuji contemplated whether he had overexerted himself, pondering if he should have allocated more agility attributes, for he hadn't anticipated that he would dispatch this foe so quickly. Most likely a member of the ancient god sect at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. We have indeed suffered due to the forbidden ruins, Commander Hong remarked with a bitter smile. Yuji, puzzled, replied, but I didn't utilize the forbidden ruins, did I? Can they even be compared? At this, Commander Hong's lips twitched. Although he lacked the power of the forbidden ruins, that strike just now could likely incapacitate even an average figure at the ocean realm. The ultimate speed and brute force. Indeed, it was the simplicity and purity of that strike, devoid of any fluctuations from the forbidden ruins, that led to such an astonishing victory. Any ornate embellishments would merely be a jest against such raw power. Is it all over? A deep voice resonated from behind. Yuji turned to see Yuan Gang arriving. You wouldn't accuse me of meddling, would you? Yuji nodded in response. Yuan Gang surveyed the devastation before him, shaking his head slightly. You performed admirably, even extinguishing the flames. It's unfortunate, though, that no one was left alive. Had Yuji not appeared, Yuan Gang would have arrived in time to save someone. Yet given the circumstances, it was unlikely he could have done better than Yuji. No need for formalities. I'd rather have a bonus than any medals, Yuji shrugged, sheathing his blade and turning to depart. Now, I'll leave the rest to you. You really are quite ungracious, Yuan Gang remarked, exasperated. However, Yuji paid him no mind, leaping down from the shattered wall, disappearing from sight. Chief, Commander Hong glanced at Yuan Gang, wishing to speak. Rest assured, Anli Islandia Unharmat. Don't push yourself, take a break. The rescue team will arrive shortly. Yuan Gang discerned the unspoken thoughts of Instructor Hong. He leaned down to assess the condition of Instructor Han and remarked, I have gathered a sufficient understanding of the situation. The adversary capable of reducing both of you to this state must possess strength nearing that of the sea realm. It appears the predicament is more dire than we initially imagined. At this juncture, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. This was merely the first wave of assassination attempts. It is likely that formidable sea realm experts will soon arrive, and perhaps even more than one. Should he find himself alone in such a confrontation, it would indeed be a daunting challenge. Fortunately, the presence of Yuji, that young man, offers some solace. During the training period, he had sparred with Yuji on numerous occasions, based on his estimation of Yuji's prowess. As long as they do not encounter a forbidden dweller capable of directly assaulting the soul, they should be able to manage. Chapter 76. Why not inquire about my celestial blade? No. Even if such formidable beings were to arrive, it would merely lead to a passionate exchange of blows. On Yuji's side, there is not a complete lack of odds. In fact, they might even stand a better chance. After all, who would presume that an individual with merely a flickering mental prowess could wield such terrifying destructive power? This young man's strength lies in his extraordinary physical prowess, which fundamentally distinguishes him from those who practice mental cultivation and possess the forbidden abyss. To employ a gaming analogy, take Yuan Gang for instance. Although he excels in close combat, he would merely be considered a warrior. Yuji, on the other hand, is akin to a warrior devoid of magical resistance. Generally, those who possess the ability to directly assault the soul, being of a mental type, lack formidable close-quarters combat capabilities and would appear as fragile mages before Yuji. Imagine the dire consequences for a fragile mage when confronted by a warrior in close proximity. The imagery is too exquisite for Yuan Gang to even contemplate. On one side stands a warrior lacking magical resistance, while on the other, a mage with exceedingly low physical resilience. The outcome hinges on who strikes first. Aware of his own vulnerabilities, Yuji would undoubtedly seek to seize the initiative, though the adversaries may not be so perceptive. They remain oblivious to the nature of their opponent. However, there is no cause for excessive concern in this scenario. Entities capable of directly attacking the soul are inherently rare. And if the enemy's targets are Lin, Chia, and Bailey Tumming, it is unlikely they would dispatch such types. After all, one is a divine agent and the other the pampered young master of the Bailey family, both of whom possess no weaknesses in this regard. As long as the foes do not belong to this category, the risk of being instantly eliminated diminishes, allowing Yuji to respond with composure. In any case, even if a genuine Sea Realm powerhouse were to arrive, should they underestimate their opponent, they might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Yuan Gang can attest to this. Having suffered considerable setbacks in this young man's presence due to his own underestimation, fortunately, they are not enemies. It was past 10 in the evening. At a quaint noodle shop on a secluded street in Sangnan. Boss, 2 pounds of fatty intestine noodles. Add beef. Add a large pork chop. Add a fried egg. Add a marinated egg. Add tofu. Let's start with that much. I may need more if it's insufficient. The rapid-fire order echoed, leaving not only the boss, who was busily jotting down the dish names, but all the patrons bewildered. Even Lin Chia, Bailey Pang Pang, and Chow Yuan shared the same expression of disbelief. Who orders noodles by the pound? Moreover, the added ingredients could fill a bowl to the brim. And this was merely the beginning? They turned to Yuji. Well, that alleviates any concerns. They were well aware of Yuji's prodigious appetite. After all, this individual could devour half a basin of plain buns and raw meat without breaking a sweat, while those at his table struggled to even sip the blood soup. Lin Chia even harbored doubts that Yuji's life prior to joining the Night Watch had been so austere, likely having developed his capacity through sheer consumption. After all, this single bowl of noodles alone had already cost nearly 100. He had initially thought that the 42 yuan for the fat man's bowl of noodles was outrageous, only to discover that there are indeed greater connoisseurs. The average wage level in Sangnan has never been particularly high. How can an ordinary person endure such a lifestyle? Lin Xie calculated roughly that if one were to work merely in a factory, considering Yuji's daily 3 meals and rent, one would need to resort to loans just to survive. It seems the mystery is unraveling. This person probably has never truly had enough to eat. No wonder he can savor plain steamed buns and raw meat so delightfully. Sir, our bowls can only hold a pound of noodles. The remainder and extra condiments will arrive shortly, the owner said, placing the noodles before Yuji with a hint of apology. Not all. Thank you, Yuji replied, pulling out his chopsticks and sipping the noodle broth. After running around and enduring 2 battles consecutively, he was indeed hungry. Brother Ji, what is the situation over there? Bailey Pang Pang asked curiously upon seeing Yuji take a seat. How'd you find us so quickly? The situation is more severe than we anticipated. Yuji slurped a mouthful of noodles and replied. The 2 instructors secretly protecting you have sustained significant injuries. Bailey Pang Pang was somewhat touched. They are really putting in such effort? That is the duty of the Night Watchers, Chow Yuan remarked indifferently. No one knows the sacrifices they make in the shadows, where no one pays attention. What about the enemy's strength? Lin Xie inquired. I have no idea. Don't look at me. It was a one-hit kill. How would I know? Perhaps you should consult my Star Blade? Lin Xie, Bailey Pang Pang, and Chow Yuan were left speechless. The instructor's strengths were at least above the Chuan realm. An enemy capable of severely injuring 2 instructors must be at least at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, right? A one-hit kill? They felt they had underestimated Yuji's strength. Nevertheless, the situation was indeed dire. This was likely just the appetizer. While eating his noodles, Yuji attentively regarded the chubby man. There may soon be powerful beings from the Sea Realm attacking. Are your bodyguards in place? What is their capability? Not yet. Bailey Pang Pang o Quarli Rapalia. But they should arrive by dawn at the latest. Their combined strength should suffice to handle Sea Realm adversaries. But overcoming them may prove challenging. Not very promising. Yuji mused, puzzled. You, the esteemed young master of the Bailey family, have only this meager security detail? Do they truly believe that Sangnan's small size precludes the emergence of formidable foes? Perhaps it's due to the numerous assassination attempts I've experienced? Typically, it's just petty skirmishes. Who could have anticipated that this situation would be so grave? Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head. Chia and I cannot remain with you indefinitely. After all, both of you are targets for the enemy. Staying together only concentrates the danger. It seems we must devise a way to bolster your security, Yuji concluded, falling into contemplation. At that moment, 4 familiar figures entered the room. It was Shun Qingzhu and his 3 followers, their eyes brightening slightly upon seeing them. A cost-effective and highly efficient bodyguard has arrived, hasn't he? They possess a certain understanding of Shun Qingzhu's prowess. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 068, an extremely hazardous forbidden area known as Chimin. Leveraging this forbidden zone, Shen Qingzhu was able to engage in a back-and-forth with members of the masked team even in the early stages of her powers. Although her opponents suppressed their strength, the value of her capabilities remained indisputable. Presently, Shen Qingzhu has undergone a qualitative transformation due to the loss of the suppression from forbidden objects, elevating her realm to the pool stage. Even when facing formidable opponents of the river stage, she is unlikely to find herself at a disadvantage. While she may not be entirely adequate against those of the sea stage, having an extra layer of assurance is never a misstep. The pressing concern, however, lies in how to persuade this individual to become the bodyguard for the portly figure. Their relationship with Shen Qingzhu is at best a mere nodding acquaintance. They are not well acquainted. Chapter 77. Chao Yuan. I am free. Just as a few individuals were feeling troubled, Shen Qingzhu inadvertently revealed his own weakness. He first ordered 4 bowls of plain noodle soup from the owner, who appeared to recognize Shen Qingzhu and his companions, expressing evident surprise. It seemed they had dined here several times before, always opting for the plain broth, indicating their financial constraints. The subsequent scene confirmed this notion. Yu Ji greeted Shen Qingzhu and the others, to which Shen Qingzhu responded with a nod. However, the 3 followers trailing behind him were less composed. Upon seeing the large bowl of condiments Yu Ji had set aside, they could not suppress their audible gulps of saliva. In the stillness of the night, the sound resonated distinctly in the quiet alleyway. Shen Qingzhu cast a glance back at them, prompting the trio to lower their heads in unison, which caused a twitch at the corner of Shen Qingzhu's mouth. He too glanced at the ample bowl of condiments before him, unable to resist swallowing hard, thinking, "Are you celebrating the new year here? Why indulge so?" Ultimately, with a resigned look at the price list, he expressed his inner conflict. "Owner, let us make a change. 3 bowls of shredded pork noodles and 1 bowl of plain noodle soup. And you, Shingu? I prefer the plain broth." Simplicity and purity are the essence. Yu Ji watched the scene unfold with a bemused expression, realizing that this fellow was likely the most stubborn among them. Yet, he did exhibit a sense of loyalty. Chao Yuan, perplexed, asked, "Jigo, have you tried it?" No one paid him any mind. Lin Qian nodded slightly. His character is commendable. "Are you two conducting an interview here?" Chao Yuan looked at the two with exasperation. Still, no one acknowledged him. Yu Ji turned to Bai Pang Pang. "What do you think? Should we have him as your bodyguard? I find him more reliable than Chao Yuan." Pang Pang chuckled in agreement. "That sounds good." Yu Ji nodded slightly and waved at the owner. "Owner, add a large steak and 2 fried eggs for each of them. If the noodles are insufficient, refill them." "Certainly." The owner beamed at the request. However, Shen Qingzhu was taken aback, staring at Yu Ji in astonishment. Yet, Yu Ji seemed to have grasped his vulnerability. "You wouldn't want your brothers to suffer alongside you, would you? All right, no need to be courteous. We're all comrades. Move the table over." "Fine. I owe you a favor." Shen Qingzhu ceased further discussion, signaling his 3 followers to move the table. "Another favor. It has been said not to be polite. After all, we are comrades in arms, right?" Beside them, Pang Pang nodded slightly. Yes, bro. When did you become so courteous?" "No, even if I were not polite this time, I would still owe him a favor." Shen Qingzhu seemed quite serious, recalling that if it weren't for Yu Ji blocking the missile during their mission, they might have faced grave danger. "By your reasoning, it seems we all owe Jigo a favor," Bai Pang Pang remarked, as if realizing the truth in his words. Chao Yuan quietly nodded beside them, having fallen silent, as he seemed to recognize his role in the social dynamic, realizing that perhaps he was not suited to lighten the atmosphere, given that no one seemed inclined to engage with him. Iwi smiled helplessly. Why did it seem that the number of people who owed him favors was increasing? "The rest is up to you, Qi." Lin Qi, understanding Yu Ji's intent, began to persuade. Moments latte. They secured the entirety of Shen Qingzhu's holiday for the price of 1,000 a day, with a down payment of 300. Do not perceive it as expensive. 1,000 a day for a warrior of equal strength to that of Chuanjing is quite a bargain. Moreover, for the young master of the Bai family, such a trifling sum was hardly worth mentioning. After finishing their noodles, Shun Qingzhu settled his three brothers and moved into a couple's hotel found by Lin Qiyi, alongside the chubby fellow and Chao Yuan. This hotel seemed to be the only one in Nan that did not require an ID for check-in, thus ensuring their information remained undisclosed, making it safer than other accommodations. In the guest room of the Hong Ying family's villa, Lin Qiyi pondered, will they be all right? Lying on a single bed, he still felt a twinge of unease. On the other bed, Yu Ji seemed unconcerned. What problems could arise? They are three, just enough to play poker. Doesn't that sound even more problematic? Lin Ji retorted silently. Rest assured, the chubby one is akin to a treasure trove, and both Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan are formidable. Besides, they have bodyguards sent by the Bai Li family. Nothing will happen. Fine. My real concern is whether Chao Yuan might realize he is merely the chubby one's free bodyguard and feel discontent. Yu Ji chuckled with interest. Lin Qiyi was momentarily taken aback, somewhat admiring Yu Ji's train of thought. Is this a detail worth worrying about? Yet upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. In these perilous times, anyone near the chubby fellow, whether a bodyguard or not, was inevitably thrust into that role. They only compensated Shen Qingzhu for bodyguard fees, which did seem a touch unfair. Enough of this. I cannot sleep. I will step outside for some fresh air and a smoke. You shouldn't be smoking secondhand smoke at your age. Yu Ji interjected firmly as he stood up. Lin Qiyi silently observed Yu Ji's retreating figure, sensing that he bore some unspoken concern. Lin Qiyi had always been one to repay both enmity and kindness. To him, Yu Ji was a reliable elder brother who had assisted him greatly. However, now that Yu Ji required help, it seemed he could offer none. He knew that Yu Ji had expressed a desire to return home, yet the subject of where home was remained unspoken. So, where exactly was this man's home? Wait. Returning home. Right, the new year is approaching. In an instant, Lin Qiyi appeared to have an epiphany, yet soon after, his expression fell into despondency. He finally understood that Yu Ji's concerns were perhaps akin to his own, the longing to return home for the new year. It was as simple as that, yet so difficult to realize. At the couple's hotel, a Chao Yuan sneezed. What's wrong? Old Chao catching a cold? Bailey Pang inquired. Why don't you sleep on the bed as well? No need, Chao Yuan replied. I just have an odd sensation, as if someone is critiquing me from behind. Lying on the makeshift bedding on one side, he rubbed his nose and surveyed the hotel room's environment, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Must we really stay here? There isn't even a double room available. Just make do. How could a couple's hotel possibly offer a double room? They only have king-sized beds. I Haven T complained, Bailey Pang lamented, sprawled across the waterbed. Truth be told, it's rather comfortable. Look at our esteemed friend, so dedicated to his craft. On the opposite side of the waterbed, Shun Qingzhu had also set up a makeshift bedding, facing away from them, silent and indifferent to the surroundings. This exemplified the professional ethic of being paid to perform tasks. I'm not your bodyguard. Why should I be so dedicated? As Chao Yuan had anticipated, he remained blissfully unaware that being beside the hefty figure was, in essence, no different from being a bodyguard, yet entirely without charge. Chapter 78, Great Compassion. Namo Gatlin Bodhisattva, the following day. Morning market. Yuj, with both hands burdened by an array of meat and vegetables, stifled a yawn while trailing behind the spirited Hong Ying and Si Shaonan. Lin Qiyi accompanied them, equally perplexed as to why they had been roused so early to toil. Yuj still felt the remnants of sleep clinging to him. However, as they ambled into a more secluded alley, the distant sound of something slicing through the air jolted Yuj awake. With a sudden jolt, Yuj found himself at the forefront, clutching his load and with an arrow precariously held in his mouth. Lin Qiyi, taken aback at first, soon wore a puzzled expression. Yuj shared this bewilderment, for he too noticed that the arrow he held appeared to have a rounded tip. It bore neither explosive nor toxic material. One might think it the prank of a mischievous child. The four of them gazed simultaneously in the direction from which the arrow had come. On the opposite high-rise, a figure draped in a black cloak stood quietly, as if ensuring they could see him, lingering after the shot instead of hastily retreating. What an audacious individual to provoke us, the night watchman, in broad daylight. Hong Ying, with her fiery temperament, wasted no time and charged forward. Yuj, Lin Xie, and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, uncertain. Should I follow? Despite sensing no malice from a newcomer, Yuj felt uneasy allowing Hong Ying to act alone. He handed the items he was carrying, along with the arrow, to Lin Xie and prepared to leave. Wait, Lin Xie called out, halting him. What is the matter? There is something inside the arrow. After examining it with his mental acuity, Lin Xie discovered something, disassembling the arrow's tail to extract a rolled-up note. Upon unfolding it and reading its contents, his pupils constricted sharply. What is wrong? Yuj, noticing Lin Xie's sudden change in demeanor, grew more perplexed. There may be danger concerning Ant and A gene. Lin Xie declared hastily, passing the bag he held to the still-dazed Si Xiaonan. I must go at once. Shall I accompany you? Yuj offered. No, it may not be genuine, and I should be able to handle this. You need to help me capture the messenger alive. Hong Ying is not adept at tracking. Understood. Yuj, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Lin Xie, stood momentarily stunned before nodding earnestly. It was the first time he had witnessed Lin Xie so enraged. However, he could empathize with Lin Xie's plight. If someone dared to threaten his family, he too would be inclined to eliminate the threat. With their resolve solidified, the two swiftly departed, leaving Si Xiaonan burdened with the cumbersome items meant for two strong men, bewildered and on the verge of tears amidst the swirling snow and wind. The howling wind, intermingled with fine snow, swept through, causing the strands of Hong Ying's hair, which were caught in the snow, to scatter chaotically. What's going on? Where is everyone? Yuji inquired, halting beside Hong Ying. I've lost track of him. That fellow is far too cunning. Hong Ying responded with a hint of frustration. Very well, I'll take care of the rest. You should escort Xiaonan back and inform Wu, Xiangnan, and the others. Yuji replied with a resigned shake of his head. He thought to himself that he had indeed lost track of him. Lin Xie's insistence on his presence was undoubtedly justified, or else that elusive rat would have truly escaped. Can you find him? Hong Ying began to ask, but Yuji's silhouette had already vanished. When his form reappeared, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the tallest structure in the vicinity. Tracking mastery, this is a skill that any ordinary person can acquire through training, typically found among detectives or hunters. After Yuji exchanged for this seemingly mundane ability through Luanyu, he gazed down upon his surroundings. His extraordinary vision rendered his eyes akin to those of an eagle, capturing every subtle detail within his sight. Not only was his vision enhanced, but so too were his hearing and sense of smell. With the augmentation of these superhuman senses, a skill accessible to any ordinary individual manifested in Yuji's hands with unimaginable and terrifying efficacy. Soon, he discerned the trajectory of the fleeing figure. With a soft thud, Yuji landed next to a manhole cover. The snow surrounding the cover seemed disturbed, as if something had recently moved through it. Moreover, suspicious sounds emanated from below. While an average person might overlook such details, they were unmistakable to Yuji's heightened perception. He bent down and closed his eyes. The sounds from beneath seemed to sketch a rudimentary map within his mind. As the distant noises ceased, the mental map in Yuji's mind reached completion. Found you, he grinned, lifting the manhole cover and leaping down. Meanwhile, in a spacious section of the labyrinthine underground sewer system, the newly arrived figure appeared to sense something amiss, pausing momentarily, a wry smile creeping across the face beneath the hood. It seems I have underestimated this person. No wonder that serpent demon was toyed with so effortlessly in his hands. With a resigned gesture, he removed his hood, revealing his true identity. If Lin Xie were present, he would likely recognize this individual at a glance, for he was none other than the prodigious high school student, and Qingyu, who had crossed paths with them during the recent Nantua serpent demon incident. Realizing that Yuji was not easily deceived, and Qingyu appeared to abandon the thought of fleeing. However, he seemed unprepared to succumb without a fight. Squeak, 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 sounds of rats echoed through the sewer, drawing ever closer and in great numbers. Ah, controlling, huh? How intriguing. Yuji's ears twitched, a sly smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Given that he was in a sewer where he could not fully extend his limbs, he decided to resort to somewhat gentler methods. Consequently, 2 Gatling guns materialized in Yuji's hands. He wielded a machine gun in one hand, and with a mere pull of the trigger, transformed into the merciful Bodhisattva Gatling. The terrifying recoil seemed to have no effect on him, as the blazing gunfire illuminated the entire sewer. The continuous staccato of gunfire echoed resoundingly, and the invading tide of rats soon fell silent. The ground of a sewer became a grotesque tapestry of holes and the mangled corpses of rodents. However, not all had perished. The heavens, in their benevolence, allowed a few to survive. With a decisive thud, he cast aside 2 machine guns onto the ground. Subsequently, he lit a cigarette, crouched down, and mockingly regarded the few motionless rats before him, saying, "I know that since you can command the rats, you can hear my words. Come forth obediently, and cease your tricks. Understand?" Chapter 79, The Soul Solution, and Luin soon. A shadow emerged from the darkness, hands raised high, wearing a bitter smile. Although there were indeed contingencies, and Xing no longer wished to continue the endeavor after witnessing the previous display. Even he had not anticipated that Yuji would conjure 2 Gatling guns out of thin air. While he possessed regenerative abilities, he had no desire to experience the sensation of being riddled with bullets. Moreover, if he could produce Gatling guns, who knew what else this individual might be capable of conjuring? Since he had no intention of opposing the Night Watchers, why would he willingly invite suffering upon himself? This was not a sign of cowardice, but rather an acknowledgement of the wisdom in recognizing the times. Is that you? I remember you. What was your name again? Upon recognizing Qingyu's face, Yuji scratched his head in contemplation. Qingyu, noticing the other party struggling to recall his name, Qingyu offered a resigned smile as a reminder. Ah, yes. Qingyu, the one from the same school as Lin Qie, right? But at lunchtime, Yuji's eyes brightened, and he spoke with delight. Indeed, it is I, Qingyu replied with a smile. However, the next moment, his expression twisted into one of discomfort. Well then, would you care to explain yourself? The voice came from a distance that felt alarmingly close. In the blink of an eye, Yuji had appeared right in front of Qingyu, his speed leaving Qingyu utterly unprepared, and the smile had vanished from Yuji's face. When it came to the swiftness of a change in demeanor, Qingyu could confidently assert that this was the fastest he had ever witnessed. I mean no harm. Yes, I am aware, hence you still stand before me. Actually, my stronghold is just ahead. Why don't we sit down and converse at a leisurely pace? Qingyu felt a surge of exasperation within. It was not that he had underestimated this individual. Rather, he had completely misjudged him. Given the speed demonstrated by this man moments ago, had a confrontation ensued, he was certain he would stand no chance whatsoever. There was no exaggeration in this assessment. It was a rational analysis. Forget the 2 Gatling guns conjured from who knows where, the sheer explosive speed akin to instantaneous movement, followed by the composed halt right before him, already bore significant weight. He had witnessed the prowess of members from the 136th team of the Night Watchers in Sangnan and had taken numerous spoils from them. Yet none could match the caliber exhibited by this man before him. Fortunately, Yuji had no intention of initiating a conflict. He gently patted Qingyu on the shoulder and flashed a smile. Good. Fortuitously, I find you quite intriguing. Yuji distinctly remembered that just recently, this lad, named Qingyu, seemed to be an ordinary person, as per Lin Qie's description, merely possessing a sharp mind. However, today appeared to tell a different story. Concealing himself in the sewers, acquiring special abilities in a short span, and even foreseeing an impending attack on Lin Qie's family. These various elements suggested that Qingyu was far from ordinary. Before long, Yuji followed the footsteps of Qingyu into the depths of the sewer, arriving at a spacious area. Upon discerning the environment, Yuji felt a flicker of astonishment. This place, rather than a mere sewer, resembled a well-equipped small research laboratory. It was hard to fathom where a teenager had procured such an array of research apparatus. Surprised, are you? You are indeed the first visitor here. Qingyu seemed to sense Yuji's astonishment, chuckling with an unmistakable air of pride. Yuji nodded slightly, indeed. I'm taken aback. So, from where did you acquire all this equipment? Borrowed, Qingyu replied with a serious demeanor. Borrowed? Yu chuckled helplessly at the response, shaking his head. After all, it was not his property to question. So, what purpose do you have for borrowing these items? To enhance my abilities, and Xingyu answered candidly, showing no intention of concealment. Indeed, you awakened your forbidden ruin after that incident? What is it? My forbidden ruin is quite unique, not listed in the Forbidden Ruin catalog. Hence it lacks a name. However, I refer to it as the sole correct answer. The sole correct answer? Yuji's face was filled with confusion. The name alone was somewhat perplexing. What is its specific effect? This ties into why I must borrow these devices. And Xingyu adjusted his glasses, a smile gracing his lips. He briefly recounted how, after the Nantawa Serpent demon incident, he evaded the Night Watchers, took refuge in this sewer, and established his own laboratory. Ah, I see. So, your Forbidden Ruin ability essentially revolves around analysis. By conducting extensive dissections and experimental research to comprehend the principles governing the powers of the mysterious, you can replicate them in yourself? After listening to Xingyu's explanation, Yuji swiftly grasped the situation. Soon, however, his expression turned somewhat peculiar, for Xingyu's ability bore notable similarities to his own Luanyu. Indeed, the ability to control rats that you just witnessed is derived from my research on the Nantawa Serpent Demon, and Xingyu remarked with a smile. Ah, so you were the one who took the head of the Nantawa Serpent Demon? I told you it was not theft. It was borrowing, and Xingyu reiterated. I have secretly assisted you all quite a bit. Don't you think this reward is reasonable? Yes. Yuji was too indifferent to argue further. His curiosity piqued by Xingyu's research achievements. So, what other discoveries have you made? Many, and Xingyu proudly began to showcase his findings. First, he demonstrated the ability to transform limbs into vines, then to solidify water into soldiers. Suddenly, with no hesitation, he severed one of his own fingers before Yuji's eyes. Goodness! Watching Xingyu's finger regenerate at an astonishing speed, even Yuji could not help but exclaim. It was not the regeneration ability that astonished him. Rather, it was the sheer ruthlessness Xingyu exhibited towards himself. To validate whether one has truly acquired such abilities, one must inevitably engage in self-harm. Yet, amidst the uncertainty of success, how many individuals would dare to undertake such an act? This fellow, slicing his own finger with the nonchalance of chopping a turnip, does not even flinch, surely. He cannot be anything but formidable. I possess numerous abilities, yet I shall not enumerate them all for you. Those in the know understand. One must retain some hidden cards, correct? Yuji expressed his understanding. Thus, having answered so many of your inquiries, might you elucidate my perplexities? At this juncture, Xingyu's gaze towards Yuji suddenly shimmered with excitement. Yuji, observing Xingyu's eyes aglow, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that while he harbored interest in Xingyu, the latter had also set his sights on him. Given this demeanor, could it be that this fellow intends to dissect him for research? Chapter 80. Is this even human speech? I didn't expect you to possess such audacity. But are you certain you comprehend the situation? Momentarily regaining his composure, Yuji observed Xingyu with keen interest and inquired, I am the night watchman, and you are the suspect. At present, it is I who interrogates you. You have no grounds to question me. Is that so? I believe we can indeed have a discussion, and Xingyu replied with a smile, displaying no signs of fear. If it came to blows, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. You possess the capability to easily subdue me and take me back. Yet here we are, which suggests you must have your own intentions. Most importantly, the gaze you cast upon me is not deceiving. It seems you harbor a keen interest in something I possess. Clapping his hands, Yuji responded to Xingyu's conjecture. Indeed, you are as astute as Lin Qi had described. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals, as it saves considerable effort. Ask away, what do you wish to know? Though I cannot guarantee, I will provide answers. And Xingyu's spirits lifted slightly at this, and he asked, I am curious about how you conjured 2 Gatling guns out of thin air. Might I borrow them for research? Oh, you're referring to that? Yuji casually tossed the 2 Gatling guns he had slung over his shoulder before Xingyu, saying, feel free to examine them. Just remember to dispose of them afterward. They could be quite troublesome to keep. Do they really need to be disposed of? And Xingyu inquired. somewhat taken aback, implying that they were not retrieved from the night watchman's arsenal, correct? Exactly. Yuji confirmed with a nod and a smile, then intrigued asked, "Why don't you take a guess as to how I acquired these two firearms?" "All right," and Shinyu replied without hesitation. As he nodded in response, he began to curiously explore the two massive weapons on the ground. Moments later, he seemed to arrive at a conclusion. From any perspective, they bore no distinction from conventional firearms. As he spoke, he directed his gaze back to Yuji, scrutinizing him. Despite the snowfall, Yuji, due to his physique, appeared unfazed by the cold, donning casual attire, loose pants and a short-sleeved shirt, even sporting a pair of flip-flops. Moreover, he seemed to lack any equipment capable of storage, leading in Xingyu to deduce that his ability must be the power of creation. Ha ha ha! Yuji couldn't help but laugh at this, his gaze towards Xingyu taking on a slightly perilous edge. This young man seemed far more intelligent than he had anticipated, with a remarkably open mind. To deduce the essence of his abilities from just a few observations was impressive. Would an ordinary person truly contemplate such an absurd notion as the power of creation? It is worth noting that such an ability, in many respects, resides within the realm of the divine. Your imagination is rather vivid. Do you believe such a thing could be actualized? Had you asked me this 6 months ago, I would have been inclined to deny the existence of such powers in this world. Xingyu appeared unfazed by the perilous glint in Yuji's gaze, responding with an air of nonchalance. However, circumstances have shifted. The presence of the mysterious has rendered all possibilities conceivable. Unraveling these possibilities and pursuing truth is the essence of my research. Regardless of the feasibility of its realization, I shall not dismiss it until I have personally verified it. Thus, based on your reaction, I surmise I have made an accurate guess, perhaps a broad approximation. Yuji shrugged slightly and raised his hand. In that instant, a pistol materialized in his grasp as if summoned from thin air. Anything inscribed in the lexicon of weaponry does not require re-scripting upon redemption. During the 6 months of intensive training at the Night Watchman base, he had clandestinely ventured into the armory nearly every night to study various weapons. Consequently, his lexicon now housed a veritable arsenal, capable of infinite withdrawals provided the points were sufficient. My abilities closely mirror yours. Anything I've thoroughly researched can be effortlessly conjured. Is that so? That certainly seems far more practical than my own capabilities. Xingyu, upon hearing this, did not exhibit surprise. Rather, his gaze towards Yuji grew increasingly animated. I cannot create ex nihilo as you do. As he spoke, he unconsciously edged closer. Stop, stop, stop. Maintain your distance. I fear I may be compelled to sweat you dead. Yuji regarded the youth before him, whose demeanor bordered on unnerving, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This was the first time he had encountered such a challenging individual. In truth, if you would permit me to conduct a dissection for research, dying at your hands would not be entirely unacceptable. Look at that. Is this the sort of statement a sane person would make? Yuji felt he had acted rather hastily. No wonder Lin Chie had cautioned about this young man, suggesting he might possess some eccentricities. It seems the line between genius and madness is indeed perilously thin. However, Yuji quickly regained his composure. So, it appears you truly fear not death? Xingyu smiled. That is not entirely accurate. Yuji pondered for a moment before speculating anew. Let me think. A truth-seeking maniac like you, though mad, generally cherishes life, for if dead, how could one pursue truth? Thus, unless it is a matter of truly sacrificing oneself to validate a truth, you would not easily relinquish your life. Therefore, you are not unafraid of death, but rather emboldened by some assurance. Xingyu offered no reply, merely smiling. Observing this reaction, Yuji surmised he was correct and continued. Allow me to venture another guess. Hong Ying mentioned that recently there have been reports of mysterious corpses missing limbs, and you have indeed acknowledged that these are the ones you have borrowed. Among them, there happens to be a lizard-type mysterious, thus your regenerative powers must derive from it. Am I right? Indeed. Xingyu affirmed with a smile. You are quite astute. No wonder you were able to manipulate that Nanda snake demon with such ease. Even with your compliments, I shall not easily let you off the hook. Yuji rolled his eyes and continued. So, Your ability for self-preservation is not akin to something like a lizard shedding its tail, is it? Regrettably, no. And Xingyu shook his head. Regeneration falls within the realm of a lizard shedding its tail. Indeed. Yuji furrowed his brow slightly. What gives you the audacity to remain unperturbed in my presence? Relying solely on such a half-baked ability will not allow you to depart unscathed before me. That is not my intention at all, and Xingyu replied with a smile. From the moment you discovered me, I knew I could not evade your pursuit. Therefore, rather than devising a way to escape, it is wiser to contemplate how to persuade you to release me willingly. Chapter 81. Brothers need not speak excessively. Yuji scoffed at the suggestion. You think I would let you go willingly? Surely you jest. And Xingyu maintained a smile, exuding confidence. Not at all. Do you recall what I mentioned at the outset? Your gaze cannot deceive me. There is something about me that piques your interest. This is the leverage in our negotiation. Perhaps you have misjudged me, he continued, extending his slender arms in an innocent manner, as if awaiting Yuji to affix handcuffs upon him. What are you doing? I'm not a police officer. Yuji retorted, rolling his eyes. Fine, you've won this round. I've never encountered someone as audacious as you. Thank you for the compliment. Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. Yuji's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and Xingyu mirrored his gravitas. So, what is it that you seek from me? He even opened his arms wide, turning in a circle before Yuji, as if to indicate that he could offer whatever parts were desired. Yuji found himself momentarily speechless at the display before him, and Xingyu was indeed the most challenging individual he had ever faced. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation and stated his intent plainly. I have no interest in your body. What I seek resides within your mind. This revelation left Xingyu momentarily troubled. It seemed rather difficult to accommodate that request in the short term. Short term? No, you misunderstand, Yuji said, feeling a bit flustered. He worried that if he did not clarify, this young man might indeed consider offering up his brain. What I desire is the knowledge housed within your mind, specifically the results of your recent research into the mysterious. Ah, I see. I thought it was something else entirely. You should have mentioned it sooner. And Xingyu responded with a cheerful smile. Without hesitation, he approached a safe in the corner of the laboratory, retrieving a neatly organized stack of documents and handing them to Yuji. Yuji took the materials, his mind buzzing. Was it truly that simple? Just a single request. And you acquiesced? Why not? Knowledge ought to be shared and disseminated. Otherwise, what is the purpose of my research? This made sense to Yuji, prompting him to reconsider his earlier thoughts. And Xingyu was not someone difficult to deal with. He was quite straightforward, almost like a long-lost brother. This puts me in an awkward position, he admitted. Then pretend you've never seen me. And Xingyu replied, is it truly that simple? It feels as though I'm seizing something unjustly. Perhaps I should suggest that you conduct a slice study. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease. Yuji spoke earnestly, and this statement surprised Xingyu for the first time. The notion of a slice study was typically something he jested about, as few would genuinely agree to such a proposition. Yet, the person before him appeared to be sincere. Are you serious? And Xingyu inquired with a tone of confirmation. Indeed, there are no falsehoods before the truth. Yuji, with a serious countenance, assured her while patting his chest. Wait for me here. With that, Yuji's figure vanished instantaneously, leaving Xingyu in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, he reappeared in a secluded corner of the sewer. It seemed he had exchanged for a portable camping lamp. And from the information provided by Xingyu, he unearthed the research findings on the mysterious lizard and began transcribing them with a device known as the Luanyu. It must be said, Xingyu was indeed an extraordinary genius. What was inherently perplexing became astonishingly clear through her research. Merely through the act of transcription, Yuji grasped a substantial understanding of the concept. Hyperregenesis. Exchange requires 1 merit 10,000 cultivation. What appeared to be an utterly outrageous ability, after reviewing Xingyu's research, required merely a trifling 1 point of merit. This only strengthened Yuji's conviction. The evidence suggested he had stumbled upon a treasure. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Xingyu, what abilities could he not acquire in the future? Such a precious find could not be relinquished lightly. Even if Xingyu wished to confess, he would not allow it. Suddenly, blood splattered across Yuji's face. He grinned, unhesitatingly severing one of his fingers. Moments later, his finger visibly regrew, as if it had never been harmed. To disguise the act, he wrapped it in gauze. Soon, Yuji returned to Qinyu's research facility. Is this truly your finger? Gazing at the severed digit before her, Qinyu still found it hard to believe. Don't believe me? Then I shall cut another for you. With that, Yuji once again sliced off a segment from the gauze-wrapped hand and tossed it onto the iron tray before Qinyu. After completing this act, he swiftly wrapped the fresh wound in gauze to ensure that even if the finger regrew, Qinyu would not see it. Qinyu silently stared at the two severed fingers on the tray. There was no doubt they belonged to the man before her. Remarkably, this was the first time someone had willingly allowed her to conduct such a dissection for research. For a moment, as she looked at Yuji's blood-stained, gauze-wrapped hand, her emotions became complex: surprise, delight, disbelief, and perhaps even gratitude. She had few friends and had never imagined that one day someone might genuinely comprehend her fervor for truth. Yet today, there was indeed someone willing to sacrifice for her pursuit of knowledge without a second thought. What was this? Could it be a kindred spirit? She understood that this man had ulterior motives for his actions. But what of it? Regardless, he undeniably acknowledged her. Otherwise, how could he have so readily severed his finger for her research? This sensation of being recognized was something Qinyu had never before experienced. Thank you. No need for thanks. I comprehend your sentiments. Henceforth, we shall be as brothers, though we share different fathers and mothers. Yuji solemnly patted Qinyu's shoulder. Between brothers, there is no need for excessive words. Qinyu was momentarily taken aback. All right. Yuji, little brother, I am a few years your senior, so you may call me Brother G from now on. Qinyu remained somewhat dazed. Okay. Yuji, in that case, dear brother, immerse yourself in your studies. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me. Even if it means confronting deities, I shall bring them forth for your examination. Qinyu's eyes sparkled. Excellent. In that case, take care, dear brother. I shall take my leave. Oh, by the way, I possess a compendium of forbidden realms, which may prove beneficial to your research. With that, Yuji thrust the book he had procured from the portly man into Qinyu's hands. He had already transcribed its contents, yet due to many aspects remaining unclear, he still required a substantial amount of points to exchange for the forbidden knowledge contained within. If Qinyu could thoroughly analyze this tome and share his findings with him, Yuji felt he would soon become invincible. Brother G, observing Yuji's vanishing figure, Qinyu allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Although he had unexpectedly acquired a brother, the sensation felt rather pleasant. He vowed that it was certainly not merely because Yuji had bestowed upon him this invaluable resource, which was entirely beyond his reach, nor for the promise of slaying deities on his behalf. Chapter 82. Is someone speaking ill of me behind my back? As evening descended, the falling snow in the sky gradually ceased. On the rooftop of a modest building, neither too near nor too far from a certain edifice in the old district of Sangnan, a solitary figure sat. It was Lin Chia, who had occupied this spot for nearly an entire day, having dealt with several waves of approaching foes. Beneath the low building, in the corner, remnants of snow mingled with bloodstains that had not been concealed. A dark van hurriedly came to a stop, and the black-clad members of the Night Watch logistics team cautiously approached the base, tending to the bodies of the fallen enemies, seemingly wishing to avoid disturbing the boy on the rooftop. Lung Xian observed this scene with a sigh. He leapt onto the rooftop where Lin Chia sat, positioning himself quietly behind the boy, gazing at his silhouette in silence for a considerable time. As the sky darkened completely, lights flickered on in the low building across the way, illuminating the figures within. Bathed in warm light, a woman busied herself setting fragrant dishes on the table, while the boy awkwardly assisted her. Despite there being only two of them, the table was laden with an extravagant feast. Yet, the mother and son did not touch their chopsticks, seemingly awaiting the return of someone. Alas, the anticipated knock at the door never came. Witnessing this, Lung Xian could no longer restrain himself and spoke to Lin Xie. In truth, since you have come this far, there is no harm in returning home for a moment. He understood that Lin Xie's hesitation to return to his doorstep stemmed not only from a desire to remain, but also from a fear of endangering this mother and son. However, Lin Xie merely shook his head in silence. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lung Xian reassured Lin Xie that even if he did not show up, his family would remain safe, as they were protected by a forbidden object known as Weiyang. This was one of the few artificial forbidden zones utilized by the Night Watch, albeit at a steep price, and only a select few within their ranks had access to such items. Yet, Chun Mai had expended a considerable sum to equip every member of Team 130 SXS family with such a protective relic. If Yu Ji were present, he would likely be once more astonished by the value of the corpulent Bai Li, likening him to a veritable treasure trove. The Night Watch's officially owned forbidden objects were scarce, yet this plump fellow seemed to wield them as if they cost nothing, underscoring the truth behind the Bai Li family's reputation as a repository of such artifacts. Come, let us go. As they watched the mother and son enjoying their New Year's Eve dinner, Lung Xian gently patted Lin Xie's shoulder, offering comfort. Though you cannot partake in this family's feast, another home awaits us where others are eager for our return. Lin Xie smiled at this, nodding slightly. Speaking of which, have you heard Ji Ge mention anything about his family? Do they also have the protection of Weiyang? Regarding that, upon mentioning Yu Ji's family, Lung Xian's expression turned slightly peculiar. You must not divulge that I told you this. We have actually investigated Yu Ji's background. He has been an orphan since childhood, as his family perished when he was just a few years old. Thus, Lin Xie seemed to grasp something profound. Indeed, when he expressed his desire to return home in the presence of the captain presumed he was experiencing some psychological issues. Lung Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment as he affirmed Lin Xie's thoughts, for his family had long since departed from this world. I understand, he replied. Well, it's good that you do. Just be sure never to mention anything related to his family in front of him. It will be best to avoid any discussions pertaining to home altogether. Even if he brings it up, pay it no mind. All right. What do you mean by all right? I could have sworn I heard someone speaking ill of me from behind. The unexpected voice startled both of them, causing them to jump. Turning around, they discovered that Yu Ji had somehow approached them unnoticed. Brother Ji, when did you arrive? Lin Xie awkwardly shifted the topic. By the way, have you managed to catch that person? Not all. Yu Ji shook his head in disappointment. That fellow was exceedingly slippery. I pursued him halfway across the city, only to lose him in the end. Is that so? Lin Xie questioned, somewhat skeptical. Given Yu Ji's speed, could there truly be someone capable of evading him? However, it seemed an opportune moment to dwell on such matters. Let be. It's not worth it. That person likely harbors no ill intentions. Shall we head home for a meal? As he spoke, he quickly exchanged glances with Lung Xian. Yes. Lung Xian, catching on, instinctively chimed in. Let us go. It's time for the New Year's Eve dinner. Tonight, the captain is cooking for us. You're in for a treat. Home. Yu Ji paused at the mention. Oh no, both Lin Xie and Lung Xian thought to themselves, sensing trouble. Lung Xian mentally chastised himself for his earlier words, having just said not to bring up family-related topics. Fortunately, Yu Ji did not react strongly. He merely smiled gently. All right, let us head home. Phew. The two breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Yu Ji's response seemed quite normal, devoid of any psychological issues. Had they perhaps misjudged the situation? A moment later, the trio returned to the Peace Affairs office. Ding dong, welcome. As Yu Ji opened the door, the rich aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air. You back. Come, sit down for dinner, greeted Chun Mai, donned in an apron and holding a platter of food, exuding the charm of a devoted homemaker. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and the others were already seated at the table, eagerly waiting with anticipation. Only Si Xiaonan cast a somewhat resentful look at Yu Ji and Lin Xie, recalling how they had left her alone earlier that morning amidst a heap of dishes in the frigid cold. But thankfully, all grievances dissipated with the toast of Happy New Year. As everyone settled in, the sounds of the Spring Festival Gala echoed from the television. Clinking glasses filled the room. And outside, fireworks soared skyward in perfect timing. As Yu Ji raised his glass, engaging in light-hearted conversation with those around him, he lifted his gaze towards the splendid fireworks outside, an uncharacteristic, gentle smile gracing his face. In this world, he had unknowingly begun to feel a sense of belonging. But could this truly be deemed a blessing? He couldn't help but recall the question posed by Yuan Gang. If one day you were to sacrifice your life for this city, what would you do? In the past, his response would have undoubtedly been that the fate of this city held no significance for him. Yet now, observing Wen Qimo, who lay sprawled on the sofa, intoxicated like two lifeless dogs, Wu Xiangnan, whose head rested on the table, mumbling and giggling with a bottle in hand, the rosy-cheeked Si Xiaonan, nodding vigorously, Chun Mai, steadfastly assuming the role of a responsible adult, the aloof Lung Xian, who seemed to be engaged in nonsensical chatter while brandishing a gun, and Lin Xie, despite his inebriation, maintained a serious demeanor. Oh, and Zhao Kongcheng, who playfully wielded a scratcher as if it were a sword, questioning the television screen about his own handsomeness. Yuji suddenly found it increasingly difficult to remain an outsider. Chapter 83. The Serpent Woman on the First Day of a New Year. Yuji was jolted awake not by the celebratory firecrackers, but by a deafening explosion. What on earth is happening? He rose irritably and stepped outside. At that moment, he noticed someone was already outside. Lin Chi stood at the entrance with a broom in hand, seemingly sweeping snow. Yet he too had heard the distant commotion and was frowning as he gazed towards the rising plume of smoke. Is that in the direction of Fatty and the other's hotel? Yuji inquired uncertainly. Yes. Lin Chi finally reacted, nodding vigorously. Fatty and his crew are in danger. Damn it. These rascals can't even take a break during the new year. Yuji was genuinely a bit vexed. Never mind. Just to be safe, I'll go check the situation. With that, he leaped forward and sprinted into the distance. Lin Chi watched the snow scattered all over the yard, feeling somewhat speechless. So, should he continue sweeping the snow, or go lend a hand? Does Yuji truly need his assistance? It seemed not. Perhaps he should just continue sweeping the snow. Thus, the sound of the broom brushing against the ground resumed in the yard. On the rooftop of a building situated between the office and the couple's hotel, where Bai Li Tu Ming and his companions were temporarily residing, a woman languidly perched on the eaves. Her raven-black curls danced like a swarm of serpents in the wind, and her enchanting visage bore a hint of displeasure as her slit pupils squinted while surveying the still slumbering city below. A low, buzzing sound emerged. She retrieved her phone, furrowing her brow as she answered. What is it? She had been rudely awakened early in the morning and had received orders to lie in wait here, leaving her in no mood for pleasantries. There has been an unforeseen incident. It seems the person arriving is not Lin Chi. A deep male voice resonated through the phone. What happened? Her frown deepened. She had barely caught up on her beauty sleep before hastily coming here to ambush the so-called dual divine agent, only to be informed that the person was not who she expected. We deliberately created a stir at Bai Li's side, thinking Lin Chi would be unable to resist investigating, especially considering the reports from our informants indicated a good rapport between the two. After all, he rushed to support during the last attack. Who would have thought he would neglect this time? The voice on the other end was growing increasingly agitated. Oomph. The woman scoffed disdainfully. Perhaps he has caught wind of your scheme? Impossible. This was a last-minute plan. Aside from you, I did not inform anyone else. The man's tone was dark. Then it certainly cannot be that I leaked any information. The woman's tone turned menacing. No, I did not intend to accuse you. However, it may be necessary for you to deal with this unexpected individual before seeking out Lin Chi. How troublesome. Since the plan has failed, can't we simply cancel it? The woman's impatience was evident. After all, it is the new year. Perhaps we could postpone until tomorrow? That won't do. This is our final opportunity. The man's tone was serious. Why do you think I summoned you for an ambush? The undercover agents of the training camp have already been exposed. Yuan Gang has left the camp, which means that from today until these new recruits' holiday concludes, he need not rush back to the base after supporting this side. He will remain steadfast in the city. After today, seizing the opportunity will become exceedingly difficult. He has already arrived? How can I possibly deal with this unexpected individual before seeking out Lin Chi? The woman's tone was displeased. How could I stand a chance against Yuan Gang if we were to cross paths? Rest assured, there will be someone to hold off Yuan Gang, granting you ample time to accomplish the task. This mission is of utmost importance. Lin Chi is is the unparalleled dual divine agent, and the esteemed master of whispers regards him with even more significance than King Face. Do not disappoint Master of Whispers, otherwise you know the consequences. King Face. Is he the one who nearly cleaved me in two last time? I have never encountered such a lack of charm in a man. Surely, Lin Xie cannot be more formidable than King Face? Impossible. He is likely only at the pool realm. Though you have just joined us and your level is still low, surviving the encounter with King Face ensures you cannot fall short against Lin Xie, the man asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, the woman, known as Snake Lady, could only acquiesce. Responding languidly, "All right, I understand. I will complete the task." Do not adopt such a dismissive attitude, the man cautioned. The individual approaching your direction is no ordinary foe. Lu Liang suffered greatly under this very individual last time. Before the man could finish, Snake Lady yawned and abruptly ended the call. She gazed down from her perch, observing a figure moving at a leisurely pace through the snow. It was Yu. Despite the cacophony of explosions, Yu remained unperturbed. The hefty fellow not only possessed numerous protective items, but was also safeguarded by Chao Yuan, Shan Qingzhu, and bodyguards from the Bailey family. Additionally, there were personnel assigned by the Night Watch. Under such triple protection, it was improbable for anyone to succeed swiftly. Conversely, if someone could easily breach such formidable defenses, Yu's haste would likely be futile. After all, it would take a being of at least the Klein realm to navigate such layered protection effortlessly. In any case, Yu was merely here to assess the situation as a precaution. Is this the unexpected individual? The speed is commendable, but apart from that, he appears rather unimpressive. As Snake Lady murmured to herself, she slowly rose, stretching luxuriously, her alluring curves exuding an enchanting grace. She licked her lips, her serpentine eyes locking onto Yu with the predatory gaze of a snake eyeing its prey. Very well. I shall indulge you for a delightful encounter meanwhile. As Yu approached the commercial street, he sensed something amiss and slowed his pace. Although the morning streets were largely deserted, he chose a more secluded path to evade the gaze of ordinary citizens. Yet, even in this manner, the surrounding environment felt unnervingly quiet. Too quiet, in fact almost sinister. Yu was confident in his hearing. Even the sound of a mouse burrowing underground was clear to him. Yet at this moment, the vicinity, spanning 100 meters, was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if even the wind and snow had come to a standstill. No, to be precise, the surrounding snow appeared to have been influenced by some unseen force, transforming into patterns resembling a multitude of eyes. Were those serpent eyes? As he scrutinized the serpent eyes formed by the accumulated snow, a flicker of realization crossed Yu's gaze. Not only the snow, but everything around him that could be described as a line seemed to inexplicably outline a myriad of serpent eyes. He recognized that he had unwittingly stepped into someone else's domain. Chapter 84. I don't care about your nonsense indeed. As soon as he raised his head, Yu beheld a captivating figure gracefully traversing the wall, seemingly teleporting with each fluid movement, descending in a series of ethereal flashes. Teleportation? No. It must be translocation. His extraordinary dynamic vision allowed Yu to instantly perceive the subtlety of her movements. Each time the woman appeared, she landed precisely at the spot of the serpent's eye. Is that all? Yu couldn't help but smirk. He had merely intended to check if the chubby fellow required assistance, but unexpectedly encountered an opportunity along the way. Young man, where's the fire? If you have a moment, why not stay and become my servant? While Yu pondered this, the serpent woman had already materialized on the ground. Her slender fingers caressed her lips, and she flicked her tongue to taste the air, her gaze upon Yu igniting with fervor. From a distance, it became apparent. So this is the visage you bear. However, Yu doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Not interested. The serpent woman was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? With a swift gust, Yu had already closed the distance, his clenched fist ready to strike. I have no interest in you. Yet, his punch met only air. How could he dismiss her as a mere distraction? Such a lack of romantic finesse. The serpent woman once again vanished, reappearing a short distance behind him, her fingers entwining in her serpentine hair, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yuji, however, paid her no heed, muttering to himself as he regarded his fist. It seems she possesses some skill. This complicates matters. Now you understand. Are you willing to become my servant? The serpent woman's laughter echoed as she misinterpreted Yuji's words. I will make you succumb beneath my feet, reveling in unparalleled glory. Yuji offered no response, instead stepping forward to throw another punch. Humph! Observing that Yuji entirely disregarded her, the serpent woman's expression soured. With a haughty snort, she teleported to yet another position of the serpent's eye. But no sooner had she completed her translocation than her pupils dilated in shock. Bang, whoosh, a tremendous force seized her by the throat, pinning her violently to the ground. The earth, unable to withstand such power, cracked beneath them, while blood gushed forth from the serpent woman's mouth as if it were free of cost. Such excessive chatter, Yuji remarked, his expression impassive as he pressed against her neck, a hint of displeasure on his face. His earlier complications referred to the difficulty of controlling his strength. After all, the laws of physics still held sway over him. When not unleashing his full force, he could indeed modulate his strength. But even a slight increase would lead to a scenario like this. Cough! The serpent woman continued to sputter blood. Were it not for the divine protection of Medusa's power, that impact might have claimed her life. Had it been any other being of equal standing, not blessed by a deity, they would certainly have met their demise. How could you possibly know where I would appear? The serpent woman inquired with incredulity etched in her eyes. Is it conceivable that I arrived after witnessing your emergence? How could that even be accomplished? Others fail because they lack the requisite speed, Yuji replied with evident disdain. Although he yearned to accumulate more points, he possessed no sadistic inclination to torment a woman. Thus, he clenched his fist, preparing to grant her a swift conclusion. Please, don't. I am. The serpent woman pleaded pitifully. I care not for your circumstances. Yuji retorted with a cold smirk as he swung his fist. In principle, he refrained from striking women. However, in the throes of battle, he made no distinctions. With a whoosh, the force of his punch surged toward her face, prompting the serpent woman to nearly shut her eyes in anticipation of her demise. In that fleeting moment, she wished to retract her previous statements. The man before her was the most unrefined soul she had ever encountered. What was Wang Mian compared to him? Yet, at that instant, an overwhelming sense of peril caused Yuji's fist to falter slightly before he altered its trajectory. A glint of cold light flashed as his fist met the gleaming edge, producing an intense clash of metal. Without hesitation, Yuji stepped back, distancing himself from the serpent woman, or rather, from the man who had approached her. Drip, crimson droplets fell, staining the snow beneath. Yuji had been wounded, a rare occurrence. However, he had no time to dwell on the injury to his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the man before him. Hai Jing, sharp eye, and quick reflexes. It seems the Night Watch has birthed an exceptional talent. The man spoke with a hint of admiration, yet his tone carried an air of regret. Alas, it appears this is where it shall end for you. However, Yuji's excitement intensified upon hearing the man's words. Be cautious with your proclamations, elder. If all goes as expected, this will be my first true clash with a formidable opponent from Hai Jing. The man furrowed his brow slightly at Yuji's declaration. If you were to flee with all your might, there might be a glimmer of hope. I would prefer not to extinguish the Night Watch's future in its infancy. Are you belittling me? No, that was not my intention. Is that so? Yuji found himself perplexed. The sincerity in the man's words seemed genuine, yet they emerged from the lips of a suspected cultist of the ancient gods, creating a contradiction. Intriguing. What is your name, elder? The 13th seat of the cult of the ancient gods. Han Xiaoyun, the man replied, raising his long spear towards Yuji with a measured demeanor. You still have time to leave. Who do you think you are looking down upon? The ire within Yuji swelled as he listened to Han Xiaoyun insistently urging him to retreat. It was a festive time of year, and now, having disturbed his slumber, the man expected him to return to rest. The feeling is akin to a deer being ambushed by a throng of people, brandishing a birthday cake, singing happy birthday in an utterly stifling manner. Can one truly endure such a sensation? Yuji flexed his right hand, although the back of his hand bore numerous bloodstains. The accelerated regeneration had completely healed his injuries. With a powerful stomp, he struck the ground, causing the accumulated snow to part instantaneously, creating a cylindrical trajectory in the air. Han Xiaoyun's gaze sharpened slightly. As he beheld the approaching fist, he opted not to confront it directly, but instead evaded with the Serpent Maiden. Humph! Observing his empty strike, Yu Ji disdainfully raised his head toward the rooftop. There stood Han Xiaoyun, having carried the gravely injured Serpent Maiden to the summit of the high building. Such brazen words. Yet he fled faster than a rabbit, did he not? Han Xiaoyun chose not to retort. Chapter 85. Fierce battle indeed. I underestimated you. With a resounding thud, Han Xiaoyun cast aside the Serpent Woman. How infuriating! She spat blood upon being roughly thrown to the ground, her face contorted with malice, clearly displeased by such treatment. Yet, Han Xiaoyun paid her no heed, not even sparing her a glance. If you wish to live, depart from this place. After uttering this warning, he leaped for the towering building, spear in hand. A piercing sound sliced through the air above. Yu Ji gazed at the spear descending from above. Grinning widely, this is splendid. Amidst the roar, he drew his weapon and swung it forcefully at the spear's blade. Clang, crack, the ground beneath them crumbled under the titanic force of their clash, but it appeared that Yu Ji held the upper hand. Han Xiaoyun, absorbing the impact, used the force to somersault and land in the snow nearby. The spear in his grasp continued to vibrate ominously. However formidable the previous strike had been, Han Xiaoyun remained as steady as a mountain, his hands betraying no tremor. Excellent. He is indeed a master of the sea realm. Cultivation 1. Hearing the system's notification, Yu Ji was further invigorated by Han Xiaoyun's calm demeanor. It was evident that a formidable opponent from the sea realm was not easily dealt with. Yet, this meant he could earn more points. Your mental fortitude appears rather feeble. What realm do you inhabit? Han Xiaoyun inquired, his brow furrowed. Despite having exchanged blows, he still could not discern Yu Ji's true strength, though he could tell Yu Ji was quite young. Guess? He replied enigmatically. Accepting Yu Ji's reluctance to divulge his secrets, Han Xiaoyun raised his spear, ready to engage once more, reiterating, I have no path of retreat. If you do not withdraw today, one of us shall certainly perish. Was it merely Yu Ji's illusion? He sensed a hint of resignation in Han Xiaoyun's tone as he spoke of death. Nevertheless, Han Xiaoyun showed no intention of sparing him. Before his words had fully dissipated, the icy glint of his spear was already upon Yu Ji. The swirling snow on the street was swept up by the spear, resembling a pale, giant axe descending. You wish to rely solely on raw power? You have indeed come to the right person. Ha ha ha. Yu Ji laughed heartily, witnessing Han Xiaoyun's straightforward assault. With a swift motion, Yu Ji's weapon collided with Han Xiaoyun's spear, producing a fierce sound of metal grinding together, sparks dancing amidst the delicate snowfall. Just as Han Xiaoyun believed their encounter would again result in a stalemate, Yu Ji unexpectedly relinquished his weapon, stepping forward to grasp the spear's shaft. Realizing Yu Ji's intention, Han Xiaoyun's pupils constricted, thinking Yu Ji aimed to seize his weapon. He exerted force, twisting the spear to prevent Yu Ji from securing a firm grip. However, Yu Ji merely grinned and released his hold, closing the distance to Han Xiaoyun in an instant. He had no intention of commandeering Han Xiaoyun's weapon. He merely sought to bridge the gap between them. The spinning spearhead grazed Yu Ji's face, drawing a slender line of blood. In the next instant, Yu Ji stepped forward, nearly pressing himself against Han Xiaoyun. The immense force caused his foot to break through the accumulated snow on the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. His clenched fist, propelled by a tempest, soared towards Han Xiaoyun's face with unbridled ferocity. Had he been facing an ordinary opponent, Yu Ji would have shown restraint, as it would allow him to accumulate more points. However, in the presence of a true master of the sea realm, he felt free to unleash his full potential without hesitation. The strike aimed directly at a vital point, devoid of mercy. Yet Han Xiaoyun was no novice. His Forbidden Ruins technique was ill-suited for use in the presence of allies, which had honed his martial prowess to a remarkable degree. His battle-hardened experience informed him that merely evading Yu Ji's blow would not suffice. While he wielded a long spear, Yu Ji was currently armed only with his fists. Although the close proximity diminished the spear's advantages, retreating now would lead to dire consequences. He lacked the confidence to create sufficient distance from this explosively powerful young man. His speed was inadequate. Choosing to retreat would only result in being ensnared. In martial arts, speed reigns supreme, especially in the close and perilous realm of fist fighting. Regardless of the style, the essence lies in closing the distance to launch relentless assaults. Should he retreat now, failing to create enough space, he would fall into Yuji's rhythm and be continuously suppressed. The worst outcome would be to find himself with no opportunity to counterattack. To break the deadlock, he must disrupt Yuji's offensive. In a surprising turn, Han Xiaoyan advanced instead of retreating, sidestepping to the right and moving forward, evading the punch while closing in on Yuji. The force of the punch grazed his cheek, evening the score between them. He stepped down with his right foot, locking it around Yuji's ankle. The fused force of the Sea Realm's spiritual energy erupting into terrifying strength. He immobilized Yuji's movements, and then, bang, a dull thud resonated. This was the sound of their shoulders colliding. In that moment, pure physical power clashed with the refined might of spiritual energy, seemingly vying for supremacy in strength. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Han Xiaoyan sensed he may have underestimated his opponent. Despite recognizing Yuji as a formidable adversary after receiving his initial strike, he still misjudged the youth's true power. The impact against Yuji's shoulder felt less like colliding with a person and more akin to striking an immovable mountain. Huh! Yuji smirked, taunting Han Xiaoyan, who stood so close. Is this all the might of a Sea Realm master? It appears I hold the advantage. With that, he flexed his powerful physique, exerting force once more. Han Xiaoyan's full-body assault was unexpectedly repelled, and he momentarily lost his balance. What followed was Yuji's fists, as fierce as a tempest, raining down upon him. This was how it should have been. Yet, crack, when Yuji's fist struck Han Xiaoyan, it emitted a sound reminiscent of shattering. Yuji was momentarily taken aback, halting his actions, furrowing his brow as he retracted his fist to observe it. Han Xiaoyan seized this opportunity to catch his breath and steady his stance. Likewise, he cast his gaze upon Yuji's shattered knuckles, which had inexplicably become encased in a layer of stone, exhibiting signs of imminent fragmentation. Han Xiaoyan seemed to have recalled something, instinctively raising his head. There, on a rooftop, a pair of vengeful eyes fixated upon Yuji. It was the snake woman. Her face was smeared with blood, yet she wore a bizarrely alluring and ghastly smile. Has the effect finally begun to manifest? Such a terrifying constitution. We had locked eyes for such a prolonged moment. Was it you orchestrating this? So, aside from teleportation, does your power also encompass petrification? Following Han Xiaoyan's gaze, Yuji too began to comprehend the unfolding situation. Chapter 86. Do you truly consider yourself Medusa? Perhaps it was due to her inherent weakness that Yuji initially regarded her with disdain, thus paying little heed to her abilities. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that her eyes possessed vertical pupils. It should have dawned on him earlier. This woman was indeed a member of the cult of the ancient gods. So, you are the rumored agent of Medusa who recently joined the cult? Is this the gaze of Medusa? Only now do you realize? Alas, it is too late. With a venomous tone, the serpent woman declared, "For your insolence, you shall turn to stone and repent." Too late? Yuji scoffed at her words. Do you genuinely believe yourself to be Medusa? Such a feeble gaze, incapable of petrifying one instantaneously, and you dare to present it as a threat, foolish woman? With that, he, without hesitation and amidst the serpent woman's astonished gaze, produced a knife from seemingly nowhere and severed the petrified portion of his arm. What? Not only the serpent woman, but even Han Xiaoyan, watching from across, could not help but be momentarily stunned by Yuji's audacity. Such decisiveness, though regrettably. Before Han Xiaoyan could finish his lament, he was astonished to witness the severed part, flesh and bone, regenerating at a visibly rapid pace. Ah, I see now. A regenerative ability from the Forbidden Ruins? No wonder your combat style is so aggressive. Consider it as such, Yuji conceded without argument. In the next moment, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air. Han Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback, suddenly realizing Yuji's intentions, and hurried to follow. No, don't. The serpent woman's vertical pupils constricted, her eyes filled with terror, as two violent gusts approached, seemingly poised to tear her apart. There is some truth in what he said. You are indeed a foolish woman. Fortunately, Han Xiaoyan managed to save the serpent woman just in the nick of time. However, in doing so, he received a punch from Yuji, leaving him with a metallic taste in his mouth and casting a resentful glance towards the serpent woman. I warned you. If you wish to live, leave this place. Do you not understand? Yet, the serpent woman did not respond to Han Xiaoyan's words. Instead, she began to wail in his embrace. What? Han Xiaoyan then realized that the serpent woman was clutching her eyes, blood seeping through her fingers. He had failed to notice that, in that fleeting moment, Yuji had not only struck him, but had also rendered the serpent woman's magical eyes useless. TSK. That was close. Nevertheless, it matters not. Now, no one can interrupt our battle. Having pierced the serpent woman's eyeball, Yuji's fingertips were stained with blood as he grinned at Han Xiaoyan. He was utterly indifferent to the serpent woman's fate and had anticipated that with Han Xiaoyan present, eliminating her would not be so straightforward. Thus, he initially focused on her eyes. While it would have been preferable to cleave the serpent woman's head in one decisive stroke, incapacitating her eyesight would suffice. Without her magical gaze, the agent of Medusa was rendered as ineffective as a 3D realm devoid of Tifa, no longer able to impede their exhilarating combat. Indeed, upon hearing the words, Han Xiaoyan slightly nodded and casually discarded the serpent woman. Begone, foolish woman. Had it not been for the constraints of the soul contract, he would never have intervened to save her. How despicable. You wretched men, remember this. The serpent woman, clutching her injured eye socket, spoke with venomous resentment. Though she feigned toughness, she ultimately vanished from Han Xiaoyan's sight, seemingly transported to a concealed location of the serpent's eye, now blinded and stripped of her combat prowess. Her continued presence held no purpose. She could only return and beseech Lord Yu for a boon, hoping to restore her sight. Come, let us proceed. With the hindrance removed, I wish to witness the true power of a sea realm expert. No one paid heed to the serpent woman's desperate escape. Yu Yi, relieved that there would be no further interruptions, beckoned Han Xiaoyan with a gesture. The brief respite had allowed his injuries to mend completely. The ability of rapid regeneration was indeed a tremendous boon for Yuji. In contrast, Han Xiaoyan had taken a blow to save the serpent woman, which he likely found quite uncomfortable. As you wish. For reasons unknown, Han Xiaoyan sighed. Subsequently, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from him, manifesting as a palpable tempest. Yuji felt as though a colossal wave was surging towards him. While he could not perceive the spiritual energy itself, he sensed the overwhelming storm it conjured. To be frank, it was somewhat intimidating. Yuji thought it fortunate that Han Xiaoyan's forbidden domain did not pertain to spiritual types. Otherwise, with such formidable spiritual power directly assaulting the mind, he feared he would not withstand it. The true Sea Realm expert's full spiritual force was indeed on an entirely different plane compared to the foes he had previously encountered. The Azure Heart did enhance spiritual defense, but at most it could only counter a single realm's worth of attack. Currently, Yuji's spiritual power was assessed at the level of the Lantern Realm, and with the augmentation from the Azure Heart, he could likely defend against attacks from the Pool Realm. Should Han Xiaoyan's forbidden domain directly target the mind, even with the Azure Heart bolstering his spiritual defenses, he would have no chance of survival, risking immediate mental collapse. Of course, this issue was easily remedied. After having slain 3 assassins and saved 2 instructors, Yuji now possessed a substantial 40 merit points. According to the conversion rate, each merit point could augment his attributes by 10 points. This amounted to a staggering 400 points if fully converted. Should he choose, he could instantly elevate his spiritual attributes to unprecedented levels. The reason he refrained from allocating points to spiritual attributes was that he needed to retain some for the impending collapse that could be brought by Tsangnan at any moment. Furthermore, lacking a forbidden domain meant that even if he maximized his spiritual attributes, it would merely enhance his resistance without providing any tangible boost to his combat prowess. In Yuji's view, Preserving points for survival was of utmost priority. Unless faced with a life-threatening situation, there was no need to hastily allocate points. The reality indeed reflected this logic. The oppressive sensation generated by Han Xiaoyun's spiritual eruption vanished as swiftly as the storm had conjured. This indicates that Han Xiaoyun's forbidden domain is not of a psychological nature. Rather, the recent explosion was merely a manifestation of the fusion and enhancement of his physical and mental prowess. At this moment, Han Xiaoyun appears to have elevated his combat capabilities to their zenith. Their battle remains, as before, a brutal clash of physical might. The resounding clang of metal against metal reverberates once more. Han Xiaoyun has launched his assault. The previous punch seemed to have no bearing on him. After fully unleashing the power of the Sea Realm, his strikes are evidently more formidable than before. Fortunately, this force remains within the realm of what Yu Ji can withstand. He is still able to confront Han Xiaoyun's sweeping spear head-on. The reality of this confrontation has confirmed that Chun Mai and Yuan Gang's estimations were not mistaken. Yu Ji can indeed rival Sea Realm powerhouses with sheer strength alone, and is even superior to many of his peers in that realm. Chapter 87. The Soul Contract. Han Xiaoyun, among the formidable beings of the Sea Realm, stands out as a distinguished figure. Were it an ordinary practitioner of the Sea Realm facing him, the outcome would have likely been determined long ago. Clang, clang, clang. His terrifying dynamic vision allowed Yu Ji to effortlessly perceive the trajectory of Han Xiaoyun's long spear. Despite being unarmed, every punch Yu Ji delivered struck precisely against the side of the spear's blade, effortlessly neutralizing Han Xiaoyun's fierce onslaught. Kid, you truly are impressive. Observing Yu Ji's remarkable ability to counter his attacks with bare hands, Han Xiaoyun was undeniably astonished. He had never anticipated that a junior could engage him to such an extent without weapons. Had the opponent been stronger, or had their encounter occurred a later time, perhaps his aspirations might have been realized. Having lost the qualifications of a Night Watcher, Han Xiaoyun's only remaining desire was singular, to meet a glorious demise in the heat of a fair battle. Alas, it seemed their conflict had reached its conclusion, suddenly halting his assault and creating distance. Han Xiaoyun lifted his gaze toward the horizon. He sensed 3 obscure waves emanating from 3 different directions, and then the sky above appeared to be shrouded by an invisible canvas. Thank you for the compliment. Why have you suddenly ceased? Yu Ji inquired, somewhat puzzled. Nothing. It's just, your companions have arrived, Han Xiaoyun replied, his tone laced with a hint of curiosity. Can't you feel it? The fluctuations that just occurred were clearly the Night Watcher's unbounded domain. Oh, and what of it? At worst, I'll simply prevent them from intervening, and we can continue. He asserted confidently. How could he possibly sense something as trivial as the unbounded domain? Though his mental prowess was objectively present, and indeed reached a certain level. Without a forbidden abyss, according to the World-S rules, he remained an ordinary individual, incapable of perception. Consequently, it was entirely reasonable that he could not sense the existence of the unbounded domain. In all honesty, Yu Ji felt that the unbounded domain, even if imperceptible, was of little consequence. There was no need for concern. This flimsy barrier was merely effective against individuals with weak mental fortitude, serving primarily to obscure combat from those slightly stronger or more enigmatic. While Yu Ji's mental strength was not particularly robust, it was indeed present and sufficient to immunize him against the dispersal effects of the unbounded domain. With the dispersal effect rendered ineffective, the barrier appeared utterly meaningless before him. Much like when he had rushed into the unbounded domain to rescue Fatty and Chao Yuan, he felt no sense of obstruction, for he could not see it. He was unaware even of when the barrier had been shattered by his presence. I'm indifferent. However, your companions are unlikely to permit you to take such risks alone, Han Xiaoyun remarked, as if he possessed a profound understanding of the Night Watchers. He followed Yu Ji's line of sight. At the end of the snow-laden street, 7 figures cloaked in dark crimson approached with remarkable speed. Leading them was Chun Mai, the captain. As he ran, his hand firmly grasped the hilt of his blade. His gaze directed at Han Xiaoyun, grave and unwavering. Amidst the howling wind, his voice rang clear, allowing Yu Ji to hear distinctly. The entirety of Team 136 stands present. Who dares to harm our comrade? Jiga, we have come to assist you. As they drew nearer, Lin Chie called out to Yu Ji. The commotion between Yu Ji and Han Xiaoyan had escalated significantly, causing concern that compelled them to join the fray. Upon their arrival, it became evident that their apprehensions were warranted. No wonder the disturbance had persisted for so long. The adversary capable of enduring such a prolonged confrontation with Yu Ji was indeed a formidable force of the Sea Realm. I recognize you, Chun Mai declared as he reached Yu Ji's side, regarding the man before him with a serious demeanor. You are Han Xiaoyan, the former captain of the Night Watch team in Suzhou. Really? He was once a night watchman? Yu Ji pondered, momentarily taken aback. What could have led him to become a member of the ancient god church? Though it was their first encounter, Yu Ji could not discern any trait of treachery in Han Xiaoyan's honorable combat style. Chun Mai furrowed his brow, ready to address Yu Ji's query, but was interrupted by Han Xiaoyan, 2 from the river realm, 5 from the pond realm. I had assumed your companions would be as formidable as you. It seems I overestimated them. Best to let them depart. If their strength is indeed as limited as displayed, it would only result in unnecessary casualties. However, the dual god agent must remain. He gestured towards Lin Chie. You are indeed a peculiar individual, Yu Ji remarked, increasingly puzzled. It seems you have been reluctant to engage us from the outset. Are you one who abhors conflict? Your actions do not suggest such. Whether I relish combat is irrelevant. My sole objective is the dual god agent. As for you, had it not been for the Serpent Lady's need for assistance, I would not have appeared before you, Han Xiaoyan replied coolly. Of course, if circumstances permitted, I would prefer not to take your lives. Well, that is rather benevolent of you, Yu Ji responded. It is not benevolence, but rather the binding soul contract of the ancient god church, Wu Xiangnan interjected, his tone grave. It is said that the murmurs of the ancient god church forge a mental covenant. Once established, even against one's will, one must act in accordance with the interests of the church, leaving no room for betrayal. I have heard similar legends, as well as accounts concerning the former Night Watch team in Suzhou, Chun Mai remarked, his brow deeply furrowed as he scrutinized Han Xiaoyan. 5 years ago, the Suzhou team encountered the murmurs of the ancient god church head-on. Of the 8 members, 3 perished, 3 sustained serious injuries, and 1 was left disabled for life. As for him, he disappeared, only to re-emerge 2 years later as a follower of the ancient god church. Might he be trapped against his will? Upon hearing this, Yu Ji nodded slightly, finally comprehending the sense of dissonance that enveloped Han Xiaoyan. This individual likely harbored no true desire to become their adversary. However, due to the constraints of a binding contract, he found himself compelled to oppose them. Han Xiaoyan's gaze darkened at these words. And what of it? Since you genuinely find yourself bound against your will, might we? A glimmer of hope flickered in Chun Mai's eyes. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Han Xiaoyan interrupted him. Did not your comrade elucidate this matter quite clearly? Once one joins the ancient god society, the possibility of treachery ceases to exist. The shackles of the soul contract are far more formidable and terrifying than you can imagine. Even if my initial intentions in joining the ancient god society were ulterior, once the contract is signed, I am rendered naught but their puppet. Do you grasp this? We can only be foes. As he spoke, Han Xiaoyan raised his long spear. Poised for action. Chapter 88. Stalemate. Very well, Captain. It seems there is no need for further discussion. Yu Ji had little patience for their continued rambling. With that, he turned to Han Xiaoyan. So, I can assume that you voluntarily signed the contract, correct? Indeed. Han Xiaoyan appeared to be haunted by relentless inquiries from the crowd. Memories of anguish surfacing, his tone far from the previous calm. Observing his wavering demeanor, Yu Ji raised an eyebrow and pressed on. It seems there is some underlying story? Heh. Han Xiaoyan let out a bitter smile. If one day your comrades were to be nailed to a cross, you would have 2 choices. Either fight to the death against an insurmountable foe, leading to total annihilation, or forsake your dignity and freedom to save others. Which would you choose? Faced with such a question, silence enveloped the group. Heh. No need for pity, as Han Xiaoyan regarded their silence. His gaze was filled with remorse. From the moment I made my choice, there was no turning back, nor would I ever regret it. Now, I am the 13th seat among the disciples of the ancient God Church as whispering seed, and my hands are stained with the blood of many. In that moment, UG finally comprehended that the man's words about no retreat referred to this very truth. Come forth today, only one of the dual agents of the gods, and I shall survive. With that, Han Xiaoyun's aura surged to its zenith once more. At last, he unleashed the forbidden abyss. In an instant, a terrifying storm erupted, and with a fierce swing of his halberd, a blade of wind was sent forth. Dodge! Chen Mai shouted a warning to the others. Though they reacted immediately, most were mere pool realm practitioners and had no time to evade. Ultimately, only Wu Xiangnan and Lin Qiye managed to escape in time. Fortunately, Yu Ji was unique. His reflexes were entirely driven by his body's instinctual warning of danger. The moment Han Xiaoyun swung his halberd, he unhesitatingly tackled the unprepared Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Wen Qimao, and Lung Xian. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from behind. The group turned to witness dozens of buildings being severed in half beneath that seemingly innocuous blade of wind, as fragile as tofu. Gazing at the scene before him, even Yu Ji could not help but swallow hard. Was this not comparable to a missile's destructive power? One might mistakenly believe Han Xiaoyun wielded a ship-slicing blade. This is a high-risk Forbidden Abyss Sequence 079, Great Wind Calamity. Chen Mai spoke gravely. He seemed to see through Yu Ji's desire to continue challenging Han Xiaoyun. Kid, do not mistake him for an ordinary Sea-Rel practitioner. Do not underestimate him. Attack alongside us. Only then did Yu Ji realize that Han Xiaoyun's earlier claim of not wanting to kill them was sincere. For this man had not exerted his full strength in battle until just now. A Sea Realm powerhouse, whether or not they utilize the Forbidden Abyss, represents two entirely different concepts. Especially for someone like Han Xiaoyun, who possessed a high-risk Forbidden Abyss, the disparity in combat power was monumental. At this moment, Han Xiaoyun was exerting his full strength, signifying that what lay ahead would be a true struggle to the bitter end, where only one side could emerge alive. Do you perceive the stark disparity in our hard power? Han Xiaoyun coldly gazed down at the disheveled crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Yu Ji. He genuinely wished that Yu Ji could possess a bit more strength, or that their encounter could be postponed. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. The individuals before him were destined to perish here today. This was the final opportunity, if they wished to retain the dual divine agents. The rest should withdraw while there was still time. Do you think that is feasible? Chen Mai inquired with a furrowed brow. Han Xiaoyun slightly shook his head, appearing somewhat regretful. Thus, you are fated to die here. Maktuali. Lin Jie timidly raised his hand, wanting to say something. Chen Mai helplessly regarded him. Are you implying that you alone might escape? Yes, absolutely. Just a possibility. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Listening to Lin Jie's response, Chen Mai's attitude remained resolute. Not just him, but the others too, including Yu Ji, felt the same. Particularly Yu Ji, who knew that his life was intrinsically linked to Lin Jie's, naturally could not allow Lin Jie to take any risks alone. Well then, let us proceed. With Chen Mai's command, the frontline warrior Hong Ying unhesitatingly charged out alongside him. Lung Xian and Wen Qimao were tasked with providing long-range support. Si Xiaonan approached Yu Ji to assess his injuries. However, she quickly revealed a perplexed expression. You are not injured? Yu Yi, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head, stating, with my physique, it is reasonable for my recovery capabilities to be somewhat enhanced, right? The others nearby were left speechless by this response, but since Yu Ji did not wish to elaborate, they refrained from pressing further. Moreover, this was certainly not the moment to be concerned with such matters. The current situation was undeniably grave. Chen Mai had already invoked the Forbidden Ruins, Black Wuchang, nearly exhausting all his available strength. Even a slight exertion beyond this might unleash the ominous aura of Shiva's wrath, attracting even more perilous entities. As for Hong Ying, being in the pool realm, she was similarly at her limit. Merely supporting Chen Mai had already drained her. Fortunately, with Lung Xian's long-range sniping and Wen Qimao's Forbidden Ruins, Heart Demon Binding, to provide mental interference, The two could barely hold their ground against Han Xiaoyan. The situation appeared dire. I must step in to assist. Lin Xie pondered, hesitating. No, Wu Xiangnan immediately interjected, preventing him. You are his target. Going would play directly into his hands. Not only Lin Xie, but Yu Ji also found it challenging to act amidst the chaos. His attacks were broad and forceful, posing a risk of injuring his own allies, and due to their brief time together, his coordination with the others was not particularly adept. Must we solely find ways to buy time? Lin Xie inquired. It must be said that as long as we can delay long enough, victory will be ours. Yu Ji contemplated calmly. Yuan Gang should be on his way by now, and as long as there were no formidable beings among the enemy ranks, they would not pose a threat to him. Indeed, Wu Xiangnan cast an appreciative glance, nodding slightly. However, could the captain and sister Hongying truly hold out until then? Just as they were conversing, Wen Shima suddenly coughed up blood, a backlash from Han Xiaoyan affecting his mental energy. After all, he was merely at the pool realm, and the gap to the sea realm was insurmountable. Long Xian's long-range sniping seemed to have little effect on the sea realm experts, although his sniper rifle could inflict damage. Hitting the target was far from simple, especially in such a chaotic battle where he had to avoid harming his teammates. If this situation continued, it was likely that Chun Mai and Hongying would not last until Yuan Gang's arrival, and the battle would come to an end. Chapter 89. Natural disasters. It appears that we can no longer hold on. There is no choice. I must take action. Wu Xiangnan sighed softly as he observed the scene. You? By the way, what is your Forbidden Ruins? I've never heard you mention it, Yu Ji inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his gaze. The tone of Wu Xiangnan's words suggested it was akin to a secret weapon of Team 136. Not only Yu Ji, but Lin Xie also felt puzzled. He had never heard Wu Xiangnan, nor anyone else, speak of his abilities, nor had he witnessed him in action. Chuckling self-deprecatingly, Wu Xiangnan uttered two words, rebirth. Without hesitation, he braved the fierce wind and charged toward Han Xiaoyan. Rebirth? What the hell? Upon hearing the name of this Forbidden Ruins, Yu Ji couldn't help but exclaim. Having perused the encyclopedia of Forbidden Ruins provided by the chubby fellow, he was well aware of its significance. Although this particular Forbidden Ruins was not of high rank, it could be deemed a bug. Possessing such a Forbidden Ruins equated to having several extra lives without any justification. Indeed, Sangnan was home to hidden talents, with one Black Wucheng and one Rebirth. One could readily believe they were part of the Night Watchman team in Shanjing City. Yet, it seemed Wu Xiangnan was not an integral part of the miraculous event a decade ago. He had arrived in Sangnan afterward. Could it be that he was sent by higher authorities to oversee the situation? However, just as Yu Ji believed Wu Xiangnan was indeed the secret weapon of Team 136, his actions left him bewildered. Despite possessing the Rebirth Forbidden Ruins, which should have ensured his extraordinary prowess, Wu Xiangnan rushed forward and directly engaged Han Xiaoyan with explosive force. Indeed, he physically detonated himself, as Wu Xiangnan lifted his clothing to reveal a series of explosive devices strapped beneath. He charged at Han Xiaoyan without uttering a word and triggered the explosives. Get down! At Chun Mai's urgent warning, the others instinctively dropped to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, blinding flames engulfed Han Xiaoyan. The terrifying shockwave uprooted the ground surrounding Han Xiaoyan, forcing Yu Ji to retreat to evade the blast's aftermath. As the flames dissipated, Yu Ji surveyed the chaotic scene before him, his emotions complex. He had initially anticipated a prolonged battle between Wu Xiangnan and Han Xiaoyan, relying on what seemed to be an immortal ability, but he had not expected such a crude and straightforward application. Moreover, the fact that he had concealed explosives beneath his clothing was astonishing. Judging by the scale of the explosion, these were not ordinary explosives. He recalled the first time he met Wu Xiangnan. The same bulging appearance had been present beneath his garments. Damn! With this thought, Yu Ji could not suppress a curse. No more complaints. It was time to devise a plan for retreat. At that moment, Chun Mai had returned to their side with Hongying in tow. Yu Ji, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean? You are insensitive to mental energy and cannot perceive it normally." Chun Mai's tone was grave. "That guy is still alive. This is my last rebirth. I apologize. Before Chiang Mai could finish his words, a hoarse voice emerged. From the swirling dust, a figure resembling a shattered zombie staggered towards them. It was Wu Xiangnan. His mangled form was visibly recovering at a terrifying speed. Within mere seconds, he was able to speak, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his former self, appearing entirely unscathed. However, for some inexplicable reason, the two deep crimson scars on his palm remained, seemingly impervious even to the power of rebirth. Yu watched this scene with a sense of awe. The ability of rebirth far surpassed the rapid regeneration he currently possessed. Regrettably, even if he were to exchange for information from the Forbidden Ruins Encyclopedia, the points required were astronomical for him at this moment. He could not fathom the mysteries of the Forbidden Ruins and could only hope for the research outcomes from Qingyu. But then again, what was the origin of those two scars on Wu Xiangnan's hand? Wounds that even rebirth could not heal. Yu began to understand why Wu Xiangnan remained in this small place, Cangnan. Perhaps it was not merely because he was sent to maintain order, but rather that his current capabilities were indeed suited only for such a locale. The loss of combat effectiveness due to the absence of hands was a significant blow for a night watchman. The subsequent words of Han Xiaoyun confirmed Yuji's suspicions. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, although Han Xiaoyun appeared disheveled, he had not lost his fighting spirit. Leaning on his long spear, he slowly rose. Coughing as he gazed at Wu Xiangnan, astonishment in his tone. Rebirth. Could it be that you are the undying swordsman of the Blue Rain squad from years ago? Blue Rain, the undying swordsman? Damn! Yuji could not help but curse inwardly. If his memory served him correctly, Blue Rain was the code name for a once special squad. He never imagined that this thick-browed, wide-eyed Wu Xiangnan was the most deeply hidden member of Team 136. It was unfortunate that such a swordsman had lost both hands. No wonder Wu Xiangnan chose to remain in this small place. Stop dawdling, retreat quickly. I'll cover you, Long Xian urged anxiously. He then decisively pulled the trigger. A flame erupted from the barrel of the Barrett rifle he had readied at an unknown time, and the explosive bullet shot forth, instantly striking Han Xiaoyun's shoulder. Damn, so tough. Long Xian's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he observed the result. It was known that a Barrett could typically obliterate half of a person's body upon impact. Yet, striking Han Xiaoyun only shattered a small part of his shoulder. No wonder even Wu Xiangnan's close-range explosion could not kill him. After merging with the vast mental power of a Sea Realm powerhouse, his physical defense had reached such terrifying heights. Hurry away. No, it's useless wherever you flee, Han Xiaoyun said darkly, stabilizing his stance. As he spoke, a swirling gust of wind lifted him, and he began to ascend into the air. Upon ascending to a lofty height, he cast a frigid gaze upon the crowd below. I must admit, I have underestimated you to some extent, however. In the face of a true tempest, you remain utterly devoid of any means of resistance. As he spoke, he slowly raised a hand that had not been shattered. In that moment, the surrounding blizzard seemed to pause momentarily. Then, a terrifying current began to converge rapidly towards the palm of Han Xiaoyun, compressing with great intensity. A sphere of wind, as tangible as matter itself, coalesced in Han Xiaoyun's grasp, growing ever larger with the relentless compression of the surrounding storm. This is the eye of the storm? Yuji observed this scene, his gaze sharpening slightly. The force at play transcended the realm of human mastery. Even with his formidable physique, he was not so arrogant as to challenge the forces of nature. The power that Han Xiaoyun now held in his hand was, without a doubt, a true calamity of nature. Chapter 90. The Limits of Humanity? Indeed, this is the true power of the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster. Han Xiaoyun gazed down at the crowd with an impassive expression. Once this eye of the storm is fully formed, its might could level half of Cangnan to the ground. One might have a chance to escape its reach in a fleeting moment. But what about them? In the face of the inquiry, Yuji fell silent. He had not anticipated that upon reaching the Sea Realm level, such a perilous forbidden ruin could wield such terrifying destructive power. Although Cangnan is referred to as a small place, this designation pertains solely to its economy. The combined area of the Old Town, New Town, and suburbs is quite substantial. To obliterate half of Sangnan is akin to the impact of a small nuclear bomb, is it not? Withstanding a nuclear blast? He possessed that confidence. After all, there are instances in reality where ordinary individuals have survived beneath the wrath of a nuclear explosion, and he was certainly not an ordinary person. If a nuclear bomb were to detonate, its explosive force would be concentrated in the epicenter. As long as one remained outside this central zone, the impact would diminish significantly. However, this was not a nuclear bomb, but rather a storm poised to engulf half of Sangnan. The damage from a nuclear explosion primarily stems from the detonation at the core and the subsequent radioactive fallout. In contrast, the encroaching storm would act like countless blades, indiscriminately targeting every entity within its domain. Perhaps its concentrated force does not rival that of a nuclear bomb, yet in some respects, it poses an even graver threat. UG might withstand the storm due to his constitution. Should he falter, he could simply expend more points. However, the critical question lies with the others. Would they survive the impending tempest? It is vital to remember that Lin Chia is also present. Should Lin Chia perish, then UG's efforts to endure the storm would seem futile. Moreover, the points currently at UG's disposal are insufficient to exchange for a resurrection item. What to do? Lin Chia furrowed his brow and inquired. Even as a dual deity proxy, he found himself momentarily at a loss for effective strategies in this dire situation. After all, he was merely at the pool realm, unable to manifest the true prowess expected of a divine agent. Bang! Before the echo of his words faded, another Barrett bullet sliced through the air, fired by Long Xian in an attempt to break the deadlock. The bullet aimed directly at the eye of the storm, as Long Xian sought to disrupt the airflow and thereby neutralize the storm's core. Yet, the outcome was a resounding failure. The explosive whirlwind acted like a tangible wall. Even the bullets launched from the heavy Barrett weapon could not breach this barrier, becoming ensnared and then deflected away. Damn it, let me try. Hong Ying raised her head, crimson flames erupting from her hands as they enveloped her spear, which she then hurled with the precision of a javelin. The spear she cast could bring down missiles, a feat witnessed by all. Yet, in the face of the great wind disaster, it appeared utterly feeble. Repelled before it even drew close. At this moment, the position of the eye of the storm where Han Xiaoyan stood seemed to embody an absolute domain, rendering anything unable to approach. It was all in vain. Han Xiaoyan gazed down upon the crowd, his tone imbued with regret. To resolve the issue, one must address it at its roots, for human strength alone cannot contend with natural disasters. Resolving it from the source. Is he reminding us? Lin Chia inquired. It seems so, perhaps due to the soul contract. He is unable to articulate it clearly, resorting instead to this ambiguous manner of warning. Wu Xiangnan nodded slightly. But can we still blame others? Yeah, what good does that do? Yu pouted slightly. Then, bracing against the wind, he stepped forward. Everyone stand back. Allow me to give it a try. Your brute force won't suffice. Chun Mai furrowed his brow, reiterating that this is a natural disaster beyond human contention. Nonsense. Yu Yi, however, remained undaunted. Unable to contend with human strength? Then it must be that our power is insufficient. Although he yearned to reserve points for future resurrection items. Given the current situation, Yu found himself at a loss for alternatives. The ability to rival the Great Wind disaster was simply beyond his means to exchange. The only solution he could conceive was to forcefully allocate points and take a gamble. Thus, he produced the Luan Yu and fervently inscribed in the wind. National skill. 8 extremes fist transcendence. Exchange requires 5 merit points. The cost-effectiveness of exchanging martial arts through the system is unparalleled, as it demands few points and takes immediate effect. In an instant, Yu transformed from a novice into a master who had dedicated decades to the practice of 8 extremes fist, achieving a state of transcendence. Do you see? It is all a result of hard work and sweat. Subsequently, Yu maximized his strength attribute. Strength, 4199, human limit. Can use causal points to break through constraints. Requires 100 causal points. Remaining merit, 28, causal, 39. Observing the system panel, Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had initially believed he could allocate all remaining points to strength. To his surprise, there existed an upper limit. Is this the limitation imposed upon humanity? To break through, One must expend causal points? Where could he possibly acquire such an abundance of causal points? It appears that he still has some distance to cover before transcending humanity. Nonetheless, for now, it seems he must proceed as is. Let us see, then, whether the pinnacle of humanity can triumph over natural disaster. Grinning widely, Yu closed the book, leaped into the air, and gazed at Han Xiaoyan, who hovered in midair. Mere strength is insufficient. To fully unleash one's power, one also requires skill. Thus, he had exchanged for martial arts. An 8 extremes fist was the most potent martial art he could conceive for maximizing strength. The pinnacle of human technique, combined with the extremity of human power, represents humanity's full potential. Exhaling a breath of scorching air, Yu slightly bent forward, assuming a stance reminiscent of a master who has spent a lifetime mastering the art of boxing. The sinewy muscles coiled as he gathered energy, resembling a dragon swirling around him. Without taking a step, merely skimming the ground, fissures began to form beneath his feet. In the next moment, with minimal movement, Yu launched himself forward. With light-footed strides, he surged towards the sky where Han Xiaoyan resided. Though he appeared as graceful as a swallow, beneath the surface, his strength seemed to have already broken free from some unseen shackles. The ground beneath his toes, seemingly caught off guard, crumbled and collapsed nearly half a second after his departure. Upon reaching the edge of a towering building, Yu leapt into the air, the fierce wind slicing through his muscular form, leaving its mark. Yet, nothing could hinder his forward momentum. At a certain moment, Yu seemed to tread upon the very air itself. Harnessing the last remnants of his power, he unleashed a punch of unparalleled ferocity. In the expanse of heaven and earth, across the vast realms, this was the zenith of martial arts, an earth-shaking blow that reverberated through the land. With a sound akin to a blade's incision, a trail of force extended from his fist to his shoulder. Yet, the punch Yu delivered stood firm against the oncoming tempest, pressing forth towards the eye of the storm. Chapter 91, Beyond Limits. A sound resembling shattering resonated through the sky, an occurrence that defied all expectations. At that moment, the wind seemed to have truly been shattered by a single punch. How could this be possible? Even Han Xiaoyan found himself momentarily stunned by the scene before him. His tempestuous eye, so colossal, had been obliterated by a mere fist. He had never fathomed that someone could possess the raw strength to break through the great wind disaster. Was this truly the extent of human capability? Despite the confusion swirling within him, Han Xiaoyan ultimately revealed a serene smile. He made no attempt to resist, for such an effort was utterly futile. The fist had already shattered the eye of the storm, accompanied by a cascade of crimson mist. Undoubtedly, this was the conclusion he had anticipated. Did he regret it? Not in the slightest. For the sake of his comrades, what was there to lament? If I do not descend into hell, who will? His only grievance was that this blow had come too late, staining his hands with too much blood. Kulme, he called out to Yu in his final moments. Yu hesitated for a brief second, but his fist showed no signs of faltering. It descended with ferocity. The tempest momentarily paused as the fist struck, only to be engulfed by an even more terrifying storm. Under the force of that explosive punch, Han Xiaoyan's form seemed to disintegrate, leaving nothing behind. Not even a trace of blood, as the gale swept it all away. With a resounding thud, Yu, bloodied and battered, crashed to the ground. His accelerated regeneration tirelessly mended the wounds inflicted by the winds and the terrifying force that had torn him apart. Gradually, he raised his trembling hand, feeling an exhilaration he had never known before. The strength of 99 was undoubtedly the pinnacle of human potential, yet coupled with supreme technique. That punch had propelled him beyond his limits. However, this euphoric sensation was fleeting. In the next instant, fatigue and an overwhelming emptiness washed over him. Yu lifted his gaze toward the direction where Han Xiaoyan had vanished. "Be careful," he murmured. He would certainly not let that dual deity proxy boy escape. And you must have entered his line of sight as well. The wind carried Han Xiaoyan's final words to Yu ears. As the last vestige of the great wind disaster, it felt almost too gentle. Though Han Xiaoyan had repeatedly claimed his past was inconsequential, that he was now merely a devotee of the ancient gods, wishing to sever all ties with the Night Watchers. Yu believed that at least in the moment he chose to descend into hell for his comrades, he had indeed been a Night Watcher worthy of respect. "Thank you. And safe travels," he whispered as he lost consciousness, his head tilting back as he succumbed to the darkness. In the aftermath of Yu's fainting, silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone seemed unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired until a voice of admiration shattered the stillness. "This kid truly is a remarkable anomaly." It was Yuan Gang, who had resolved the troubles with the rotund fellow and arrived with him in Shunqingzhu, along with Chao Yuan. At the moment the storm tore apart the boundless void, he sensed an ominous turn of events. Thus, he hurriedly brought along these few youngsters. Among the trio, Shunqingzhu was virtually a natural nemesis to the Great Wind disaster. Once within the influence of the Forbidden Ruins, Qi Min, this lad should be able to resolve the catastrophe at its very roots. However, he never anticipated that someone could shatter the Great Wind disaster through sheer brute force. This was indeed an unprecedented feat, one that Yuan Gang had never heard of before. No, to be precise, he could affirm that aside from Yu, it was unlikely anyone could break the Great Wind disaster, using only their physical prowess without the aid of the Forbidden Ruins. After all, even he, possessing a higher realm than Han Shaoyan, would not dare claim he could withstand the Great Wind disaster, let alone shatter it. The Great Wind disaster, unleashed by a Sea Realm powerhouse, possesses a might akin to strategic-grade weaponry. In a certain sense, Yu, who accomplished all this, could be likened to a human nuclear bomb. The force of that punch would be exceedingly difficult for even him to endure. Perhaps even a Klein Realm expert would suffer greatly. Goodness, how incredible is this? I have decided, from now on, Brother G shall be my idol. The chubby fellow, who had witnessed the scene moments ago, looked at Yu with shining eyes. He bounced over to Yu, seemingly wishing to greet him, only to discover that Yu had fainted while standing. This only deepened his admiration. Wow. As expected of my brother G, even unconscious, he remains so handsome. This lad truly exhibits an extraordinary level of prowess. Even Yuan Gang, upon witnessing this, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. It is a pity for Han Shaoyun, who left behind no remains. He should have been imprisoned in the fasting chamber, and perhaps some intelligence could have been extracted from him. But alas, it was futile. Chunmai signaled to Si Shaonan to administer basic treatment to Yu, instructing Lin Xie and the others to carry him away, while he approached Yuan Gang, his expression grave. Perhaps Han Shaoyan truly did not wish to betray the Night Watchers. But the soul contract of the ancient God Church is far more terrifying than we can imagine. The moment he was forced to become a believer, regardless of his previous convictions, betrayal became utterly impossible. Is that so? Do you know how he became a believer? Well, to protect the other members of the former Suzhou City team, he had no choice but to make that selection. What a pitiful fellow. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's gaze darkened. The methods of these individuals remain as ruthless as ever. Regardless, this assassination attempt should be over now, right? Chunmai inquired. Yuan Gang nodded slightly, yes. Their actions today appeared rather hasty. The Sea Realm adversary I faced was willing to sacrifice himself to hold me back. And together with Han Shaoyan, they were likely the strongest forces in this assassination attempt, or else such measures would not have been necessary. That is a relief. Chunmai let out a sigh of relief. If a Klein Realm powerhouse had truly come, he feared they would not have been able to withstand it. However, it seems that may not necessarily be the case. Upon contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards the unconscious Yu. If Yu were to join forces with Yuan Gang, perhaps even a formidable being of the Klein Realm could be challenged. The following afternoon, Yu gradually awakened upon a bed in the Hong Ing household. However, as soon as he regained consciousness, a torrent of expletives escaped his lips. To his astonishment, he found himself clad merely in his undergarments, surrounded by a multitude of individuals. Upon closer inspection, he noted the presence of Lin Qiyi, the portly fellow, Chao Yuan, and even Shunqingzhu along with several of his subordinates. A cluster of grown men crammed into such a confined space might lead an uninformed observer to believe they were partaking in some peculiar gathering. Brother G, at last, You have awakened. After sleeping the entire afternoon, you must be famished. Here, allow me to offer you this apple, one half peeled, the portly man exclaimed, hastening towards Yuji with an air of eagerness. Yuji raised his hand to halt him. What on earth is happening here? Why are you all present? And who stripped me of my clothing? Chapter 92. Is your brother G impressive? After Lin Chie's explanation, Yuji finally understood that his clothes had not been stripped by someone else, but rather had been torn apart when he recklessly plunged into the eye of a storm yesterday. As for the reason everyone was gathered here, it was because today marked the final day of their holiday. After dining together in the evening, they would need to pack their belongings and prepare to return to the training base. Damn, my holiday. Having grasped the situation, Yuji lamented in exasperation. He had originally hoped to enjoy a day of rest after resolving the assassination incident, but to his dismay, he woke up to find that the holiday had come to an abrupt end. No way. Fatty, you owe me a holiday. If it weren't for the troubles on your end, I wouldn't have ventured out and stumbled into this misfortune. Haha, that's easy. Once the training concludes, I'll treat you all to a trip to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Let us discuss that later. Yuji was inclined to accept the offer, but considering that Lin Chie was unable to leave Songnan, he was at a loss for what to do. If Fatty were to genuinely invite Lin Chie to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, wouldn't that be akin to courting disaster? Hey, don't be so polite. Fatty, noticing Yuji's refusal, was somewhat perplexed. Let us not dwell on that. Let us go eat instead. I can already smell the delicious aroma. Yuji, unable to explain, decided to change the subject. As he spoke, he donned the clothes he had set aside on the bedside table. Soon, they arrived at the villa's dining room. The table was already laden with dishes, and the delightful scent revealed that Chunmai had personally cooked. What surprised Yuji even more was that, at that moment, Wan Qimao, Han Ying, and others were all sporting Rolex watches on their wrists. This was undoubtedly the work of Fatty. Truly, he was the foolish son of a wealthy family. Before long, Chunmai, also wearing a Rolex, emerged from the kitchen carrying the last dish. Stop dawdling, everyone. Come to the table to eat. Observing this scene, Yuji covered his face, his lips twitching in disbelief. Lin Chie, sensing Yuji's thoughts, sighed softly, unable to bear to look. Fortunately, everyone seemed to have grown accustomed to the awkwardness, and once seated, the atmosphere became warm and jovial. Only the usually arrogant Shin Qingzhu appeared somewhat bashful at the table, seemingly unsure if he had eaten enough, while the others relished their feast. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, though reluctant to part with Chun Mai's culinary delights, they bid farewell to the members of Team 136, grabbed their luggage, and boarded the black bus that had long been waiting outside the community, embarking on their starry journey back to the training base. The following day, with the heart-stopping sound of the alarm ringing in the morning, Yuji and the others were met with a fresh training schedule. Unlike the previous physical training, they were no longer required to bear weights from dawn until dusk. However, other aspects of training remained unchanged, perhaps even more rigorous. Despite just returning from holiday, the group had undergone 6 months of physical training and had developed the basic qualities of soldiers. They quickly assembled on the training field, their formation neat and discipline unwavering. It was not just the new recruits who gathered. On the martial arts stage, the instructors, too, were unusually present for assembly. For reasons unbeknownst to them, the instructors wore expressions of solemnity, their attire more formal than ever before, even donning medals that were typically reserved for special occasions. Brother G, why does the atmosphere seem so off? Is there some grave matter to announce? In Guit Gaojuan, Popa. Yuji nodded slightly. Indeed, this holiday has been anything but peaceful. The focus of the plump fellow diverged from theirs. Have you noticed that a few instructors seem to be absent? Indeed, it was apparent. Although Yuji had not paid much attention to the instructors aside from Yuan Gang, having spent half a year in the same camp made them somewhat familiar. The sudden absence of several instructors became clear after the plump 1's remark. Lin Chie accurately noted, 3 are missing. Were they? The plump fellow's countenance darkened. Could it be for our protection? Yuji reassured him, do not blame yourself. It could also be that traitors were dealt with. The enemy's ability to deploy missile strikes and infiltrate during training at Jinan Mountain indicates the presence of traitors within the training camp. The plump fellow nodded slightly, remaining silent. The instructors above, however, seemed disinclined to offer any explanations. Yuan Gang stepped forward, surveying the crowd before speaking slowly. You may be wondering why we are so solemn today. Let me be straightforward. This morning's training is canceled in favor of a medal ceremony. A medal ceremony? The recruits were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a medal ceremony. Yuan Gang, sensing their confusion, spoke with gravity. Medals hold profound significance for soldiers, and the achievements of the night watchmen differ from those of regular troops. Through Yuan Gang's elucidation, the crowd learned that the medals of the night watchmen were categorized as Spark, Radiance, Constellation, and Sea of Stars, with the criteria for awarding them based solely on individual contributions to confrontations with mysterious events, the difficulty of which increased with each successive medal. Particularly, the Sea of Stars medal was exceptionally elusive, with fewer than 10 individuals in the entirety of the Great Xia possessing it. The last recipient was Wang Mian, the captain of the masked team, who earned it for saving an entire coastal city. After hearing this, the recruits became increasingly eager for the forthcoming medal ceremony. Only Yuji felt a wave of drowsiness. Most of the recruits were in their teens or early 20s, and it was natural for young people to be captivated by notions of glory and duty. However, Yuji, having lived through a previous life, was already in middle age. Middle-aged individuals tend to be more pragmatic. As previously stated, he would prefer tangible benefits over mere accolades. Yet, it seemed that the medals to be awarded next might indeed pertain to him. Lin Chia, who had collaborated with Yuji to rescue a truckload of recruits during the missile attack and single-handedly eliminated several members of the ancient god society in Songnan, was to be awarded the Radiance Medal. Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan. In the face of formidable adversaries from the Sea Realm, we did not retreat. With the support of 4 members from the Bailey family, we held our ground until my timely arrival for rescue. Therefore, I bestow upon you the Spark Medal, Yuan Gang declared, finally directing his gaze towards Yuji. Yuji, during the missile attack incident, played a pivotal role in rescuing a vehicle full of new recruits. He saved 2 instructors in Songnan, eliminated several members of the ancient god church, severely injured the Medusa-S agent, and ultimately single-handedly vanquished a Sea Realm powerhouse, thereby alleviating half of Songnan's crisis. For these remarkable feats, I present to him the Starlight Medal. As his words resonated, the crowd momentarily stood in stunned silence. It was only when Yuan Gang unveiled the box containing the medallions that shimmered like the stars themselves that the new recruits began to stir with excitement. While Yuji himself remained relatively indifferent, his rotund companion took immense pride, exclaiming, basic skills are not to be underestimated. Isn't your brother G impressive? Chapter 93. Instructor Gu. Let me thank you all before long, as their names were called. Lin Chia, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu ascended the stage. Although Yuji felt somewhat exasperated, he had no choice but to follow suit. Sensing his discontent, Yuan Gang rolled his eyes and whispered reassuringly, "Do not worry. The medal is merely a formality, a demonstration for the new recruits. The actual benefits will not elude you. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Upon hearing this, Yuji's demeanor transformed, his face lighting up with joy. Indeed, he was rather unsophisticated and rather pedestrian. The morning swiftly passed. In the afternoon, the second phase of training officially commenced. After completing the first stage of physical training, the training base had completely transformed into a military academy. Initially, Yuji held little interest in what he deemed training. However, to his surprise, the curriculum included theoretical courses, the stories of myths from around the world, as well as the principles of the Forbidden Ruins, constituted the essential knowledge that the recruits were to absorb at this stage. These are precisely what Eugene needed most at present, though he doubted his own capacity to thoroughly grasp the material. Even attending the classes would suffice to reduce the points required for exchanging knowledge of the Forbidden Ruins. Even the smallest gain is still a gain. Consequently, he became the most diligent student in the entire recruit camp, much to the astonishment of Lin Chia and the others. While I know you're keenly interested in the knowledge of the Forbidden Ruins, this seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? As he began to understand why Yuji was so exceptional, This individual was already formidable, yet he possessed such discipline, diligently studying even theoretical knowledge. Speaking of the Forbidden Ruins, Ji Gu, have you awakened the Forbidden Ruins? Lin Xie inquired curiously, recalling something he had heard from Xiao Nan. Did she not say your injuries were not healed by her, but rather self-regenerated? It can't be said that I have just awakened it. I suppose it has always been there, Yu Ji replied nonchalantly while copying notes from the blackboard. He contemplated that this was indeed a fitting opportunity to explain the Forbidden Ruins assigned to him. Since the Forbidden Ruins were publicly declared as recently discovered, no one knew their specific effects. He could fabricate whatever narrative he desired. Adding a touch of regenerative capability seemed entirely reasonable. Instructor Yuan stated that my Forbidden Ruins is called Overlord. In addition to enhancing physical attributes, it boasts exceptional regenerative abilities, though it pales in comparison to Rebirth in terms of self-healing. Overlord? Bali Pang Pang appeared puzzled. Is that named after the Western Shu Overlord Xiangyu from the historical records of the Daxia? By the way, I haven't come across it in the Encyclopedia of Forbidden Ruins because it was only recently named. Iui explained awkwardly. It wouldn't happen to be specially named for you, would it? Lin Xie's lips twitched. One could say that. At this, Lin Xie and Bai Li Pang Pang fell into silence, then simultaneously gave Yu Ji a thumbs up. Although they had long recognized Yu Ji's exceptional abilities, they were astonished to discover that a new category of forbidden zones had been specifically designated to elucidate the powers he possessed. It is noteworthy that since the resurgence of the mysterious, most forbidden zones have already been uncovered by humanity. The only recent forbidden zones requiring nomenclature are those observed in conjunction with new deities. In a certain sense, Yu Ji has also reached a pinnacle where he stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine, despite being merely mortal. Creak, just as the two were taken aback. An ear-piercing sound akin to nails scratching a blackboard reverberated through the air. Instinctively, they raised their heads. There stood Instructor Gu, who was responsible for delivering the lecture on mental theory. His expression darkened as he gazed at them. Quiet down, the lot of you, he commanded. Now where was I? Once the room fell silent, Instructor Gu inquired. You were discussing the essence of mental power, Yu Ji replied. A flicker of appreciation shone in Instructor Gu's eyes as he regarded Yu Ji. He had anticipated that Yu Ji would display the same lethargy he had shown during physical training. Yet here was this lad, surprisingly earnest, even listening attentively amidst their conversation. Quite promising. Very well. Who can answer me this? What is the essence of mental power? Lin Xie, seeing Yu Ji had responded, felt compelled to redeem his own image and quickly interjected. It is the supernatural force generated by conscious activity under specific circumstances. A commendable answer, Instructor Gu acknowledged, nodding slightly before sternly advising. Next time, please refrain from whispering while I am lecturing. With that, he cast a pointed glare at the chubby student nearby. Bailey the chubby. Understood, Lin Xie obediently replied. Then, as if struck by sudden thought, he asked, Instructor Gu, may I pose a question? What is it? Are you well versed in your knowledge? Taken aback by the query, Instructor Gu paused for a moment, then chuckled with an air of pride. In addition to being your instructor, I am also a professor at Tsinghua University. What do you think? Observing the confidence in Instructor Gu's knowledge, Lin Xie, with a serious demeanor, asked then, do you believe the world we inhabit is real? Upon hearing this question, not only did Instructor Gu freeze momentarily, but even Yu Ji was taken aback. Although he was unclear as to why Lin Xie had suddenly posed such a question, he too was intrigued by the answer. In truth, over the past decade, he had questioned the reality of this world more than once, at times even wondering whether there was a genuine issue with his mental state. Yes, Instructor Gu, I too am quite interested in this question, not just about the world. Sometimes I even doubt whether my own existence is real. Upon hearing Yu Ji's words, Lin Xie, the very one who had prompted the inquiry, was left speechless. He had long suspected that Ji's mental state was somewhat precarious. Now it seemed Ji Gu couldn't possibly be a fellow patient of Merlin. Could he? As the two individuals harbored their own thoughts, Instructor Gu found himself drenched in perspiration while grappling with their inquiries. It was evident that this question was not easily resolvable. Perhaps we should let it go, Instructor? This question is inherently challenging to answer. Yu observed the transformation of instructor Gu's demeanor from confidence to confusion and finally to bewilderment, fearing that prolonging his contemplation might lead to unforeseen consequences. Lin Xie subtly nodded in agreement. Yes, instructor, perhaps we should abandon it? I don't necessarily require an answer. However, upon hearing their reassurances, Instructor Gu's competitive spirit ignited fiercely. His gaze transcended the crowd, seemingly fixated on an elusive truth of the universe. No. This question may elude me for now, but I shall return to it and conduct further research. Indeed, I shall provide you with an answer. Do you think Instructor Gu is all right? He seems rather fixated on this. The chubby figure beside them inquired with concern. Yu and Lin Xie exchanged glances, remaining silent. They felt as though they had inadvertently stirred trouble. Let us hope that Instructor Gu is unharmed. Chapter 94. Assault Training One Fateful Night. At the new recruit training camp on the back mountain, 3 armed helicopters gently descended onto the helipad, cloaked in the shadows of night. Leading a group of instructors, Yuan Gang displayed an inexplicable excitement upon his countenance, his military attire rustling in the wind. Soon, the helicopters came to a halt, and the hydraulic doors slowly opened. Fully armed soldiers disembarked in an orderly fashion, accompanied by 3 massive, robust black cubes resembling safes. The foremost soldier approached Yuan Gang, his expression grave as he saluted. Report. Sir, the 3 captured Chuanjing mysteries have been delivered. Please provide your instructions. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he strode towards one of the mysterious cubes, entering a series of complex codes. As a chilling white mist billowed from the black cube, it gradually opened. Observing the contents within, a smile crept onto Yuan Gang's lips. Is this the mystery captured as per my request? Yes, sir. This is the mystery endowed with mental suppression capabilities. Captured as you ordered. Excellent. Yuan Gang affirmed with a satisfied nod. Behind him, the other instructors also wore malevolent smiles. At last, they could exert some pressure on that brat, Yu. This sentiment echoed among all the instructors present. Yuan Gang had calculated that the mental suppression abilities of the Chuanjing were precisely at the limit that Yuji's azure heart could contend with. Finally, they could regain some dignity from Yuji. As dawn broke, sunlight poured into the boys' dormitory. Lin Xie was awakened by the blinding rays. Upon regaining consciousness, he sensed something was amiss. The sun had risen, indicating that the usual morning assembly time had long passed, yet no whistle had sounded throughout the base. Bewildered, he approached the bed of Bai Li, intending to rouse his friend first. However, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. No matter how vigorously he shook him, or how he waved a sock under Bai Li's nose while exclaiming that breakfast was ready and that Jasmine had a boyfriend, the hefty fellow remained in a deep slumber, utterly unresponsive. Realizing that something unusual had transpired, Lin Xie decisively exited the room, determined to inquire about the situation with others. Soon, in the wash area of the corridor, he encountered the Special Forces soldiers Zheng Zhong and Chao Yuan, along with 2 unfamiliar heirs of ancient martial arts families, whose names he recalled as Mo Lan and the Xiao Wang. Chia, you're awake too? That's great. Chao Yuan exclaimed with relief upon seeing Lin Xie alert. Something feels off. The instructors are nowhere to be found, and most of the new recruits in the dormitory are dead to the world, unable to awaken. Where's Jigu? He hasn't woken up either? Lin Xie inquired, his brow furrowed. Yes, Chao Yuan nodded slightly. I've tried various methods to wake him, but to no avail. We woke up relatively early, so we seem unaffected, while most others missed a crucial time point and can't seem to awaken. Beside them, Zheng Zhong calmly analyzed the situation. Then how'd I wake up? Lin Xie inquired. I just regained consciousness a minute ago. Perhaps it is due to your status as a divine agent? Chao Yuan speculated. This peculiar phenomenon could only be attributed to the influence of some mental realm. With the divine protection of Michael, your mental faculties are extraordinary, thus rendering you immune. That is a possibility. Lin Xie replied, slightly nodding, yet his brow furrowed deeper. This is troublesome. Jigu is least adept at handling mental forces. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, we lose a significant fighting force. I doubt there will be any unexpected events. It is improbable that anyone could stealthily make the instructors disappear while leaving us unharmed, Zhang Zhong remarked. I believe this is a surprise training exercise. The instructors wish to assess our ability to respond to emergencies. The others nodded in agreement. Chao Yuan, with concern etched on his face, asked, Then what should we do about those who cannot awaken? I have tried calling them, but to no avail. At that moment, a voice emerged. Lin Qie turned to see Shen Qingzhu. It appeared that Shen Qingzhu had already interacted with Chao Yuan and the others and had returned to the dormitory in an attempt to rouse her roommates. But regrettably, she had failed. However, merely being asleep should not pose any danger. They seemed to be sleeping quite soundly. Shen Qingzhu remarked with a somewhat peculiar expression. Had I known, I would have indulged in a little more rest myself, Li Xiaoguang joked. Does that mean we can skip this surprise training? But if we do, our evaluation will surely suffer. Emo Lan interjected, shaking her head slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories from previous training, a shiver coursing through her. We might even face penalties. Enough jesting. What are we to do now? Zhang Zhong queried. No one could immediately provide a judgment. Awakening to such an extraordinary situation left everyone perplexed. Even Lin Qie fell into silence. Yet, he was not merely dazed. He was contemplating and analyzing the current predicament while extending the perception of his mundane divine realm to assess the surroundings. Soon, he detected something amiss. He lifted his gaze towards the surveillance camera at the end of the corridor, directly facing them. In his recollection, there had been no such cameras in the dormitory corridor. Let's step outside and investigate. We must take action. I suspect the instructors are already evaluating us at this very moment. When inexplicable occurrence early in the morning. Is this some kind of jest? Shen Qingzhu also noticed the newly installed camera, raising her middle finger in displeasure. Outside the training camp at the temporary base, Instructor Hong observed the screen displaying Shen Qingzhu's middle finger directed at them, his lips twitching slightly. Silently, he noted a -1 next to Shen Qingzhu's name on the scoring sheet. Irritable and impulsive, it is only fitting to deduct a point. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, noticing the absence of Yuji in the corridor, smirked slightly, nodding in satisfaction as he too marked a deduction next to Yuji's name. However, it is not -1, but rather -10. Failing to pass the first level is quite understandable given the circumstances. Commander, are you truly certain that introducing these 3 mysterious entities from the Sichuan region into the training camp poses no issues? Han Li, standing nearby, inquired with a hint of concern directed at Yuan Gang. Among them, there is even one possessing a rare psychic forbidden realm. It seems there is no one among the recruits capable of handling such a type. Is there? Are you certain there will be no mishaps? Rest assured, these 3 mysterious entities have been significantly weakened, and that psychic forbidden realm lacks any lethality. Moreover, there is a support team present, always prepared to rescue individuals from the grasp of the mysterious entities, even possessing the authority to determine their fate. Very well. Seeing Yuan Gang's unwavering confidence, Han Li finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 95. The Arrival of Humanity's Ceiling? Meanwhile, above the training camp, an invisible web, imperceptible to the naked eye, had long since woven itself around the entire training base. Each strand of this ethereal web ensnared the spiritual essence of the newly enlisted soldiers, including Yuji and the portly Bai Li. Under the influence of this unseen force, everyone slumbered peacefully. However, at a certain moment, a discordant glimmer flickered by Li's ring. Remarkably, even in a spiritual form, the spatial ring in his possession activated. A refreshing sensation surged through the portly man's mind, abruptly rousing him from slumber. Yet, upon awakening, he was met with a startling revelation. He found himself suspended in mid-air, tightly bound, his form appearing semi-transparent. He was not alone. Many others were in the same predicament. What on earth? I merely took a nap. What transpired? As he scanned his surroundings, Bai Li's gaze fell upon Lin Qie and others who had already exited their dormitory below. Qie, hey Qie, he called out incessantly, but Lin Qie and the others seemed utterly oblivious to his voice. Bai Li quickly deduced that his current status as a spiritual entity rendered him incapable of conveying messages to the conscious individuals. What should I do now? Just as he pondered this dilemma, he spotted something on a nearby strand of silk. Ye, what are you doing here? Bailey exclaimed, somewhat astonished to see Yuji ensnared as well. However, Yuji remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to Bailey's calls. Eureka! In a moment of inspiration, Bailey rummaged through his spatial ring. Soon, a jade pendant emerged in his grasp. This was an artificial forbidden object, Qing accent, designed to enhance mental fortitude and provide a degree of immunity against spiritual control. With his bound arms maneuvered into position, he cast the jade pendant. In an instant, a flash of golden light shot forth, spiraling through the air towards Yuji. With a subtle movement of his fingers, akin to wielding a sword, Bailey carefully directed Yao Guang to affix the pendant onto Yuji. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Ji Ge. Yuji was jolted awake in an instant. Goodness, what a racket. Huh? Bailey, why are you the one waking me? As he pondered why it was not Chao Yuan who had roused him, he quickly realized, like Bailey, that he too was bound in midair. What in the world is this situation? It appears to be a spiritual forbidden domain. Most of us seem to be under control, Bailey explained. Look, only Qi Yi and a few others remain conscious. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. He gestured towards Lin Qi Yi and the others below. Oh, Yuji followed the direction of Bailey's finger and then, quite calmly, closed his eyes once more. What are you doing, Jitsuko? Are you going back to sleep? Bailey exclaimed, utterly bewildered. How can you possibly sleep in such a situation? Fool, what else can I do if I don't sleep? Yuji replied nonchalantly. Haven't you noticed that the instructors have all vanished? It is quite evident that this is their doing. It must be some sort of surprise training. As for us, the mentally manipulated, we have likely lost a significant number of points already, and now joining them would leave us at a considerable disadvantage. Besides, why would I participate in such training? With my capabilities, awakening would be utterly pointless. They must have resorted to this forbidden realm considering my unique nature. You make a valid point. So, do you intend to cooperate with them? The chubby one realized. What other choice do we have? You wish to engage in training? You might as well sleep. That is true. The chubby one pondered, his eyes darting. Since they were already behind, and given his aversion to exercise, feigning sleep seemed the best course of action. After a refreshing slumber, the training would be over. Wouldn't that be delightful? Consequently, he too closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. However, the two had not slept for long before they were jolted awake by a series of violent explosions below. Boom! A towering flame erupted from the direction of the cafeteria, shattering the entire structure. What on earth? Is this truly just training? Something feels amiss. Yee! Yuji was also roused from his slumber. He gazed at the devastated cafeteria, his brow furrowing in concern. Something felt